What if your second chance at life didn't come with cheat codes, superpowers, or a harem, but instead trapped you inside the stubby, defenseless body of an unloved royal newborn? Reaching up toward the sunlight streaming through ornate lattice windows, our heroine stares at two chubby little baby hands in utter disbelief. Surrounding bright crimson camellia blossoms frame her harsh reality. It turns out, baby hands are only adorable when they belong to someone else, not when they are literally your own, leaving you completely helpless in a treacherous ancient court. Clasping her tiny forehead in pure psychological agony, she flops backward onto the silk quilt. No matter how many times she stares at these microscopic fingers, she just can't get used to this humiliating physical downgrade. That court nursemaid suddenly scoops her up from behind, noticing the tiny infant letting out surprisingly heavy grown-up sighs. Startled by the sudden lift, the baby squeaks in alarm, cradling the wriggling newborn in her arms. The nursemaid praises how remarkably calm and well-behaved she appears. If only this maid knew an exhausted modern soul was screaming on the inside. The maid casually mutters that even though this baby is merely the low-born daughter of an unfavored concubine, her regal composure is surprisingly dignified. Excuse me? Talk about throwing backhanded shade straight at a newborn's face. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, the baby violently thrashes her chubby arms and legs, silently yelling that there's a time and place for palace politics. The maid just chuckles, completely misinterpreting the fury as energetic playfulness. Sitting upright with a hilariously grumpy scowl, and we pick up right where we left off. Our reincarnated protagonist begins analyzing her bizarre predicament. She has somehow woken up as a royal princess inside a world reminiscent of the Joseon dynasty, or perhaps an alternate historical timeline altogether. Yet, looking around the dimly lit chamber, she observes the indifferent court attendants lounging about with zero urgency. Being born to a powerless concubine in the imperial harem means practically nobody gives a single thought to her well-being. In typical historical dramas, imperial princesses live wrapped in glittering golden silks, pampered with endless delicacies and boundless royal affection. But in her reality, not even close. Staring forward with deadpan side eyes, she realizes she hit rock bottom on the royal reincarnation lottery. Barely a few months out of the womb, she is left unattended in a dusty room with neglected nursemaids sitting idly against the walls. Her fragile health is already on thin ice. The senior wet nurse doesn't even bother keeping up appearances, casually digging inside her ear while ignoring the royal infant entirely. Talk about absolute royal neglect. Slumping against her bedding with another heavy sigh. She mourns her fate as an unloved Hongju, a royal daughter born from a low-ranked concubine destined for political irrelevance. And it gets darker. If any of her half-siblings ever get caught in a treasonous coup, royal law dictates that she could easily be dragged to the executioner's block right beside them. Trying to look on the bright side, if you can even call it that, at least they won't be turning into mindless zombies anytime soon. Every's cloud, I guess? Man, this is getting really dark. She figures she at least won't have to worry about rent or starvation in the palace. But her biggest threat isn't distant political purges. It's surviving her own infancy. Remembering basic history, she realizes that medieval infant mortality rates were horrifyingly high. Without modern antibiotics or vaccines, even a common cold could spell game over. Looking down at the intricate palace map displayed on the wooden side table, she notes that everyone speaks modern Korean rather than Middle Joseon dialects, suggesting she might be inside a fictional narrative universe. Breaking her concentration, the wet nurse leans down with an unsettling smirk, asking if the gloomy baby is finally hungry for a meal. The infant flinches in absolute dread. The wet nurse begins untying the front ribbons of her handbag. Our heroine frantically waves her hands in total panic, silently begging for regular mashed baby food instead of this embarrassing ritual. Translucent chibi soul floats straight out of her tiny mouth. Imagine having the fully developed mind of a 20-year-old woman and being forced onto a breastfeeding routine. It is absolute psychological torture. Arching her tiny spine backward in stubborn resistance, the baby adamantly refuses to feed, leaving the nursemaid utterly bewildered. But the awkwardness isn't even the worst part. The wet nurse keeps spooning raw honey into her meals. In modern medicine, feeding raw honey to infants under 1 year can trigger lethal infant botulism. Holding up an imaginary skull and crossbones sign, she rages at the deadly lack of historical pediatric knowledge. Sitting quietly amid her frustration, a sudden wave of bittersweet memories washes over her fragile consciousness. Flashbacks reveal a dark, rain-soaked hillside where two orphan sisters stood before fresh funeral graves. Years ago, their beloved parents and younger sibling tragically died in a horrific car accident. Left entirely alone, this huge clash between normal and evil god power creates a mega explosion of chaos energy. The whole dimension is falling apart. Boom! Her older sister shouldered crushing hospital bills. Sadness, while watching their parents slip away in the intensive care unit without ever waking up. Back then, our protagonist was just an immature middle schooler who constantly caused trouble, while her selfless older sister worked tirelessly around the clock and even postponed her own wedding to provide for her. In the hazy fog of memory, she can't even remember the face of the kind man her sister almost married, because her sister sacrificed everything just to raise her. But she vividly remembers the endless warmth. Every time she gave her sister a small token, her sister returned the favor tenfold, even gifting her the advanced production script for an upcoming television drama. It was the official script for Lee Hwa's Lover, a movie starring Woo Jin's favorite actress. But what was it doing here? A fantasy webtoon romance she had passionately followed since its first online chapter. That thoughtful present meant the entire world to her. Walking down the quiet Seoul street beneath the glow of midnight streetlights, she had eagerly hurried home after her part-time shift to binge read every page. Blinding yellow headlights suddenly tore through the darkness as a speeding vehicle slammed straight into the crosswalk. Lying helpless on the cold asphalt as crimson blood pooled across the pavement, her fading thoughts clung desperately to her older sister, terrified of leaving her utterly alone in the world. Drifting into the pitch-black void between life and death, a distant, tender voice echoed across the darkness, pleading for her to recover quickly. Through the haze of unconsciousness, she felt her older sister's comforting hands holding her tight beside the hospital mattress. A single warm tear rolled down her cheek as she silently wept, wishing she could apologize for all the painful burden she had caused. Reaching out with open arms amidst a radiant backdrop of pastel blossoms, Court Lady Yoon smiles down on her with boundless maternal warmth. Blinking through wide, glistening eyes, the infant stares up at the graceful woman standing before her in stunned awe. Closer she looks, the more her breath catches in her tiny throat. Court Lady Yoon shares the exact same gentle eyes, kind smile, and loving warmth as her modern older sister. The resemblance is utterly breathtaking. Yoon gently lifts the baby high into the air so its father can get a clear look, showering her with playful affection, while our protagonist struggles to process that this woman is technically her new imperial mother. Snuggling against Yoon's chest, the baby lets out a joyful squeal as Yoon warmly embraces her. Even though Yoon is her mother in this life, the profound bond makes her feel as though her cherished older sister is holding her once again. Blinking through soft tears, the tiny princess rests her cheek against Yoon's shoulder, quietly whispering an apology for having left her sister behind in the previous world. Bathed in the warm afternoon sunlight filtering through the traditional pavilion, a rare moment of pure peace settles over the two of them, healing the loneliness in both their hearts. But that peaceful sanctuary is violently shattered. Loud, chaotic voices erupt outside the pavilion, with attendants arguing about King Danjong's sudden imperial decree to relocate the fragile newborn princess. Desperation strains Yoon's trembling voice as she begs the court officials for just a little more time, insisting her frail child cannot survive in a foreign quarter. Recognizing that beloved voice, the baby gasps in shock. Snatched away into unfamiliar arms, the baby looks up in sheer horror. Towering above her isn't her gentle mother, but a fully transformed goblin monster. But an austere noblewoman in an ornate royal hanbok staring down with icy detachment. Tears stream down Yoon's face as she reaches out in desperate anguish, pleading with everything she has to keep her sickly infant by her side. The baby helplessly stares back, reaching toward her crying mother. Turning away without an ounce of remorse, the cold concubine dismisses Yoon's desperate cries, coldly stating that Yoon's lingering postpartum fever makes her unfit to raise imperial blood as the pavilion doors slam shut behind them. You wake up reincarnated as an imperial princess, expecting absolute luxury, only to find scheming concubines trying to snatch you right from your mother's arms. Lady Youngbin puts on the fakest, sweetest smile you've ever seen, smoothly claiming she's taking the infant away to raise her properly so the mother can rest. Yeah, right, because nothing screams pure maternal love like an unannounced royal baby abduction. A reincarnated baby is having absolutely none of this blatant nonsense. She knows for a fact her dear your sister's postpartum fever broke ages ago, so this sudden burst of charity is totally suspicious. Look at her tiny, furious face. She's practically fuming at how this lady who never once gave a single care before is now pretending to be the saint of the century. Looking back, she spots Lady Yun standing there completely trembling on the verge of tears. The sheer helplessness in her eyes makes the infant's blood boil. You can instantly feel how ruthless the palace hierarchy truly is when even a mother can't protect her own flesh and blood from higher-ranking consorts. Without showing an ounce of empathy, Lady Yungbin spins around with the child bundled in her silk robes, coldly ordering Lady Yun to stay inside, look after herself, and stop causing unnecessary trouble. Lady Yun desperately reaches out crying for her baby, but she's completely powerless to stop it. Trapped in the enemy's grasp, panic surges through the baby's entire little body. She refuses to be dragged off into whatever twisted political scheme Lady Yongbin has planned, her heart pounding frantically as she realizes words won't come out of her infant throat. Why? She unleashes the ultimate baby defense mechanism, screaming at the top of her lungs. If she can't throw hands yet, she's definitely going to shatter everyone's eardrums until someone intervening. Her chaotic defense works instantly. Lady Yongbin gets totally caught off guard as the infant starts thrashing uncontrollably. Flustered, she immediately tries to deflect blame, acting like the poor baby only started wailing because of Lady Yun's lingering presence. Annoyed and losing her composed mask, Lady Yongbin urgently shouts for the royal nanny to take over the screaming bundle of chaos. The court maid nervously scurries forward to relieve the royal consort of baby handling duties. But the princess refuses to go down quietly. She kicks and flails her tiny limbs with all her might, bam, landing a solid strike right against the nanny's hands as she fights to stay close to her beloved sister. Oh no, the squirming goes too far. Slipping completely out of their clumsy grasp, the baby goes tumbling headfirst straight toward the hard stone pavers. Lady Yun screams in pure terror as time seemingly freezes in midair. Look at Lady Yun's face. That is every parent's worst nightmare brought to life. She desperately lunges across the ground, reaching out with trembling hands, but the distance is simply too far to bridge in time. The artist captured the raw horror in her eyes so brilliantly here. Falling upside down toward the freezing courtyard stones, our little heroine squeezes her eyes shut, terrified that her brand new second life is about to end before it even properly started. All she can whisper internally is a desperate apology to her sister. Instead of a bone-crushing impact against freezing courtyard flagstones, she lands on something remarkably warm, secure, and gentle. Fluttering her tear-stained eyelashes open, she realizes she didn't get hurt at all. Talk about a legendary hero entrance! Caught securely in the arms of a handsome young royal draped in vivid blue silks, our baby princess is completely safe. He's smoothly swept across the palace courtyard just in time to break her fatal fall. Looking down with utmost gentleness, the young man softly asks if she's all right. His soothing voice and warm eyes instantly melt away all the terror of that near-death plunge. He casually adjusts his tall royal headpiece with a charming, easy-going smile. Okay, can we just acknowledge how effortlessly cool this guy looks right now? He literally just pulled off a cinematic action save without breaking a sweat. Fluffy imaginary flowers and sparkling lights practically radiate from his entire silhouette. Staring up into his dazzling face, the baby is utterly captivated, wondering who on earth this dashing savior could possibly be. That's when her eyes drift down toward his lavish navy robes, catching sight of the gleaming golden dragon embroidered majestically across his shoulder. Her modern knowledge kicks in, and she instantly realizes the immense authority standing before her. That intricate four-clawed dragon emblem, known as the Sajor Yongbo, is the exclusive insignia woven onto the Ganryongpo robes of the crown prince. The king wears 5 claws, while the prince rocks 4, confirming this young man is none other than the heir apparent to the entire realm. The entire courtyard erupts into chaotic chatter as eunuchs, guards, and maids rush over in total panic. They desperately bow and stammer, frantically checking whether the crown prince injured himself during that sudden dive. Standing tall with effortless poise, the crown prince calmly reassures his panicked attendants that he is completely unhurt, while poor Lady Yun remains collapsed on the cold ground, completely overwhelmed with relief. With the sweetest, most affectionate smile imaginable, the prince beams down at his little sister, softly remarking that their youngest sibling appears completely safe and sound as well. Look at those blooming flowers around him. He's already totally whipped as an older brother. Wait a second. The baby's eyes shoot wide open in pure shock as reality suddenly crashes down on her. The supreme prince of the empire just threw himself onto the dirt for an illegitimate concubine's daughter? Whoa! She begins flailing her tiny arms in sheer panic. The prince hastily adjusts his grip, totally surprised by her sudden burst of energy, asking if she's secretly hurt somewhere. "No, you dummy! Look at your royal wardrobe!" As she frantically pats the gold embroidery on his chest with her chubby hands, that four-clawed Sejoryeongbo patch was just scraped across palace dirt, and she knows the poor royal seamstresses are going to have a massive panic attack fixing it. Seeing her tiny hands frantically dusting off his shoulder, the crown prince lets out a soft chuckle. He gently reassures her, playfully asking if she was actually worried about his ruined royal robes instead of herself. Meanwhile, our reincarnated princess pictures the terrifying palace seamstresses, crying in dark corners while desperately rethreading golden dragon claws under strict deadlines. Because trust me, nobody wants the wrath of imperial tailors hanging over their head. Gently patting her back, the prince warmly praises how extraordinarily brave she is for enduring such a terrifying fall without shedding a single tear. Though honestly, she was just too stunned by the sheer chaos to start crying again. Snuggling deep into his broad shoulder, she lets out a peaceful breath. In royal court politics, the heir to the throne would normally treat a lower consort's daughter like dirt. Yet here he is, shielding her with his very own body. Lady Youngbin's stiff voice cuts through the warm atmosphere like ice. Glaring slightly, she steps forward and asks why the crown prince has suddenly graced such a lowly, secluded courtyard with his esteemed presence. Looking back over his shoulder, the prince explains with absolute sincerity that he simply wanted to catch a glimpse of his sickly newborn sister, who missed out on having a proper 100-day celebration. But his expression instantly turns razor sharp. Narrowing his eyes at Lady Yongbin, he demands to know why on earth his precious sister was nearly subjected to a horrifying accident right before his eyes. Lady Yongbin visibly flinches, hastily pleading that it's a huge misunderstanding, attempting to smooth over the royal fury. Lady Yongbin smoothly claims she was merely following the king's direct orders to escort the child back to her personal residence, Chuyeongdong, for proper care. She cleverly points the finger right back at Lady Yin, boldly accusing her of showing insolence and throwing a dramatic tantrum that caused this dangerous commotion in the first place. The crown prince isn't buying a single word of her excuse. His gaze turns deadly piercing as he coldly shuts her down, stating that his only concern is why the royal daughter of the king was placed in mortal peril under her watch. Lady Youngbin's arrogance instantly evaporates into thin air. She drops into a deeply humble bow, stammering out frantic apologies while the prince looms over her with cold imperial authority. Talk about getting put in your place by the boss's son. Glancing up at his rigid back, the baby's modern brain starts connecting the dots. The king assigning custody to Lady Yongbin definitely carries sinister political weight behind closed doors. Softening his approach slightly, the prince points out that the little princess is visibly shaken from the ordeal, suggesting it would be far wiser to let her birth mother comfort her before any relocations happen. But Lady Yongbin stubbornly pushes back, hiding behind imperial authority by claiming the king's commands are absolute and cannot be delayed for minor sentiment. Modern interpretation time, basically, Big Bro is telling her to chill out and back off, while Lady Yongbin is smugly waving royal red tape in his face saying, "I'm just following orders, what you gonna do about it?" And our poor baby is stuck right in the awkward crossfire. The crown prince smirks subtly, dropping a casual yet devastating veiled threat, reminding her that giving his royal father an honest, detailed report about the princess's near-death experience is effortless for him. Realizing she's cornered by royal blackmail, Lady Yongbin is forced to swallow her pride with a tight grimace. She quickly backtracks, claiming she'd never dare defy the prince's wisdom, and agrees to grant Lady Yun temporary time with the baby. Staring at the shadows enveloping the courtyard, the baby feels a cold shiver run down her spine. The heavy stench of palace intrigue and assassination plots hangs thick in the air. Being born into royalty definitely isn't a fairy tale. It's a high-stakes survival game. Right on cue, the attendants timidly step forward, bowing low to remind the crown prince that he is dangerously late for his scheduled Seokgong evening literature lecture with the court scholars. Sensing her supreme bodyguard is about to leave, the princess instantly latches onto his blue robes with her tiny fists, letting out a dramatic whimper to keep him around just a little longer. Bathed in the soft golden sunlight and framed by blooming magnolia petals, Lady Yun cradles her precious child close to her chest, tears of sheer relief streaming down her blushing cheeks. Looking into her mother's tearful, loving eyes, the baby feels an overwhelming surge of warmth and devotion. devotion. She vows inside her heart that no matter how treacherous this royal palace gets, she will protect this fragile sister at all costs. Snuggling comfortably into Lady Yoon's comforting embrace, our clever little heroine rubs her sleepy face against the silk hanbok. With the powerful crown prince officially backing them up, survival in this royal snake pit suddenly doesn't seem so impossible after all. Crown Prince Gyeongsan offers a parting glance filled with gentle warmth. He sincerely hopes this fragile newborn baby can grow up safe and healthy despite the ruthless palace currents swirling all around them. Turning toward his royal stepmother, the crown prince formally entrusts the infant's well-being directly to Lady Youngbin. She bows her head with practiced grace, assuring him with sweet, honeyed words that she will care for the princess as her very own. But as the crown prince departs, Lady Youngbin's pleasant mask completely slips away. A chilling, cold gleam flashes across her sharp eyes as she mutters to herself that Prince Gyeongan is about to have a brand new target to play with. Suddenly, a familiar memory from modern times flashes through our heroine's mind. A rude foot aggressively nudges her shoulder while she's trying to sleep comfortably under a warm duvet in her past life. Her cheeky little modern brother, Yoon Si-woon, stood over her bed, demanding she wake up. Even back on Earth, dealing with younger brothers was an absolute daily struggle that required constant patience and discipline. Being the youngest son born late into the family, their parents unconditionally pampered Si-woon, letting him get away with practically everything. Because of that endless spoiling, he was turning into an unruly little terror. So naturally, our heroine and her older sister took matters into their own hands, trapping their bratty little brother under a massive blanket. They gave him tough love, sisterly discipline, until he learned proper manners. Talk about classic older sister survival tactics. Thanks to their rigorous home training, Si-woon grew up into a polite, respectful, and wildly popular young man among his classmates. Proof that a little sisterly tough love really does work wonders for a boy's personality. Yet all that love and effort ended in heartbreak. That precious younger brother they spent years raising was suddenly stolen away in a tragic accident, leaving both sisters weeping in front of his lonely grave on a stormy night. Snapping back to the harsh Joseon reality, our reincarnated princess opens her eyes only to see a strange boy in royal green silks, nudging her body with his foot while asking if she's finally awake. Bathed in soft flower petals and morning blooms, the boy smiles down with an eerily charming face. He looks remarkably delicate and well-groomed, though his dark almond eyes carry an unnerving chill underneath that innocent smile. Blinking up in confusion, the baby notes that while this boy doesn't look anything like her modern brother Si-won, he is undeniably handsome. But the burning question remains. Who on earth is this kid, and why is he standing over her? Looking around the lavishly decorated royal chamber, she takes in the gilded folding screens, antique wooden cabinets, and sprawling silk rugs. Where in the royal palace has she been transported to while she was unconscious? Her eyes dart toward the corner, instantly spotting the two treacherous courtmaids who previously tried to poison her with honey and deliberately dropped her on the stone courtyard. Seeing them lurking in the room confirms she's in the belly of the beast. Wait, they brought me to Chuyongdaeng while I was asleep? The baby lets out a startled shriek. Her sudden panic completely catches the green-robed boy off guard, making him flinch backwards in genuine surprise. Leaning down with a haughty smirk, the boy pokes her chubby cheeks, rudely declaring that she is both loud and ugly. Wow, what a charmer! He sneers that someone born from a lowly background simply cannot escape their inferior bloodline. Offended to her core, our sassy heroine defiantly whips her head to the side with an annoyed huff. The young prince freezes in disbelief, totally dumbfounded that a mere infant just gave him the royal cold shoulder. His expression turns venomous in an instant. Towering over the crib, the young prince sneers through gritted teeth, demanding to know how a filthy peasant child dares to ignore him. He ruthlessly reaches down and pinches the baby's fragile wrist. The sudden agonizing grip causes the poor princess to let out a sharp cry of pain, terrified of his unhinged cruelty. Seeing the young prince cross the line, a brave young courtmaid immediately lunges forward and grabs his wrist to pull him away from the baby. The prince lets out a sharp yell, utterly shocked that a servant dared to touch him. Dropping to her knees while frantically shielding the crying infant, the maid desperately pleads that Lord Gyeongan must stop. She warns him that the princess is frail, and injuring the king's daughter could bring severe punishment upon them all. Lord Gyeonggan freezes momentarily, his wide eyes betraying a hint of panic as the reality of her warning registers in his young mind. But his royal arrogance quickly turns into violent rage, screaming that a mere lowly courtier has no right to stand in his way. He grabs the poor maid by the hair and silk collar, shaking her with raw fury. With all his strength, the malicious prince shoves the servant across the floor. The poor girl crashes hard against the wooden floorboards, stammering tearful apologies while curled into a defenseless ball. Collapsed across the floorboards, the injured maid whimpers silently in agonizing pain, clenching her bleeding lips so she won't trigger another violent outburst from the cruel young master. Silence fills the vast royal chamber. The battered court maid remains trembling on the floor, while Lord Gyeongin stands over them without an ounce of remorse, watching his terrified baby sister cower in the crib. Staring at the battered woman, the reincarnated princess feels sick to her stomach. In this ruthless feudal world, oh, that's lovely. Servants can't even scream when they're abused by royal blood? Wow, talk about hostile work environment. Her heart aches with overwhelming helplessness. Trembling inside her silk blankets, our heroine realizes the horrifying reality of her second life. This royal court isn't a magical fantasy kingdom. It is a ruthless arena where psycho royals step on human lives without hesitation. The sliding door suddenly slides open with an ominous creak, cutting through the thick terror inside the room. Draped in dark purple floral silks, Lady Yongbin steps into the room, charm radiating from her, her icy voice demanding an explanation for all the chaotic noise. Looming in the doorway with an imposing aura, Lady Yongbin sharply scolds the attendants, demanding to know who allowed visitors in, asking if she didn't explicitly command them to look after the newborn princess properly. Wide shot reveals the tense room dynamic. The servants bow low against the floor, while Lady Yongbin stands tall, surveying the collapsed maid and the defiant young prince. Lady Yongbin turns her razor-sharp gaze directly onto her son, coldly asking Lord Ganyan what in the world he just did to cause such an ugly mess. Without a single shred of shame, the young prince casually struts forward, claiming he merely wanted to entertain his new sister. He arrogantly adds that since the insolent maid stood in his way, he taught her a lesson, scoffing that nothing about this ugly baby pleases him anyway. Lady Yongbin's voice carries a subtle warning tone as she addresses him about the infant, but Lord Gyeonggon casually brushes her off, telling his mother not to stress over trivial matters. A wicked, calculating grin spreads across Gyeongjan's porcelain face. He sinisterly declares that he won't make the same foolish mistake he made with his previous sibling. Wait, did this psycho kid just subtly admit to killing a royal baby before? A freezing chill shoots straight down the baby princess's spine. That sinister confession wasn't just empty arrogance. This household is harboring a literal child monster. Lady Yongbin stares down at her terrifying son in total silence, her unreadable expression hiding complex political calculations beneath her calm exterior. Kneeling down before her son, Lady Yongbin sternly warns him to mind his conduct. She reminds him that with the Crown Prince's health deteriorating, Gyeon must prove himself capable of earning the king's favor. Meanwhile, our smart baby princess silently scoots into the corner to get as far away as possible. Leaning closer, Lady Yongbin delivers an absolute imperial rule. He must never refer to her as mother in front of other court officials. Gyeongjan obediently nods, fully understanding royal protocol. Sitting quietly in the corner, our heroine's modern brain pieces together the historical context. According to strict Joseon dynasty court law, even children born to imperial concubines were legally required to revere the official queen as their only true mother. Because princes and princesses carried direct imperial bloodlines, they technically outranked their concubine mothers in royal court hierarchy. But Gyeonggan breaks the silence, rudely pointing at the baby and asking why on earth his mother brought such a useless thing into their residence. Genyon sneers, asking if the newborn wasn't brought here to serve as his disposable personal toy. Lady Yongbin quickly grabs his shoulder, sternly commanding him to watch his tongue, reminding him that despite her low birth, the girl is still royal blood. Genyon snaps back with vicious disdain, questioning who could possibly care about a lowly consort's daughter. Lady Yongbin raises her voice in a firm reprimand, silencing his reckless outburst on the spot. Clenching his jaw with deep annoyance, the spoiled young prince finally bows his head, muttering a reluctant acknowledgement to his mother's authority. Announcing that the hour has grown late, Lord Gyeongjan turns on his heel and exits the royal quarters, flanked by two bowing courtmaids as the sliding doors close behind him. Whew! Collapsing onto her tiny stomach, our little heroine breathes a massive sigh of relief. She may have survived this first encounter, but realizing she is locked inside a palace filled with ruthless schemers and a sociopathic prince makes the future look terrifyingly grim. The senior court maid steps forward cautiously, whispering to Lady Yongbin that the young prince's temperament was clearly soured by the infant's arrival. Questioning if bringing this troublesome child here was truly necessary. Lady Yongbin calmly reflects on palace history. Ever since the queen passed away, His Majesty showed zero romantic interest in any courtwomen for years, until he suddenly favored Court Lady Xingyun out of nowhere. That unexpected imperial favor resulted in a pregnancy that shook the balance of power inside the palace walls. A scheming smirk curls on Lady Yongbin's lips as she notes that nobody can predict who will hold the king's absolute favor next, making this newborn princess the ultimate bargaining chip for the imperial throne. Tea sits undisturbed on the low wooden table as Lady Yongbin's attendants recall how numerous concubines fell pregnant in the past, yet none ever managed to secure His Majesty's lasting affection. Most of those pregnancies tragically ended in miscarriages, and the few infants who survived birth remained frail and died before reaching infancy. Her eyes narrow with chilling calculation. Everyone assumed the succession line was firmly locked down, never expecting Court Lady Yun's fragile baby girl to survive her brush with death against all odds. Sitting in the crib, our reborn princess narrows her eyes at the venomous tension thick in the air. The relief on Lady Yongbin's face stems purely from the child being born a female rather than a rival prince to challenge her son Gengin. Seriously, look at that glare. There is zero doubt this scheming woman is Lord Gengyeon's biological mother. When the court maid questions why she went through the trouble of bringing the lowly consort's infant into Chuyongdong, Lady Yongbin casually turns around. She coldly reminds her servant that countless royal infants perish before their 100th day celebration, making survival here a rare commodity. Outside beneath the starlit night sky, King Danjong wanders through the quiet palace courtyard. Lady Yongbin knows that if a royal child miraculously pulls through against the odds, the emperor will naturally be drawn to check on her progress. Draped in lavish pink floral embroidery, Lady Yongbin rests her manicured hand over her chest. She haughtily points out that since Court Lady Yun is too sickly to raise the child herself, the most influential consort in the inner palace should take full charge. Our tiny heroine recoils in utter shock as the realization hits her like lightning. So this is the legendary blood sport known as inner palace harem politics. Wow, they really don't hesitate to plot cold-blooded child theft right in front of an awake baby, do they? Lady Yongbin fingers the ornate jade pendant dangling at her waist. Having the king visit her palace under the pretext of checking on the newborn provides the golden opportunity to regain imperial favor and conceive another legitimate royal child. Once that ultimate political goal is accomplished, this peasant-born infant will instantly lose all strategic value. Lady Yongbin's priority is wiping out any lingering trace of Court Lady Yun from Danjong's heart before the newborn can trigger his old affection. Turning her head with razor-sharp intensity, Lady Yongbin suddenly fixes her cold gaze upon the kneeling wet nurse. She demands to know whether the maid followed orders and slipped toxic raw honey into the baby's feeding regimen while nursing. Talk about evil stepmother energy dialed up to maximum. Bowing her head in fearful deference, the treacherous wet nurse stammers that she followed every single poisoned instruction down to the letter. A wave of sheer horror washes over our reincarnated protagonist. That suspicious honey taste wasn't a culinary accident. These lunatics were deliberately attempting to trigger infant botulism to assassinate her in broad daylight. Clenching her chubby fists against the silk mattress, her tiny heart hammers frantically. If she stays trapped inside Chuyongdang another day under this psychopath's care, she is definitely not making it past infancy alive. She barely survived a life-threatening postpartum fever, and now she is navigating assassination attempts before she can even crawl. What kind of extreme difficulty setting is this second life? Did she commit some unforgivable crime in her past life to deserve this? In Modern Soul, she was the textbook definition of a sweet high school girl who never bullied anyone and faithfully donated her piggy bank savings to charity. Isn't dying young in a tragic accident punishment enough without having to dodge Hosyeon poisoners? Staring up at the icy noblewoman, our modern-minded baby determines she cannot take this abuse lying down. If Lady Yongbin wants to play dirty, it's time to trigger an emergency alarm that will wreck this concubine's grand schemes for good. Squeezing her eyes shut, the baby unleashes a deafening full-throttle wail. The sudden eruption of frantic screaming echoes across the expansive royal pavilion. Total pandemonium breaks loose. Lady Yongbin flinches in utter disbelief, frantically barking orders at her attendants to hush the screaming child before the noise leaks into the courtyard. Scooping the screaming infant into her arms, the wet nurse nervously tries to rock her back and forth. But our baby screams with even greater fury, making sure everyone knows this nursery is a criminal danger zone. The senior attendant nervously suggests summoning the imperial physician immediately, but Lady Youngbin shrieks in protest. If the palace doctors examine the child tonight, the blame will land squarely on her doorstep. Lady Youngbin's composure completely unravels. If the infant suddenly falls deathly ill hours after being transferred from Yoon's quarters, the entire imperial court will accuse her of malice. Terrified of the scandalous rumors brewing beyond the palace gates, Lady Youngbin aggressively snatches a thick silk blanket, determined to silence the child's screams at any cost. In a reckless panic to stifle the noise, she lifts the heavy quilt over the baby's flailing body. Seriously? Smothering a crying baby with a heavy blanket? This villainish just escalated from scheming consort to reckless criminal. The thick fabric slams down onto the infant's face, cutting off her precious airflow as the baby frantically struggles against the suffocating weight. The sliding paper door abruptly slides wide open with thunderous force as a tall figure in imperial red strides across the wooden threshold. The entire pavilion freezes in sheer terror. Lady Youngbin's jaw drops as she stands red-handed, clutching the suffocating blanket right over the struggling infant. Lady Youngbin's face turns ghostly pale, her aristocratic arrogance completely shattering into raw, naked panic as she realizes who caught her in the act. King Danjong towers in the entryway, his eyes blazing with ferocious rage as his thunderous voice demands to know what monstrous act Lady Youngbin thinks she is committing. Collapsing into a desperate bow, Lady Youngbin stammers frantic excuses, claiming she only wrapped the princess because the chamber felt drafty. Meanwhile, our suffocating little heroine desperately gasps for air beneath the heavy covers. Blinking through hot tears, the princess looks up into the warm palace light, her tear-stained eyes catching the majestic sight of her imperial savior. Danjong's stern, calloused fingers gently brush away her streaming tears, his paternal touch brimming with rare gentleness as the baby's crying instantly subsides. Lifting his precious daughter against his royal chest, the king cradles her safely among the majestic golden dragon embroidery of his crimson robes. Look at that striking visual contrast. The artwork of this imperial rescue scene is absolutely magnificent. Danjong glares down with chilling contempt, coldly stating that he entrusted the newborn princess to Chu Yongdong under the genuine belief she would be cherished and protected. Lady Youngbin desperately claims the child only cried because of a lingering mild fever. Oh, really? The emperor scoffs coldly, pointing out that the moment he picked the baby up, she stopped crying entirely, making her fever excuse completely laughable. Sweating bullets, Lady Youngbin scrambles for any shred of credibility, nervously claiming the infant merely felt shy during her first personal inspection. Refusing to swallow another blatant lie? Danjong commands head court Lady Kim to step forward and take charge of the infant with familiar nursemaids from her previous residence. The treacherous attendants extend their hands to reclaim the princess. But our clever little protagonist isn't about to let herself be handed back to the very snakes who tried to poison her, locking her tiny hands onto the emperor's crimson robe. The baby unleashes a violent, ear-splitting scream while thrashing away from the maids. Our smart princess knows the king's arms are the safest fortress in this entire empire. Danjong's eyes narrow into razor-sharp slits. If these court maids have supposedly cared for the newborn since birth, why on earth is the infant displaying such primal terror and frantic resistance whenever they approach? With absolute imperial authority, Danjong sentences Lady Youngbin to immediate house arrest inside Chuyang Hall, openly declaring that he deeply misjudged her character and fitness to care for imperial blood. Desperate cries echo behind the heavy sliding doors as the king orders the head eunuch to summon the royal physician for a full emergency medical examination. Holding his daughter tightly against his chest, Danjong declares that for the child's safety, the princess will be staying directly inside his personal imperial bedchambers. Surrounded by royal lanterns and bowing attendants, the king personally carries the baby through the silent palace grounds beneath the deep midnight sky. Looking down at the peaceful infant in his arms, Danjong's mind drifts back into painful imperial memories. Even during the late queen's tenure, he kept an emotional distance from the children's quarters. Flashbacks reveal the late queen from behind, dressed in ornate ceremonial green silks. Ever since her youth as the crown princess, she endured agonizing grief after repeatedly losing infants to illness and palace strife. Golden memories illuminate the royal garden where the king and queen once watched over the young princess she bore after endless hardship. But with that past tragedy burned into his heart. Danjong silently vows that no harm will ever touch this surviving daughter again. Back in the palace history, everything seemed manageable until a devastating epidemic swept through the inner court, claiming the lives of noble women and infants one by one. Even the former queen had taken in an orphaned imperial infant after its birth mother died in labor, only to suffer immense heartbreak when that child too perished shortly after, leaving her consumed by unbearable guilt. After enduring years of lingering grief and failing health, the former queen eventually passed away, leaving behind an empty throne and an imperial family deeply scarred by loss. King Munjong had fathered several royal offspring, yet tragically few survived infancy, making the palace a haunting graveyard of fragile dreams. After nursing the sickly crown prince through his perilous early years, the imperial court became distant, avoiding close bonds with newborns to shield themselves from inevitable heartbreak. Under the quiet night sky, the young crown prince Danjong casually mentions to his royal father that he visited Chuiyang Pavilion earlier today to see his newest baby sibling. The king naturally assumes Danjong is referring to Prince Gyeongjong, but the young prince clarifies that he meant their tiny newborn sister, the one who hasn't even received an official name yet. The king's expression darkens with stern concern, gently cautioning his soft-hearted heir not to form deep attachments to siblings who might not survive the season. Danjong proudly argues that this tiny princess is remarkably strong and intelligent. The king can't help but raise an eyebrow. How on earth can anyone judge the intellect of an infant who can't even crawl yet? Having lost a full sister in his youth, Danjong carries immense empathy for his younger siblings, even though the court warned that Lady Yoon's frail baby was battling fever since birth. Danjong passionately describes how the little baby didn't cry at all when she nearly slipped, instead wrapping her tiny arms around him at full recognition. The king flinches, visibly moved by his son's sincere affection. Flashback reveals the chaotic night when the royal noble consort Yungbin panicked outside the chamber, demanding her servants stifle the crying baby with heavy blankets before anyone noticed. And Yungbin was brought in to secure the succession, armed with immense political backing as the adopted daughter of Minister Hong and mother to the king's second son, making her the prime candidate for the vacant queen seat. Yongbin believed that taking in the frail newborn would showcase maternal benevolence and secure her royal coronation. But that cruel scheme shattered into pieces the moment she mistreated the child. If only Seonbin, the gentle mother of Prince Gyeongwon, had possessed better health. If only the empress had listened to the queen mother. As the king's furious decree echoes across the grand court, a mysterious pair of cold, sharp eyes glares through the pitch-black darkness in total silence. Bathed in a tense purple light, they watch the unfolding storm without uttering a single word, calculating their next move as the deadly gears of treason grind into motion. Whoa, talk about a chilling cinematic cliffhanger. Dropping us right into this high-stakes silence after that brutal royal execution order is absolutely insane. Cradling the sleeping bundle against his chest, the mighty king secretly admits he acted on pure impulse, whispering, telling himself he is only keeping the newborn by his side for a single night. Looking down at the peaceful infant who calmed down the moment he held her, the stoic monarch feels an unexpected pang of deep, bittersweet paternal tenderness. Ding, ding! The majestic morning bell echoes across the royal grounds, signaling the start of a brand new day. King leans in with an intense, sharp gaze, asking if she's finally awake. Our heroine freezes in utter panic at his menacing close-up. Wow! She completely loses her cool, screaming at the top of her lungs so hard that the court maids outside the pavilion jump in utter shock. Danjong dashes inside looking totally bewildered, wondering why his little sister is bawling her eyes out when she was so calm yesterday. The poor baby tries her hardest to stop, but her infant biology won't cooperate. Sitting cross-legged with dark exhaustion circles under his eyes, the king dryly accuses Danjong of lying about her peaceful nature, while Danjong sweat drops in innocent defense. Danjong leans down with an angelic, flower-framed smile, gently comforting the tiny princess with infinite patience and warmth. Like magic, her tears dry up instantly. Looking at her gorgeous, radiant older brother, she internally notes that with those looks and charm, he's definitely gonna break hearts across the palace. As the king holds her gently, the baby pieces the puzzle together, realizing that her father's timely rescue yesterday was entirely orchestrated by her clever prince brother. In a burst of tiny baby energy, she frantically crawls straight away from the king and dives into Danjong's waiting blue robes. Talk about an immediate royal preference. Danjang scoops her up into a loving, floral-scented hug, looking down at her like the absolute proudest big brother in human history. Beaming with pride, Danjang boasts that the baby clearly remembered his handsome face, while the king sits in the back looking hilariously defeated with a deadpan pout. King grumbles in a hilariously sulky middle-aged tone, demanding to know why she only bursts into tears whenever she looks directly at his face. The baby glares back with furrowed baby brows. Danjong points out her adorable little scowl, asking his father if she cried when he brought her in last night, to which the king insists she fell asleep peacefully in his arms. Internally screaming, she reminds everyone that waking up in the arms of a complete stranger would terrify anyone, especially when yesterday's darkness hid his terrifyingly sharp features. Reality hits her like a truck. This bearded, unapproachable monarch is her biological father in this lifetime, and she is totally failing to adapt to this absurd royal family dynamic. A sudden brainwave strikes her. Her imperial mother shares the exact face of her modern older sister. So could this bearded king actually look like the mysterious brother-in-law she never got to meet? Kaboom! Realizing the terrifying possibility that her new dad is her sister's fiance's reincarnation, she bursts into frantic wails all over again, leaving the king utterly baffled. The panicked court attendants and eunuchs bow frantically, nervously chiming in that the poor princess is probably just overwhelmed by being surrounded by a crowd of royal strangers. The king rubs his temple in frustration, baffled that an infant who hasn't taken a single step can act so selectively, while Danjong playfully teases that maybe she's just terrified of his father's thick beard. Snuggled safely in Danjong's arms, the baby internally realizes that even the crown prince has to tread carefully around absolute authority, so it's probably best not to push the king's patience too far. Danjong brightly suggests that since his little sister still lacks a proper name, it would be the perfect royal honor for the king to bestow an official childhood name upon her. Stroking his beard in deep contemplation, the king agrees that naming the young princess is an urgent and auspicious imperial duty. The king casually notes that giving a child a humble, rough name ensures a long life, causing the baby to flail her arms in absolute horror. WYAA! Don't you dare give me an ugly nickname that sticks for life. Watching her violent objection, the king narrows his eyes in rational suspicion, wondering out loud if the 3-month-old infant actually understands full human speech. Leaning forward to inspect the book, our modern reincarnated heroine stares at the endless rows of complex classical Hanja characters as her vision instantly spins into pure dizzy chaos. How was an infant supposed to read ancient Chinese calligraphy? Spotting a striking Hanja character near the top corner, her oversized doe eyes light up with pure triumph. Even if she isn't a master scholar yet, she knows a magnificent royal character when she sees one. Talk about an abrupt commercial break. Our chibi mascot pops up reminding everyone to enjoy the imperial drama. And honestly, the suspense behind picking a royal princess name is wilder than any palace exam. Tap. She slams her tiny toddler index finger right against the Hanja symbol, meaning to bestow, beaming with pure determination. Danjong blinks in surprise, leaning closer to inspect where her chubby finger landed, asking if she genuinely picked out the word bestow all on her own. The king raises a thick royal eyebrow with a deadpan smirk, asking his heir if he's seriously claiming a 3-month-old infant just made a conscious philological choice. Slap, slap! Before the king can laugh it off, the baby frantically smacks her tiny palms against his fingers and the book cover, demanding total imperial validation. Floating among soft pastel morning glories, who should appear but a tiny mouse? She's having a wild time swinging from vine to vine. Look at her face. The wind tossing her whiskers, her little paws clinging on for dear life. This is pure, unadulterated fun. Talk about living in the moment, high in floral nectar. The king combines the characters into an auspicious title, to bestow elegance, officially granting her the regal childhood name Princess So-yoon. Several peaceful days pass under the sunny courtyard trees as a gentle court lady kneels inside the royal quarters, bringing forward a warm bowl of infant porridge. The moment the silver spoon draws near, little So-yoon squints with intense, razor-sharp side-eye. In this viper pit of a palace, you don't accept food from just anybody. Whoop! Snuggling tight into the king's royal red dragon robes, she whips her face away in total defiance, completely ignoring the court-made spoon. Looking down at his stubborn little bundle, the king asks why she's going on a hunger strike when her tummy must be rumbling. Little does he know, she suspects that smiling court lady might be running covert poison ops behind the scenes. As she stares out with sharp, calculating eyes, our reborn heroine knows for a fact that nobody in this court would dare make a hostile move right in front of the king. But behind those closed imperial doors, the moment the monarch isn't looking, every political snake in the palace will be sharpening their knives. Honestly, this 3-month-old infant is analyzing palace survival tactics better than half the grown ministers combined. Flashback memories flood her mind with chaotic horror, being smothered by heavy quilts, nearly dropped on hard floorboards, and almost fed raw toxic honey. After all that trauma in a single afternoon, her trust in palace strangers is sitting at absolute zero. An awkward, deafening silence fills the imperial chamber as the mighty king and his tiny, suspicious daughter sit locked in an unblinking staring contest. Gulp. The instant the king takes the spoon into his own hand, she happily gulps down the porridge without the slightest hesitation. With that shameless VIP bias. Beaming with glowing paternal pride, the king smiles wide, proudly declaring that Danjong was right on the money about this child's astonishing intellect. Poor monarch flinches with wide, sweating eyes, while the experienced court lady chuckles gently, reassuring him that newborn babies cry without any logical rhyme or reason. Looking at her tear-streaked cheeks, the king sighs with genuine concern, worried that she is entirely too skittish around strangers, refusing to let anyone except himself and Crown Prince Danjong hold her. As he gently wipes her cheeks, she gazes up into his warm eyes. She used to think this emperor was a heartless tyrant who abandoned his sick concubine. But deep down, he's surprisingly just an ordinary, caring dad. Bright morning sunlight filters through the lush palace treetops as the days quickly roll past inside the emperor's grand residential hall. Summarizing her daily life in adorable chibi form, she's got a busy, stoic emperor father who plays with her somewhat awkwardly, and a gorgeous crown prince brother who treats her like the center of the royal universe. Looking upward in deep thought, a lingering question continues to tug at the back of her mind. The radiant image of Lady Yoon, her gentle imperial mother, whose kind features perfectly mirror her modern older sister, gleams softly in her memories. The king gazes down with quiet paternal affection as the little princess slowly drifts off into a heavy, satisfied afternoon nap in his arms. Later that evening, this dude, he grabs his gear, heads out of the house, and he doesn't want to be found. So this guy takes a different route, sneaks up on his dad from behind, and he only needs one punch. I mean, the old man falls like a sack of potatoes. Then he grabs a rock and he beats him again until he stops moving. And just to be sure, he kicks him into the river. Whew, and this dude's done. No more fighting over the family business. It's all over. Palace attendants whisper nervously among themselves in the shadowed corridor, gossiping about how His Majesty can barely leave the pavilion because the young princess refuses everyone else. Stirring awake under the warm silk blanket, the baby perks her ears up the second she overhears the maids murmuring about something happening at Chuyong Pavilion. Maids start bickering in dark whispers, accusing one another of taking bribes from Consort Yongbin's servants. The baby snaps her eyes wide open. Chuyong Hall means bad news. Looking frantically around the massive chamber, thump thump, she realizes in utter horror that neither the emperor or Danjong is anywhere nearby. Only strange, menacingly dressed people in uniform everywhere. Unfamiliar maids. 3 towering maids in purple court hanbok look down at her tiny crib from across the dark room. Are these unfamiliar women really the only ones left guarding her? Wow! She completely loses it, screaming at the top of her lungs. The panic maids scramble across the floor, desperately whispering whether they should carry her straight to His Majesty. Reach, as a maid's pale hand reaches down toward the crib, vivid flashbacks of poisoned herbal tonic and suffocating blankets flash across her terrified baby mind. Wah! Hung! Flailing her arms and squirming backward with all her infant might, she violently refuses to let any unfamiliar attendant lay a single finger on her. Creak! The heavy wooden door suddenly slides open from the outside, cutting right through the chaotic servant panic. Striding gracefully through the tranquil garden corridors with the bundled princess in his arms, Danjong warmly apologizes to his elderly tutor for his slight tardiness. Beaming with radiant floral petals framing his angelic smile, Danjong cheerfully announces to his bewildered teacher that this is his precious baby sister. Flashback chibi scene shows the flustered maids bowing frantically when Danjong arrived earlier, breathlessly explaining that the emperor had stepped out for an urgent government discussion. The tearful maid dramatically recounted how the poor young lady woke up from her nap completely terrified without her imperial father. Back in the study, our modern-minded baby sweats profusely on Danjong's lap. Is it really safe for a 3-month-old infant to crash the future monarch's top-secret royal lecture? Elderly scholar diplomatically agrees that the emperor surely needed a moment to breathe, while Danjong proudly insists that his sister's selective clinginess is simply an unchangeable royal fact. Sitting obediently on Danjong's deep blue silk robes, the baby vows to keep completely silent whatever happens. She won't sabotage the crown prince's crucial training to become the next Joseon king. Thump thump! The second the massive historical tome opens, her infant curiosity completely shatters her quiet resolution as she gleefully smacks the open study desk with eager toddler squeals. Prince Gyeonwon chuckles softly behind his hand, surrounded by brilliant yellow blossoms as he thoroughly enjoys spending time with his adorable baby sister. Sitting together at a traditional wooden desk before an elderly scholar, little Sia perks up and babbles out loud. The elderly teacher praises the young princess's wisdom, prompting Prince Gyeongwon to swell with absolute pride as he brags that she even chose her own childhood name. The scholar blinks in utter disbelief, listening as the prince insists she picked her own Hanja characters from a book, while secretly thinking the crown prince has completely lost his mind. Seriously, watching a grown scholar try to politely process a teenager claiming a 3-month-old baby can read classical literature is absolute comedy gold. Close up on the teacher's smiling, yet soulless face, internally screaming that the crown prince is lying through his teeth. Prince Gyeongwon ignores the scholar's skepticism, casually holding Sia against his side as he reflects on how ridiculous the court gossip sounds. Standing under the shaded courtyard trees, a handsome young royal guard in full imperial armor smirks quietly at the prince's wild claims. Noticing the subtle presence behind him, little Sia tilts her head, glancing back with wide brown eyes. The stoic personal bodyguard remains positioned right behind the crown prince, keeping a watchful eye over the study session. Sia squints her tiny eyes, trying to figure out what title she should call this sharp young guard in her head. Wait, check out how the artist drew those massive purple question marks floating around her head. It's hilarious. Turning to the classic Confucian scriptures, the lesson focuses on the sacred doctrine of the mean and the nature of education. Prince Gyeonwon recites the passage perfectly without missing a single word, leaving Chancellor Huang and Lord Li stunned by his brilliance. Lord Li immediately pulls Chancellor Huang aside, going, "Did you know about this?" Explaining how heaven bestows nature upon all living things. Continuing his flawless recitation, the young prince demonstrates his exceptional academic talent while Sia watches in genuine admiration. Squeeze! While speaking smoothly, Gyeongwon casually grabs Sia's tiny hands and starts playing with her squishy baby fingers. Without breaking his recitation, the prince playfully pinches and stretches her chubby cheeks. "Hey, hands off the royal dumplings, your highness! That cheek squishing is bordering on baby harassment." Whoosh! Sia breaks free from his grip and frantically crawls across the wooden floorboards, shouting out baby noises. Tud! The toddler marches right over to the old scholar's low desk and plops herself down directly on top of his open textbook. Slap, slap, pounding her tiny fist straight onto the sacred text, Sia angrily yells at the crown prince to stop slacking off and focus on his studies. The scholar chuckles heartily at the sight, while Prince Gyeongwon bows his head in total embarrassment, agreeing to pay attention. Refocusing his mind, the prince brightens up and continues reciting the imperial doctrines with full devotion. Sia rests her chubby hands over her ears in total exasperation, while the prince and scholar exchange warm, proud smiles. You know your imperial tutor is strict when even the baby is enforcing study discipline. Cradling the infant gently in his lap, Prince Gyeongwon gazes down thoughtfully, mindful of his unmarried status in the imperial succession line. Across the pavilion, our guy was hitting those bullseyes like a pro, totally zoned in. His sister cheered him on, already imagining that giant panda, but wouldn't you know it, some glasses guy strolls over and starts talking trash. Classic. And now, the court officials are all talking about how His Majesty will soon select a fitting queen to support the young crown prince. Baby Sia freezes as her reborn adult brain processes the overheard palace gossip, activating her inner historical database. Hilarious chibi flashback shows an annoying elder grilling a stressed teenage prince about marriage and new stepmothers. Wow, turns out high society court politics back then were literally identical to modern holiday family dinners where relatives won't stop asking when you're getting married. blade. Plap! Out of nowhere, Sia's chubby hand slaps straight across Prince Gyeongwon's lips. The young prince stammers in surprise, struggling to speak while the baby firmly muffles his face to prevent him from spouting any more depressing marriage nonsense. Prince Gyeongwon laughs off the sudden smack, assuring the old teacher that he'll just stick to playing with his little sister for now. Looking over his shoulder, the prince smiles fondly as the scholar notes how much His Highness adores bonding with his sibling. Step, step! A commanding figure clad in brilliant crimson dragon robes strides into the pavilion with a smug smirk. It's His Majesty, the king himself. Prince Gwan immediately rises to his feet while holding Sia, bowing with deep respect to his imperial father. The king gazes down with affectionate concern, asking if little Sia has finally settled down after her earlier crying fit. Reaching out his arms with a competitive glare, the king insists on taking the baby since the prince must be exhausted. Oh, look at that terrifying purple aura flaring up behind the crown prince. This is pure father-son territorial war. Titan, Prince Gyeongwon clutches Sia even closer to his chest, brazenly refusing to hand her over to his biological father. The king narrows his eyes aggressively, arguing that frequent changes in environment are bad for an infant, determined not to lose this baby-holding contest. Turning to the chubby princess in his arms, Gyeongwon asks Sia to confirm that she'd rather stay in the Eastern Palace with him. A hilarious chibi vision shows the king weeping dramatically with anime tear rivers, begging his darling daughter not to abandon her poor father. Sia tilts her eyes sideways, weighing her options carefully in the middle of this high-stakes royal custody feud. Shadow. Glancing toward the background, Sia notices 3 cold, emotionless courtmaids standing rigidly in the shade. Remembering how even the sweetest smiling court ladies can hide deadly intentions, Sia reminds herself to stay extremely cautious around the Eastern Palace staff. Prince Gyeongwon smirks playfully, issuing an official challenge to the king to see which of them Sia will crawl to on her own. The king chuckles arrogantly, completely confident that the baby will choose the father who has fed and raised her over a younger brother. Settle. The 2 imperial males sit on opposite ends of the room like competitors on a baby racing track, opening their arms wide and sweetly calling her name. Sia stares back with comically deadpan, swirly eyes, completely done with these 2 grown men treating her like a prized game show trophy. Crawl, crawl. With a heavy internal sigh, the chubby toddler reluctantly begins crawling forward across the polished floorboards toward the waiting royals. Pausing mid-crawl with a sharp glint in her eyes, Sia prepares to make her definitive choice between the 2 competitive imperial monarchs. Tap! With a victorious coo, little Sia reaches out her chubby hand and places it directly on Prince Gyeongwon's blue sleeve, declaring her ultimate winner. Both the king and the crown prince freeze in total suspense, sweat dripping down their faces as they eagerly wait to see which one of them the baby princess will choose. Instead of picking either of her overly competitive male relatives, little Sia executes a hilarious tactical maneuver, swerving straight down the middle. Realizing the infant is completely rejecting both of them, the 2 royal men yell out in absolute shock as Sia frantically crawls toward the pavilion balcony. The surrounding court guards and attendants gasp in utter panic, watching the tiny princess march right past her father and brother to seek an alternative route. Talk about getting totally ghosted by a 3-month-old. Reaching her little arm through the wooden balcony railing, Sia stretches her chubby hand toward a handsome young officer standing outside. Grab! With a determined baby coo, Sia firmly latches onto the red uniform sleeve of Siono, the young imperial bodyguard. Standing completely paralyzed behind her, His Majesty and Prince Gyeongwon stare in complete disbelief, struggling to process why a total stranger beat them both in a baby custody contest. Softening his stoic expression, Guard Siano gently bends down and asks the princess if she wants him to escort her away from this tense room. Pointing over toward the 2 royal men, Sino subtly reminds her that the king and crown prince are currently drowning in a gloomy pit of purple despair. You gotta love how the artist drew those massive dark depression lines radiating off their heads like broken anime characters. Pouting her cheeks in sheer toddler exasperation, Sia turns her head away, completely baffled by how these powerful leaders are throwing a quiet tantrum. Slap, slap! The chubby toddler throws a full-on temper tantrum, slamming her fists onto the wooden boards while scolding the grown men for acting so immature. Hilariously, as the king carries her back inside later, both monarchs admit it's the very first time in their lives they've ever been lectured by an infant. And crossing her tiny arms like a disappointed boss while resting against the king's chest, Sia glares sideways, satisfied that her message was loud and clear. By the time evening falls over the imperial grounds, and just like that, whoosh! The baby princess is officially transported back to the main grand palace. Under heavy guard, no less. Man, talk about a security upgrade. Waving goodbye with a deeply regretful expression, Prince Gyangwon sends his sister off, knowing he'll just visit her main palace chambers tomorrow anyway. After learning how severely Sia cried during his brief absence, His Majesty remains practically glued to her side, terrified of upsetting his precious daughter again. Observing the bowing palace maids around her, Sia decides to treat the innocent staff with more kindness, recognizing they had nothing to do with court conspiracies. As seasonal leaves sway gently under the bright sky, an entire month passes quietly inside the imperial residence. Resting on a plush blue cushion while the king reviews official documents, Sia knows she can't remain dormant forever if she wants to rescue her birth sister, Lady Yoon. Remembering how her sick sister fell gravely ill from heartbreak after their forced separation, Sia's heart aches with deep anxiety. A tragic vision of Lady Yoon lying pale and bedridden in her cold room drives home the tragic reality of palace power struggles. Clench, tightening her tiny fist with fierce determination, Sia decides that staying passive is no longer an option. Glancing over at her royal father working diligently at his desk, the reborn princess plots her next move. It's time to cause a little high society chaos. With a sharp glint in her golden brown eyes, Sia vows to prove to His Majesty that taking care of a baby isn't a walk in the park. Sitting silently before an open classical scroll, the king pauses his work, lost deep in internal conflict regarding his youngest daughter. Deep down, the monarch chastises himself as a useless father, wondering if he should distance his heart to protect her from court enemies. He ponders whether returning Sia to her biological mother, Lady Yan, would allow the court to formally appoint her as an official royal concubine. But raising a low-ranking mother to a royal consort title would instantly trigger fierce backlash from corrupt court ministers hungry for power. A shadowy flashback reveals senior ministers gathered around a low conference table, aggressively pressuring the king to select a political queen consort instead. Closing his eyes with a weary sigh, the lonely monarch realizes not a single corrupt court official actually cares about the infant's safety. Remembering Sia's chubby cheeks and tiny fingers munching happily on sweet pastries, the king's cold heart instantly melts. He recalls how the quiet baby would crawl over to watch him work without disturbing a single official document, giving him rare moments of true peace. A bright memory of little Sia smiling sweetly while holding his finger fills the monarch with overwhelming warmth. Realizing how deeply he has grown attached to his daughter, the king turns his head toward the floor, eager to look at her adorable face again. Blink! The king blinks in sudden terror as he gazes down. The plush blue cushion is completely empty. Snapping his eyes wide open with a terrified gasp, His Majesty frantically scans the silent room. As the royal lesson gets underway, the room's lavish interior comes into full view, featuring a breathtaking celadon crane vase glittering under the soft morning light. Adorned with intricately painted flying cranes, this priceless imperial treasure probably costs more than an entire province's yearly revenue. Host comment, honestly, displaying an ultra-fragile, irreplaceable national heirloom right within arm's reach of a chaotic, desk-slapping toddler seems like a complete recipe for disaster. Tap, standing right by the heavy wooden doors, tiny Sia reaches her chubby hands up and grabs the golden door handle. His Majesty freezes mid-breath, staring in absolute disbelief at the impossible sight unfolding before his eyes. You're standing on your legs? The king screams in sheer jaw-dropping shock, pointing his finger like he just witnessed a divine miracle. Turning her head with a cute babble, the chubby princess beams proudly while holding herself up. Freak! Using her tiny baby strength, Sia pulls the heavy sliding door open to step outside. Wobble. Suddenly losing her balance, Sia's little body tilts backward as she begins tumbling out the doorway. The dives. Throwing all royal decorum out the window, the king hurls his body across the room like an Olympic athlete, knocking over inkstones and scrolls to catch her. Bang! Crash! A massive chaotic crash echoes through the palace doors, causing the head eunuch outside to jump out of his skin. Slam! The terrified head eunuch bursts into the study, screaming in total panic to check if His Majesty was under attack. back. The eunuch freezes instantly, covering his mouth in total horror as he witnesses the supreme king of the realm lying flat on his stomach on the floor, clinging desperately to the baby princess. The king literally lost every last drop of his royal dignity just to save his daughter from a 3-inch fall. Hugging his baby daughter tightly against his chest, His Majesty lets out a relieved breath, while tiny Sia blinks up at him with a bewildered expression. Listening through the ornate wooden sliding door, the anxious head attendant urgently asks if he should summon the court physician to examine His Majesty's back. Struggling back onto his feet while holding the unharmed toddler, the king groans in pain while the eunuch confirms little Sia didn't receive a single scratch. Honestly, seeing the supreme ruler of a kingdom break his back for a baby drop is peak fatherly comedy. Rubbing his sore lower back with a grimace, His Majesty orders the staff to immediately clear out all breakable objects from his study before the newly standing princess wrecks the place. Surveying the absolute destruction left on the floor, spilled black ink scrolls, knocked over inkstones, and tossed cushions, the king realizes the entire room needs childproofing. Both grown men simultaneously exhale a heavy sigh of relief, watching little Sia snuggle safely inside the eunuch's long sleeves. Suddenly, both the king and his chief attendant freeze in complete confusion, staring down at the tiny infant sitting between them. You can literally see giant question marks floating above their heads. Looking down in utter disbelief, the eunuch asks if the 3-month-old princess just let out a full adult sigh, while Sia panics internally that her secret adult mind is about to be exposed. Coughing nervously to break the tension, the eunuch quickly gathers up damaged documents and opens a wooden treasure box containing jade rings. Hilariously, a cute mascot note pops up begging readers to support the original scanlation team. Sitting back on his plush couch cushion while cradling Sia, the king checks on her as she lets out a delicate baby squeak. Looking up at her father's face, Sia reflects on how she only meant to start a little commotion, never expecting the supreme ruler to dive face first across the floor to catch her. Talk about over-delivering on a baby rescue maneuver. Sensing the toddler's watery eyes, His Majesty's eyes widen as a red detected tears radar blinks over his head, panicking that he accidentally hurt her feelings. Opening the fallen wooden chest to show her the contents, the king explains that these precious items belong to the late queen, Crown Prince Gyeongwon's mother. Gazing down at 2 shimmering jade rings resting on embroidered silk, His Majesty nostalgically remembers buying them in secret back when he was still the crown prince. Gently holding the heirloom box out for Sia, the king warmly recalls how overjoyed the late queen was upon receiving such a simple gift, leading Sia to realize how deeply they loved each other. But as dark, thorny purple roses overshadow his expression, the monarch sorrowfully confesses that he ultimately felt like a useless sinner to his late wife. A somber flashback reveals the young crown princess entering the cold imperial palace, surrounded by shadowy, watchful eyes as she was forced to endure endless court burdens. Though the royal elders admired her gentle nature, the brutal reality of palace politics slowly broke her fragile spirit. Battling constant illness and tragic miscarriages, the gentle queen eventually lost her firstborn son at an early age, leaving her heart permanently shattered. As pressure mounted from corrupt ministers and her own family to choose a royal concubine, the isolated queen suffered in silence beneath the heavy weight of the crown. Although she eventually gave birth to Crown Prince Gyeongwon, offering a brief moment of happiness, fate remained cruel and unforgiving. Passing away shortly after, the late queen spoke her final words, whispering that she was happy to finally leave the palace and reunite with her lost daughter. Closing his eyes with deep regret, the king recalls how his late wife longed to raise a beautiful daughter and keep her safe from palace marriages for as long as possible. Gazing tenderly at little Sia's soft, chubby face, the monarch realizes his late wife was simply longing for a warm, loving family. Precious child, just like her. Realizing Lady Yoon must be experiencing that exact same maternal heartbreak, His Majesty looks down at Sia, who blinks back with a curious baby coo. Smiling warmly at her clever reaction, the king chuckles that the baby princess seems to understand Lady Yoon is her true biological mother. Brightening up the room, little Sia happily crawls across the plush floor, making her father watch her with pure adoration. But his expression turns icy cold as he wonders what terrible torment Lady Yoongbin inflicted to make such an innocent baby so terrified. Suddenly, Sia zeroes in on a massive standing celadon vase, reaching her hands out as the king panics and asks why she's obsessed with fragile porcelain. Staring right into Sia's intense, sparkling eyes, His Majesty realizes she isn't just looking. She desperately wants to smash that expensive vase. You can't fool a former adult, Your Majesty. Sparkles radiate off little Sia as she beams with absolute toddler greed, determined to claim every piece of royal porcelain for her chaotic schemes. Carrying her away in his arms, the king chuckles at her newfound lively expression, assuming the baby just loves shiny objects. Two palace maids carefully haul the massive celadon vase out of the study while Sia giggles villainously in the background. Cradling his adorable daughter amid blooming golden flowers, the king laughs heartily at how unpredictable children truly are, enjoying his very first experience raising an infant. His Majesty marvels at how every tiny habit of hers feels like an exciting new world. As sunset casts a fiery orange glow over the grand palace rooftops, secret political storms begin gathering in the shadows. Inside the grand council chamber, senior ministers kneel before the throne, each one presenting a potential solution to replenish the royal coffers, loudly demanding that the vacant queen consort seat be filled immediately. Glaring forward with cold, calculating eyes, Lord Hong Song-jo, the powerful chief state counselor and foster father of Lady Yongbin, prepares his political trap. Sitting high upon the imperial throne with tiny Sia sleeping soundly in his arms, the king coldly looks down at the aggressive counselor, cutting off their demands with an authoritative glare. His Majesty firmly declares that selecting a queen is a royal family matter and refuses to entertain further pressure. As the old ministers yell out in protest, the baby squirms in her sleep, forcing the king to angrily hush the entire court so they don't wake his sleeping daughter. Imagine silencing an entire government council just so your baby can take a power nap. His Majesty realizes these vultures gathered the second Lady Yongbin was placed under house arrest, with proving palace secrets leaked to court factions far too easily. A shadowy void depicts corrupt senior ministers who served the previous ruler and now seek to control the current king like a puppet. Kneeling in unified formation, the ministers forcefully demand that palace discipline and traditional laws be re-established under their authority. Observing the spitting, shouting officials, the king notes that the crown prince's uncle, also minister of rights, is suspiciously silent. Lord Papyong Buongun, a title reserved for royal in-laws, is leading the charge alongside the sly counselor. A secret night flashback reveals the ministers conspiring over tea, plotting to force Lady Yongbin onto the queen's throne to protect their own political power. Contemplating the dangerous situation, the king knows elevating Lady Yongbin might silence them today, but will destroy the empire's stability tomorrow. As the corrupt ministers roar in aggressive unison, little Sia opens her golden eyes in the king's arms, ready to enter the political battleground. As the intense political discussion drags on, little Princess Seo-yoon suddenly bursts into loud dramatic wailing right in the middle of the king's lap. The unexpected outburst catches the stern court officials completely off guard. The infant's piercing scream shatters the solemn atmosphere, causing the high-ranking minister to cringe in sheer panic. Messing up during a royal court meeting is bad enough, but waking up an angry royal baby? That's a whole new level of danger. The king tenderly pats his tiny daughter's back, whispering gentle words of comfort to quiet her loud sobbing. Gentle patting sounds echo through the grand ornate hall as the king patiently attempts to soothe the restless toddler. Settling comfortably against her father's royal robes, Seo-yoon lets out a faint sigh and softly drifts back to sleep. Kneeling down on the cold floor, the three ministers exchange nervous glances, each feeling the same heavy weight of unease about what lies before them, waiting for the brief interruption to pass. Clearing his throat, the minister immediately resumes his relentless pressuring, insisting that Lady Yongbin is the only acceptable choice to fill the empty queen's seat for the nation's stability. He raises his voice with dramatic urgency, demanding an immediate elevation. The boisterous shouting instantly jolts little Seo-yoon right out of her slumber once again. The minister freezes in place as he realizes his loud, passionate plea just ruined the baby's nap time a second time. Once again, the king has to interrupt the political debate to gently rock his agitated baby girl back and forth. Fixating his sharp gaze upon the chief state counselor, the king calls him out with an icy, dangerous tone. Feeling the heavy pressure in the room, the older minister bows his head low, offering a swift and humble apology. Though he outwardly bows in submission, his narrow, calculating eyes show he has no intention of backing down easily. Despite the icy warning, the counselor lowers his tone to a fierce whisper, initiating round 2 of his relentless political lobbying. Seriously, these politicians will not take a hint even if a royal baby is glaring right at him. Raising his voice yet again, he presses the king for a rapid decision, causing the tired infant to whine in frustration. Unable to hold back her absolute rage, Seo-yoon opens her mouth and unleashes an ear-splitting toddler shriek. Round 3 and round 4 of the political battle quickly turn into a chaotic circus as the minister's speech is met with continuous, loud wails. A menacing aura radiates off the king as his patience completely wears paper thin. Seeing the king's terrifying mood, the junior minister whispers to the counselor to retreat before he changes his mind and slaughters them all. But the stubborn old man stubbornly refuses. Vowing to grind the king down through sheer endurance, the chief state counselor throws his hands on the floor and bellows at the top of his lungs about kingdom stability. Deep wrinkles form on baby Seo-yoon's brow as she reaches her absolute limit with this noisy old politician. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the counselor begs for royal compliance without a care for anyone else in the hall. Suddenly, he feels a tiny shadow lunging towards him as an enraged baby charge begins. Smack! With unbelievable speed and toddler fury, baby Seo-yoon stretches her little arm and slaps the chief state counselor directly across his mouth. Talk about absolute iconic toddler violence. The king's jaw completely drops in utter bewilderment as he watches his tiny 3-month-old daughter deliver physical retribution. Panic erupts across the grand hall as little Seo-yoon pins the high minister to the ground and continues her aggressive assault. The prestigious chief state counselor gasps in horror. Completely helpless against a furious baby who is locked onto his face? With full force, Seo-yoon yanks his long-prized beard with all her infant strength, making the old man scream out in agony. Sweating profusely, the king quickly scooping up his fierce daughter, pulling her off the gasping, beaten counselor, finally letting go. Seo-yoon releases the tangled gray hairs from her chubby little fingers. Panting heavily on the floor, the battered counselor listens as the king offers a nonchalant apology, claiming the baby is just an innocent child who knows no better. Clutching his throbbing red jaw, the counselor seethes in silent humiliation, agonizing over how a 3-month-old infant completely dismantled his political ambition. Turning his head away, the king fails miserably to hide the satisfied smirk spreading across his face. Declaring that Her Highness is simply in a poor mood, the king officially dismisses the entire court assembly for the day. Ministers have no choice but to bow out gracefully, accepting their defeat against the ultimate toddler defense. Looking totally drained and humiliated, the high officials slowly trudge out of the palace courtyard. With the loud politicians finally gone, the king coos to his cheerful daughter, pleased that peace and quiet have returned to the hall. As the king chuckles warmly at his baby girl's bright laughter, the disgraced chief state counselor watches from the shadows, trembling in bitter rage. Walking away in frustration, the counselor curses Lady Yongbin's incompetence, blaming her failure to secure the king's favor for their current political deadlock. He recalls how even with the Queen Dowager's backing, Lady Yongbin failed to capitalize on caring for the newborn princess to gain royal points. And he remembers adopting a beautiful, graceful young woman specifically to plant her in the inner palace as a high-ranking concubine. He grumbles that her humble background limited her influence, while lamenting that Prince Gyeongwon's existence complicated their grand scheme. Calculating the odds, he figures that since the king won't pick a new consort, Lady Yongbin remains the top contender over the frail Lady Seonbin and her weak son. Reassured by the Queen Dowager's firm backing, the ambitious counselor resolves to bide his time until the throne is forced to yield. Meanwhile, as the political scheming continues in the background, life in the royal nursery rolls right along. Looking utterly exhausted with dark circles under her tiny eyes, little Seo-yoon whines in frustration over her ruined nap time. A comical chibi scene shows those noisy ministers dancing in her mind, driving our reincarnated princess completely over the edge. Seo-yoon admits that her ferocious face-slapping attack wasn't even calculated strategy. She was just so sleep-deprived that she acted out her exact violent dreams. Talk about the ultimate nap time retribution. Exhausted from the grueling court session, the king cradles little Seo-yoon in his arms, whispering softly when he notices her waking up. Looking down with overflowing paternal warmth, his face lights up with a proud, doting smile. Confused by his affectionate expression, baby Seo-yoon tilts her head, wondering why her imperial father is staring at her like that. Looking around the opulent chamber, she notices a stern older woman seated nearby and wonders where they've moved to now. Leaning forward, Reiner presses a hidden button and suddenly a giant cage falls on top of Luffy. Whoa, who would have seen that coming? The Empress Dowager inquires if this is indeed the precious young princess the king holds so dear. Bowing respectfully, the king confirms her identity as the Grand Matron approaches them with slow, measured steps. Hearing her father address the woman so formally, Seo-yoon realizes this dignified lady must be her royal grandmother. Reaching out gently, the Empress Dowager takes the tiny baby into her own arms. Noticing how comfortably the infant settles against her, the grandmother remarks that the princess seems surprisingly calm. She exhales a faint sigh, praising the toddler for being remarkably clever for her age. Deciding to play along, Seo-yoon flashes her absolute best adorable smile, turning on her ultimate business charm to win over the powerful matriarch. Honestly, you gotta respect a reincarnated baby who knows how to network. Admiring the baby's cheerful mood, the dowager wonders aloud why the infant was so terrified back in Lady Yongbin's quarters. Suddenly calling out to Lady Yongbin, the Grand Matron turns as the concubine steps forward with a bow, causing Seo-yoon to freeze in sheer horror. Internal panic explodes inside the baby's mind as she realizes her mortal enemy isn't locked away in confinement after all. Expecting them to bond, the Empress Dowager encourages Lady Yongbin to come closer and hold the princess again. As the sinister concubine reaches out her hands, Seo-yoon's eyes widen in sheer terror. Horror strikes her heart as she realizes the Empress Dowager might actually be conspiring with her enemy. Talk about an absolute worst-case scenario. Thrashing her tiny limbs violently, Seo-yoon lets out an ear-splitting scream, swatting away Yongbin's hands before she can even touch her. Hearing his daughter's desperate wails, the king instantly lunges forward and scoops her back into his protective embrace. Holding her tightly against his chest, he gently strokes her back, reassuring her that no one will ever hurt her. He glares down with protective fury, boldly declaring that as long as she's in her father's arms, nobody dares lay a finger on her. Turning an icy, demanding gaze toward Lady Yongbin, the king demands a full explanation for the infant's sudden terror. Ignoring her desperate excuses, the king coldly orders Lady Yongbin to leave his presence immediately. As Lady Seonbin gracefully speaks up about how happy Prince Gyeongwon was to visit, little Seo-yoon perks up in surprise at the boy's name. Remembering the creepy, violent behavior of the little prince, ominous dark thorns manifest in her imagination as the boy steps into the room. The moment her eyes land on Prince Gyeongwon, Seo-yoon unleashes another ear-splitting scream, clutching her father's robes in utter terror. Still pinned to the floor after his dramatic dive, His Majesty locks his sharp, wild eyes on her and demands, low, tense, breathy, "Where is the other kid?" Trembling gaze onto his daughter, completely paralyzed by what just happened. His mind spirals as he tries to process the impossible sight. His 3-month-old infant literally stood up on her tiny legs and pulled open a massive imperial sliding door all by herself. Seeing his daughter's violent reaction? And just like that, the king immediately dismisses Prince Gyeongwon alongside Lady Yongbin without hesitation. Meanwhile, little Sia sits with her chubby chin tucked in, pressing her lips together in a firm pout without a single shred of remorse. Seriously, check out that unbelievable poker face. This tiny menace just shattered the laws of child development and threw the king into cardiac arrest, yet she's acting completely blameless. Prince Gyeongwon trudges away with a dark, resentful scowl, casting one last lingering glance through the sliding doors before they seal shut. This kid's side-eye is straight out of a horror movie. Cradled safely in her father's arms, Seo-yoon grimly realizes that relying solely on the king won't be enough to survive the court's dangerous schemes. Later that afternoon, everyone's called to the hall as Sensei reveals the top 3 teams who passed. Court officials present their concerns regarding the vacant queen's throne to the king and dowager. They're like, Your Majesty, we need to, fill that spot. Classic bureaucracy, right? Always worrying about titles. The Empress Dowager explains the cultural necessity of a queen, claiming mages will never respect a ruler who isn't paired with a non-mage in holy matrimony, noting that crucial state banquets and silk rites demand an official matriarch. As the dowager complains about handling internal affairs herself, baby Seo-yoon crawls across the floor, completely exhausted by the endless political babble. Wandering around the room, the curious toddler inspects the grand assembly of royal women seated on silk cushions. Realizing their lavish attire marks them as high-ranking concubines, she scans the rows of faces intently. Her eyes light up with hope as she realizes her sweet older sister might be sitting among them. Meanwhile, the king proposes returning Siyun to Lady Yun, but the dowager hesitates to grant Lady Yun the official imperial seal. The dowager suggests giving the baby to an experienced concubine instead, completely oblivious to Seo Yun giggling right past them. Smiling awkwardly, the concubines decline, claiming the infant seems far too shy to adapt to a new caretaker. Slumping her shoulders in disappointment, Seyun sighs upon realizing her beloved sister isn't in the room after all. Suddenly hearing the dowager insist on picking any concubine, high-voltage alarm bells scream in Seo Yun's brain. You know things are bad when a baby enters code red survival mode. Instantly, she throws herself onto the floor and sets off a deafening siren scream, shocking the entire royal audience. Panic erupts among the concubines as they scramble backwards in total confusion, but the general casually steps forward and slices an opening right between them, saying they can just enter to the left if they'd rather. His squad marches straight in, leaving the prince to just sigh at his men doing whatever they want anyway. Though he does have a point that it's not cool to make the ladies wait, wondering why the baby flipped from smiling to hysterical. Stepping forward with quiet dignity, young Prince Gyeongwon speaks up, revealing that the princess appeared to be searching for someone. Surprised by the boy's sharp observation, and now the king turns his full attention to the young prince. Prince Gyeongwon explains how the baby walked through the concubines, carefully inspecting each face as if seeking a specific person. Lowering his voice respectfully, he asks if the young princess might actually be longing for her biological mother, Lady Yun. The realization hits the king like a lightning bolt, filling his eyes with quiet shock and deep reflection. Softening her tone, she asks how an intelligent child could ever forget such profound maternal devotion, nodding in full agreement. But then the king warmly confirms that Lady Yun's affection for his daughter is truly unquestionable. Hearing them speak out for her, little Seo Yun's eyes sparkle as she realizes Lady Sionbin is actively pushing to send her back to her beloved sister. Watching Lady Sionbin bow with calculated composure, I had to wonder what card she was about to play next. Seyun takes notes on how a true first-rank imperial consort maneuvers in court politics. In her mind, a tactical scorecard pops up showing Lady Sionbin scoring big points while crushing Lady Yongbin's scheme. Talk about an absolute masterclass in political maneuvering. Bright sunlight bathes the grand palace courtyard as a brand new day begins for the young princess. Surprised courtmaids gasp in utter awe, clapping their hands in pure delight at the sudden milestone. Wobbling forward with fierce determination, whoa! Baby Seyun completes 7 full steps all on her own. Overwhelmed with emotional joy, Lady Yun rushes forward and scoops the toddler into a tight, warm hug. Snuggling against her sister's shoulder, Seyun happily babbles while remembering the absolute chaos she had to cause to make this reunion happen. She reflects back on the extreme. That was all a facade, guys. We see a flashback of the massive tantrum and tearful effort she pulled off inside the royal court just to force the king's hand. A comical flashback shows Seo Yun crawling straight between high-ranking ministers, making them sweat in sheer panic that she'd pull out their beards. Imagine being a powerful politician, completely terrified of a toddler. Next, she smashed her ink-covered hands directly onto official historical records, terrifying the royal scribes. The entire court chamber turned upside down as ministers stood frozen while the baby treated state documents like her personal coloring book. Swooping in instantly, the king lifted her high into his arms, praising his brilliant daughter for learning to walk. Relieved court officials bowed low, laughing along softly now that the tense situation had passed. Sneaking a cunning smirk, Seo Yun knew rumors of a baby running wild in court would force the officials to grant her quarters immediately to save face. She really played the entire royal court like a fiddle. Soon after, official appointment documents were issued, making Fang Yuan the new leader of the Guishui outpost, formally elevating her sister to the high rank of royal concubine Sukwon. And looking around her sister's newly assigned opulent residence. Seon inspects the lavish setup while keeping a close eye on the court maids. Meanwhile, her sister squeezes her in a hug so tight that poor little Seo-yoon squishes her face in mild suffocation. Noticing the toddler squirming frantically, a thoughtful maid quickly speaks up, causing Lady Yoon to apologize in flustered embarrassment. Tears stream down Lady Yoon's cheeks as she marvels at how fast her little sister's growing, admitting she feared they'd be separated forever. Stepping forward respectfully, the head maid hands over a clean silk handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Gazing up with big, soulful eyes, baby Soyoon feels her heart melt seeing her sister cry tears of pure affection, radiating overflowing warmth. Lady Yun basps, bursts into a glowing smile at her sister's sweet, loving gesture. Turning her head slightly, Seo-yoon perks up as a loyal maid steps forward to introduce herself. Lady Yun cheerfully agrees, eager to present her trusty inner court companion to the young princess. She introduces Maid Ami, explaining that she has been her closest confidant since her early days in the palace. Maid Ami bows gracefully, offering a warm and loyal smile to her new young mistress. Next, a playful maid named Songbi bows deeply, enthusiastically offering her service to the toddler. Instantly, baby Seonyu narrows her eyes into a hilarious, intense criminal background check. Glare. You can never be too careful in a snake pit like this. After secretly observing their daily behavior over several days, Seo-yoon concludes that her sister's inner circle is genuinely trustworthy. Munching happily on a delicious snack stick, so there she is, right? The princess, all ears, as maid Songbi spills the real tea on the palace gossip. Songbi proudly recounts how Lady Yoon once stood up to bully maids by splashing water right back at them, before secretly gifting her sweet treats. She adds that even while pregnant, Lady Yoon would personally bake delicious treats to visit her old friends in secret. Watching her sister's radiant expression, Seo-yoon marvels at how thoughtful someone high up in the palace was to assign these loyal servants to her sister. She carefully analyzes the court power dynamics, knowing Lady Youngbin and the Grand Consort wouldn't be this generous. Realizing Lady Seonbin's quiet hand must be guiding these favorable arrangements, Seo-yoon notes her growing influence. It looks like Lady Seonbin is playing the long game. Kneeling down, Maid Songbi gently asks if the royal toddler is enjoying her delicious meal. Seeing the baby nod contentedly, Songbi beams with pure childlike happiness, chewing her food thoughtfully. Seo-yoon worries whether someone as sweet and gentle as her sister can survive the vicious court backstabbing. Suddenly, a pitch-black heavy shadow looms over the room as hostile voices echo from the doorway. A group of snobbish senior maids fold their arms, sneering down with sheer arrogance as they mock Lady Yoon's lowly kitchen maid origins. Uh-oh, palace bullies have arrived and they clearly don't know who they're messing with. Peeking out from behind the court robes, little Seo-yoon listens intently as snobbish palace attendants scoff at her personal caretaker just because she was reassigned from the culinary quarters. Three senior maids look down on the gentle servant with heavy sneers, aggressively interrogating whether a low-ranking kitchen worker even knows proper royal etiquette. One maid snidely snickers behind her hand, sarcastically mocking whether the poor maid is going to run off and cry to her highness about being bullied. Seriously, the toxic workplace politics in this imperial court are out of control. Quiet caretaker hangs her head in profound humiliation, biting her lip as the cruel insults chip away at her spirit. Watching this toxic hierarchy unfold, our reincarnated princess furrows her tiny brows in quiet frustration. Back in her previous life, she despised office bullies, and seeing them target someone from the food prep department makes her blood boil. Her mother, Lady Yoon, also hailed from that exact same culinary division. If these arrogant maids treat a harmless caretaker with such blatant contempt right in front of royalty, how cruelly do they whisper behind closed doors? Feeling completely helpless, the trembling maid clutches the infant closely to her chest, quietly agonizing over how to survive the relentless palace harassment. Boo-boo! Little Seo-yoon suddenly pipes up and points her chubby finger straight at a fresh bowl of chilled dongchimi radish broth on the low table. Swat! With all her toddler might, the baby forcefully shoves the entire metal bowl right off the tray. Take that, you miserable bullies! Splat! Cold radish soup and pickled vegetables fly through the air, smacking the arrogant lead maid dead on the chest. Eek! That's instant infant karma served ice cold. You've got to respect a 3-month-old baby throwing down for her favorite maid. Out in the sunlit gardens, Lady Yoon's chief court attendant, Lady Men, approaches with a stern expression, having caught wind of the princess acting particularly fussy during mealtime. The reporting maid shifts nervously on her feet, stuttering under Lady Men's razor-sharp imperial gaze. Wiping her brow, the attendant explains that whenever certain maids approach with food, the baby deliberately hurls the bowl straight at him. Lady Min strokes her chin thoughtfully, relieved that the chilled broth caused no physical burns, yet deeply intrigued by the toddler's bizarrely targeted hostility. Narrowing her keen eyes with a knowing smirk, Lady Min instantly puts 2 and 2 together. The brilliant little princess is deliberately punishing the attendants who dared to mistreat Songbi. Later that night, the bitter, disgraced maids sit whispering in the shadows, planning their revenge on Cinderella, whining about being stuck serving a daughter born from what they deem a lowly concubine. Creak! The spiteful gossip instantly dies in their throats as a towering, imposing figure suddenly looms silently behind their backs. Lady Min glares down like an unyielding shadow of royal retribution, completely terrifying the bad-mouthing servants. Talk about the absolute worst person to get caught gossiping in front of. Following a swift imperial staff purge, 3 bright, cheerful, and respectful new maids, Wolby, Sukwa, and Baek, warmly introduce themselves with glowing smiles. A woo, little Seo-yoon coos happily, thrilled that the toxic palace faction has finally been booted out of her living quarters. A hilarious chibi flashback shows our feisty baby princess yelling at the top of her lungs, fiercely defending her sweet caretaker Songbi from those mean-spirited bullies. Snuggled comfortably in Songbi's lap, Seo-yoon relaxes among the new maids, confident that if any shady schemers try stepping out of line again, she'll just toss another soup bowl at their faces. Swoosh! A gorgeous, dazzling bright red dress is suddenly draped right before the baby's wide eyes. Maid back beams cheerfully, asking Her Highness how she likes the vibrant, festive colors chosen for today's special occasion. Floating in a sparkle of floral elegance, the delicate red skirt adorned with traditional Korean chrysanthemum patterns shimmers under the morning light. The maids explain that Lady Seonbin is coming over for a formal visit, prompting the head lady to dress the princess in her very best attire. Sayun blinks in astonishment. Lady Seonbin herself is making a personal trip here? With a warm, graceful smile, the refined Lady Seonbin steps inside, expressing genuine delight at seeing the young mother and child looking so radiant and healthy. Radiating maternal beauty among blooming morning glories, Lady Yoon proudly cradles little Seo-yoon, humbly crediting Lady Seobin's gracious support for their peaceful days. A lovely bird's-eye view reveals the serene royal gathering. With Lady Seonbin seated gracefully alongside her young son, Prince Jeongwon, Lady Seonbin gazes warmly across the low table, affectionately checking in on the little princess's well-being. Unable to resist the baby's chubby cheeks, Lady Seonbin gently inquires if she might be allowed to hold the precious royal infant. Lady Yoon nods with deep respectful warmth, happy to share her darling daughter with such a gracious senior consort. Swift, delicate hands carefully take hold of the infant, lifting her up with tender royal precision. Cradling the bundle close against her silk robes, Lady Seonbin smiles softly as little Prince Gyeongwon sits quietly by her side, watching with wide, observant eyes. As those weighty words echo through the chamber, a sharp, calculating gaze narrows in silent, intense scrutiny. Every high-ranking royal in the room holds their breath, watching closely to see whether this emotional reminder will finally persuade the king to grant Lady Yoon her rightful place beside the baby princess. Seriously, look at that razor-sharp side-eye. In a court packed with scheming snakes, even a single glance can change the power dynamic instantly. Lady Seonbin gently presents the baby to the young prince, introducing Seo-yoon as his dear younger sister and asking him to watch over her from now on. Prince Gyeongwon nods obediently, formally promising to take good care of his new little sister with pure heartfelt sincerity. Staring up at the polite young boy, Seo-yoon suddenly recalls how he spoke up on her behalf during the tense confrontation in front of the Empress Dowager. The two royal mothers gasp in sheer adoration, melting at how incredibly precious the young siblings look together. Meanwhile, Seonun sweats under the intense wave of maternal doting. Shift! Without warning, Lady Seonben gently passes the baby straight into the young prince's arms. Wait. Surrounded by blooming white blossoms, the young prince awkwardly yet firmly holds the chubby princess in his lap, while the mothers gush over their deep sibling affection. Little Seoyun freezes with comically wide pupils. Shake. Did anyone ask the poor kid if he even knows how to carry a fragile 3-month-old infant without dropping her? As the children prepare to step out, Lady Seonbin's demeanor subtly shifts, quietly announcing to Lady Yoon that they have confidential matters to discuss alone. Click! The ornate palace doors slide shut, sealing the two imperial women inside as an air of quiet, high-stakes suspense settles over the royal chamber. What secret of court intrigue is Lady Seonbin about to reveal? Prince Gyeonwon walks down the hallway carrying baby Seoyun in his arms while court maids stand guard outside, wondering what top-secret discussion is happening behind closed doors. Peeking over his shoulder, Seoyun's eyes sparkle with burning curiosity as she tries to eavesdrop on the royal meeting. Noticing her eagerness, Prince Gyeongwon gently pulls her away from the doors, reminding her that interrupting the king's private audience is strictly forbidden. She can't help but acknowledge that even as a young boy, Prince Gyeongwon possesses surprisingly handsome, intense whisper, noble features that fit a prince. And Seoyun lets out a heavy baby sigh, brooding over the fact that she's being carried around like a plush toy by someone who isn't even fully grown himself. Sitting down on the wooden pavilion edge, Gyeongwon tilts his head and remarks that she behaves far too intelligently to be an ordinary newborn. He stresses how suffocating and dangerous royal life really is, urging her to always keep her guard up around court members. Gyeongwon mentions that the crown prince takes a fond liking to her, calling his older brother a good man, though far too busy to be disturbed. Leaning in closer, he gives her a cryptic piece of advice to actively avoid running into the crown prince whenever possible. Hearing his overly cautious tone, Seoyun narrows her eyes, wondering if some serious political rift has developed between the royal brothers. Looking back on that moment, Seoyun reflects that the dark meaning behind Gyeongwon's warning would become terrifyingly clear soon after she learned to walk. The maids shriek in disbelief, terrified that such an abominable omen could appear right inside the sacred royal palace grounds. The maids tremble in fear, desperately wondering who could be sickening enough to plant a mutilated carcass directly inside Lady Yun's courtyard. While a protective maid pulls the toddler into her arms to shield her view, Seoyun realizes she already caught a clear glimpse of the dead bird. Trying to keep panic from spreading, the senior maid sternly orders Sukwa to keep quiet and bring someone to scrub the area immediately. Turning her attention to the toddler, the maid checks if the terrifying sight frightened her. But baby Seoyun remains remarkably unfazed. Surprised by the child's composure, the maids whisper among themselves, while Seoyun internally scoffs that having seen poultry slaughtered back in her past life made dead birds completely routine. You can't traumatize a former modern adult with a dead crow. Nice try, villains. Seoyun also takes note that maid Songbi casually mentions slaughtering chickens herself, realizing the seemingly gentle maid is secretly tough as nails. Remembering her past life memories, she recalls seeing pigeons hit by cars or slamming into glass windows, so a dead bird barely registers on her shock scale. Even so, she admits to herself that waking up to morbid threats isn't exactly a pleasant way to start a morning in the palace. Sharp chill runs down her spine as she realizes that open palace courtyards don't have glass windows for birds to accidentally crash into. Meaning this wasn't an unfortunate accident. It was a calculated, deliberate act of psychological intimidation targeted directly at her sister's residence. Sure enough, just days later, the horrific harassment escalates when a dead, bloody rat is dumped right outside their doorway. Sighing in weary frustration, the head maid instructs everyone to move Lady Yoon and the young princess to another room while she summons cleaners. Dawdling along freely, Seoyun notes how quickly the household maids have become desensitized to finding dead pests scattered around their quarters. When finding dead rodents becomes your daily routine, you know your palace apartment complex has terrible neighbors. Narrowing her eyes, a specific arrogant face immediately pops into her mind as the prime suspect behind these disgusting pranks. She shakes her head, distrustful whether Prince Gyeongwon would lower himself to such juvenile tactics despite his reckless streak. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the courtyard as a high-ranking royal figure approaches, asking if the little princess can walk on her own now. Turning around with wide eyes, Seiyun recognizes the imposing duo. It's none other than the Crown Prince, accompanied by Prince Gyeongwon. The Crown Prince breaks into a radiant, affectionate smile, greeting his baby sister with pure, glowing warmth. Kneeling down gently, he opens his arms and warmly invites little Seiyun to come to her older brother. Without a second thought, baby Seiyun dashes forward and flops right into his arms, labeling him her ultimate royal life savior. Holding her close, the Crown Prince chuckles as he shows her off to Gyeongwon, teasingly reminding him how tiny he used to be at that age. Doting on the toddler. The Crown Prince gazes at her adorable features with boundless big brother affection. He admiringly compliments her outfit, imagining she spent hours preparing, asking if she's wearing the luxurious hanbok dresses he personally sent to her quarters. Realizing why her wardrobe had suddenly upgraded to top-tier silks, Seiyun reaches up happily, touched that the Crown Prince was secretly pampering her all along. See, having an overpowered older brother with a high royal budget is the ultimate life hack. The Crown Prince beams down at her with genuine fondness, delighted to see his thoughtful gifts put to good use. Pointing toward the courtyard setup, he cheerfully invites her to join them in playing Tuho, a traditional arrow-tossing game. Seiyun gets excited at the idea of playing games, but when she glances sideways, she notices Prince Gyeongwon wearing a pouty, annoyed expression. Connecting the dots, Seiyun realizes she just stole all of the Crown Prince's attention away from Gyeongwon, leaving the younger prince quietly jealous. Laughing internally at Gyeongwon's cute sibling jealousy, Seiyun decides to be a generous baby sister and give the two brothers some space. Squirming in his arms, Seiyun glances back at Gyeongwon, internally pleading with the Crown Prince to notice his younger brother's bright, eager eyes. Ooh-boo! Little Seiyun throws an adorable mini tantrum, squirming impatiently in the young prince's arms as she demands to be set down right this instant. Seeing his darling sister fussing so intensely, Prince Gyeongwon softly sighs and gently agrees to lower her back to the floor. Honestly, you've got to love how this 3-month-old infant acts like a full-blown spy master desperate to uncover top-secret court drama. Seeing her playful persistence, the Crown Prince gently lowers her until her tiny feet touch the ground. The moment her tiny feet touch the wooden floorboards, Seiyun's eyes flash with a sharp, brilliant sparkle as she locks onto her next target. Now that she's freely standing on her own 2 feet, this tiny reincarnated mastermind is ready to put her next tactical move into motion. Seriously, you gotta love how a literal infant can switch from throwing an adorable toddler tantrum to looking like a seasoned court spy master in a split second. The moment her feet hit the floor, baby Seiyun sprints away like a lightning bolt, catching both the prince and the court maids completely off guard. The maids and royal brothers stare in utter disbelief as the little princess zips across the courtyard with staggering speed. Talk about toddlers having unlimited energy. Glitches, she moves so fast she left motion blurs behind. Panting in a panic, the court maids scramble after her, begging the young lady not to run off alone. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince simply chuckles with pure joy, thoroughly happy to see his little sister growing so healthy and active. Turning back toward Gyeongwon, he warmly suggests finishing their game of arrow tossing together. Out in the courtyard, the out-of-breath head maid finally scoops up Seiyun, who folds her tiny arms with a thoroughly unamused expression. Carrying her along the stone paths, the maid reminds her that running near water is dangerous, while Seiyun notices a scenic pond she hadn't seen before. Pointing her little chubby hands toward the water, Seiyun babbles softly, prompting the maid to ask if she wants to take a closer look. Glancing back, the maid sees the other court servants literally collapsed on the ground, completely drained by the baby's endless energy. Props to these maids. Taking care of a reincarnated adult trapped in a toddler body is an extreme cardio workout. The senior maid gasps slightly, realizing they've wandered into a quiet, secluded corner of the royal gardens. Offering to assist her, the maid carefully guides Seiyun toward the edge of the beautifully landscaped pavilion. Gazing out across the lily-pad pond, Seiyun admires how exquisitely decorated and serene the hidden royal courtyard looks. Suddenly, a strange movement through the thick foliage catches her sharp eyes. Peeking through the leaves, Seiyun spots a young boy in dark royal robes crouching near the water's edge and recognizes him as Gyeongwon. She wonders what he could possibly be doing alone by the pond, noting that he's been unusually absent from the main courtyard lately. Suddenly, a faint, high-pitched crying sound echoes from near the rocks. Seyun's eyes widen in utter shock as she sees a cruel hand callously grab a tiny white cat right by its neck. With a sickening splash, the helpless kitten is thrown directly into the deep pond, making Seo-yoon's blood boil in instant rage. Wow! Animal cruelty in a royal garden? Somebody needs to hand this bully a one-way ticket out of the palace. Before they can process the horror, a harsh, arrogant voice barks out into the quiet bushes, demanding to know who's lurking there. Terrified, the maid tightly wraps her arms around Seo-yoon and crouches behind a massive tree trunk, barely holding her breath. Carrying a heavy wooden stick, the arrogant young prince steps closer, inspecting the rustling bushes with a dark, menacing glare. Tucked against the maid's chest, Seo-yoon frantically calculates her options. Screaming for help will backfire since no guards are nearby, but staying hidden could mean disaster. Just as panic reaches its peak, a calm, familiar voice calls out Gyeongwon's name from behind the trees, turning around with a wicked sneer. The bully prince snickers that it's unexpected for Gyeongwon to actually address him first. Gyeongwon steps forward with an unreadable, stoic expression, keeping his posture perfectly upright despite the hostile aura. Walking over, the bully prince sarcastically asks why Gyeongwon isn't greeting the crown prince today, before violently striking Gyeongwon across the arm with his wooden stick. Shielding her mouth in absolute horror, Seo-yoon gasps as Gyeongwon suppresses a painful grunt from the cruel blow. Raising the stick high again, the bully prince coldly warns Gyeongwon never to act insolent or overstep his boundaries in front of him. Lowering his gaze, Gyeongwon quietly addresses him as his older brother, only for the bully to sneer with disgusting contempt. The bully prince leans in viciously, accusing Gyeongwon of sucking up to the crown prince for power and threatening that if he wants to survive, he better stay out of his line of sight. Cruelly tossing the broken twig aside, the bully scoffs that he found a fun toy to break, but it's completely ruined now. Imagine having so much royal insecurity that you have to beat your younger brother just to feel important. The discarded stick hits the grass with a dull thud as the bully turns his back. Suddenly, the wet white kitten drags itself out of the pond, shivering uncontrollably as it clings to Gyeongwon's lower hem. Holding the bundle, Gyeongwon turns toward the bushes and softly asks if Seo-yoon and the maid are all right after witnessing such a frightening scene. Seo-yoon stares in quiet shock, realizing Gyeongwon intentionally drew the bully's attention away to protect her and the maid from being discovered. Gyeongwon's loyal attendant Jason steps forward with a sorrowful expression, holding dry towels for his young master. Gyeongwon calmly tells Jason not to make a fuss since this isn't the first time he's been beaten, warning him to be extra careful around his royal mother too. He instructs the attendant to quietly fetch fresh robes without raising an alarm, assuring him that everything is under control. Reaching out with her chubby toddler hand, good baby Seo-yoon gently tugs on Gyeongwon's sleeve to get his attention. Looking up at him with tear-filled eyes, Seo-yoon feels her heart break, amazed that he willingly took a beating to protect a baby and save a drowning kitten. Okay, I take back every sarcastic thing I said about him. Gyeongwon is officially a hero with a golden heart. Tilting his head, Gyeongwon gazes down at the teary toddler and softly asks if she was worried about him. With a subtle, reassuring smile, Gyeongwon whispers that he intentionally let the bully hit him just enough so her hiding spot wouldn't be exposed. Wait, taking hits on purpose is a strategic tank defense? This kid isn't just a sweet prince, he's a criminal mastermind. Kneeling down beside her, Gyeongwon gently cautions baby Seo-yoon to stay away from deserted areas like this pond, especially since that tyrannical bully prince hangs around here. Looking at his bruised arm, Seo-yoon finally connects the dots, realizing the evil consort's faction has been secretly physically abusing Gyeongwon behind closed doors. Her eyes soften with deep sympathy as she gazes into his steady, unbothered expression. She remembers how eager he was to play arrow tossing earlier, realizing he actually abandoned his chance with the crown prince just to make sure she was safe. Reaching out his hand toward her cute face, Gyeongwon playfully wonders what kind of chaotic mischief is she gonna stir up next. Out of nowhere, he reaches out and pinches her chubby toddler cheek, leaving Seo-yoon completely dumbfounded by his sudden audacity. Excuse me? You just took a wooden stick to the arm, and your first instinct is to pinch a baby's cheek? A quick flashback reveals that Gyeongwon used to end up on the receiving end of Seo-yoon's violent baby tantrums whenever he tried saving her. Standing tall in his dark green robes, young Gyeongwon addresses her with a cool, stoic composure that completely belies his actual age. Fast forward over a year later, and Gyeongwon is still teasingly nagging her about when she's finally going to start talking properly. sitting together before the crown prince. Gyeongwon points at his older brother and encourages little So-yoon to practice calling him big brother. Fed up with his endless nagging, baby Seo-yoon unleashes a flurry of tiny toddler slaps directly onto Gyeongwon's face. Talk about zero tolerance for unsolicited advice. This baby hands out instant justice. Watching the hilarious, chaotic chaos unfold, the crown prince bursts into warm laughter, teasing that Gyeongwon is just stubborn enough to deserve it. Rubbing his sore cheek, Gyeongwon defensively complains to the crown prince that this little princess has an absolute terrifying temper. Cuddling baby Seo-yoon lovingly in his arms, the crown prince completely ignores Gyeongwon's whining, leaving the younger prince pouting in deep jealousy. Turning his head away with a hilarious dramatic huff, Gyeongwon folds his arms in total defeat. Peeking over the crown prince's shoulder, Seo-yoon sticks her tongue out at Gyeongwon, silently asking why he couldn't just act this cute and genuine all the time. Flashbacks reveal Gyeongwon's past blunt honesty, where he would bluntly tell baby Seo-yoon she looked ugly, prompting her to furiously beat him up. Calling a royal baby ugly to her face? Man had a death wish from day one. Snuggled safely in the crown prince's arms, Seo-yoon observes Gyeongwon and admits that even though he's a good kid at heart, his sharp tongue drives her crazy. Suddenly, a lightning bolt of realization hits her mind, recalling an ancient Joseon superstition where adults intentionally call babies ugly to ward off evil spirits. Feeling an instant wave of guilt for beating him up, Seo-yoon waddles over and gently pats Gyeongwon's head to make amends. Flustered by her sudden affection, Gyeongwon freezes in absolute confusion as he stares at the toddler in disbelief. Finding his bewildered face completely adorable, Seo-yoon gives him a sweet baby smile while Gyeongwon senses a terrifying storm brewing. Squishing his face with all her toddler strength, Seo-yoon aggressively tries to smooth out his furrowed brow while Gyeongwon grunts in pure agony. My girl went from giving a sincere apology to aggressively resculpting his face in 5 seconds flat. A loud, dramatic commotion echoes through the peaceful royal pavilion as the two royal siblings tumble around. Standing in the doorway, the crown prince peeks inside with a warm, amused smile, thoroughly enjoying their adorable sibling bickering. Struggling under her surprising toddler weight, Gyeongwon desperately calls out for his older brother to save him from this mini monster. Losing his balance completely, Gyeongwon falls backward onto the padded floor mat while Seo-yoon clings to him like a stubborn koala. Swiftly scooping her up into his arms, the crown prince chuckles merrily, telling Gyeongwon he seriously needs to work on his physical strength. Exhausted and sprawled out on the floor, Gyeongwon lets out a defeated groan while the crown prince showers Seo-yoon with endless affection, looking down into her big, bright eyes. And then the crown prince tenderly asks if she'll speak a few words for him soon. He whispers softly that he's been eagerly waiting to hear her voice and hear everything she has to say. Internally, Seo-yoon groans that while she doesn't mind staying quiet, trying to speak in a cutesy baby voice as a former adult is utterly embarrassing. Her tiny blue embroidered baby shoes make rhythmic pitter-patter sounds as she waddles down the polished palace hallway. Following closely behind her, the court maids gently guide Princess Seoring along the grand stone courtyards. Seo-yoon notes that ever since the terrifying incident near the pond, her senior maid Sangbi strictly keeps her in heavily populated areas. Glancing up at the grand roof of the main palace building, Seo-yoon calculates that hanging around the king's workplace is the safest bet to avoid any bullies. Just thinking about that dark, secluded pond makes her little heart pound with anxiety. Knowing how dangerous isolated corners can be, suddenly a grand, deep voice calls out her name from right behind her. Turning around with wide brown eyes, Seo-yoon gasps in absolute shock at who just appeared out of nowhere. Wearing his magnificent red royal dragon robes, the king himself strides down the pavilion path, surrounded by a full procession of royal attendants. Talk about speak of the devil. She thought about the king for 1 second and summoned the supreme ruler of Joseon. Smiling warmly, the king lowers himself down and opens his arms wide to receive his precious young daughter. Pouting like a dramatic neglected child, the king dramatically complains that she's been avoiding him lately and acting like a complete stranger. Scooping her up in a tight, overwhelming hug, the king buries his face in her tiny shoulder with pure fatherly adoration. Holding her securely against his chest, the king gazes at her delicate features with deep affection. Inspecting her face closely, his expression shifts slightly as he notes that she looks a little more tired and worn out than usual. Seo-yoon internally realizes why why the king looks so drained himself, imagining the endless swarms of greedy old ministers nagging him daily about choosing a new queen. Reaching out her tiny, chubby baby hand, Seo-yoon tenderly pats the king's red dragon robe, silently comforting her exhausted royal father. Feeling her tiny toddler hand gently patting his red dragon robe, the king looks down at Seo-yoon with a soft, affectionate smile, asking if his sweet little princess is actually trying to comfort her tired father. Watching from a respectful distance, the court lady can't help but marvel at how such a young child already possesses such incredible filial piety toward her royal father. Suddenly, consort Youngbin enters the courtyard alongside Prince Gyeon, offering her stiff greetings and smoothly claiming that Gyeongan missed his majesty so much she couldn't stop him from coming. Lowering his gaze to the young prince dressed in bright green robes, the king warmly inquires if he truly missed his father, to which Gyeongan stoically nods yes. Consort Youngbin then turns to the king with a sweet smile, suggesting that the court maids take Princess Seo-yoon back to her quarters with delicious snacks, leaving Seo-yoon completely on edge. Fearing what Consort Youngbin might scheme when she's out of sight, Seo-yoon dramatically clings onto the king's robe with a loud whine, fiercely refusing to leave his side. Looking on with deep concern, Consort Sanbin sighs quietly to herself, worrying about the rising political storms and the endless troubles brewing within the inner court. Nearby, the palace maids whisper quietly among themselves, wondering why Consort Seonbin hasn't tried harder to secure the king's favor while he frequently visits the young princess. Consort Sanbin softly reminds her maids that royal favor alone can't resolve deep court politics, ordering them to have the royal physician tend to the servants who were recently beaten. Sitting quietly on the wooden pavilion floor, toddler Seo-yoon groans internally about how dreary the palace atmosphere has been lately, wishing she could do something cute to lighten the mood. Being a baby in a Joseon drama is exhausting work. You gotta double as a full-time therapist. Eavesdropping on nearby maids, Seo-yoon hears them cautioning each other that the princess must never anger the potential future queen, or her life in the palace will become an absolute nightmare. Maids continue gossiping about how servants in Cheong Hall are covered in mysterious bruises, prompting Seo-yoon to perk her ears up and secretly gather valuable intel. She notes that Cheong Hall's terrible reputation is spreading like wildfire among the palace staff, even though word hasn't officially reached the king's ears yet. Sitting in deep thought, toddler Seo-yoon calculates how tricky it is to report abuse to the king, realizing even the head royal maid is probably corrupt. In this empire, nobles are basically gods, and commoners just powerless pawns. Seo-yoon has no title, no family, and not even a birth name. She's completely invisible in this society. Reporting the abuse would be like challenging a fortress with a feather. So she decides to bide her time, gather evidence, and wait for the perfect moment to strike down her abusers with the king's own sword. Knowing that even Gyeongan would face massive political backlash if he accused Youngbin directly. She imagines a hilarious scenario where her 2-year-old self bluntly tells the king that Youngbin tried to poison her with honey, causing the king to scream in total brain-melting shock. Imagining a toddler dropping court espionage evidence at snack time. Shaken off her absurd imagination, Seo-yoon sighs heavily, realizing she still hasn't figured out a safe way to expose the wicked faction without ruining her own peaceful life. Seeing the little princess looking so downcast, the attentive court maids kindly approach her, asking if she'd like to take a refreshing walk around the palace grounds to cure her boredom. Guiding the toddler outside, the maids reassure one another that as long as Princess Seo-yoon is with them, none of the court bullies will dare cause any trouble. Bright sunlight streams over the traditional tiled roofs, but an ominous chill settles in as the air forewarns that this peaceful stroll won't stay quiet for long. Walking down the stone pathway, toddler Seo-yoon suddenly freezes in sheer panic as her wide eyes land on the absolute worst person she could possibly encounter. Her bad luck streak is truly unmatched. She can't even get a peaceful 5-minute walk in. Striding toward them in bright yellow robes, the arrogant young prince smirks maliciously at Seo-yoon, tauntingly offering to keep his dear little sister company. His cruel grin widens as he gazes down at her with condescending mock affection, enjoying the obvious terror on her tiny face. An ominous, dark aura surrounds his lingering voice as he echoes that he's going to play with his sweet little sister whether she likes it or not. So, panicking on pure instinct, Seo-yoon's tiny embroidered shoes take quick, terrified steps backward as she tries to back away from him. Scared out of her mind, toddler Seo-yoon quickly scurries behind her court maid's long skirt, desperately seeking shelter from the bully prince? Stepping forward protectively, the brave maid bows respectfully, trying to explain that the princess is far too young, only for the arrogant prince to yell at her for daring to speak back. Losing his temper instantly, the tyrannical prince shoves the maid's hand aside and screams at her for daring to stand in his path. Grabbed tightly by her tiny wrist, toddler Seo-yoon lets out a startled gasp as the bully forcefully drags her away, claiming he's just gonna teach his sister some proper manners. Teach her manners? Bro, you need a full 10-year prison sentence in etiquette school. Turning his head with a cold glare, the bully prince snarls at the court attendants, commanding them not to dare follow him or get in his way. The terrified court maids freeze in place, clutching their faces in utter shock and helplessness, completely powerless to defy a royal prince. As one maid tries to move forward, her colleague desperately holds her back, warning that stepping in now will only make Prince Gyeongun's rage 100 times worse. Clenching her fists in sheer terror, the maid trembles frantically, desperately trying to think of who in the palace she can possibly call to stop this disaster. Dragging little Seo-yoon across the dirt pathway, the ruthless prince marches toward the secluded corners of the royal estate, while one nervous maid trails behind at a distance. Struggling to keep her balance while being yanked along, Seo-yoon internally groans in pure horror, wondering where on earth this crazy psycho kid has taken her. We finally emerge at the edge of the dark, gloomy pond, the exact forbidden area the Gyeongun warned her to stay away from. Recognizing the secluded pond, the accompanying maid lets out a horrified gasp as her face turns completely pale with terror. Dropping to her knees on the cold stone floor, the brave maid begs desperately, imploring the prince to spare the young princess and stop this madness at once. Enraged by her persistence, the bully prince turns around screaming, furious that a lowly maid from Cheonghal dares to stubbornly defy his royal authority. Clinging tightly to the maid's robe, toddler Seo-yoon looks closely at her terrified face, not really understanding what's up. Suddenly feeling a strong jolt of recognition in her mind. Flashbacks rush back into her head, recalling how this exact same loyal maid previously got her hair violently pulled while trying to protect them from bullies. This maid has literally been taking physical damage for the royal kid since day one. Give her a raise immediately. Realizing this maid is risking her own life and safety just to protect her, Seo-yoon's eyes fill with deep warmth and overwhelming gratitude. Clicking his tongue in subtle annoyance, Gyeongwon lets out a quiet tut as he turns his face away, holding back a mountain of unspoken frustration over the cruel palace games forced upon him. Honestly, watching a young prince have to swallow his pride and take literal beatings just to stay under the radar really shows how cutthroat this royal court actually is. Suddenly, the bully prince violently yanks Seo-yoon's arm back, breaking her grip on the maid as the toddler stumbles onto the stone floor. A dark, sinister aura explodes around the prince as he glares down at the kneeling maid, growling that the one who truly needs a brutal discipline lesson is right in front of him. Step by step, the menacing prince advances toward the helpless maid, pushing her closer and closer to the edge of the deep, dangerous pond. Raising his arm high with a cruel, ruthless glare, the evil prince screams at her to remember who her master is as he prepares to push her to the freezing pond. With her back pressed against the open ledge, the court maid squeezes her eyes shut in sheer terror, helplessly awaiting the vicious push. Sitting frozen on the stone floor, toddler Seo-yoon's eyes widen in horror as she realizes her loyal maid is about to be thrown into the deep water. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, toddler Seo-yoon lunges forward and aggressively shoves the prince back, leaving him utterly stunned by her strength. Talk about a toddler turning the tables in record time. Flailing his arms wildly in complete panic, the arrogant prince screams at the top of his lungs as gravity drags him straight down. Staring down at her tiny hands, Seo-yoon blinks in disbelief, shocked that her simple protective push actually sent him flying into the pond. She flexes her tiny arms internally, wondering if her reborn toddler body secretly possesses superhuman strength. Muscle baby mode unlocked! Watch out, palace bullies, she's packing heat! Sputtering and thrashing wildly in the water, Prince Giwon gasps for air while the horrified maid yells for someone to help him. Even as he's swallowing mouthfuls of pond water, the bully prince glares up at Seo-yoon with pure venom, coughing and growling that he won't let this go. Instantly switching to tactical mode, Seo-yoon bursts into loud fake tears, screaming top of her lungs that the prince accidentally fell into the pond. Imagine dropping crocodile tears to cover up your accidental murder push. Oscar winner. The court maid bites her fingers in sheer panic, terrified out of her mind over the royal disaster unfolding right before her eyes. Acting on pure desperate instinct, the loyal maid suddenly dives headfirst into the freezing pond to save the prince. She sighs heavily, recognizing that the poor maid jumped in out of sheer terror of being punished for standing idle. And hearing the screaming commotion, a male attendant comes sprinting around the corner in complete horror. Shivering violently and coughing up water, the drenched bully prince curled up on the ground looking like a wet, pathetic rat. The rest of the palace maids come rushing to the scene, frantically checking if Princess Seo-yoon sustained any injuries. Scooping the toddler up into a tight, warm hug, the court maid tearfully reassures Seo-yoon that everything is going to be okay. Dark purple malice radiates off Prince Gyeongwon as he stands up dripping wet, violently snarling at Seo-yoon for pushing him. Panicking internally, Seo-yoon stammers to herself, realizing that if she gets hurt, all her innocent attendants will take the brutal fall, too. Just as the bully prince goes flying into the cold water, anxious voices echo across the sky, desperately shouting out for Gyeonon and Shia. Someone important is fast approaching the garden, completely oblivious to the chaos that just unfolded. Talk about impeccable timing. Imagine trying to explain to the court guards why the royal prince is suddenly floating around like a soggy dumpling. Drenched in pond water, the angry prince steps toward her with a murderous glare, determined to punish her on the spot. Suddenly, footsteps echo down the stone corridor as an authoritative presence rapidly approaches the pond area. Gritting his teeth in furious frustration, the bully prince freezes in his tracks as the shadowy aura around him vanishes. Dressed in grand royal blue robes, the crown prince steps into view, staring at the chaotic scene with calm authority. Seeing her powerful older brother arrive, toddler Seo-yoon's eyes light up with pure relief, hailing him as her absolute savior. Crown Prince Gyeonon looks down at the wet mess, asking in a composed voice, what on earth is happening between them? Toddling forward with tiny deliberate steps, Seo-yoon softly calls out to her older brother with tears brimming in her wide eyes. Gently lifting his little sister into his arms, the crown prince softly comforts her, whispering that she must have been terribly frightened. He turns a stern eye to the shivering bully prince, commanding Gyeongwon to return to his quarters immediately and compose himself. Carrying the toddler safely in his arms, the crown prince walks away from the pond while the attendants follow behind in relief. Watching them leave, the bully prince bristles with silent rage, forced to obey since even he isn't stupid enough to defy the crown prince openly. Cut to another part of the inner palace where a sudden sharp scream pierces through the peaceful courtyard air. He's playing quietly with a colorful rubber ball. Toddler Seo-yoon notes gloomily that since Gyeongwon can't hit her directly, he's taken out his violent rage on innocent animals. Flashbacks show horrific scenes of mutilated animal carcasses left blatantly around the palace grounds to terrorize everyone. Wow, this kid isn't just a bully, he's a full-on budding historical sociopath. Get this guy off the ground. Looking down with a heavy heart, Seo-yoon feels awful for that poor court lady who tried to stand up for her at the pond. I hope the crown prince doesn't make her life hell for helping her. She recalls how the brave maid incurred the prince's dangerous wrath just to shield the toddler from his violent outbursts. Sighing quietly, Seon reflects on her own grim future. Realizing she's far too small and weak to run away from court politics, she considers that when she grows older, but get this, tension build up, she might take the massive risk of appealing to the king or crown prince in tears for protection. But she quickly realizes the bitter reality. In the king's eyes, an arrogant prince holds far more political weight than a young princess. Royal favoritism strikes again. Ancient court hierarchy is brutal. Bouncing her rubber ball against the stone floor, Seon groans internally that overthinking in her room is making her super gloomy. Noticing the princess looking gloomy, an attentive courtmaid gently asks if she would like to take a quick walk outside to clear her mind. Hearing that Prince Gyeongwon has left the main courtyard, Seo-yoon brightens up instantly and happily agrees to a short stroll. Guiding the little princess down the walled stone paths, hushed, the court attendants carefully guard her step by step. She watches silently as the king argues with his ministers, firmly declaring that state affairs take priority over the urgent appointment of a new queen. Peeking out from behind a thick tree trunk, toddler Seo-yoon glares in annoyance upon overhearing state ministers still pressuring the king to appoint a new queen. But bad luck strikes instantly when a sharp-eyed official glances sideways and catches a glimpse of her little hood behind the trunk. Oh great, Spy Baby's stealth mode just completely failed. Panicking internally, Seyun frantically shakes her head, silently praying the old minister will just ignore her and keep walking. To her relief, the minister offers a soft, amused smile and gives a subtle nod, making her think she actually pulled off the deception. That relief instantly shatters when the official speaks right up, pointing out her hiding spot to the king himself. As the king asks why his little princess is hiding, the minister chuckles that she must be trying to surprise him, sending Seo Yun into the ultimate crisis mode. Talk about an old man blowing your cover in record time. Hearing heavy footsteps approaching, Seyun squeezes her eyes shut, realizing the king is heading straight toward her tree. Glancing out, she sees the king walking over with an expectant, warm grin, fully believing his daughter set up a sweet game of hide-and-seek. Seo-yoon groans to herself, questioning if a reborn toddler really has to act like a cute baby for a ruler she barely knows. Realizing she has no choice, she steels her resolve, deciding to play along with the doting father routine to stay on his good side. King chuckles warmly, acting completely startled, while Seyun stretches her tiny arms up with a big, bright toddler smile. Delighted by her adorable surprise, the king lets out a hearty, booming laugh that echoes across the palace grounds. Scooping his daughter up into a tight, affectionate embrace, he praises her cleverness, declaring that she is truly her father's daughter. Work that cuteness superpower, girl. It works every single time. Clinging onto his shoulders, Seyun smirks internally, noting that her intelligence comes from a whole past life, not royal genetics. Turning around with the princess safely in his arms, the king dismisses the left minister, and his personal guards arrive to take him away, bluntly complaining that his endless nagging is giving him a severe headache. Dark tension fills the air as the left minister glares bitter daggers, bitterly recalling how he exposed a major rebellion years ago to protect the throne. He subtly reminds the king that even past traitors acted loyal before turning, and that many of those so-called faithfulists were plotting against him right under his nose, implying the king shouldn't be so quick to grant power without caution. She quickly pieced together that the left minister is bringing up past favors to pressure the king, which borders dangerously close to an overt threat. This old politician really thinks he owns the throne just because of one past favor. Watching the old minister's sour face, she secretly suspects he was the actual mastermind behind the old rebellion all along. And the minister's grumbling no mind. Guess what? The king announces he will take little Shia to visit Lady Yoon today. Resting her head against his shoulder, Seo Yoon wonders if the king knows about the recent drama at the freezing pond. The king gazes down at her with pure affection, soft-spokenly noting that his little girl looks exhausted from walking all that way. Seo sighs softly, hoping that during their stroll, the king might accidentally stumble upon one of Gyeongwan's gruesome animal carcasses. As they enter the inner courtyard, low whispers ripple through the gathered court maids in attendance. Hearing the commotion, the king pauses his step, casting a sharp look toward the courtyard entrance. Gyeongyeon confronts Gyeongwon directly, demanding to know why a mutilated animal carcass was found right at his feet. Clinging tightly to the king's robes, Seo Yoon's eyes widen as she realizes both princes are brawling right outside her mother's quarters. Her king stands tall with a stern gaze, looking down at the unseemly fight taking place in broad daylight. Raising his voice with grand royal authority, the king bellows out, demanding to know what on earth they are doing. Busted. Dad just walked in on the royal showdown. Horrified by the king's sudden presence, the surrounding attendants freeze in place as the two princes instantly stop arguing. Stepping forward, Prince Gyeongwon bows respectfully while the king demands a clear explanation for the chaos. Meanwhile, bully Prince Gyeongwon shifts uncomfortably, feeling way too fancy for his bully squad, sweating profusely while feigning innocence. Gyeongwon reports that gruesome animal carcasses have been repeatedly placed near Lady Yoon's quarters recently. He explains that he obtained permission to investigate the area, only to catch Gyeongwon lurking around suspiciously. Dropping the bombshell evidence, Gyeongjo-won reveals that a dead animal carcass was discovered directly beneath Gyeongwon's feet. Turning to Lady Yoon, the king asks if this is true, prompting her to bow apologetically while he gently reassures her that she isn't to blame. The king turns a cold, piercing glare onto Gyeongwon, sternly questioning what he was doing near Lady Yoon's residence. Desperate to cover his tracks, Gyeongwon lies through his teeth, claiming he only came because he missed his little sister. Oh, please. Missing her? He literally tried to drown her maid 5 minutes ago. He dramatically clutches his chest, putting on a victim act and claiming he was only watching from afar because Seo-yoon dislikes him. Seo-yoon fumes internally in absolute disbelief at how shamelessly he lies without an ounce of remorse. She realizes that without CCTV or brave witnesses in this ancient era, proving a royal prince's guilt is nearly impossible. Looking down silently, Prince Gyeongwon bites his tongue, recognizing the harsh reality of palace power dynamics. Dark shadows loom as Seon reflects that the king remains completely blind to Gyeongwon's sociopathic behavior. The king addresses Gyeongwon in a firm, resolute tone that echoes across the courtyard. He scolds Gyeongwon for accusing his elder brother without solid proof, reminding him that family unity must be maintained. Royal favoritism strikes again. The villain gets off scot-free. Forced to bow under the king's watchful eye, Prince Gyeongwon offers a fake, insincere apology to his younger brother for the whole carcass incident. Beneath his bow, Gyeongwon flashes a malicious, triumphant smirk, leaving young Gyeongwon trembling with dark frustration at being completely outmaneuvered. Wow, look at that sneaky smirk. This kid is a professional manipulator in the making. When the king asks if Gyeongwon has anything else to say, the poor prince bows his head silently, lacking any concrete proof to defend himself. But suddenly, baby Seo-yoon starts flailing wildly in her dad's arms, letting out a loud toddler yell. Squirming and throwing a full baby protest right against the king's royal chest, she vigorously nods her head when he asks if she's mad about him scolding her favorite brother. Locking eyes with her father, Seo-yoon's big, earnest glare communicates loud and clear that she is 100% on Team Gyeongwon. Observing the little princess's passionate protest, the court lady can barely hide her nervous smile as royal authority gets completely sidelined by baby logic. Later on, the attendant quietly reassures Seo-yoon that bully Gyeongwon has wandered off to a different courtyard for now, advising her to just avoid him to stay safe. Ah, yes, because avoiding a sociopathic prince in a tight palace always works out so well. Recalling the grim threat, Prince Gyeongwon realizes that as long as he stays away from those quarters, no one will target him with nasty animal carcasses anymore. Clinging onto her royal father with a bright, scheming grin, Seo-yoon resolves in her mind that backing Gyeongwon is definitely her smartest political play. King chuckles warmly, pointing out how Gyeongwon seems to look out for his tiny sister even more than her own dad does, while Gyeongwon apologizes for causing a scene. Softening his tone, the king acknowledges Gyeongwon's good intentions, but gently orders him to make peace and bow to his older brother. Bending his knee, Gyeongwon swallows his pride and formally apologizes for the misunderstanding, while Gyeongwon stands tall with smug satisfaction. Smirking arrogantly, Gyeongwon graciously accepts the apology while patronizingly warning his younger brother to be more careful next time. The audacity of this kid acting like a gracious victim is actually legendary. But before Gyeongwon can celebrate, the king pivots toward him with a cold, piercing gaze, demanding how a royal prince could justify loitering around a concubine's private chambers. King recites the classic proverb warning against suspicious actions in melon fields and pear orchards, sternly reprimanding Gyeongwon to mind his conduct. Gyeongwon tightly clenches his fists in sheer humiliation, burning with quiet rage. Issuing a swift imperial decree, the king commands both princes to return to their respective quarters and reflect deeply on their reckless behavior. As Gyeongwon trudges away with a pitch-black aura hanging over his head, a grand concubine in a vibrant yellow hanbok glares from across the courtyard. Gritting her teeth behind the shadows, Lady Yongbin fumes with hatred, furious that her precious son was publicly reprimanded because of Lady Yoon's household. Uh-oh, evil mom dynamic activated. Clad in her luxurious yellow imperial robes, Lady Yongbin stands arrogantly in the courtyard with her arms crossed, waiting to pounce. Looking down with sheer condescension, she confronts Lady Yoon, who stands bowing respectfully before her higher-ranking rival. Sweat drips down Lady Yoon's face as she endures the icy atmosphere. Fully aware that Lady Yongbin came specifically to vent her venomous anger, sitting inside the pavilion, toddler Seo-yoon watches the confrontation, noting how Lady Yongbin has been constantly dropping by to harass her mother lately. Lady Yongbin loudly scolds Lady Yoon for letting the princess wander around royal pats with minimal guards, while Seo-yoon recognizes it's just petty bullying. She can't touch the royal princess directly, so she picks on the sweet mom instead. Classic palace villain behavior. With a haughty tilt of her head, Lady Yang Bin fake advises Lady Yoon to manage her daughter properly and avoid unnecessary drama within the court. She sneers snidely about how palace decorum is crumbling completely just because the queen's throne remains vacant. Inside the tea room filled with delicate traditional snacks, low voices gather to discuss the ongoing palace commotion. Sitting comfortably inside, Lady Soon Bin expresses her concern, pointing out how relentless Lady Young Bin has been with her daily visits. While Lady Yoon blames herself for the trouble, little Seo Yoon happily munches on sweet lotus root snacks on the floor, pleased to see her mom gaining a supportive ally. Lady Seon Bin leans in and casually mentions that young Prince Gangwon hasn't stepped outside his quarters once since the king's scolding. Seo Yoon pauses her snack fest in realization, remembering how Gyeongwon refused to even see visitors while taking his reflection sentence super seriously. That poor sweet kid has taken dad's punishment way too literally. Hearing Lady Yoon apologize for Gyeongwon's troubles, Seo Yoon decides she's had enough adult pity talk and begins crawling away across the floor. Sprinting out of the room like a tiny green rocket, she makes her grand escape while her shocked maids gasp in absolute panic. Look at those toddler legs go! As a maid scrambles to chase after the runaway princess, Lady Seonbin gently stops her with a reassuring hand, chuckles that the toddler should just be left to play. Wandering down the quiet wooden hallways, Seo Yoon looks left and right, thinking about how Jung-a-wen is dutifully isolating himself inside. Her little eyes sparkle with determination as she decides she needs to personally find her loyal brother and thank him for sticking up for her. A silk curtain sways softly in the gentle indoor breeze. An earnest voice muttering ancient Confucian scriptures echoes down the corridor. Hearing lines about filial piety and bringing honor to parents, Seo Yoon instantly recognizes that studious voice. Wait, this kid is spending his house arrest studying ancient philosophy? What a nerd! Moving closer to the sliding screen doors, the rhythmic recitation of classical text grows clearer and clearer. Inside his room, Prince Gyeongwon sits straight as an arrow at his study desk, already awake and surrounded by books and scrolls, solemnly reading aloud from his scholar scrolls. Suddenly, with a loud slam, the sliding doors burst wide open as toddler Seo Yoon crashes the study session. Prince Gyeongwon jumps 3 feet into the air. Defensive and startled, he spins around demanding who dares disturb his reflection, only to freeze dead in his tracks. Standing dramatically in the doorway with wide arms and a glowing baby smile, Seo Yoon greets her brother like a burst of springtime sunshine. Imaginary cherry blossom petals bloom all around as she triumphantly announces that she found his secret hiding spot. Staring blankly at his tiny, unexpected intruder, Gyeongwon's jaw drops in complete disbelief at her sudden, unannounced visit. He blinks his big eyes, utterly stunned by the overwhelming wave of cuteness standing right in front of his desk. Bro was ready to fight a trespasser, but got hit with a level 99 adorable ambush. Beaming bright with pure joy, little Shia tilts her head and calls out his name with unmatched toddler enthusiasm. Reaching up with her soft, chubby hands, Seo Yoon gently pats his cheeks, showering him with bright praises like a proud little mother. Gyeongwon's stiff royal posture completely melts away as he endures the aggressive cuteness. Pouting with his mouth full, Gyeongwon tries his absolute hardest to act tough and cool, mumbling that he didn't stand up to Prince Gyeongwon just for her sake. He'd sundry claims he was simply taking care of palace order because of recent disturbing events. Absolutely unbothered by his awkward denial, Seyun just pats his head like a praised puppy, validating every single word he says with a satisfied smile. She knows full well he's just hiding his sweet protective nature behind royal pride. Beaming with pure, radiant joy, the little princess flashes a heart-melting baby grin right into his face. Honestly, I mean, seriously, how could anyone stay grumpy when hit with a maximum-level cute charm like that? Staring down at her innocent, glowing face, Gyeongwon swallows hard as a faint blush spreads across his cheeks. The huge emotional burden he carried all day suddenly feels a whole lot lighter. Glancing down with a quiet sorrow in his eyes, the young prince softly mutters to himself that his mother was deeply upset over the recent feud. Seyun realizes the Gyeongwon must have received a harsh reprimand behind closed doors. Though Lady Sunbin tried to put on a brave face in front of the children, the pain was obvious. Seo-yoon places her small hand on his arm, understanding that Gyeongyeol-won endured Gyeongwon's constant bullying all this time just to protect his mother's delicate standing in the royal court. Without warning, the little toddler wraps her chubby arms around his neck, pulling him into a tight, affectionate hug. Startled by the sudden warmth, Ganwen stammers her name in complete shock. As the gentle embrace settles in, tears well up at the edges of Yanyuan's dark eyes. The solitary isolation he forced upon himself instantly shatters under her pure warmth. Wrapping his arms around her small frame, the young prince buries his face into her shoulder, clinging to her like a lifeline. Snuggling against him, Seo-yoon thoughtfully reminds herself that no matter how mature and formal Gyeongyeon acts, he is still just an 8-year-old child carrying the weight of the kingdom. Recalling the king's towering, imposing figure, she knows Gyeonggewan was terrified of losing his father's favor despite doing absolutely nothing wrong. Royal parenting in ancient times really was brutal. Patting his back with gentle rhythm, she silently sympathizes with him. Thinking about how much trouble Prince Gyeongwan has brought upon everyone in the palace? Suddenly, Seo-yoon pulls back slightly and speaks up, causing Gyeongyeon to freeze with 4 huge question marks floating over his head. His jaw drops in complete disbelief as he stares at his baby sister with wide, watery eyes, placing a tiny finger over her lips amidst blooming flowers. Little Seo-yoon winks playfully and giggles that it's a top secret. Out in the polished wooden corridor, a group of court attendants walk briskly while whispering about the little princess's whereabouts. A senior court lady pauses outside the decorated screen doors, recognizing that this particular pavilion belongs to Prince Gyeongwon. Soft giggles and joyful laughter suddenly echo through the paper sliding doors, breaking the usual gloomy silence of the prince's quarters. Stopping dead in her tracks, the court lady listens closely, astonished to hear cheerful noise coming from inside the prince's isolated study room. Sliding the door open a crack, she gasps in delight as she watches Prince Gyeonggeon happily playing and laughing with his tiny sister. Look at that wholesome transformation. The dreary study turned into a playground. The court lady looks on with a warm, touched expression, barely able to believe that the usually solemn prince is smiling so brightly. The court lady covers her mouth to stifle a joyful chuckle, utterly charmed by the heartwarming sibling connection. Heart swollen with warmth, she makes a mental note of this precious moment, happy that the young prince finally found comfort. In the days following that memorable afternoon, Lady Seonbin begins openly showing deeper care and concern for Seo-yoon and her elder sister. Moved by Lady Seonbin's sincere kindness, Seo-yoon's older sister visits frequently with gifts, deepening their beautiful friendship and building a strong alliance. Whenever the king stops by for a visit, Lady Seonbin greets him with genuine warmth and cheerfulness, gleefully ignoring the petty glares from rival quarters. Lurking in the shadows, evil Lady Young Bin glares venomously at toddler Seo-yoon, cold-bloodedly vowing to watch how long they can keep their heads held high. Classic sore loser energy from the palace villain. Sitting comfortably on the wooden hall porch, Seo-yoon relaxes, glad that bully Prince Gyeongwon is locked in seclusion so she doesn't have to deal with him. A maid arrives carrying a porcelain bowl, proudly presenting a sweet chilled sikhe drink to the little princess. Seo-yoon's eyes light up with joy. Another maid scolds her colleague for bringing only a single drink without any traditional snacks, which immediately raises Redfield's suspicions, sending her off to grab more treats from the royal kitchen. The maids whisper mischievously among themselves, snickering about sneaking extra sweet snacks for their own snack break while looking after the princess. Assuring little Seo-yoon that they'll return in a flash with yummy treats, the maids scamper off, leaving her behind with a single attendant. Seo-yoon chuckles, haha, thinking a little harmless mischief won't hurt. The remaining maid places the brimming bowl of sweet sikhe on the low table, inviting the princess to enjoy her refreshment. Handing the wide, heavy ceramic bowl directly into Seo-yoon's tiny toddler hands, the maid expects her to drink it on her own. Seo-yoon's eyes bulge in shock as the immense weight of the ceramic bowl overpowers her frail baby arms. Struggling to keep a grip, her tiny fingers slide down the slippery ceramic surface as the bowl tilts wildly out of control. Splash! The heavy bowl crashes onto the wooden table, spilling cold sikhe everywhere as the maid gasps in sheer terror. Given a heavy glass bowl filled to the brim to a toddler? Brilliant move, maid! Soaked from head to toe, Seo-yoon glares in annoyance, complaining in her mind why on earth an adult would hand a fragile elbow-length sword to a kid, heavy bowl to a literal baby instead of feeding her. Apologizing frantically, the embarrassed maid stammers in horror as she notices the princess's silk sleeves are completely drenched. Scurrying away at full speed, the maid promises to to grab a dry cloth and a fresh bowl of sike, telling Seo-yoon to stay right where she is. Sighs. Staring at her sticky wet hand, Seo-yoon lets out a long sigh, recalling how total chaos always breaks out whenever her primary maid Song-bi goes off duty. Palace staff management really needs an upgrade around here. Sitting on the wooden floor covered in cold, sticky sike, little Seo-yoon grumbles to herself about desperately needing a bath. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the quiet courtyard, rustling through the shadows like flapping wings. Hearing the eerie noise, Seo-yoon turns her head towards the dark veranda, her tiny eyebrows furrowing in sudden suspicion. Outside, the evening sky darkens as a chilling breeze sweeps across the palace grounds. Ugh, why does every peaceful moment in this court get ruined by spooky atmospheric shifts? Slowly, heavy footsteps crunch against the stone tiles outside, approaching her isolated pavilion step by step. A dark silhouette looms in the doorway, clutching something small and feathery that flutters violently in his hand. As the figure steps into the pale moonlight, boom! That's when they realize it isn't a person at all. It's a monstrous scarecrow brought to life, its body made of twisted vines and its head a hollowed-out pumpkin with demonic eyes. Seo-yoon's eyes shrink in complete horror as she recognizes the intruder. It's Prince Gyeongwon, standing there with a twisted grin while holding a bruised, bloody bird carcass. Wait, isn't this psycho supposed to be locked up in seclusion? Palace security's a total joke. Chuckling ominously to himself, the spoiled prince squeezes the lifeless creature with a disturbing cold smile. Creeping closer to his tiny sister, Gyeongwon mocks her terrified glare, saying she's gonna regret siding with that trashy dad, taunting her for looking at him like he's some dangerous wild beast. Backed up against the sliding paper doors, Seo-yoon trembles in fear, realizing his unhinged behavior has completely crossed the line into psycho territory. Clenching his fist tighter around the bird, blood gushes over his hand as he bitterly mutters about his mother's lowly status driving him mad. With an eerie howl, Gyeongwon hurls the bloody bird carcass straight at Seo-yoon's face. Thud! The bloody carcass hits the wall behind her, splattering warm crimson droplets across little Seo-yoon's cheek and white dress. Staring at the bloody stain on the wooden pillar, Seo-yoon's heart pounds violently against her chest. Seriously? Who throws a dead bird at a toddler? This kid needs immediate psychiatric help. Watching him step back into the dark night, she wonders if he's really arrogant enough to think he won't get caught red-handed. Turning around at the edge of the porch, Gyeongwon snickers maniacally, thoroughly enjoying the sheer terror in her tiny eyes. He steps back onto the platform, sneering that she acts so fearless only because she hasn't tasted real cruelty yet. Baring his teeth like a feral animal, Gyeongwon screams that he will break her spirit and ruin her life just like his own. Lunging forward with explosive speed, the unhinged prince charges directly at her. Seo-yoon closes her eyes tightly and blindly grabs the ceramic sake bowl off the table. With all her toddler strength, she swings that heavy ceramic bowl right into his incoming face. Clang! The thick bowl shatters directly against his forehead, sending the bully reeling backward in pure agony. Haha, that's what you get for targeting a former adult reincarnate, you bully. Clutching his bleeding face, Gyeongwon groans in pain, breathless and completely stunned by her explosive counterattack. Realizing this is her one shot to survive, Seo-yoon takes a huge, deep breath. Hayak! She lets out the most ear-splitting, high-pitched toddler scream to ever echo through the royal compound. Outside the courtyard walls, hearing her frantic cry, the searching court attendants gasp in sheer panic. Hearing the loud footsteps rushing towards the study, Gyeongwon cursed under his breath, realizing he's completely trapped. Glaring back at her with absolute hatred, he turns on his heel to make a quick escape. Sprinting through the open pavilion gates, the cowardly prince vanishes into the dark night before anyone can catch him. Bearing glowing lanterns, the frantic maids charge into the courtyard, but all they find is a totally empty space. Shouting the princess's name at the top of their lungs, the senior court lady freezes dead in her tracks, gasping in horror at the horrific scene on the porch. Standing shivering in the dim light, tiny Seo-yoon looks up tearfully, covered head to toe in blood splatters. The attendant's jaw drops as her face turns ghostly pale, utterly horrified by the thought of an assassin attacking royal blood. Look at the artist's dramatic shadow work here. It really amplifies the crime scene horror. Within minutes, shockwaves ripple through the entire palace under the bright moonlight as emergency alarms chime. Rushing to the scene in his magnificent red robes, the king arrives to find Lady Sionbin sobbing uncontrollably while cradling her blood-soaked baby. Staring down at his trembling daughter, the king grits his teeth so hard his jaw muscles bulge with lethal fury. Gently patting Seo Yoon's head, the sovereign promises extra guards for their pavilion, completely unaware that the perpetrator was his own eldest son. Under royal decree, heavy imperial guards patrol every gate, leaving the inner court in total lockdown for weeks. Seo-yoon couldn't expose Prince Gyeongwon because his unbroken voice sounded just like a panicked maid to the distant guards, leaving the innocent staff under heavy interrogation. While several maids were transferred or punished during the tense investigation, Lady Sionbin gasped, repeatedly begged the king to show mercy and halt the harsh search. Though the tragic incident shifted the king's favor heavily towards her family, Lady Sionbin felt deeply burdened and ashamed. Disgusted sigh. Hearing of her modesty, a friendly court attendant reassures her that being elevated to Sugyeong Yuna, ranked 2 levels higher, is purely natural. Talk about leveling up your royal title in the middle of a palace crisis. Whispering behind her hand, the maid giggles that evil Lady Yongbin was throwing massive tantrums over Sugyeong Yoon's sudden promotion. Bowing respectfully, Sugyeong Yoon sweetly replies that they were just discussing the adorable little princess. Despite the warm moment, deep political cracks remain within the royal court, driving power-hungry ministers to push even harder to establish a permanent empress consort. Sitting nearby, little Seo Yoon puffs her cheeks in worry, realizing if Lady Yongbin becomes empress, psycho Prince Gyeongwon will become completely unstoppable. Swinging her tiny legs off the wooden bench, Seo Yoon grimly plans her next move, knowing historical politics won't spare a toddler if she doesn't fight back. This baby is literally playing high-stakes 4D chess while everyone else plays checkers. Pondering historical royal precedents, toddler Seo-yoon recalls how removing a prince usually requires proof of high treason, making it nearly impossible to punish Prince Gyeongwon through standard channels. Clinging to the king's red imperial robes, Seo-yoon grumbles inwardly about the strict conditions, while her loving father looks bewildered as to why his baby daughter is climbing onto his shoulder. Puffing out her chubby cheeks in a heavy pout, Seo-yoon tries to figure out how to subtly expose Gyeongwon's true violent nature without raising suspicion. The king blinks in sheer confusion, staring at his toddler's dramatic glare and wondering what in the world that stern, adult-like expression could possibly mean. When your baby looks at you like a tired CEO, you know something big is brewing. Tilting his head with a warm smile, the king softly pleads with little Shia to stop calling him Your Majesty and finally address him as father, rebuffing his affection with a hilarious complete refusal. Seo-yoon slumps into a pout while her mother Sugyeong-yoon nervously sweat drops in the background. Reassuring the overly anxious sovereign, Sugyeong-yoon gently explains that the royal physicians examined Shia completely and found absolutely nothing wrong with her health. While relieved by the medical update, the king still sulks deeply because his precious daughter refuses to call him dad, while Seon firmly thinks to herself that she's just not ready yet. The absolute ruler of the entire nation totally defeated by a toddler's cold shoulder? Quick to change the subject, the tiny princess leaps down from his lap with a cute grunt, prompting the king to realize she wants to head outside for fresh air, smiling brightly at his newly promoted concubine. And then, the king warmly invites Sugyeong-yoon to join them for a cozy family stroll through the royal grounds. Bowing her head gracefully with a soft blush, Sugyeong-yoon happily agrees to walk with them under the afternoon sun. Wasting no time, little Seo-yoon waddles straight toward the open sliding doors, determined to execute her master plan while her parents follow closely behind. Look at those tiny baby steps of pure tactical calculation. Walking onto the sunlit porch, Seonian resolves to find an undeniable way to expose Prince Gyeongwon's psycho-cruelty directly to the king today. Reaching out her tiny baby hands, she firmly grasps her father's finger in her right hand and her mother's hand in her left. Sugyeong-yoon gasps in soft surprise at her daughter's sudden affection, looking completely overwhelmed by emotional gratitude. Holding both of her parents' hands, the tiny princess strolls through the grand pavilion archways, while the king vows to recreate this sweet family walk even when she grows up. Gazing up at the bright sky and lush tree canopy, Se-yoon decides to guide their walk toward uncharted areas of the palace grounds where they rarely wander. Suddenly, a warning memory flashes through her mind, recalling how her maid specifically urged her to avoid the lotus pond where Gyeongwon frequently hangs out. A sly, devilish grin spreads across her adorable face as a dangerous scheme takes shape inside her adult mind. Hugging eagerly at the king's imperial robe, Seo-yoon lets out a cute babble to signal that she's chosen their exact walking destination. Nodding her tiny head enthusiastically against a backdrop of glowing flowers, she confirms her choice with a beaming smile. Smirking to herself, Se-yoon knows that the best strategy is always weaponizing enemy intelligence. Meanwhile, Lady Yongbin glides down the path with her entourage. Check out the contrast between Se-yoon's cute baby face and her dark mastermind inner dialogue. Walking proudly down the stone path, the happy royal family presents a picture-perfect image of imperial harmony in front of the surrounding court attendants. Hearing an unexpected voice hail him from down the garden walkway, the king pauses and turns his head to see who called out. Seeing Lady Yongbin approaching, the king politely asks if she's out taking a walk, while tiny Se-yoon immediately ducks behind his long red robes. Bowing low with a stiff, awkward expression, Lady Yongbin nervously stammers that she certainly didn't expect to run into his majesty here. Peeking from behind her father's heavy sleeves, Seo-yoon sharply notices that Lady Yongbin looks completely jittery instead of her usual smug self. The tiny princess zeroes in on Yongbin's suspicious body language, instantly realizing the villainous concubine is hiding a massive secret. Turning her gaze toward the distant Lotus Pond Pavilion, Seo-yoon puts the pieces together, realizing Gyeongwon must be up to something dirty over by the water. While the king and Yongbin exchange idle, polite small talk about the sunny weather, Seo-yoon quietly slips away from her father's side. With explosive toddler speed, Seo-yoon suddenly bolts straight toward the forbidden Lotus Pond. The king gasps in shock while Yongbin frantically tries to block him from following. Halting in his tracks, the king turns back to Lady Yongbin with a cold, piercing gaze, demanding to know what urgent matter she suddenly has to say. Sweating bullets under a sharp glare, Yongbin stammers helplessly, completely unprepared to stop the sovereign from pursuing his daughter. Watching this evil concubine sweat live under royal interrogation is pure comedy gold. Sprinting through the dense green garden grows, little Seo-yoon's tiny boots patter against the dirt trail as fast as her baby legs can take her. She narrows her eyes with total determination, knowing she's about to catch the spoiled bully red-handed right at his secret hideout. Arriving at the stone bridge by the Lotus Pond, she catches Prince Gyeongwon sitting heavily on the ground, clutching his bleeding wounded leg, and he cries out that Yi Kong has betrayed him. He's certain his mother is dead and that the other rebels are finished. Bruised forehead? A terrifying close-up reveals Gyeongwon's bloodshot eye trembling with absolute murderous rage as blood trickles down his face. Springing to his feet like a wild animal, Gyeongwon screams hysterically at the toddler, roaring about how much hell he suffered because of her. Staring at the massive, swollen knot protruding from his forehead, Seo-yoon realizes in complete shock that her ceramic bowl hit left a permanent lump. That is a literal cartoon bump on his head from a baby's bowl throw. Stopping closer with a twisted scowl, the crazy prince growls that petty tantrums weren't enough to calm his rage, but her arrival is perfect timing. Looming over her tiny frame, Gyeongwon, baring his teeth, vows to break her arrogant habits once and for all right here. Glancing casually around the perimeter without an ounce of terror, Seo-yoon notes how desperate he was to track her down for revenge. Her sharp eyes spot a royal court official standing silently in the distant bushes, watching the entire encounter unfold. A terrifyingly confident smirk spreads across toddler Se-yoon's face as she looks directly at the hidden witness. She literally turned his ambush into a pre-planned sting operation. Freezing in utter bewilderment, Gyeongwon stammers in disbelief, asking why on earth a helpless toddler is smirking at him like a villain. Driven completely mad by her disrespectful stare, Gyeongwon lunges forward and aggressively yanks Se-yoon up by her delicate collar. Suspended in midair by her clothes, tiny Seo-yoon looks down at him with icy, adult contempt and utters a single chilling word. Hey. Gyeongwon's jaw drops in absolute horror as the toddler speaks with flawless adult authority, brutally reminding him that his mother's low standing means he will never become crown prince. Dropping truth bombs directly into his pale face, Seo-yoon coldly sneers that no matter how arrogant he acts, he's nothing more than the child of a concubine. just like her. Looking straight into Prince Gyeongwon's trembling eyes, little Seo-yoon coldly labels him a lowly spy, completely shattering his fragile ego with a single phrase. She knows that even if everyone discovers he threw animal carcasses around, the royal court will likely excuse him simply because he's a young prince. Enraged beyond reason, Gyeongwon grits his teeth in pure hatred and violently screams at the toddler before swinging his arms forward. Flying helpless through the air, tiny Seo-yoon gets thrown directly toward the deep, murky lotus pond by the psychotic prince. Did this guy seriously just throw a literal infant into deep water over a bruised ego? Talk about total villain behavior. Bracing herself for the impact, she tightly closes her eyes just before slamming into the cold water with a massive splash. Sinking beneath the surface, the painful shock of the icy water hits her frail baby body far harder than she ever anticipated. Struggling frantically against the underwater current, Seo-yoon realizes her parents and guards are way too far away to reach her in time. Her heavy, waterlogged silk robes weigh her down like lead blocks, draining the tiny bit of physical strength her toddler muscles possess. Ancient royal dresses were definitely not built for emergency swimming drills. As her vision begins to blur in the darkening water, she desperately cries out internally for someone to save her life. Suddenly, a powerful figure dives straight into the pond with a fierce crash, breaking through the deep water. Sinking lower toward the muddy bottom, her lungs burn intensely while cold darkness wraps around her small frame. Eating fast near the murky lake bed, the tiny princess prays with all her remaining will for help to arrive. Breaking through the darkness, a strong arm reaches deep into the water and firmly grabs hold of her soaking sleeve. Talk about a clutch rescue right at the absolute last second. Suddenly, a massive wave of clear water erupts straight into the sky with a violent burst. Droplets scatter everywhere on a wild, chaotic spray across the scene. Man, check out that rendering quality. The artists definitely flexed their entire graphics budget just to make this water splash look like a high-budget anime climax. Coughing up trapped pond water onto the grassy bank, like a little Seo-yoon gasps for air as her lungs desperately reboot. Opening her wet eyes, she's stunned to find Prince Gyeongwon sobbing uncontrollably beside her, with tears streaming down his trembling face. Staring at the sweet prince weeping over her safety, Seo-yoon feels her heart melt at his genuine, wholesome, brotherly love. Wiping his puffy eyes, Gyeongwon warmly reassures her that her big brother is here, confessing how utterly terrified he was of losing her. While he cradles her gently, Seo-yoon mentally questions where the missing guard eunuch went and how both princes ended up here so quickly. Rushing down the garden trail in sheer panic, the king frantically shouts her name alongside Soo-young-yoon and a frantic squad of attendants. As the court attendants yell for imperial physicians, Seo-yoon suddenly feels an overwhelming wave of magical fatigue draining every drop of her energy. Sweating profusely in utter panic, the king kneels beside his wet daughter, begging her to stay conscious and keep her eyes open. Watching this absolute ruler lose his mind over a soggy toddler shows how much he truly adores her. Resting her heavy head against her father's bright red robes, but she realizes that her internal energy took a catastrophic hit from the ordeal. Gathering every tiny ounce of remaining strength inside her body, she reaches up her tiny hand and softly murmurs the word father. The king freezes completely in place, his jaw dropping in total disbelief as those long-awaited words finally echo in his ears. Closing her eyes peacefully inside his warm embrace, Seo-yoon lets out a soft sigh of relief, knowing her sweet move hit the target. Cut to the grand palace hall, where Lady Yongbin aggressively yells that accusing her son of throwing the princess into the pond is sheer slander. Waking up on a plush cushion with a throbbing headache, Seo-yoon silently listens as Lady Seonbin courageously defends Prince Gyeongwon's testimony. Glaring furiously, Yongbin threatens Sunbin with severe punishment for daring to question Prince Gyeongwon's innocence in front of the throne. Yongbin's defense strategy is literally just shouting louder than everyone else in the room. Seo-yoon quickly reads the room, realizing the court hasn't found definitive proof connecting Gyeongwon directly to her fall yet. Soo-young-yoon leans down with tender care, softly whispering to her newly changed, cozy daughter wrapped in warm robes. Hugging her tightly against her chest, her mother, sobbing softly, expresses immense gratitude that her sweet little princess survived the dangerous pond fall. Bursting into the royal chamber, an official eagerly announces to the king that the young princess has finally woken up. Stalking wide steps across the polished wooden floor, the king marches directly toward Soo-Gyong-yoon's quarters with burning anxiety. Sweeping Se-yoon straight up into his arms, the sovereign frantically inspects her face, asking if she's feeling all right. Pouting with an angry, dark aura floating around her cute face, Se-yoon grumps internally that she is definitely not okay right now. Look at that grumpy baby glare. Someone is about to pay for ruining your afternoon walk. Glaring sharply across the room, she locks eyes with Prince Gi-hung-won, who flinches back in sudden terror on his seat, putting on an award-winning tragic performance. Se-yoon points her tiny baby finger directly at Gi-hung-won and whimpers the word bad. A massive shockwave ripples through the entire audience hall as the court ladies and concubines gasp in collective disbelief, lifting her high into the air with beaming joy. Then the king completely ignores the accusation and celebrates that his daughter just spoke again. Looking down at her with pure, unconditional love, his eyes soften with deep emotional warmth and immense relief. Holding her close against his chest, surrounded by glowing floral blooms, the king warmly smiles, realizing she truly called out for him earlier. Nestling her cheek on his shoulder, Se-yoon softly whispers, "Father," once more, while Gi-hung-won hysterically screams that she insulted him. Gi-hung-won is fighting for his life while the king is living in a high-budget parenting commercial. Scrambling forward on the floor, Gi-hung-won aggressively insists to his father that the baby spoke full adult sentences earlier in the garden. Smirking inside her chibi inner space, Se-yoon scoffs at how ridiculous he looks trying to convince adults that a toddler used advanced vocabulary. Turning his gaze toward Prince Gi-hung-won, the king calmly asks if it's true that the little princess attempted to speak earlier. So-yoon narrows her eyes nervously at Gi-hung-won, wondering what kind of spin the sweet prince is about to place on the event. Bowing his head with gentle composure, Gi-hung-won softly explains that he merely taught her to call him Big Brother after she kept addressing him improperly. Finishing his heartwarming explanation, Gi-hung-won adds that the lesson was probably too tough for her, which is why she went quiet, leaving the king entirely convinced. Gi-hung-won unintentionally dropped the ultimate cover story. Talk about absolute perfect teamwork. Prince Gi-hung-won frantically tries to stitch together a fake excuse, claiming the toddler insulted him by addressing him casually. Meanwhile, little Se-yoon smirks internally, thoroughly amused by his desperate attempt to play the victim. Springing to his feet in pure desperation, Gi-hung-won violently screams out that he's being completely misunderstood. Glaring down with icy authority, the king holds his tiny daughter close, while Gi-hung-won arrogantly insists he was merely disciplining her for disrespecting his royal status. King scoffs in complete disbelief, asking if anyone is seriously supposed to believe a toddler who barely learned to speak managed to craft a complex insult. Bro really tried to gaslight the monarch into thinking an infant gave him a full political burn. Cornering the panicked prince, the king demands to know how throwing a tiny child into deep water could ever be justified as mere discipline. Gi-hung-won, backing away frantically, screams that he never threw her in. Stepping forward with a terrifying expression, the king coldly asks if Gi-hung-won can take full responsibility for his words before commanding the guards to bring in the key witness. The heavy sliding doors creak open as a drenched pair of court slippers steps over the wooden threshold into the silent hall, standing tall with the princess cradled in his arms. But now, the king commands the court eunuch to repeat the exact report he delivered earlier. Bowing his head in solemn reverence, the eunuch confirms that he personally followed the young princess right up to the lotus pond where Prince Gi-hung-won intercepted her. Reliving the horrifying moment, the eunuch explains that he initially stayed at a distance thinking they were harmlessly playing, until he witnessed Gi-hung-won's aggressive behavior.
The eunuch confesses that he panicked after seeing Gi-hung-won grab the princess by her collar, running off to call for help without realizing the prince would throw her into the deep pond. Talk about bringing the receipts right when Gi-hung-won thought he could lie his way out.
Slamming his forehead against the hard wooden floor, the eunuch weeps bitterly, begging the king to punish him for failing to protect the little princess, sweating profusely under the suffocating tension in the room. Gyeongwon trembles violently as his elaborate cover story crumbles to dust right before his eyes. The king slowly turns his lethal gaze back onto Prince Gyeongwon, his tone dropping to an absolute sub-zero chill. Paralyzed by the king's terrifying aura, Gyeongwon freezes in sheer terror as his father demands to know if he still dares to deny the court eunuch's testimony. Clutching his robes with trembling hands, Gyeongwon desperately clings to his arrogance, asserting that as a royal prince, no one is allowed to insult him. Out of control with rage, Gyeongwon screams at the top of his lungs, asking how he could tolerate being disrespected by a mere princess born of a lowly palace maid. Oh man, Gyeongwon just dropped the single worst line possible in front of an overly protective father. The king's eyes flash with lethal fury, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper as he asks the young prince to repeat those exact words. A massive wave of dark, suffocating royal pressure gasp crashes down over the entire chamber, leaving Lady Yongbin trembling on the floor in absolute horror. Enraged beyond comprehension, the king roars across the hall, demanding to know who dared to teach the prince such trashy, classist language. Flinching back in total panic, Gyeongwon stammers helplessly, completely unable to utter a single coherent sentence under his father's terrifying glare. Peeking over her father's shoulder, Seo-yoon wears a victorious smirk, thoroughly enjoying watching the abusive prince get crushed while the king firmly orders everyone to cease. Wheeling around with intense authority, the king commands Lady Yongbin to stand up and answer for her son's atrocious behavior in his place. Bowing down until her forehead touches the floor, Yongbin frantically pleads for mercy, claiming the prince merely overheard careless gossip from low-ranking palace servants. Promising to strictly discipline her son, Yongbin begs for forgiveness, while the king silently reflects on how completely he misjudged her parenting abilities. The color completely drains from Yongbin's face as the king coldly notes that her son's atrocious actions today prove she failed her maternal duties. Standing like an invincible titan with little Seo-yoon safely tucked against his chest, the king looms over the disgraced mother and son with total contempt. Casting a cold, unforgiving glance down at Yongbin, the king delivers the final devastating blow, declaring his complete and total disappointment in her household. That single statement basically destroyed Yongbin's entire political career in 1 second flat. Cut to a grand transition overlooking the imperial palace grounds, where the entire royal court gathers under the bright morning sky for a historic ceremony. Gliding gracefully across the polished stone courtyard, royal ceremonial robes trail behind as the court prepares to announce the high decree. Standing in magnificent imperial robes, Lady Seonbin radiates breathtaking elegance and quiet dignity as she steps forward to receive her new crown. With the entire court bowing in solemn reverence, the king officially bestows the royal seal upon Lady Seonbin, crowning her as the new queen of the realm. Standing side by side in full ceremonial regalia, yet behind their masks, the king and newly crowned Queen Seonbin present a picture of absolute power and harmony. Echoing across the sprawling palace roofs, hundreds of court attendants and officials cheer in unison, wishing eternal prosperity to the new queen. Court musicians strum traditional Gaijin strings, while elegant dancers perform celebratory court routines across the stone tiles. Dressed in high-ranking dark dragon robes, Prince Gyeonon approaches his little sister, softly explaining that he has now been officially elevated to Grand Prince. Munching casually on a sweet royal pastry, Seo-yoon reflects on how natural it is for Jung-on to become a grand prince now that his mother is queen. Look at her casually devouring snacks while major political history happens right in front of her. Staring blankly at Jeon, Seo-yoon mentally notes that the title Grand Prince Gyeonon sounds strangely familiar from the history books of her past life. Looking down at his adorable little sister with a wholesome, protective smile, Gyeong-on expresses profound relief that she made it through the ordeal unharmed. Sweat beads drop from Seo-yoon's forehead as Gyeong-on lectures her about how dangerous the garden walk was. Completely unaware she planned the entire event on purpose, Jung-on reveals that her attendants were panicking, and it was only because he had secretly assigned trusted guards to watch over her that help arrived in time. A sudden realization flashes through Seo-yoon's sharp mind as she connects all the dots, realizing the crowned prince had been quietly protecting her from the shadows all along. Looking up at him with sparkling, radiant eyes, little Seo-yoon offers a brilliant bright smile and warmly praises her big brother for doing an amazing job. Caught completely
completely off guard by her adorable compliment, the young Grand Prince blushes softly, turning his face away to hide his sudden embarrassment.
Chew. Teasingly chuckling to himself, Gyeong-on jokes about how she pretends to be clueless while understanding everything as they both sit happily beneath the clear blue sky. Their sibling chemistry is literally off the charts, hands down the most wholesome duo in the entire palace. Gazing at her sweet older brother under the blooming white flowers, Seo-yoon feels a warm wave of appreciation for his genuine love and protection. Following the tense trial, a massive shift shakes up the royal court as Seonbin officially ascends to take her place on the queen's throne. However, her sudden elevation causes Chuyang Hall to erupt into complete chaos for quite some time, as competing palace factions desperately scrambled to adjust to the new power dynamic. Laugh. Talk about an absolute status upgrade. Lady Seonbin went from defending her son against false accusations to practically running the entire inner palace overnight. Suddenly, loud shouting erupts outside the courtyard quarters as a startled court lady shrieks in utter panic. Dragged forcibly across the palace grounds by senior attendants, Lady Yongbin's arrogant head maid hysterically cries out that she can't survive if cast out of the palace. The senior maid coldly replies that this is the new queen's direct command. Watching the dramatic eviction from around the corner, Seo-yoon listens as nearby palace maids whisper that the arrogant maid finally got what she deserved after abusing her mistress's favor for so long. Deep in thought, Seo-yoon contemplates whether Queen Seonbin is intentionally severing her past ties, realizing just how much silent resentment the new queen had bottled up over the years. Walking silently across the stone courtyard, the court maid carries herself with quiet grace under the bright palace morning light. Seo-yoon's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as she recognizes the attendant. It's the exact same maid who risked everything to save her on 2 separate occasions. Wait a second, is our little mastermind about to stage another dramatic intervention? No! Seo-yoon screams at the top of her lungs, breaking into an all-out toddler sprint right across the open dirt path. Flinching in sheer surprise, both court maids turn around with bug-eyed expressions, shouting out in terror as they see the young princess rushing toward them. Diving forward with all her tiny strength, Seo-yoon grabs onto the maid's heavy blue skirt with both hands, anchoring herself tightly. Hurrying around her in a frenzy, the bewildered maids frantically ask what's wrong, reminding her how terrified she was to step foot near this place earlier because of bad people. Talk about an Oscar-worthy performance. She literally used her former fear as the ultimate tactical weapon. Burying her cheeks against the soft fabric, Seo-yoon smirks quietly to herself, knowing full well that these people aren't bad at all. Wheeling around with a serious look on her chubby face, Seo-yoon points firmly and declares to the entire courtyard that these maids personally saved her life. Overcome with emotion, the court attendant gazes down at the princess with tear-filled eyes, asking if the young lady truly remembers her humble face. Beaming up with an angelic smile that could melt the coldest heart, Seo-yoon warmly reminds her that no one should ever forget a good favor. Look at her casually winning the loyalty of the entire palace staff with pure wholesomeness. The head attendant stands silently beside them, deeply moved by the toddler's profound sense of gratitude and loyalty. Inside the warm royal quarters, Queen Sanbin pulls Seo-yoon into a tight, tearful hug, weeping bitterly over the horrifying danger her little princess had to endure. When turning her stern, authoritative gaze toward the maid, Queen Shenbin demands to know why she kept silent for so long about Prince Gyeongwon trying to push the princess into the deep lotus pond. Kneeling tremblingly on the floor, the court maid stammers nervously under the overwhelming pressure of the royal chamber. Standard palace drama rule, whenever a maid keeps a massive secret, there's always a heartbreaking backstory behind it. Lowering her head in solemn grief, the maid quietly confesses that she has a younger sister who entered the palace alongside her as a low-ranking servant. With tears falling down her cheeks, the maid reveals that Prince Gyeongwon brutally blackmailed her, threatening to destroy her innocent sister if she ever dared to disobey his ruthless orders. Cradling little Seo-yoon against her chest, Queen Senbin gasps in horror as she realizes the true depth of Gyeongwon's sadistic cruelty. Tapping her chin with a curious expression, Seo-yoon racks her brain trying to remember the maid's exact name from the book, wondering if it was something like Shell. Looking down at the tearful servant with gentle compassion, Queen Seonbin softly asks her to state her official given name. Bowing her forehead low against the floor, the maid softly answers that her name is Joga. Seo-yoon brightens up immediately and claps her tiny hands together, realizing that Joga literally translates to clamshell. Her past life brain is literally celebrating over solving a silly word puzzle while a major plot twist unfolds. But in a split second, total horror strikes. So-yoon completely freezes dead in her tracks as her brain short-circuits. Massive beads of cold sweat break out across her forehead as a terrifying wave of panic crashes over her thoughts. Trembling violently in Queen Seonbin's arms, Se-yoon gasps for air while the queen looks down at her in deep concern, asking what's wrong. Still kneeling respectfully on the carpet, Joga remains completely oblivious to the existential crisis paralyzing the young princess in front of her. Imagine realizing your entire existence is tied to a dark revenge story while you're literally dressed as a toddler. Sweating profusely, Se-yoon desperately tries to calm her racing heart, telling herself that it's impossible and must be a total coincidence. She tries to rationalize her thoughts, noting that the name Kai was extremely common during the Joseon dynasty era. High above, that dude looks down and just sighs, "Ugh, they're fighting because of me, aren't they?" But then we see a massive dragon shadow just swoop in. Man, talk about a glow-up. The majestic curved roofs of the Imperial Palace gleam brightly under the endless blue sky. Sitting alone inside her quiet room, Seo-yoon grips her colorful hanbok dress in total disbelief, realizing the character arrangement of this world is way too similar to be a random fluke. The classic isekai existential panic beat hits hard every single time. Spiraling into deep paranoia, she mutters to herself, wondering if she really got sucked inside the novel. Frantically back and forth, asking if such a thing is even possible. Cut to a dramatic textual reveal displaying the title of the ancient romance novel, Awa's Lover. Visualizing the original novel cover, a handsome imperial prince holds his beloved court lady in a sweet embrace under blooming cherry blossoms. Awa's Lover was a famous Joseon court romance following the life of the male protagonist Awa before his rise to the throne. In the original plot, Jo Joga spent years sharpening her blade in secret to avenge her slain sister, acting as a double agent under Yang Won-soo, the loyal henchman of the villain prince. Chilling silhouette depicts Joga luring the wicked prince deep into the dark, foggy woods, right toward her sister's solitary grave. With a ruthless flash of steel, Joga drives a sharp sword through the villain prince's back, executing her revenge and helping the male lead secure his position as crown prince. Okay, Joga was actually an absolute total badass in the original timeline. Flashback to Se-yoon's modern past life as a young woman sitting at her computer desk, remembering how sad she felt when readers complained that the adaptation might cut Joga's dark revenge arc. She vividly recalls reading the final script pages of Awa's Lover right before stepping out onto the street, where blinding truck headlights suddenly engulfed her vision. Returning to the present moment, little Seo-yoon slumps her shoulders and lets out a long, heavy sigh while sitting on her soft floor cushion. Suddenly, a sweet piece of steamed white rice cake is gently held up right in front of her tiny nose. Seolin happily munches down on the cake, numb, while the stoic young boy standing beside the crown prince scolds her for taking food directly from his royal hands so casually. Glaring over at the grumpy, dark-clothed bodyguard boy, Seo-yoon snorts in her mind, sarcastically asking if he has any idea how many decades old she actually is on the inside. Crown Prince Gion chuckles softly, patting her head and reassuring Shia that he loves her more than anyone else, even if the General of Eternity talks tough. Seo-yoon freezes mid-chew, staring intently at the stoic boy as the title General of Eternity echoes loudly through her memories. Wait, General of Eternity? Isn't that the legendary title of the main male lead? The dark-clothed boy gazes back at her with cool, unreadable eyes, standing completely still under her intense stare. Scooting right up to him, Seo-yoon demands to know his actual name, while Gyeongin laughs and praises her for knowing that General of Eternity is just an official title. With a bright smile, Crown Prince Gyeon reveals that the General of Eternity's real name is Hwa Elwa. So-yoon's jaw completely drops as she stares at the actual male lead of the entire novel sitting right in front of her. Talk about dropping the single biggest character reveal of the entire series right before the batch ends? This changes everything. Crown Prince Lee Hai introduces himself smoothly, flashing a gentle smile while reminding little Shia that his name is Lee Hai, the ultimate eldest brother she should never forget. A cold sweat breaks out across Seo-yoon's toddler forehead as her brain completely short-circuits from realizing the terrible truth. Across the golden roofs of the majestic Imperial Palace, her frantic mental scream echoes loud and clear. This isn't just reincarnation, it's total book possession. Gentle summer breezes rustle the lush green leaves outside the palace pavilion, keeping the imperial grounds peaceful and serene. Reflecting on her absurd situation, Seon admits that knowing she's trapped inside a novel doesn't change her daily life much, since there's zero chance of returning to her past modern life anyway. to 3 distinct pairs of traditional shoes resting neatly on the pavilion step, representing the Crown Prince, Prince E, and the Inspector, Prince Gyeon, and tiny Princess Xia. Sitting inside the wooden pavilion, 12-year-old Prince Gyeongan tilts his head in total confusion, asking how any parents could just walk away and leave young children behind with nothing but a single plate of strawberries? Leaning forward, 6-year-old Xia dryly calls him an idiot, reminding him that common folk back then weren't anywhere near as wealthy as royalty. Look at her casually roasting her 12-year-old brother like a seasoned adult. Crown Prince Lee Hae listens with an amused smirk, softly agreeing with his little sister's sharp observation. Glowing under the warm afternoon sunlight, 20-year-old Crown Prince Lee Hee kindly explains that regular citizens have no choice but to work hard every single day just to put food on the table. Sitting together around the wooden tea table, Xia continues her dramatic story. My man's trying to lock in, studying like his life depends on it. But then, bam, little sister pops up behind him, all up in his grill. What you doing, big bro? Play with me. Is that a book? Boring. She's poking, prodding, probably singing along to some super cutesy nursery rhyme at the top of her lungs while he's just trying to figure out geometry. Absolute chaos. Holding her chubby cheek in deep, dramatic flair, Xia mimics the annoying little sister, begging if she can eat the strawberries first. She recounts how the sweet older brother gave his gentle permission just so he could focus back on his books, calling him a truly wonderful sibling. Wide view of the Imperial Pavilion as Xia dramatically builds up the tension, revealing that the sister started whining again just moments later for another strawberry. Prince Gyeongon shrugs his shoulders innocently, confessing that he would have let her eat it anyway, while Xia carries on with her dark tale. With a dark, sinister shadow stretching across her toddler face, Xia softly whispers the sister's chilling request for just one more strawberry. Why is a 6-year-old telling a full-blown psychological horror story during afternoon tea time? She describes how the sister kept relentlessly asking over and over again until the brother finally snapped and yelled at her to eat them all. Slamming her tiny hands onto the table, Xia pauses right at the climax, making both princes lean in with wide eyes asking what happened next. With an eerie, sinister smile spreading across her dark-shaded face, Xia reveals that a terrifying ghost with a mouth soaked in blood appeared, happily chewing on the sister's severed finger. In a split second, Xia swoops right into Gyeongon's face with a loud whoosh, shrieking that she enjoyed the meal so much. Terrified out of his mind, 12-year-old Gyeong hiccups loudly and instantly dives behind Crown Prince Lee Hai's back to hide. The legendary General of Eternity just got completely traumatized by a ghost story told by a toddler. Crown Prince Lee Hai chuckles warmly, gently asking Xia where on earth she picked up such a scary story, while the cheeky princess giggles that it's a total secret. Blushing red in embarrassment while rubbing his throbbing head, Gyeongin stammers that he wasn't scared at all, just caught off guard by her sudden jump scare. Smirking mischievously, 6-year-old Xia mocks him for being so timid at 12 years old, making Gyeongon completely explode in embarrassment. Crown Prince Lee Hae laughs softly as he calms his upset brother down, while Xia secretly notes to herself that telling horror stories on a hot summer afternoon works like a charm. Like slumping face down onto the hard wooden table, Xia groans in frustration about how hot her heavy royal handbook dress is. Crown Prince Lee Hai tilts his head in concern seeing her sag, while Gyeong scolds her for acting completely unrefined right in front of the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Lee Hae scoops tiny Xia right up into his arms, declaring that being spoiled is the ultimate privilege of the youngest sibling. Big brother Lee Hae is officially the most soft-hearted royal in the entire palace. Snuggling tight into Lee Hai's royal robes, Xia casts a smug, manipulative glance back at Young-on, asking the Crown Prince if she would get bullied like this without him around. Gyeon almost gags in total disgust, dramatically asking if she seriously just spoke about herself in the third person, while Xia playfully sticks her tongue out at him. But looking at her brothers with a warm, genuine smile, Xia wonders softly to herself when the two will ever get along properly when she isn't around to mediate. Flash forward 4 full years later, the sun shines brightly over the gorgeous curved roofs of the Imperial Palace as 4 years pass by smoothly. Now older, Prince Gyeongan sits quietly across the table, awkwardly asking his older brother if he can start keeping a bit of distance from Xia these days. Smiling fondly, Crown Prince Lee Hai cradles young Xia close, explaining that once she grows grows into a young lady, propriety will force them apart, so he wants to treasure these precious moments while she's still small. Xiang'an stares back with an unamused deadpan expression, muttering that hovering over his sister like this isn't very regal behavior for a crown prince. Xiang'an is basically the designated sane person in this overly affectionate royal family. Resting her chin on her brother's shoulder, Xia's playful eyes suddenly turn sharp as a dark realization strikes her mind. What is actually going to happen to the crown prince? Flash of dark lightning sparks her mind as she urgently spirals into deep thought, desperately searching her past life memories. Racking her brain, Xia tries to carefully reconstruct the exact plot details and lore of the original novel, Ahua's Lover. She recalls that Prince Gyeong, own originally titled Yongwon Daegun, was the ultimate bitter villain who hated his younger brother for taking the throne, constantly referring to him by his old title? Tragic silhouette reveals the dark truth. The only reason Yongwon Daegun ever became crown prince in the original timeline was because Crown Prince Li Hai died at a young age. Visualizing the ruthless, villainous Yongbin, Xia remembers how she assassinated the rightful Queen Seonghae and her son Prince Li Hai to secure power, and later even poisoned Queen Xianbin. Despite committing countless horrific murders,
Oh boy, another one. You'd think after the, curse debacle, he'd rethink his approach. But no, gotta keep that drama going, right? What could possibly go wrong this time? And Seonbin's son was named Crown Prince, meaning Youngbin's bloody schemes only benefited others in the end. Driven mad by greed, Youngbin continued to sow dark corruption, slander the royal court, and arrange assassinations until she finally brought about her own brutal downfall. Original Youngbin was an absolute menace to society. Talk about pure court drama toxicity. Dark silhouettes show Youngbin and Gyeongon standing side by side as the final bosses of the novel, whose evil puppetry was destroyed far earlier in this new timeline. Chibi Xia smugly scratches her cheek, proudly realizing that she was the sole reason the entire villainous faction collapsed before their schemes even started. Ever since the Lotus Pond incident, things have been totally different. Xia's biological mother was elevated to Sukwi, the 4th rank among concubines, while the evil Youngbin was stripped of power and demoted all the way down to Suk 1, the lowest 8th rank? Confined under strict indefinite house arrest, Youngbin now lives completely powerless inside her isolated quarters alongside Prince Gyanan. The state counselor was forced to resign in total disgrace for failing to educate his corrupt daughter, effectively neutralizing every single enemy threat. Standing beneath blooming trees, Crown Prince Li Hai stands beside his royal court. While peace returned to the palace for 4 peaceful years, it's deeply tragic that the young crown princess passed away shortly after marriage due to sudden illness. Now, recalling the tragic loss of his late crown princess, Li Hai cradles little Xia gently, remembering how palace life slowly wore down her health until she tragically passed away from illness. Deeply saddened by her death, the reserved crown prince had grown even more withdrawn until he began secretly traveling outside palace grounds in disguise, which slowly lifted his heavy spirits while maids whispered rumors about Gyeongon teaching Xia how to write. Sitting inside the sunny wooden pavilion, 12-year-old Prince Gyeong shrugs his shoulders modestly, explaining that he only taught her a couple of characters from the 1,000-character classic, since little Xia absolutely hates studying. Cradled snugly in her big brother's warm arms, 6-year-old Xia pouts defensively, insisting that she doesn't actually hate studying, she just isn't sure how far she's supposed to go to master it. Wide view of the Imperial Pavilion reveals Li Hai starts standing tall while carrying his beloved sister, as Xia thoughtfully realizes her father spends time with her mainly to find comfort from his overwhelming court duties. Talk about being the ultimate human stress reliever for the emperor. A court attendant steps forward, bowing respectfully, to inform the crown prince that it's time to head out, prompting Li Hai to gently set Xia down while she promises to play nicely and behave herself. Standing on her tiptoes, Xia enthusiastically waves both hands in the air as Crown Prince Li Hai walks off with his attendant, while Prince Gyeongon watches quietly from behind. Turning around with a sly, smug smirk, Prince Gyeongon looks down at his little sister with pure comedic mischief written all over his face. With an amused chuckle, Gyeongon teasingly asks Xia, whispering, if she's seriously still playing shy and timid right in front of the crown prince? As the palace maidens erupt into soft giggles in the background, Xia mocks her brother for acting all proper and dignified too, causing Gyeongon to explode in utter embarrassment. These two siblings literally cannot
not go 5 minutes without roasting each other. Xia casts a sneaky glance over her shoulder to check on the distant court attendants following behind them. Walking side by side, Prince Gyan pulls a sweet treat out from his sleeve, while Xia asks him casually if he's really been studying extra hard lately. Glaring down at her in shock, Gyeongan demands to know where on earth he heard such a rumor, while Xia deadpans that there are 0 secrets inside the imperial court. Slumping his shoulders with a heavy exhale, Gyeongan turns quiet, silently confirming that her secret source was completely accurate. Xia's intelligent eyes narrow slightly as she directly asks her brother if his sudden academic grind is because of the Empress's political pressure. Gyeongan sighs softly, confessing that when he expressed interest in learning martial arts from her, the Empress appeared deeply displeased, making Xia instantly connect the dots. A hilarious comic visual imagines Gyeongan surrounded by intense flames of knowledge while the Empress trembles in fear, worrying that if Gyeongan excels in both literature and martial arts, he'll be seen as a threat to the Crown Prince's faction. Palace politics are so absurd that a 12-year-old taking martial arts classes triggers a full-blown political crisis. Realizing the delicate balance of power, Gyeongan nods in agreement as Xia reminds him that the selection for the new Crown Princess is approaching, making everyone in court extra sensitive. Gazing up at the clear sky above the curved palace roof, Gyeongan decides he'll quietly focus solely on his academic studies for a while to avoid triggering unnecessary court drama. Glowing under the gorgeous sunlight, Gyeongan smiles warmly at his sister, admitting that seeing her happy when he studies actually makes learning pretty fun for him. Plopping onto a polished wooden bench, Xia groans dramatically about how insanely boring life in the palace can get. A polite courtmaid bows gently while holding a woven hand fan, asking the little princess if she'd like to gather the maidens to play a game of hide-and-seek. Wiggling her little legs in the air, Xia declines the offer, internally complaining that while royal life is super luxurious, the lack of modern entertainment media leaves her painfully bored. Suddenly snapping her fingers, Xia jumps right up on her feet, deciding that making delicious snacks for her hardworking father and brothers will solve her boredom instantly. Tapping her tiny embroidered shoes against the stone path, Xia fondly reminisces about modern treats like chocolate and freshly baked bread. Walking alongside her maid, Xia ponders how flour was a rare luxury in Joseon times, making modern baking near impossible without advanced equipment. Xia imagines her maids going wild with dramatic shock while she bakes modern bread, but immediately dismisses the crazy thought before anyone accuses her of whipcraft. Imagine reincarnating into royal Joseon just to become a legendary MasterChef baker. A bright light bulb suddenly flashes above her head as a brilliant, just simple dessert recipe strikes her mind. Noticing her sudden pause, the courtmaid turns back in worry, while Xia enthusiastically announces that she knows exactly what she wants to create right now. Beaming with a radiant smile, tiny Xia hurries straight toward the royal kitchen tea room to execute her secret culinary mission. Suddenly, a loud noise rattles the royal kitchen, making all the palace cooks freeze in total bewilderment as the tiny princess takes over. Step 1 begins. Songbee carefully cracks fresh eggs into a wooden bowl and whisks them smoothly using wooden chopsticks, while Xia watches like a strict head chef. Step 2. They pour the smooth beaten egg mixture through a fine woven sieve to filter out any rough bubbles and ensure a perfectly silky texture. Step 3. They carefully place individual covered ceramic cups into a giant wooden steamer pot to steam the eggs to perfection. Ta-da! Unveiling the stunning golden creation, a gorgeous, silky smooth caramel custard pudding drenched in sweet golden syrup. Presenting the luscious dessert to her biological mother, Sukui covers her mouth in complete surprise, gasping at the beautiful presentation. Looking closely at the golden pudding with her chopsticks, Sukui asks if it's a special type of steamed egg, while Xia proudly explains that she made this custom sweet treat alongside Songbee. Resting her chubby cheeks in her hands with a bright sparkle in her eyes, Xia proudly shares how they suffered a few heat control failures before achieving pure, silky perfection. Suku's eyes light up with pure delight, raving that the combination of smooth sweetness and soft texture is unlike anything she's ever tasted in the palace. Xia beams with absolute pride, but just as she starts explaining her trial process, Suki suddenly gasps and claps a hand over her mouth. Suddenly turning pale with nausea, Sukui gagged intensely, making Xia jump in total shock, asking what on earth is wrong, hovering her lips tightly while trembling in discomfort. Sukui struggles to hold back a sudden wave of severe severe morning sickness. Sukwi takes another small taste of the custard, gently pointing out that while the texture is divine, there's a slight fishy aftertaste from the eggs. She suggestively asks if adding a splash of fresh fruit juice might brighten it up, prompting Shia to clap her hands in bright agreement. Gotta love how historic court ladies give world-class culinary feedback like Michelin-star judges. Shia realizes that back in modern times, bakers would simply mix in vanilla extract to neutralize any raw egg scent. But since vanilla hasn't even been discovered in Joseon, substituting fresh yuzu juice is an absolute stroke of genius. Suki gazes into the distance with nostalgic eyes, softly reminiscing about how back when she served as a young court lady, she used to sneak around baking cookies to share with everyone. Smiling warmly, she admits it's been ages since anyone went out of their way to prepare a sweet treat just for her. Curious, Shia asks her mother if she enjoyed making baked goods when she was a little girl. Sukwi explains that back then, sugar and sweets were strictly reserved for the wealthy elite, so she never dared to dream of eating desserts until after entering palace grounds. Suki's eyes dim slightly as she reveals her painful childhood, explaining how she lost her parents early and was passed around from one distant relative's home to another. Shia listens intently, suddenly understanding why her mother never receives any family visits or letters from home. Sukui smiles bittersweetly, sharing that while her relations with her relatives were cold and distant, she was blessed to have a true friend who treated her far better than any blood relative ever did. Sukui fondly recalls a neighborhood boy her age who lived right next door. Whenever her greedy relatives refused to feed her during harsh famines, that sweet boy would secretly divide his own tiny meals just to keep her from starving. Shia's heart melts completely. Now that is what you call a ride-or-die childhood friend. With a dreamy expression, Sukui remembers how they locked pinky fingers together, with the boy promising that once he grew up and made tons of money, he would feed her all the grand feasts in the world before suddenly vanishing into thin air. Sukui's cheeks flush slightly as she smirks, revealing that he actually snuck into the imperial palace years later, boldly disguising himself as her cousin just to see her. Wait a second. Shia's eyes instantly pop wide open in utter shock as her brain registers that her mom just dropped a massive romantic secret. And Shia's wild imagination goes into hyperdrive, picturing young Sukui and a dashing, mysterious stranger staring passionately into each other's eyes while holding hands under falling cherry blossoms. Look at Shia's scandalized face. She really thinks her mom had a full-blown secret K-drama romance inside the imperial walls. Suddenly realizing how far her mouth slipped, Sukui claps a hand over her lips in complete panic. Leaning in close with sweating cheeks, Sukui desperately begs her daughter to promise that she will take this secret to her grave and never speak a word of it to anyone. Shia rapidly nods her head in full agreement, knowing how lethal palace gossip can be. Shia takes a deep internal breath, realizing that if anyone ever found out an imperial concubine met a non-relative man inside the palace under a fake identity, it would trigger a massive scandal. Seriously, living in the royal harem is like walking through a landmine field blindfolded. Setting the empty dessert dish onto the polished wooden table, Sukui sternly warns Shia one last time to keep silent, since any slight misunderstanding could completely ruin their lives. Later that afternoon, Shia happily strolls down the sunlit garden path carrying another beautifully wrapped food parcel. Suddenly, her eyes light up as she spots a familiar figure in the distance. Standing on the stone walkway is Crown Prince Li Hai, dressed in full archery gear with a quiver of arrows strapped across his back, accompanied by his loyal right-hand guard, Yan Siono. Li Hai beams warmly, remarking that today must be his lucky day to run into little Shia. Inquiring about her package, Li Hai watches as Shia skips forward enthusiastically, proudly explaining that she's delivering fresh homemade desserts to her mother. When he asks if she made them herself, Shia giggles cutely, admitting she mostly stood by giving orders while the kitchen maids did the heavy lifting, sending both Li Hai and his guard into soft chuckles. Li Hai laughs softly, gently warning her to be careful around hot stoves before praising her for being such a filial and caring daughter. He glances at the mystery parcel with curious eyes, admitting he's dying to know what it tastes like. Swelling with absolute pride, Shia boldly boasts that he'll be totally blown away once he tries it, promising to bake him a special batch real soon. Li Hai smiles warmly, declaring he'll hold her to that promise. Noticing the impressive wooden bow slung over his shoulder, Shia cocks her head, asking if he's on his way to practice archery. Lehigh stoops down to her eye level, asking if she's interested in weapons. Xia's big eyes glisten with pure fascination as she vigorously nods her head twice, practically begging to try it out. Lehigh pats her head fondly, explaining she's still a bit too small for heavy bows, but promises that once she grows a little taller, he'll personally teach her both archery and horseback riding. Xia cheers enthusiastically, absolutely thrilled by the offer. Excitedly bouncing on her feet, Xia cheerfully shouts that it's going to be amazing, proposing that the three of them, including Prince Gian, should all go riding together. But the instant Gian's name leaves her lips, Lehigh's warm smile instantly freezes. After a heavy pause, Lehigh forces a subtle, tight smile, whispering that it would be nice, leaving Xia tilting her head in total confusion. Sensing the sudden icy shift in the air, Xia stares blankly at her brother, her instinct telling her that something deep and sinister is brewing beneath the surface. Arriving outside Prince Gyeongon's courtyard, Xia stops dead in her tracks as furious yelling echoes from inside the building. Gyeongon's voice shouts out in frustrated protest, arguing that he's already 12 years old and has practiced archery since age 7, so learning martial arts shouldn't be forbidden. Suddenly, an older woman's voice screams back with furious rage, roaring that Gyeongon is a royal prince of Joseon, so excelling in martial arts poses a direct political threat to the crown prince. Outside the door, Xia's jaw hits the floor in horror, finally realizing why Lehigh reacted so strangely earlier. Gian yells back in desperate tears, crying that he only wants to learn fighting skills to follow his beloved older brother, not to steal his throne. As the nervous maid outside begs Xia to wait, Xia turns around with a heavy heart, quietly excusing herself from the mess. Just as Xia turns to leave, the paper sliding door snaps open. Gian stands in the doorway looking completely flushed and humiliated, freezing in shock as his tear-filled eyes meet Xia's. Yangon clenches his jaw tightly, his pride utterly shattered to pieces, knowing his innocent little sister just overheard his embarrassing political lecture. Unable to face her gaze, Gyeongon abruptly turns his head away in deep shame. Knowing palace etiquette comes first, Xia swallows her anxiety and steps inside the main hall carrying her wrapped parcel, bowing respectfully to the imposing royal lady seated inside. Consort Park lowers her gaze with a composed, regal smile, warmly welcoming the tiny princess into her quarters. As Consort Park gently lifts the ceramic lid, the glistening golden caramel pudding is revealed in all its silky glory. Surprised, Consort Park praises Xia's dutiful filial love, declaring that Sukui is truly blessed to have such a sweet daughter. Taking a graceful bite with her silver spoon, Consort Park's eyes open wide in genuine delight, admitting she has never tasted such a heavenly melt-in-your-mouth dessert in her entire life. Xia giggles mischievously to herself, proudly explaining how adding fresh milk made the texture velvety smooth, while yuzu juice completely killed the fishy egg odor. Consort Park chuckles softly, assuming all this culinary brilliance belongs strictly to Sukui. Setting her spoon down with a soft click, Consort Park looks down at Xia with a probing gaze, remarking that it's quite unusual for a high-ranking princess to be spending time in noisy kitchens. Xia's mind spins rapidly as she plans her next move. Consort Park approves of Xia learning diverse skills, noting that she heard rumors of Xia studying literature under Prince Gyeongon as well. Seizing the golden opportunity, Xia brightly mentions that Crown Prince Lehigh promised to personally teach her archery and horseback riding. The second those words leave her mouth, Consort Park's smile instantly vanishes into sharp suspicion. Oh man, Xia's playing 4D chess right now. Consort Park leans back against her plush silk cushions, her sharp eyes studying the innocent 6-year-old like a veteran politician evaluating a threat. Pretending to be an innocent, naive child, Xia nervously twiddles her fingers, asking in a small, shaky voice if she said something wrong. Consort Park exhales heavily, revealing that while she strictly forbade her own son, Gyeongon, from taking up martial arts to avoid political drama, she obviously can't stop the Crown Prince from training Xia. Consort Park gently cautions her that weapon training is far too dangerous for a young girl, but Xia smoothly counters that since the Crown Prince himself is personally instructing her under heavy guard, there's zero danger involved. Xia sneaks a quick, calculated glance at Consort Park's expression, waiting for the exact moment to strike. Consort Park looks down in quiet anticipation, waiting to hear what the clever little princess will say next. Staring up with huge, glistening puppy dog eyes, Xia drops the ultimate tactical proposal, asking if Prince Gyeongon can join her and learn martial arts directly alongside the Crown Prince. Brains over brawn. She just turned a major political taboo into a wholesome bonding lesson. A single stone plops deep into the calm lotus pond, sending wide ripples across the water, perfectly clearly symbolizing how tiny Xia's bold move just shattered the political divide between the two rival princes. What a legendary play! Stepping onto the sunlit stone terrace, Xia quietly tiptoes over to where Prince Gyeongan is sitting alone by the lotus pond, holding a small pebble in his palm. Hearing subtle movement behind him, Gyeongan turns his head around as Xia sweetly calls out to ask if he's sitting there all by himself. With a heavy sigh, Gyeon tosses the pebble into the clear water and quietly asks if she heard their mother's harsh lecture earlier. Xia, sitting beside him, softly admits she heard everything, though it was totally unintentional. Gyeongan gazes down at the ripples in deep gloom, whispering bitterly that ever since his mother was elevated to queen, her heart has grown colder than ice. Man, living under royal expectations really drains all the joy out of childhood.
Xia tilts her head, pointing out that while a Grand General's training is naturally strict, there's absolutely no reason for Consort Park to force such harsh distance between him and Crown Prince Lee Hai. Gyeon stays completely silent.
Turning around with a dramatic glare, Jong-un huffs loudly, angrily demanding to know whose side she's actually on. Xia smugly replies that she's obviously on her own side, causing Gyeong-un to whine about how much effort he spent taking care of her. Looking down at the frantic toddler anchoring herself to her skirts, the kind-hearted court maid lets out a soft, knowing smile in the warm morning light. She recognizes immediately that the clever little princess is putting on a dramatic act just to protect her from being dragged away. Giggles. You've got to love how Seyeon never forgets a favor. If you help her once, she'll pull off a whole theatrical masterpiece just to save your skin. Patting the smooth stone bench right next to him, Xia casually shifts closer and prepares to deliver her massive surprise. Gyeongan stares at her with complete blankness as a literal loading icon appears over his head. Totally clueless about what she just accomplished. Suddenly realizing what she meant, Gyeongan's eyes burst wide in total disbelief as he screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know how on earth she managed to get permission. Xia flashes a cocky wink, proudly beaming that her tactical puppy dog eyes and strategic pudding delivery worked like an absolute charm. Talk about a masterclass in diplomacy. Later that morning, the scene shifts to the vast royal training grounds. Horses trot down the dirt trail as Lee Hai, Gyeongan, and Xia all enjoy their very first official riding lesson together under the clear blue sky. Squeezing the leather reins tightly, Xia chuckles internally, recalling how she originally planned to lay low and act innocent, yet somehow ended up leading the political drama. Motioning with a welcoming wave, Consort Park softly asks the little princess to step closer to her seat. Xia replies with total respect before stepping forward, only for Consort Park to pull her into a tight, affectionate hug. Wrapped in the royal lady's embrace, Xia hears her whisper gently that having someone like her in the palace is a true miracle. Looking up at the open sky, Xia feels a surge of genuine joy, realizing how much freedom she's gained lately. Suddenly, Lee Hai's gentle voice calls out her name. Guiding her hands onto the leather harness, Lee Hai softly advises her not to overthink things and just focus on keeping her balance. Xia nods happily, gripping the reins firmly. Riding alongside them, Gyeongan snorts playfully, teasing Xia for being totally fearless on a giant horse. Xia giggles cutely, declaring she refuses to keep losing to her older brother forever. Turning her head with a mischievous smirk, Xia pokes fun at Gyeon, asking if he's secretly the one who's scared of falling off. Look at her teasing him! She knows exactly which buttons to push. Gyeon's cheeks turn bright red as he roars back in defense, shouting that a brave prince like him isn't scared of anything. Gazing at Gyeongan's energetic face, Xia's mind wanders as she thinks how much better off he'd be if he wasn't tied to royal succession, wondering how such a simple kid could ever survive ruthless palace politics. She recalls the dark novel storyline where this exact sweet boy transformed into a cold, ruthless tyrant. A dramatic flashback reveals the adult crown prince staring down with terrifying, shadowy eyes. Environment truly shapes a person. Xia scratches her cheek, realizing that if she changes the plot too much and Gyeongan never becomes the crown prince, it'll completely derail his future meeting with the female lead. She visualizes the original novel scene where the backup candidate for crown princess enters the imperial palace courtyard and accidentally falls in love with the male lead, Lee Hwa. Resting her chin against her hand while riding, she ponders her situation while observing her surroundings. Xia wonders if her meddling is accidentally ruining the main couple's destined romance. Watching Lee Hai ride slides smoothly beside her while complimenting her balance, Shia smiles brightly, finding it surreal how this magical story world is her actual daily reality. Suddenly, an icy chill runs down her spine. Shia glances back, sensing a sharp, uncomfortable gaze piercing straight into her back. As evening falls over the palace grounds, the heavy horse hooves slowly trot along the towering stone walls. Shia turns to Lehigh, asking if he isn't super busy with his royal duties. Lehigh grins warmly, assuring her that he has plenty of time to personally escort his little sister back. Shia sneaks a peek at the palace maids walking behind them, noticing their terrified eyes, pleading with the crown prince to hurry back before the queen notices. Unbothered by the anxious staff, Lehigh smiles fondly, remarking that strolling through the gardens with Shia feels like taking a well-deserved day off from his heavy duties. Shia's heart melts with warmth as she looks up at her kind brother, happily admitting that spending time with him is her absolute favorite part of the day too. Suddenly, Lehigh halts in his tracks. Horrific, blood-curdling screams echo from the far side of the palace walls, instantly shattering the peaceful mood. As the agony-filled screech echoes through the air, Lehigh's hand subconsciously tightens around Shia's small palm. Shia sighs internally, knowing trouble has struck again. A grim narration note notes that following the royal court decree, Youngbin and Kyungwon were locked inside the subterranean prison, occasionally shrieking as if suffering violent convulsions. Lehigh exhales a heavy breath, softly telling Shia that he needs to stop by the prison grounds. Shia looks up with worried eyes, asking if he really has to go there. Lowering his head in deep sorrow, Lehigh admits that even though he isn't fond of the dark situation, Kyungwon is still his blood sibling, so he simply can't look away. He adds that even regarding Yoon-suk's tricky standing, whispering he cannot pretend not to care, gently reassuring Shia that he can handle the heavy burden on his own. Lehigh looks away with a bittersweet smile, admitting that as the crown prince of the nation, he's constantly forced to do painful things he genuinely despises. Reaching out his slender hand, Lehigh moves closer to his little sister. Tenderly caressing Shia's head, Lehigh whispers with immense affection that while he must carry the royal weight, he wants Shia to live freely and do whatever her heart desires. Shia tilts her head playfully, asking if that means she's allowed to throw stones at mean people. Lehigh gets totally flustered, waving his hands to forbid it while Shia clicks her tongue in fake disappointment. Shia leaps forward into a tight, warm hug, comforting him like an adorable little angel. Lehigh chuckles softly, declaring that her hugs instantly cure all his exhaustion. The disturbing screams echo once more across the courtyard wall, making the surrounding guards shudder in discomfort. Gently stepping forward, Lehigh places both of his warm hands directly over Shia's ears, softly instructing her not to listen to the horrifying noise. Shia's eye opens wide in subtle shock as the full weight of her success hits her. Her quick political maneuver didn't just calm Consort Park's deep worries, it completely opened the royal matriarch's heart, proving that even the tensest palace rivalries can be broken with the right nudge. Looking down into her eyes with the sweetest smile, Lehigh whispers that everything is nice and quiet now. Kneeling on the ground under a shower of falling cherry blossom petals, Lehigh gently holds her small hands, softly begging her to only fill her mind with beautiful, happy thoughts. Shia stares silently into his gentle gaze, her heart aching seeing how much emotional pain the young crown prince hides behind his sweet smile. Turning around with his royal entourage trailing behind, Lehigh marches off toward the dark prison grounds as Shia quietly watches his back disappear. Lehigh thinks back to his maternal relatives, reflecting on how he visits them out of duty, yet never receives genuine warmth or gratitude in return. Scene shifts to a bright, cozy room. Young Shia sits with sparkling eyes, wondering how her mother and father originally fell in love. Suddenly, the palace maid rushes in with a beaming smile, announcing that Shia is about to become a big sister to a brand new baby brother. Shia's jaw drops in complete shock. Talk about an unexpected plot twist. Sitting across from her pregnant mother, Shia slurps her dessert and suddenly puts the pieces together. Those weird pudding cravings weren't just a sweet tooth. They were actual pregnancy cravings. A sudden nostalgic memory flashes across her mind, taking her back to a sunny playground swing set where kids used to laugh and cheer as they swung high into the air, swinging back and forth against the breeze. She remembers how rewarding it felt to watch someone grow up right before her eyes. Returning to reality, Shia nods her head rapidly as the palace maid warmly comments on how amazingly high-spirited the young princess seems today. Squeezing her tiny hands into little fists, Shia dashes down the wooden corridor, declaring that she's marching straight over to congratulate the crown prince herself. Sliding the grand paper door open, Shia barges right inside and enthusiastically asks Li Hai how he feels about becoming an older brother once again. Shia puffs her tiny chest out proudly, thinking to herself that her daughterly duties for the day are officially complete. Look at her beaming with self-satisfaction. She genuinely deserves an award for best daughter. Suddenly, Shia glances sideways at Maid Bake, noticing the poor servant standing stiff as a board with an utterly stressed expression on her face. Exhaling a tired sigh, Maid Bake mutters under her breath about how people in the royal palace always seem to carry such explosive, nasty tempers. She quietly complains that despite her duty to serve the royal heir, the crown prince keeps throwing terrifying subtle threats her way whenever anything goes wrong. Shia narrows her eyes with a mischievous smirk, realizing that plenty of jealous snakes inside the court are talking trash behind her back. Honestly, did these snobby nobles really think a transmigrated adult would just let them insult her quietly? Resting her chin against her delicate palm, Shia stares out at the golden courtyard flowers, deciding that sitting around doing nothing is definitely not her style. A sudden light bulb sparks above her head as she flashes a confident grin. She just came up with a brilliant, borderline villainous plan. Later that afternoon, Crown Prince Li Hai scoops up a golden spoonful of sweet pudding, squinting in confusion and asking if this mysterious royal snack is actually just fancy steamed eggs. Taking a slow bite, Li Hai's face brightens in pure bliss as the soft caramel dessert melts across his tongue. Shia scoots closer, eagerly asking if her homemade recipe tastes delicious. Smiling warmly, Li Hai admits the treat instantly lifted his heavy mood. He's curious if she shared a portion with their royal mother and father yet. Shia shakes her head while munching happily, and Li Hai gasps in adorable delight, feeling super special that he got first taste before the king himself. Li Hai's sweat drops nervously at her dark logic, impressed by her sharp mind, but slightly concerned that their parents might end up deeply offended. Shia twirls her hairpin innocently, putting on the most harmless, helpless expression she can muster. Dropping her head dramatic style, Shia whimpers that standard royal testing is necessary because everyone in the palace keeps calling her a rude, uneducated bumpkin. Bratty child. Li Hai's playful expression instantly vanishes. Shadows cast across his eyes as he darkens, low voice demanding to know who dared whisper such foul insults to his precious sister. A chilling aura radiates off the young prince as he cold-bloodedly asks if Lady Lim was the one spreading dirty rumors. Seeing his terrifying frown, Shia frantically waves her arms around. She totally miscalculated. She wanted to stir up light drama, not start a bloody royal execution. Li Hai's fists clench so tight, his knuckles turn white as he growls through gritted teeth about how court trash dare speak carelessly about his bloodline. Li Hai hangs his head in utter gloom, looking like a tragic male lead trapped in a dark, depressing historical drama. Shia sweat drops profusely, wondering why on earth this sweet kid suddenly spiraled into maximum edginess over a tiny joke. Looking out toward the sunlit stone arches where court attendants walk past, Shia takes a deep breath and realizes she needs to fix this immediately. Leaping up from the cushioned floor, Shia directly demands to know if someone at the boarding house mistreated him. Li Hai turns away in embarrassment, shyly avoiding the questions. Shia flattens her eyes with an exasperated glare. Yep, her big brother intuition was spot on. Someone definitely gave him a hard time today. Reaching out her tiny hand, Shia gently pats the crown prince's head like a protective older sister comforting a sad puppy. Standing tall against a bright backdrop of blooming flowers, Shia softly coos, asking what kind of sister she would be if she ignored her big brother's heavy heart. Li Hai breaks into the most adorable, wholesome smile, leaning his cheek straight into her tiny palm while chuckling softly. Wrapping his arms around her, Li Hai aggressively snuggles her cheeks, crying out that he couldn't survive a single day without his sweet Shia. Shia huffs cutely, telling him to hurry up and get married so a crown princess can comfort him instead. Li Hai laughs playfully at her cold reaction, while Shia smugly points out that she's officially not the baby of the family anymore. Gently holding her in his lap, Li Hai softly agrees that finding a crown princess is his duty, though his eyes suddenly drift into solemn reflection. A dark memory haunts his mind, a vision of his previous late crowned princess lying motionless on a cold bed while he wept in silence. If she had never married into the royal tragedy, she wouldn't have died of a broken heart. Closing his eyes tightly, Lehigh silently vows that this time around, he will protect his future wife with everything he has. Shia looks up at his serious face, tilting her head as she recalls an important piece of lore from the original web novel. She visualizes a mahogany wooden chest opening up, revealing a pair of rare, glowing jade rings resting gently on delicate silk embroidery. Shia whispers that their royal father still secretly treasures the jade ring he purchased during a dangerous undercover mission for his first love. Lehigh gasps in shock, totally amazed by this secret history. Pinching her cheeks affectionately, Lehigh gushes over how impossibly brilliant Shia is, while Shia proudly flips her hair, declaring she was simply born a genius. Look at her flex. Her ego is totally unmatched. Lehigh chuckles warmly, agreeing that since the palace is full of lonely people, he should treat everyone with genuine kindness. Asking Shia if she ever feels lonely here. She cheerfully promises that even after she grows up and moves out of the palace upon marriage, she'll visit her dear brother every single day. Shrugging her shoulders casually, Shia nonchalantly adds that if her future husband turns out to be an annoying jerk, she'll just dump him and live a fabulous single life forever. Lehigh freezes in absolute shock, his mind blowing into a million question marks as he screams in utter disbelief, demanding to know what she means by living alone. Protect this overprotective brother at all costs. Pouting cutely, Shia demands to know why a princess can't just live on her own, teasingly asking if she won't receive her royal allowance and rice fields if she stays single. Lehigh chuckles softly, reassuring her that the court would still grant her houses and land, though he gently insists that living alone isn't proper once someone gets married. Shia tilts her head with an innocent stare, casually asking if a princess is allowed to live alone if her husband suddenly passes away. Lehigh freezes in utter terror, looking at her like she just confessed to a murder scheme and asking if she's secretly plotting something dark against her future spouse. Sinister dark aura radiates behind Shia as a mischievous smirk spreads across her face. With a terrifyingly calm grin, she sweetly vows that she'll try her absolute best not to kill the poor guy. Man, protect this future husband at all costs because she is not playing around. Lehigh instantly bursts out laughing, spitting up his drink in sheer amusement at her unexpectedly dark sense of humor. Shia stares back with earnest eyes, confirming without hesitation that fate can definitely be altered. Looking closer at her current life, she knows deep down that so much has already shifted away from the novel's original dark timeline. In the original web novel, after the tragic deaths of the young princesses, the king fell into absolute despair and lost all will to rule. But now, thanks to Shia's intervention, her mother is healthy and another royal baby is about to be born. Turning her attention back to her big brother sitting across from her, Shia carefully considers her next words as Lehigh patiently waits for her answer. Shia brightly explains that if she decides she doesn't want to get married, running away the night before the ceremony to go hiking across Gyeomgang Mountain is the ultimate way to change fate. Lehigh's sweat drops in complete astonishment, asking why his sweet little sister always jumps to such wild, extreme solutions. Gently placing his large palm onto her head, Lehigh pats her soft hair with deeply affectionate warmth. Looking down at her tenderly, Lehigh promises that if their future husband ever misbehaves or makes her unhappy, she just needs to say the word and he'll personally take care of the problem for her. Crawling back down, Lehigh playfully suggests that if she really wants to visit Gyeomgang Mountain, she should just go on a nice trip there with her future husband instead. Shia crosses her arms cutely, declaring she'll think about it while Lehigh begs her to hold a slightly more positive view on marriage. Golden autumn leaves drift gently across the quiet palace courtyard, taking us back to a painful incident that occurred earlier that week. Inside a grand silk-paneled room, palace maidservants gather around a young noble lady in sheer distress, anxiously checking her legs and asking if she's badly injured. The lady waves her hands calmly, softly insisting that she's totally fine. Revealing her sore legs covered in painful red lash marks, Shia quietly begs her attendants not to tell her royal mother, whimpering that she already received a harsh scolding from the queen. As a maid carefully applies soothing ointment over the red welts, she gently advises the young princess that the queen notices everything anyway, suggesting it's always better to be honest first. Shia pouts softly, sighing in defeat. Looking down with a quiet sigh, Xia remembers standing her ground without a single regret. A dramatic memory flashes back to her loudly pleading for justice, shouting at the top of her lungs that Prince Youngwon is working tirelessly and deserves to be treated with kindness. She vividly recalls confronting the queen directly, boldly reminding Her Majesty that Youngwon is her very own blood son. Gasp! Hearing those fierce words, the queen immediately picked up the whip. Yet, strangely, her eyes carried no real anger or malice at all. In fact, right after delivering the punishment, the queen broke down into tears and wept bitterly, pulling Xia into an apology and sobbing that she never truly wanted to hurt her. Restfully swinging her feet off the wooden ledge, Xia realizes how heartbreaking the situation was, wishing the queen could simply be honest with her son instead of resorting to harsh physical discipline so often. Suddenly, soft footsteps echo along the stone steps, breaking Xia's quiet train of thought as a deep, familiar voice calls out her name. Xia turns her head in surprise, blinking her big brown eyes as she wonders who could be visiting her at this hour. Stepping closer with a heavy heart, Li Hai gazes at her with deep concern, softly asking if his precious sister is feeling all right. Sitting down gracefully on the cushion floor, Li Hai lowers his head in deep guilt, apologizing sincerely and blaming his own rudeness for causing her to be punished by the queen. Question marks, literally hoots, float around Xia's head as she stares at him in sheer bewilderment, completely baffled as to why he's taken the blame out of nowhere. Settling down around the small tea table filled with traditional snacks, Li Hai admits he was originally planning to meet the queen himself today, which explains his sudden arrival at the palace. Resting her chin against her hand, Xia thoughtfully analyzes the situation. Knowing the crown prince would never drop by without a specific reason, she wonders if the queen staged the entire punishment knowing Li Hai was watching? Light bulbs instantly flash in her mind. She realizes the queen's harsh scolding was merely a calculated performance to prove she had zero intention of threatening Li Hai's royal succession. No wonder the queen wept so bitterly afterward. She was caught right in the middle of court politics like a tiny shrimp crushed between fighting whales. Xia narrows her eyes thoughtfully, knowing any ordinary 6-year-old child would be terrified and traumatized by such drama. But as a transmigrated adult, she sees right through the court's clever political theater. Li Hai quickly picks up a sweet rice cake and gently feeds it to Xia while she chews happily, softly murmuring that she must have been in so much physical pain. Glancing sideways between the two boys, Xia gently offers her opinion, admitting that while the queen went a bit too far this time, her harshness was directed at her own son rather than out of hatred. Prince Youngwon sits perfectly still in silence, staring down at his lap with an unreadable, solemn expression. Xia glances at Youngwon's somber face, noticing he hasn't uttered a single word since entering the room. She wonders if the quiet boy is currently suffering from a heavy sense of guilt. So get this! In royal court tradition, princes are forced to act casual and dedicate themselves to arts and poetry, carefully hiding their true ambitions to prevent deadly misunderstandings and prove they pose no threat to the throne. Lore panels show that while Li Hai treats Youngwon with absolute kindness and Youngwon dutifully respects his older brother, a dangerous dilemma exists. Youngwon is naturally superior to the crown prince in almost every single discipline. Xia deeply sympathizes with the queen's hidden anxiety. Because Youngwon has been praised as a prodigy since childhood, the queen lived in constant fear that a single mistake would trigger a brutal, bloody war for succession. Li Hai speaks up softly, reassuring everyone that he completely understands the queen's protective motherly instincts, gently asking Xia not to hold any hatred toward her in her heart. Dropping his gaze in painful self-reproach, Li Hai murmurs sorrowfully that he feels utterly miserable knowing two innocent people suffered simply because of his presence as crown prince. Xia and Youngwon instantly shout out in unison, firmly telling him that none of this is his fault and he shouldn't blame himself for court madness. Li Hai breaks into a gentle, melancholy laugh, chuckling softly at their immediate, passionate defense. Xia frantically waves her hands, passionately arguing that changing the crown prince would cause total chaos. The greedy court elders would bully the queen and unleash an all-out civil war. Li Hai smiles warmly at her sharp political mind, softly complimenting how unbelievably smart his little sister is. Xia pauses for a brief moment, turning her sharp gaze toward the quiet boy sitting beside them. Turning directly toward Youngwon, Xia boldly points out that generals aren't the only ones forced to hide their brilliant talents in order to survive court politics. Youngwon looks up in shock, totally startled by her direct remark. Xia clearly explains that even when someone possesses extraordinary gifts, court society forces them to bury their potential so they don't accidentally bring ruin upon themselves or their families. So Li Hai rests his fingers against his chin in deep reflection, quietly absorbing his sister's profound wisdom. Listening to his little sister's surprisingly deep insights, Li Hai reflects on how Xia rarely talks like a normal 6-year-old child, yet every single word she says makes complete sense. Smiling with genuine warmth, Li Hai praises her for being so remarkably wise and thoughtful, admitting he feels totally reassured about her future, even when he isn't around to protect her. Xia's eyes instantly bulge in shock. She gasps, asking what on earth he means by not being able to take care of her, suspiciously asking if he's suddenly becoming super busy. Li Hai flusters slightly, sheepishly admitting that his schedule is getting packed. Honestly, seeing her react like an overprotective parent is absolutely hilarious. Li Hai gently explains that he'll be leaving the inner palace for a while to participate in an upcoming military exercise. Xia blinks in confusion, asking what a military exercise even entails. Li Hai breaks it down simply, explaining that it's an official royal event combining tactical military drills with a grand hunting expedition. Xia tilts her head, wondering why they're holding a massive outdoor expedition right in the middle of freaking freezing winter. Young One speaks up in his usual calm, solemn tone, clarifying that while it used to take place during spring and autumn, the court moved it to winter because the commoners who handle the hunting hounds and horses are free from farm work during the cold season. Youngwon adds that winter hunts help protect local villages by culling wild beasts that wander near human homes looking for food. Meanwhile, Xia imagines Li Hai covered in blood in the freezing snow and shudders, thinking a rugged hunting aesthetic doesn't suit her refined older brother at all. Li Hai chuckles softly at her dramatic expression, asking if hunting really looks that unnatural on him. Xia passionately argues that with a face as elegant as his, he belongs in a quiet library holding calligraphy brushes rather than chasing wild beasts through snowdrifts. Smiling softly at her fierce compliment, Li Hai warmly shifts the topic, mentioning how incredible her homemade rice cake tasted last time and asking if she could whip up another batch before he leaves the palace. Light bulbs instantly flash in Xia's head as she realizes he's asking for her special egg wheat cake. A hilarious pop-up explanation card appears as Xia remembers inventing this specific recipe to help pregnant mothers survive terrible morning sickness. Xia mentally notes that even though historical ingredients make it slightly less fluffy than modern souffle cakes, its light and airy texture makes it a huge hit among royal mothers. Nodding sweet approval, she promises to bake a fresh batch tomorrow morning. Li Hai cheerfully adds that all his friends and palace staff loved it, even mentioning Lady Lim, the notoriously lazy noble lady in the East Palace. Xia immediately pouts, muttering under her breath that she isn't particularly fond of Lady Lim. Xia's eyes narrow into razor-sharp slits. She glares at him suspiciously, asking if he seriously gave away her hard-earned cooking as leftovers. Li Hai breaks into a cold sweat, stammering as he gets completely caught red-handed. You know you messed up when a 6-year-old gives you the ultimate death stare. Desperate to defuse the situation, Li Hai pulls out his ultimate handsome face charm, looking pitiful and asking if he did something wrong. Xia gets totally flustered, backing off and grumbling that he can share if he wants, before suddenly asking if he gave any to Prince Kyung-on.
Xia pouts softly,
admitting she was genuinely worried that being locked away in isolation would cause Kyung-un's personality to turn as fierce and vicious as a trapped wildcat. Shrugging casually, Li Hai reassures her that it's totally fine to send him food since Kyung-on isn't truly malicious deep down, sweetly complimenting Xia for having such an incredibly generous heart. Teasing him back, Xia asks if that means Li Hai doesn't need any for himself. Li Hai sighs dramatically, quickly begging her to make sure his share is included too, while Xia smirks cute and says she'll think about it. Sitting beside them, Prince Youngwon scowls in irritation, angrily asking why Xia is always so casually disrespectful toward His Highness the Crown Prince. Turning toward Li Hai, Xia loudly announces that she'll make extra for the Crown Prince, but strictly forbid giving any to people who call her disrespectful. Youngwon's anger vein pops instantly while Li Hai bursts into hearty laughter. Talk about top-tier sibling pettiness. Youngwon grits his teeth in sheer annoyance, glaring at Xia with a furiously intense and competitive aura burning in his eyes. Shia inwardly chuckles, seeing right through his grumpy front and realizing the little boy secretly wants to try her delicious cake too. She shakes her head playfully, knowing she'll have to put in some extra effort to tame this moody tsundere prince. The scene shifts to a lovely, heartwarming moment inside the queen's quarters. Resting her tiny hands against her mother's large, pregnant belly, Shia gasps in complete marvel as she feels the unborn baby kicking vigorously inside. Shia giggles with pure joy, leaning her head close to her mother's tummy and sweetly announcing that she's its older sister. The queen chuckles softly, teasing that she's being impatient since they don't even know the baby's gender yet, while Shia simply prays for a healthy birth. The queen smiles tenderly, noting how the baby gets super active whenever Shia speaks. Shia playfully scolds her unborn sibling, telling it to behave and stop causing mom pain, or its big sister will give it a stern scolding. Right on cue, the unborn baby completely stops moving. Total silence falls over the room as Shia blinks her big eyes in complete shock. Did the baby seriously just get intimidated in the womb? The queen breaks into gentle laughter, teasing that the baby already knows better than to cross its terrifying older sister. Shia beams with absolute pride. Looking up with genuine concern, Shia asks her mother if walking is difficult with such a heavy belly. Gentle smile. The queen reassures her that she's managing fine. Calm voice, lovingly reminding Shia to watch her step outside since the palace grounds are icy and slippery. Shia smiles warmly and agrees, but as she steps out into the crisp winter air, a sudden heavy thought crosses her mind. The story shifts to the bitter, frozen northern mountains where howling icy winds sweep through bare trees. A royal guard anxiously approaches Crown Prince Lehigh, asking if his highness is holding up okay. Lehigh scoops up freezing mountain water with his bare hands and splashes it directly onto his face to shock his system awake. Man, talk about an extreme way to fight fatigue during a brutal winter exercise. Exhaling a thick cloud of white frost, Lehigh wipes his damp brow and gently reassures his guard that he's completely fine. Pressing his hand against his forehead with a subtle frown, Lehigh struggles against the overwhelming physical exhaustion of the brutal military march. Nearby, royal guards stand watch near a large, dark crow squirming on the frozen ground. Trembling in agonizing pain after being pierced by a hunting arrow, Lehigh silently kneels down in the snow, drawing a small, sharp hunting arrow to swiftly deliver a mercy blow and end the poor creature's agony. Staring down at the lifeless bird with a somber heart, Lehigh inwardly sighs that it would have been far kinder if the arrow had killed it instantly instead of causing it to suffer in the cold. You can really tell how gentle and compassionate Lehigh's soul is, even during a rough military hunt. Suddenly, a single freezing snowflake lands softly right on Lehigh's forehead. Silent stillness settles over the mountain forest as the sky turns pale gray. It's starting to snow. Lehigh tilts his head upward, watching in quiet contemplation as heavy white snowflakes begin to drift down from the overcast winter sky. Standing tall amidst the bare, snow-covered trees, Lehigh takes a brief moment to take in the breathtaking winter scenery surrounding him. A guard steps up, advising that they descend the mountain early before the trail gets blocked by heavy snowfall, though he acknowledges His Majesty wouldn't pause military training for minor weather. Lehigh agrees, noting his father loves hunting and deserves to enjoy this rare moment of freedom away from court politics. Lowering his eyes with a faint trace of insecurity, Lehigh quietly murmurs under his breath that he truly wishes he were as strong and capable as his formidable father. Lehigh's expression softens as he imagines Youngwon and Shia happily playing together in the palace snow, though he worries his little sister might catch a cold in the freezing air. Noticing Lehigh clutching a folded piece of paper inside his cloak, the royal guard curiously asks if His Highness is still admiring it. The guard grins, complimenting how amazingly vivid the children's expressions look, despite it being a tiny drawing, adding that the court painters gave it their absolute best effort knowing it was meant for the crown prince. Suddenly, a sharp, freezing wind sweeps across the snowy mountain pass. The guard's expression turns dark and alert as he realizes there is zero animal tracks in the immediate area. The guard warns that the surrounding wildlife seems to have been completely cleared out or scared away, strongly advising that they pack up and move location immediately. Deep within the dense, dark thicket of the frozen forest, a muscular tiger creeps stealthily through the snow-laden trees. Out of nowhere, a blood-curdling, terrifying roar echoes across the icy mountain valley. Pure horror strikes the royal group as the horses panic in terror. Recognizing the deadly threat of a wild mountain tiger, Lehigh immediately shouts orders for everyone to mount their horses and retreat at full speed. Picking up right where we left off, Crown Prince Lehigh and his royal guard ride at breakneck speed through the snowy mountain trails. Cold sweat beads down Lehigh's cheek as he pushes his horse through the freezing gale, praying they reach his father's camp before chaos erupts. Trying to keep morale up, one guard reminds the group that they have an elite officer from the special tiger hunting unit with them, a veteran who has brought down dozens of beasts single-handedly. But the veteran hunter is secretly breaking into a cold sweat. He knows these pampered palace guards haven't set up a single trap, meaning if a tiger attacks while he's trying to shield the prince, both of them will die. He's basically tiger food. Oh, great! So the expert hunter is secretly praying for a rain check while the guards are acting like they're on a sunny field trip? Classic military logic right there. The guard urges Lehigh to rush toward the king's main encampment, and Lehigh gives a tight, silent nod of agreement. Shouts echo across the frozen peaks as the horses thunder down the treacherous slope at maximum speed. But meanwhile, back at the peaceful royal palace, Prince Youngwon is sitting through his daily tutoring session when the tutor blinks in surprise, asking if she's come back again. Xia marches in with a bright, adorable smile, cheekily announcing that she brought another bribe for the teacher today. The elderly scholar chuckles merry, asking what kind of bribe a tiny princess could possibly bring, only to gasp in utter disbelief when he sees her golden airy egg wheat cake. Look at her casually using homemade pastries as political currency at 6 years old. This kid is going to rule the entire kingdom before she turns 8. She sweetly tells him to take it home to share with his wife and kids, causing the tutor to bow down in deep, humble gratitude. Xia inwardly smirks, remembering how she made sure to give fresh batches to both the king and the crown prince before they left, leaving every noble in court drooling with total envy. But her smile fades slightly as she recalls that the people over at Choyang Pavilion weren't impressed by her delicious treats at all. In fact, young Prince Kyungwon had screaming at the servants to throw it away, shouting that he didn't need anything from her. Noticing her subtle mood shift, Youngwon looks over and asks if those bitter palace people were picking on her again. Youngwon might act like a tsundere brat on the outside, but he's low-key super protective of his little sister when it actually counts. He remembers seeing Xia waiting out in the hallway for him after class, looking so tiny and defenseless. Back then, Youngwon had grumbled at her tired, but looking back, that was almost a luxury, lecturing her that giving away her delicate treats to ungrateful people is a huge waste and telling her to just stop doing it. Xia had agreed sweetly, hooking her little finger with his as Youngwon declared that from now on, her snacks should strictly be made for him alone. Remembering that moment, Xia inwardly sighs, realizing Youngwon is just feeling a little neglected and salty about the crown prince getting so much attention lately. Returning her attention to the present lesson, Xia sits right between him on the floor carpet, settling in for the study session. She rests her chin in her hands with an adorable expression, realizing Youngwon's advanced history class is the absolute perfect excuse for her to learn how this world works. Look at Youngwon's deadpan face! He is so confused why his 6-year-old sister is sitting in on high-level statecraft classes. Youngwon blinks in utter bewilderment, wondering on earth why his little sister is suddenly joining his high-level academic classes. Xia playfully asks if he thought she was just here to distract him, urging the tutor to resume the lesson, and the scholar happily obliges with a grin. As the lesson begins, Xia takes note of this world's altered timeline, learning that while the royal family's surname is Yi, famous real-world historical monarchs like King Taejo, Sejong, or Sejong never existed here. The tutor explains how Joseon successfully repelled foreign intervention during a past rebellion using its own pure military might, and Xia finds herself totally fascinated by this nation's rich history. Youngwon glances sideways at her, surprised to see that despite her cute appearance, she's all business when it pertains to getting in that water. Xia is paying sharp, laser-focused attention to every word the tutor speaks. Later, as they walk along the icy courtyard, Youngwon boasts with a loud laugh that no one can compete with his intellectual prowess, but Xia immediately exposes him by pointing out how red and frozen his hands are. Youngwon clears his throat self-consciously and shifts the subject, noting how unusually heavy the winter snow has been falling across the capital lately. Ah yes, classic famous last words before a massive disaster strikes. Never say what could possibly go wrong in a drama, kids. Youngwon reassures her that their father is a legendary archer who once downed a giant wild boar with a single arrow, so a little snowstorm is nothing to worry about. As they pass under the archway, Xia notices a crowd of court ladies gathered together, whispering nervously among themselves. Xia stops in her tracks, her big brown eyes widening as a strange magical glow starts to appear on the floor beneath her. A prickling sense of unease washes over her. She peers closely at the group, wondering why the palace staff are leaving their posts during midday just to exchange secretive whispers.
Pop? Shia suddenly thrusts her head right between them mischievously, asking loudly if something happened and making both court ladies scream in pure shock.
Stuttering in panic, the court ladies reveal that an express messenger covered in frost just galloped in from Gangwon province, rushing straight into the central palace with urgent, top-secret news. Youngwon's casual mood instantly vanishes, his brow furrowing as he murmurs that an emergency dispatch from the Northern Hunt sounds extremely grave.
Shia's blood runs cold, gasp, as a dark aura surrounds her, realizing that an express messenger from Gangwon can only mean one horrifying thing.
An express rider is only deployed when a sudden, catastrophic disaster occurs, something so severe that even the king himself cannot control it. Without giving Youngwon time to argue, Shia grabs his sleeve in a tight grip, demanding that they march straight into the queen's main hall immediately. Youngwon stammers in absolute shock, panicked protesting that barging into the queen's quarters without permission is extreme disrespect, but Shia screams at him to hurry. A royal attendant tries to block their path, pleading that the little princess cannot enter the main pavilion without an official summon. Bang! Shia flings open the heavy wooden doors with all her strength, shouting for Her Majesty the Queen at the top of her lungs. Total silence falls over the grand chamber. Shia's eyes widen as she sees the queen sitting at the head desk, surrounded by solemn, pale-faced high officials. Youngwon freezes in complete horror, recognizing that the left minister, wait for it, right minister and prime minister are all assembled together in secret emergency council. He hastily turns to drag Shia out of the hall, while the queen remains seated in heavy, brooding silence. Suffocating silence. Look closely at the queen's face. Her complexion is deathly pale, her eyes filled with hollow, unutterable heartbreak as she stares into nothingness. A suffocating dark void consumes the room as the terrifying news echoes through the silent chamber. The crowned prince. Wailing cries echo across the palace roofs as terrified servants weep in utter despair. Inside the darkened mourning chamber, court attendants sob uncontrollably beside a large wooden coffin. Oh no, could Crown Prince Li Hai really have met a tragic end on the frozen mountain? Tears streaming down her face. A court lady wails in pure agony, utterly heartbroken over the crown prince's sudden demise. Even his majesty looks downward in crushed silence, murmuring a solemn farewell to his fallen heir. High court officials and family members weep uncontrollably, questioning why such a young prince had to be taken so cruelly from this world. Little Shia sits frozen on the floor, crying, tears brimming in her eyes as she remembers Li Hai's last promise to return home safely. She grips the shiny green jade ring in her trembling hand. So this is what her stepsister wanted from her grandparents' will. Clutching the priceless keepsake he handed her before leaving.
In her memory, Crown Prince Li Hai looked so handsome and bright.
Kneeling down with a gentle smile to offer her the royal ring. He had proudly explained that he managed to get the legendary ring directly from their father just to see her smile. He sweetly told her to hold on to it until his return, promising to bring back an even grander gift from the snowy mountains. Shia had excitedly accepted the mission, completely believing every single word her big brother said. Man, why do historical Manhwa big brothers always write their own death flags before leaving on a hunt? It breaks my heart every single time. Back in reality, Shia curls into herself, crying, whispering that he lied to her. She grits her teeth as tears drop onto her lap, desperately screaming in her heart why fate had to be so unjust. Sudden sharp chest pain seizes her, making her clutch her handbook tightly as intense agony shoots straight through her body. Overwhelmed by grief and physical anguish, she collapses onto the wooden floor, her small body trembling uncontrollably. Panting heavily, Shia's vision begins to blur as her breathing becomes ragged and shallow. The entire room spins around her as she completely loses consciousness right in front of the panicked officials. The panicked shouts echo through the hall as attendants rush over to wake the little princess. Chaos erupts across the pavilion as servants scream for the royal physicians, while Shia's subconscious mind lingers on her brother's memory. Even while unconscious, Tears leak from her closed eyelids as her soul mourns the tragic loss of her beloved brother. Days pass by in heavy silence while Shia lies bedridden under thick quilts in her private quarters. As the official royal mourning period stretches on, Shia spends every day trapped in a dark, endless loop of crying herself to sleep. Outside her room, court ladies exchange disturbing whispers, revealing gruesome details about how the crown prince's body wasn't even found intact. They talk about how almost all the guards were slaughtered, mentioning that only an elite officer named Lord Joasima survived without a scratch. Sitting up quietly in bed, Shia sharpens her ears as she hears the mention that multiple tigers launched the ambush. Clenching her jade pendant, Shia decides she cannot lie around listening to gruesome rumors any longer. Classic palace servant drama. They go from talking facts straight to wild horror myths in 5 seconds flat. The servants keep babbling about tiger ghosts haunting the capital. Suddenly, the wooden sliding doors burst open, revealing Shia standing right on the threshold. The sharp, commanding gaze, she demands to know the exact location of the surviving hunter officer. Shia marches straight into the royal medical office. Ignoring the surprised looks from the royal physicians, he finds Lord Joasima resting on a mat, absolutely confident that the venom killed Wu, covered in bloody bandages across his head and neck. As the injured veteran tries to bow, Shia gently tells him to stay resting where he is. Though her hand trembles slightly, Shia asserts that speaking directly to the sole witness is the only way to hear the truth. The officer hesitates, arguing that the graphic details are too horrific for a young child, but Shia firmly refuses to back down. She reminds him that everyone in court is hiding the facts from her, treating her like a clueless, helpless girl. Kata admire her resolve. Most 6-year-olds would be hiding under blankets, but Shia is out here conducting her own criminal investigation. She demands clear answers instead of fairy tale cover-ups. She states coldly that keeping her in the dark is far more cruel than telling her the painful reality. Seeing the intense determination burning in her eyes, Lord Joasima finally sighs, relenting to her demands. He warns her that the official stance released to the public is that it was an unfortunate accident caused by heavy snowfall, not a tiger beast assault. A small, sad smile touches the officer's lips as he recalls how Prince Lehigh always complained he could never win an argument against his little sister. He recounts how the blizzard hit the mountain unexpectedly, forcing the crown prince to race downhill to reach safety. As the horses galloped across the frozen trail, Lehigh's mount lost its footing, sending him tumbling into the deep snow. Luckily, he was unharmed. So Joasima reached down to pull the crown prince up onto his own horse. But before Lehigh could climb up, the horse suddenly reared back in wild terror as a terrifying growl echoed through the forest. Out from the dark frozen woods stepped a massive tiger with glowing orange eyes, locking its predatory gaze directly onto them. Acting quickly, Joasima ordered the crown prince to escape ahead while he drew his bow to draw the tiger's focus. Knocking a heavy arrow, the veteran hunter took careful aim at the stalking beast. Because it was an aging beast, its movements were slightly sluggish, allowing Joasima to land a fatal shot straight into its chest. The tiger roared in savage agony, splashing blood across the pristine white snow as it collapsed to the earth. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Joasima initially believed the crisis was over and that good fortune was on their side. Joasima admits that his nightmare only truly began when he stumbled across the remaining guards, finding their mutilated remains strewn across the bloody snow. Standing over the fallen bodies was a second giant tiger, its lethal claws covered in fresh blood as its feral eyes glared through the blizzard. Filled with righteous fury, Joasima drew his blade, roaring at the ferocious beast for daring to strike down the royal retinue. Realizing close quarters combat was his only option, he tossed his bow onto the frozen earth, determined to battle the creature on foot. With lightning speed, the veteran hunter lunged forward to execute a decisive strike. He managed to land a brutal slashing blow right across the tiger's face, leaving a deep gash near its eye. But hurting the beast only made it even more lethal, as it let out a menacing growl while bleeding heavily onto the snow. Before Joasima could recover his balance, the monstrous predator retaliated with a heavy paw swipe, flinging his blade away and knocking him unconscious. When he finally opened his eyes, pain pulsed through his head as bloody snow blinded his vision. Right above him, the tiger opened its massive jaws wide, revealing row after row of razor-sharp fangs ready to crush his skull. Just as Joasima closed his eyes to accept death, boom! The beast suddenly flinched back in sharp pain, caught completely off guard. baffled by his sudden salvation. The wounded officer lay on the ice, wondering what force could have distracted the predator. Wiping the blood from his brow, he looked up in shock to witness the unthinkable happening right before his eyes. Standing atop a snowy ridge was Crown Prince Li Hai himself, drawing his bow and screaming at the beast to take him on instead. Can you believe this, kid? Crown Prince Li Hai literally turned himself into live tiger bait just to save his guard's life. Talk about an absolute hero with zero self-preservation skills. Jawasama realized in complete horror that the brave prince was deliberately drawing the creature's entire hostility onto himself. Li Hai kept shouting at the monster to chase him, intentionally drawing the deadly tiger deeper into the frozen woods. Back in the medical room, little Shia stands in stunned silence as the horrific recount of her brother's selflessness sinks into her heart. Tears well up in her eyes, dripping down her pale cheeks as the painful picture of her brother's last moments comes into sharp focus. Jawasama lowers his head in deep sorrow, explaining that when he eventually regained his senses, he was the only soul left breathing in the desolate forest. Dragging his broken body through the snow, he doggedly trailed the beast's bloody footprints across the mountain. He eventually discovered the tiger, lying mortally wounded among the mangled remains of its victims. Overwhelmed by unbearable grief and rage, tears streamed down the officer's face as he witnessed the tragic carnage left behind. Grabbing a fallen comrade's blade, Jawasama mounted the dying predator and plunged the steel deep into its neck, ending its reign of terror forever. He notes that royal search parties eventually rescued him, administering basic medical care before beginning the grim task of body identification. Because the physical remains were unrecognizable, they identified Crown Prince Li Hai through his personal belongings, specifically the family portrait he kept tucked against his chest. Shia presses her small hand against her forehead, utterly devastated by the realization that her brother spent his final moments holding memories of his family. A warm memory flashes in her mind of Crown Prince Li Hai strolling through the sunny palace gardens. Bonus points for holding his fan properly, tenderly holding her tiny hand. He was always a gentle soul who put everyone else's safety ahead of his own, being far too sweet and kind for the ruthless political world. She recalls how much she truly adored that foolishly noble side of her big brother. As Shia turns away, her face falls into shadows. She feels resentful, but deep down she knows blaming this loyal guard would only dishonor her brother's heroic sacrifice. Outside the medical wing, Argai finds out that this whole incident with the demon python was actually an assassination attempt, and apparently their only hint is that black feather they found. Man, it sounds like things are starting to heat up. A court maid holding a lantern sighs, notes that the night air is growing chilly and suggests they return to the main hall. Shia quietly agrees that staying in the infirmary any longer won't change the past. Stepping out into the dim courtyard, Jawasama watches her retreat with heavy sorrow in his eyes. His bloody bandages standing as a grim reminder of that tragic day on the mountain. The small princess walks silently down the darkened stone corridor, lost in her own deep, brooding thoughts. Surrounded by her retinue of guards and attendants, their soft footsteps echo in the night air while lanterns illuminate the path. As they walk, one of the palace maids glances back with a puzzled look, catching Shia's keen attention. Shia turns to ask what caught her eye, prompting the attendant to quickly apologize for her distraction. The maid whispers that she spotted an unexpected court servant belonging to Lady Hong Sukwan, the concubine who was demoted from Yongbin, wandering near the area. She explains that ever since the crown prince's passing relaxed pavilion security, Lady Sukwan's staff have been visiting the imperial chambers far more frequently. The attendant mentions that Lady Sukwan always took herbal medicine, but her recent sudden activity raises eyebrows across the court. She adds that when Lady Sukwan heard about the tragedy, she wept loudly and begged for permission to say her final farewells to the prince. Wow, isn't that conveniently dramatic? Lady Sukwan treated the crown prince like dirt when he was alive, but now she's putting on an Oscar-winning performance of grief. Shia's eyes narrow as she smells a massive rat. Shaking off the annoyance for now, Shia commands her retinue to keep moving toward her quarters. Shia's gaze sharpens with intense calculation. She realizes this sudden suspicious behavior from her rival might hold the key to uncovering a deeper conspiracy. Turning to her side, she inquires if the other fallen guards died under identical circumstances. gasps, receiving confirmation that they sacrificed everything to defend the royal heir. Xia breaks the heavy silence, asking the injured officer what will happen to the Crown Prince's personal guard unit now that their master is gone. Jawasame explains with a heavy heart that the entire guard retinue will be dissolved and reorganized to serve the next Crown Prince in line. Sudden chill runs through Xia as Jawasame solemnly confesses that he no longer possesses the qualifications to serve, revealing his plan to resign immediately. Shaking his head in quiet shame, the veteran officer turns away, admitting that after giving so many years to Lehigh, he simply cannot bring himself to serve a new master. The attendant listening beside them reflects on how guard Yeon Seno fought tooth and nail, risking his life repeatedly just to earn his position at the Crown Prince's side. Looking toward the starless night sky, Xia gently tells him that before he leaves the palace for good, he will definitely meet her brother once more. Xia steps closer to the wounded officer, reminding him to go inside out of the freezing wind and cherish the life her brother sacrificed everything to save. Jawasame bows softly in agreement, secretly thinking to himself that it would be entirely reasonable if the young princess hated him forever for surviving while her brother perished. Xia pauses in her tracks, turning back to listen as the injured guard offers one final memory of her brother. A faint, gentle smile touches Jawasame's scarred face despite his blood-soaked bandages as he recalls how the Crown Prince was always so excited to see the wonderful person Xia would grow up to be. Bidding each other farewell under the dark roof tiles, Jawasame turns to take his leave while Xia and her retinue resume their walk through the pitch-black courtyard. Walking down the cold stone corridor, Xia reflects on how eerie and oppressive the imperial grounds feel, wondering if the gloom is purely due to the palace being in official mourning. She recalls that while court officials claim the Crown Prince died from an unfortunate riding accident, dark rumors swept through the shadows, and any court ladies caught whispering about beast slaughters were dragged away in secret. Whispers circulated about massive tiger paw prints found near the bloodied snow, along with terrified claims that the late prince's voice could still be heard echoing through the night, a vengeful spirit. Maid Guy quickly cautions the princess not to speak of such gruesome superstitions, but Xia turns to ask her if she truly understands what a vengeful spirit actually is. Look at Maid Guy sweating buckets right now. You can practically hear her internal monologue screaming at Xia to stop giving spooky lore lessons in the middle of a dark abandoned hallway. Xia explains the terrifying legend. Souls of those devoured by tigers become bound slaves to the monster, forced to lure more victims into the forest. Just think about that. Imagine dying a horrible death and then you're trapped as a ghost working for your killer? Talk about nightmare fuel. Forced to call out the names of their loved ones to lure new sacrifices into the beast's jaws. Xia rationalizes in her mind that since no living youth in the court calls her by her casual name, hearing her brother's voice would confirm a vengeful spirit is at work. Suddenly, an eerie whisper echoes through the dark corridor calling, Xia. Xia? Xia spins around in shock as the maids shriek in sheer terror. A natural black mist swishes across the floor, repeating her name in a bone-chilling tone that paralyzes the entire retinue. The terrified maids tremble in horror, stammering to another in disbelief. Could that haunting voice actually belong to their deceased crown prince? A massive dark shadow looms along the courtyard wall as heavy, deliberate footsteps approach, signaling the arrival of something enormous. Hold up, is that a literal giant tiger wandering around the Imperial Palace corridor like it owns the place? Talk about an absolute security disaster. Where are the royal guards when you actually need them? The maids scream in utter panic as the lantern clatters onto the stone tiles, plunging the hall into near darkness. Acting on pure instinct,
Maid Guy lunges forward and scoops up little Xia into her arms to shield the princess with her own body.
An overview shot shows Guy sprinting madly down the narrow corridor carrying Xia, while the other attendants scatter frantically in all directions to escape the stalking predator. Footsteps thud rapidly against the stone floor as Guy races through the gloomy night, trying desperately to outrun the apex hunter. Clinging to Guy's neck, Xia peers back over her shoulder in complete, utter disbelief, her mind racing as she tries to comprehend how a tiger infiltrated the palace grounds. Glowing orange eyes gleam sinisterly through the darkness as the phantom voice echoes once more. Come here, I'm your brother. The fleeing court ladies gasp in terror as the hulking tiger keeps pace right behind them, its lethal presence closing in fast. The giant tiger glides closer with smooth, silent paw strikes, its haunting voice continuing to whisper her name through the night air. While Guy frantically tries to regain her footing, Xia's sharp eyes catch something deeply unnatural about the predator's movements. Scrambling across the slippery floor, Guy loses her balance once again and tumbles down with a painful groan. gasping, completely exhausted. A towering silhouette looms over them as red glowing eyes burn through the gloom. The beast opening its jaws wide to devour the helpless princess. With lightning speed, the monstrous tiger pounces through the night sky directly toward them. Wait, look closely at the tiger's front paw. A sharp metallic blade gleams under the moonlight. It's holding an actual assassin's dagger. Maid Guy screams in utter horror. Just as the weapon descends, loud shouting echoes from around the corner. A noise came from over there. Little princess, are you there? Caught off guard by the shouting guards? The beast swerves its massive head toward the incoming voices. An absolute dead silence falls over the dark courtyard, leaving the terrified attendants collapsed on the cold floor beside the dropped lantern. Guy cradles the princess tightly, asking if she's unharmed, while Xia looks up and calls out for Guard Yin. Wounded guard Yen Seno comes hobbling rapidly around the corner accompanied by another officer, frantically asking if the little princess is safe. Trembling on the hard stone ground, the court maids catch their breath and confirm that everyone somehow survived the encounter. Xia buries her small face into Guy's shoulder, letting out a long sigh of relief now that actual protection has finally arrived. Guard Yen's eyes burn with furious rage despite his bloody facial bandages. He angrily demands to know what demonic force dared to launch an attack against the imperial princess. Bright orange torchlight flickers across the stone walls as heavy metallic footsteps march briskly toward the scene. The newly arrived guard commander stares down bewildered at an shaken group, asking if the little princess is unharmed. Just as the terrified court maid blurts out that the late crown prince has turned into a beastly tiger, Xia cuts her off instantly with a sharp shout, commanding her to shut her mouth. Good grief! One more second and that maid would have started spreading ghost stories to the entire royal guard. Talk about zero composure under pressure. Xia quickly steps in, telling the commander the maid is just blabbering hysterically from fear and shouldn't be taken seriously. Pointing her small finger down the corridor, Xia calmly explains that an armed intruder threatened them before fleeing, though too much time has passed to catch him now. The guard commander pauses in silent realization before nodding in agreement, taking her word at face value. As they walk down the path, Maid Guy leans down nervously, asking Xia why she didn't reveal the monster's true nature so the royal guards could search properly. Maid Guy insists that if this really is a malevolent entity, hiding facts won't fix anything, but Xia coldly replies that the voice they heard was completely different from her brother's. Xia reflects silently in her heart, knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that she could never misidentify her own beloved brother's voice. She reassures the confused maid that the attacker was neither her brother's spirit nor an actual tiger, leaving the maid wondering how the young princess can be so confident. Turning back, Xia asks Guard Yan if he managed to glimpse the beast, but Yin says no, he just felt a weird presence. She suggests they both keep an eye out, though his skills are probably overkill for the task. They proceed through the forest, and soon both of them feel an even weirder vibe. Then, all of a sudden, they're surrounded by a group of those inhuman creatures. She is totally shocked. How did they not see them coming? But he bows his head apologetically, explaining it vanished into the shadows before he could arrive. While everyone else was running blindly in utter panic, Xia realizes she was the only one who kept her composure to analyze the threat clearly. She admits to herself that while the beast looked terrifying enough to fool anyone into seeing a monster, its physical movement lacked the natural predatory fluidity of a real wild tiger stalking its prey. Look closely at her memory. The beast was literally wielding a metallic steel dagger in its front paw. Xia remembers seeing the moonlight glint off the lethal weapon, proving beyond doubt it wasn't an animal's claw. She deduces that if a fake beast was wielding human weapons, then someone could be controlling them. But get this entire terrifying display was constructed by a malicious human mind. Guard Yen's eyes widen in sheer shock as he listens to her brilliant deduction. In her thoughts, Xia acknowledges it's suspicious for a child to sound this analytical, but she knows she must control the narrative before wild rumors spiral out of control. She calculates that while court records claim the crown prince died of smallpox, rumors of a tiger attack would spark terrifying public panic. Clenching her small fists tightly, Xia realizes the assassin disguised as a tiger was specifically sent to target those close to the crown prince to ruin his legacy. Suddenly, Frantic footsteps echoed down the stone corridor. The torch-bearing guard raises his flame, demanding the approaching figure state their name and affiliation immediately. She appears through the dim light, recognizing the frantic runner and assuring the guards that it's someone she knows. Maid Songbi rushes up, out of breath, grabbing Xia's shoulders tightly as she frantically tells the princess she must hurry to her mother right this second. Songbi's face is pale with horror as she stammers out terrifying news about the princess's sister-in-law. Turning toward the retinue, Songbi screams frantically for the royal doctor, catching the healer completely off guard. Grabbing the doctor's robes,
Songbi hysterically begs him to hurry.
Wait, total emergency mode unlocked? Everyone's heart drops into their stomachs as the reality of the situation hits them. The entire group stands frozen for a split second as the terrifying news echoes through the courtyard. Songbi continues pulling the physician forward, eager to introduce him to Zheng when they're greeted by some guard. Turns out the chief is resting. Songbi explains they're there because of the poisonous mist, but the guard doesn't seem to care. He even tries to dismiss them. But the physician's assistant pushes back, saying the poison is already spreading to the garden. This gets the guard's attention, though he still tells him to wait. Fed up, Songbi barges in, yelling for Chief Zheng, tears streaming down her face as she pleads for immediate medical intervention. Xia's eyes widen in absolute horror as she tries to process the sudden news that her sister-in-law is suffering a massive hemorrhage. The doctor sprints ahead without hesitation, while Guard Yen yells to call every available healer in the palace to the scene. Collapsing onto her knees from relief, the attending maid thanks goodness they found a doctor, but Xia grabs her clothes, demanding to know what caused the sudden bleeding. The maid stammers that her mistress was completely fine after dinner and taking her routine medicine, simply asking for an evening stroll, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a terrifying monster ambushed them in the dark corridor. She describes how a mysterious male voice called out her mistress's title right before the beast appeared. Xia narrows her eyes, cutting in sharply to ask if the maid is absolutely certain the voice belonged to a human being. Hearing confirmation, Xia's blood turns to ice as she realizes the very same assassin who attacked her was targeting her sister-in-law too. The maid cries that upon hearing the eerie voice, the beast lunged, scaring the crown princess so badly that she collapsed hard onto the stone tiles. And immediately after hitting the ground, blood began pooling beneath her. Xia's mind burns with intense rage, wondering who is behind this evil plot. Pure wrath flares in Xia's eyes. Whoever dared to harm her family is gonna pay tenfold for this heinous crime. Xia races down the palace hallways toward her sister-in-law's quarters as fast as her small legs can carry her. Arriving outside the closed wooden doors, Xia hears the maids whispering inside that her sister-in-law had been complaining of abdominal tightness and deep anxiety over the late prince, demanding full answers. Xia asks the maids if any strange physical symptoms appeared prior to tonight's attack. The maid admits that ever since the mourning ceremony began, her mistress's health had been dangerously unstable. She explains that every time new medicine was prescribed by the royal hospital, all the doctors meticulously recorded what herbs went into it like some kind of super secure cooking show. Her condition only worsened when suddenly, horrifying agonized screams echo from inside the chamber. Xia freezes dead in her tracks, her heart pounding against her ribs as the blood-curdling cries pierce the night air. The midwives inside yell in utter chaos that the baby is coming out early, begging the crowned princess to hold on as painful screams rip through the room. Xia realizes her sister-in-law has been forced into premature labor. Xia's eyes widen in sheer horror as the terrifying reality sets in. Her sister-in-law is going into labor 3 full months ahead of schedule. Her hands shake uncontrollably as panic seizes her chest. In an era without modern medicine, a premature birth isn't just dangerous for the baby, it's a guaranteed death sentence for the mother. The court maid holds the trembling princess tightly, trying to offer comforting words, but frantic screams rip through the wooden doors, announcing the baby is already coming out. Agonized screams echo from inside the chamber, causing Xia to cover her ears in complete despair as tears stream down her face. Talk about an absolute nightmare unfolding all at once. The maid desperately tries to pull Xia away from the freezing night air, but she is completely paralyzed by fear. Clenching her shivering hands, Xia mutters under her breath that she's terrified of what's happening behind those closed doors. Her heart pounds against her ribs in sheer terror. If she loses her mother figure right after losing her brother, her entire world will completely crumble. The attending maid can only look down in silence, tears welling in her eyes as the cruel gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the dark hallway. She tries to reassure the young princess that her highness will push through, but agonizing shrieks from inside immediately shatter any faint ray of hope. Xia Shia's eyes widen as she realizes the silence means something catastrophic has occurred. An absolute dead silence falls over the entire palace courtyard, leaving everyone standing frozen in horrifying anticipation. Tears burst from Shia's eyes as she screams out for her mother, refusing to let the worst outcome come to pass. Breaking free from the maid's grasp, Shia bolts up the wooden stairs as fast as her small legs can take her. She slams the wooden doors wide open, yelling frantically for her mother to stay awake and hold on to her consciousness. Bursting into the dim chamber, Shia finds the midwives weeping hysterically around the bed, begging the dying royal concubine to open her eyes. Shia stops dead in her tracks, her face twisting in pure devastation as she witnesses the horrifying scene inside. Horrific, dark red blood covers the white silk bedsheets, proving just how severe the sudden hemorrhage truly was. Pale as snow and dripping with sweat, the dying mother weakly turns her head, calling out to her little princess with her final remaining strength. Shia rushes to the bedside, grasping her mother's ice-cold hands with both of her own, crying desperately for her to hold on. With her breath growing shallow, the mother whispers weakly that having her sweet little girl by her side brought true happiness into her life. She smiles tenderly through her pain, while Shia begs and pleads for her not to say goodbye. Slowly closing her tired eyes, the mother spent her final breath to whisper one last loving phrase, calling Shia her precious, beloved daughter one last time as her hand goes completely limp. The mother's head falls back lifelessly onto the pillow, while the midwives collapse into hysterical tears throughout the room. The royal physician slowly lowers his head in deep, mournful silence, unable to do anything to reverse the tragic loss. The realization strikes Shia like a physical blow. Her mother's heartbeat has completely stopped. Forever. Overwhelmed by absolute agony and rage, Shia collapses across her mother's body, screaming out why fate had to be so cruel. She buries her small face into her mother's chest, sobbing violently as the helpless attendants look on with broken hearts. Man, this scene hits like an emotional freight train. The raw grief in Shia's crying voice completely pulls at your heartstrings. Everything around her blurs into a hazy nightmare as Shia clings tightly to the cold body of the only maternal warmth she had left. Pitch black despair washes over the scene like an icy wave as the oppressive static of dread drowns out all rational thought. The atmospheric tension plunges straight into total dark horror as Shia stands frozen outside those chamber doors. I mean, that's it? After all that, he's just not coming back? All that build-up for him to lose in essentially one panel? The biggest creator of the series just exits stage left? No way, I don't buy it. No chance in hell. This is all some massive setup, and honestly, I'm pretty excited to see where it goes. How about you guys? You think he's actually gone forever, or is there something else going on? Let me know down below. Talk about an absolute nightmare scenario. How is a 6-year-old supposed to prevent a medical tragedy when the shadow of death is looming directly over the Imperial Palace? Outside, that same creepy stalker guy from earlier is trying to convince the bouncer to let him inside, but the bouncer's not having it. The guy flips out, calling the bouncer names, and just when you think he's gonna leave, he sees Mana come out with his brother, totally trashed. Mana's leaning on his bro, and the stalker flips his lid, thinking that they're a couple. Mana's brother cracks up, telling the stalker that he's just Mana's brother, and even says that if Mana wanted a date, he'd pick a way hotter guy than this. Ooh, burn. They ditch the dude, leaving him absolutely fuming. The quiet night sky looms over the palace roof as voiceovers reflect on how tragic it is for a child to experience such immense loss. Shia lies unconscious in her bed, while court attendants whisper outside that the young princess is far too intelligent and sensitive for her age. High-ranking officials meet in solemn court attire, agreeing that because the palace is already mourning the late crown prince, the concubine's funeral must remain simple and low profile. Cruel voices echo through the walls, claiming that if the princess hadn't been born, her mother might still be alive. Oh look, the palace rumor mill is already working overtime. Court maids whisper malicious gossip, arguing whether she died from the tiger shock or her underlying health conditions. Floating in the dark abyss of her own mind, Shia sorrowfully wonders if the palace rumors blaming her existence are actually true. Flashbacks of her past memories swirl around her. She realizes her actions changed the original timeline. Gaining royal royal favor for her mother, but ultimately leading to this tragic death. Her eyelashes flutter softly as Shia slowly wakes up from her deep, agonizing sleep. She opens her heavy eyes to find Maid Songbi and Maid Guy sitting anxiously by her bedside, their faces pale with concern. Looking down at the young princess with tear-filled eyes, the loyal maids speak in hushed, gentle tones. Shia weakly turns her head toward them, calling out their names as Songbi asks if she has finally regained consciousness. With a shaky, trembling voice, Shia hesitantly asks about the fate of her newborn baby brother. Maid Songbi hesitates, her face twisting with grief as tears spill down her cheeks, unable to deliver the painful truth out loud. Seeing Songbi's devastating reaction, Shia's heart drops into an endless pit of realization. A grim reality echoes silently in her mind. The premature baby couldn't survive either, and her little brother has passed away? Tears stream uncontrollably down Shia's face as she cries out to the heavens, asking how her mother and brother could both leave her behind in this cold world at the exact same time. Maid Songbi holds the sobbing young princess tight in her arms, begging Shia to at least take care of her own health. Weak and completely drained of energy, Shia barely manages a faint nod in response. Songbi frantically explains that ever since Shia fainted on that horrifying night, a severe fever had been burning through her tiny body. The entire court was thrown into complete chaos, worrying whether the young princess would even survive. Listening quietly with tear-stained cheeks, Shia stares blankly ahead as the crushing weight of everything she lost settles back onto her shoulders. Songbi continues that the king himself personally watched over Shia's bedside for days before departing, and even the queen and Grand Prince Yangwon came by to check on her. Shia's eyes widen in absolute shock upon hearing this unexpected news. Glancing around at the wooden medicine basins and wrapped herbal bundles on the floor, Shia realizes multiple days have already slipped away. She anxiously asks her maids if anything else took place while she was unconscious. Yikes, you can always tell bad news is coming when the maids start fidgeting like that. Maid Guy hesitates with an anxious look, nervously wringing her hands before admitting that something very concerning did indeed happen while Shia was asleep. Dark, sinister shadows flicker in Shia's mind as the maid reveals that Lady Hong Suk-wan and Prince Guillaume paid a sudden visit to her quarters. Shia's eyes instantly narrow in intense suspicion. Why on earth would her mortal enemies drop by right now? Sensing the princess's rising alarm, the loyal maids quickly reassure her that they guarded the entrance strictly and refused to let those shady rivals anywhere near her room. Maid Songbi proudly adds that nobody in the palace would dare cause trouble with Princess Shia present. Just as an imperial medical court maid steps inside carrying a wooden tray filled with hot medicine, the maid gently sets down a steaming bowl of dark herbal medicine. Shia stares intensely at the dark liquid, her mind instantly replaying the suspicious details surrounding her sister-in-law's death. Dark thoughts begin swirling in her head. She distinctly remembers that ever since the crown prince's funeral rites began, her sister-in-law's health violently deteriorated every single time she drank her prescribed palace medicine. This information is not medical advice or diagnosis. See a healthcare professional or seek care. Memories of suspicious maids creeping into the Imperial Medical Clinic flash through her mind. Shia knows deep down that her rivals were plotting behind the scenes, but without physical evidence, how can she possibly prove their treachery to the king? She realizes the villains have likely destroyed all traces of the old concoctions. In this era, concubines aren't granted autopsies, and even if they were, herbal abortion-inducing ingredients wouldn't show up as traditional poison. Modern forensic science hasn't been invented yet, leaving her completely empty-handed. Suddenly, a worried shout snaps Shia out of her intense inner monologue. She blinks in surprise as Maid Guy leans close with deep anxiety etched across her face. Fearful and trembling, Guy notes how dangerously pale the young princess looks, begging her not to push her fragile body past its absolute limit. Songbi gently wraps her arms around Shia's trembling shoulders, providing the only comfort she can offer, insisting that she stop overthinking these dangerous court affairs and focus purely on getting rest. Clenching her teeth as a sharp throb pierces her forehead, Shia groans softly. She hasn't eaten a single bite in days and her physical strength is completely depleted. Looking toward the sunlight pouring through the lattice window, Shia softly apologizes for worrying her maids, coming to the grim realization that torturing herself in bed won't change what happened. Over the following days, messengers from the king, the queen, and all the royal princes arrive with similar decrees. All of them are searching for the women of this tiny village, which leads the village chief to ask, "What's going on?" Apparently, the prince has come across a beauty beyond compare, and all the royals now want to find this mystery woman. And various royal concubines constantly inquire about her health as high officials gather in the clinic halls. But despite all the high-ranking visitors coming and going, Shia's heart remains hollow because the only maternal figure she truly cared about will never walk through those doors again. Time slowly moves forward until the imperial physician officially declares that the young princess has fully recovered, finally granting her permission to leave the clinic grounds. Dressed in pure white mourning robes, Shia stands quietly beneath the bare winter trees, staring out at the cold sky as a chilly breeze rustles her clothes. Maid Songbi silently wipes a tear from her cheek while Shia gazes at the empty quarters, lost in thoughts of a father she hardly knew, whispering sorrowfully that her mother figure is truly gone forever. Because court custom dictates that a deceased concubine's funeral altar must be set up outside the royal palace walls, Xia wasn't even allowed to attend the ceremony to bid her final farewell. Suddenly, frantic screams echo through the darkness, desperate cries calling out her former life's name. Xia shatter the silence. Xia spins around in sheer confusion, her heart hammering against her ribs as frantic footsteps approach from behind. Running blindly through a strange dreamscape, Xia asks what's happening as panic consumes her surroundings. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a modern funeral hall. Right before her eyes stands a portrait of her past self, Xia, surrounded by white flowers, while her modern-day sister and family weep hysterically on the floor. Horror strikes Xia like a physical blow as she realizes she's witnessing her own modern funeral. Her sister sob cries on the carpet, asking why Xia had to die and leave them behind. Heartbroken, Xia steps closer to her weeping sister, desperately reaching out her small hand to comfort her grieving family. Squeezing her trembling fingers, Xia whispers softly that she is right here beside her, begging her sister to hear her voice. Suddenly, black thorns and twisted dark roses wrap around the vision. Her deceased sister-in-law suddenly manifests with blood pouring from her eyes and mouth, gasping out a terrifying warning that something terrible is coming. Gasping violently for air, Xia sits bolt upright in her bed, her body drenched in cold sweat as the nightmare instantly shatters into dust. And sitting alone in the pitch-black bedroom at night, Xia clutches her chest, trying to steady her erratic breathing. Tears pool in her eyes and stream down her cheeks as she wipes them away, whispering to herself that it was all just a terrifying bad dream. She presses her hand against her aching forehead, bitterly wondering why her mind chose to surface those painful memories from her past life right at this exact moment. Glancing across the room, she sees her loyal maid sleeping peacefully on the floor. Resolving to take action, Xia silently slides off her mattress without making a single sound. Wrapped in a dark stealth cloak, Xia sneaks out into the freezing night, foliage crunching under her feet as she moves toward the main road, creeping along the wooden palace corridors. Songbi's frantic words linger in the room while outside the dark night sky stretches silently over the quiet palace rooftops. A heavy, suffocating atmosphere hangs over the entire imperial estate as time slowly ticks away in the wake of this crushing double tragedy. I mean, talk about an absolutely brutal emotional weight. Our poor little princess barely had a single second to catch her breath before her whole world completely collapsed around her. Having secretly infiltrated Chaeyong Pavilion, Xia notes that security here is suspiciously light, likely because all royal guards were reassigned to protect Grand Prince Yangwan. Suddenly, a wooden door slides open above her. A cold voice whispers into the night, asking if everything has been prepared according to plan. Xia freezes against the stone wall, her heart thumping violently against her ribs as she immediately recognizes that voice. Inside the dimly lit chamber, a shadowy court maid reports that she carried out her orders regarding Grand Prince Youngwon's servants when a harsh slap cuts her off. A furious voice bellows that Prince Gyeongon is all they need, terrifying the maid into stammering pathetic apologies. Outside, Xia frantically covers her mouth to suppress her startled gasp. A shadowy figure hands over a small glass vial, and by small, I mean like travel-size hotel shampoo bottle small, strictly instructing the maid to secretly slip its contents into Prince Gyeongon's food. Trembling with fear, the maid stammers panicked, asking what kind of substance is inside the bottle. The ruthless mastermind coldly sneers that she has no need to ask questions. Wow, look at this villain throwing around grand promises like candy. He sinisterly promises to make her an official concubine once they leave the palace, asking if she really wants to spend her entire life scrubbing floors like a common maid? With the dark, deadly threat echoing through the chamber, the mastermind warns her not to make a single mistake. The maid bow nods nervously, swearing to carry out the deadly scheme without fail. hand over her mouth in sheer terror. Xia's eyes widen as the horrifying truth hits her. Prince Gyeongan and his cronies are actively plotting to poison Grand Prince Youngwon. Tears of shock pool in her eyes as she processes the sheer wickedness of their scheme. Realizing her enemies won't stop until every contender to the throne is dead. Gathering her courage, Xia hitches up her heavy stealth cloak and bolts down the dark stone walkway, determined to reach Youngwon's quarters before it's too late. Creeping stealthily along the perimeter wall. Wait, she spots a mysterious court lady slipping through the darkness ahead of her. Suddenly, a cold command echoes from inside the chamber. Xia freezes against the shadow wall as Gyeongan calls for his secret henchman. He sinisterly instructs his servant to lean up any loose ends without leaving a single trace for the Imperial guards to find. A dark sneer twists Gyeongan's face as he chuckles maliciously, boasting that even if the poison fails to kill Youngwon, living in perpetual terror will break the prince's spirit. He arrogantly declares that with Gyeongwon eliminated, the crown prince title will naturally fall to him, openly admitting he orchestrated the murder of Yoon Songdong. Outside, Xia gasps softly in absolute horror. In that terrifying second, every single piece of the dark puzzle violently clicks into place inside Xia's mind. Talk about an overconfident villain monologue. Inside, the henchman asks why Gyeongan spared Princess Xia, prompting an arrogant laugh from the wicked prince. Gyeongan mockingly sneers that a low-born princess could never pose a threat, claiming he spared her just to watch her beg miserably for her life. He adds that her culinary skills are far too useful to throw away, completely unaware that Xia is listening right outside his window. A bitter, razor-sharp smile touches Xia's lips as she echoes his words in disbelief. So he left her alive just to use her as a puppet? Shadowy dark aura swirls around Xia's face as her eyes ignite with cold, deadly resolve. If he thinks she's harmless, he's about to make the biggest mistake of his life. Meanwhile, outside Grand Prince Youngwon's pavilion, royal guards whisper in confusion about Xia arriving unannounced in the middle of the night. Inside his warmly lit study, Youngwon looks up from his books in utter shock as Xia suddenly slips into his room. Dropping to her knees, Xia tightly grasps his hands, whispering tearfully how relieved she is to see him alive and well. Youngwon gently cups her freezing hands, asking why she's wearing such thin clothing out in the bitter night cold. Sensing her trembling frame, Youngwon looks into her eyes with deep concern, asking if something terrible happened. Xia looks up with big tearful eyes, clutching his sleeve like a frightened child seeking shelter from a storm. She softly nods her head, letting out a small quiet sigh as she holds back her overwhelming emotions. In a fragile voice, Xia asks if she can stay and sleep in his quarters for the night, making Youngwon blush in mild surprise. Aw, look at him being the sweetest big brother in the whole palace. Smiling gently, Youngwon immediately agrees to let her rest safely beside him. As the warm candlelight flickers against the wall, Xia sits quietly on the floor mat, her expression unreadable. Youngwon pulls up his blanket, chuckling softly as he tells her she should get some sleep while he stays up reading classic scriptures. Xia's eyes drift toward a small lacquer dish on the table, casually asking if those are dried persimmons. Youngwon confirms his servants brought them as a midnight snack. With an innocent tilt of her head, Xia asks if she can have one of the sweet dried fruits, and Youngwon happily gives her permission. Taking a persimmon, Xia asks if he was studying before she arrived, and Youngwon admits he reads to keep dark thoughts away. Youngwon sighs remorsefully, admitting he blames himself for not visiting Xia more often after the tragedy of their late brother. He gazes at her warmly, promising that from now on, he will protect Xia with his life and take full responsibility for her well-being. Xia pops another piece into her mouth, remarking that she'll just eat one more. Youngwon smiles, commenting on how much she seems to enjoy dried persimmons. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of dread washes over Youngwon as a forgotten memory violently resurfaces in his mind. A horrific flashback flashes before his eyes, a bloody ghost child grinning hauntingly, whispering how delicious the food was right before collapsing. Cold sweat drips down Youngwon's neck as he gasps for air, wondering why such a ghastly nightmare suddenly crossed his mind. Trembling with intense anxiety, Youngwon slowly turns his head around to check on Xia. Horror strikes! Xia is slumped on the floor, dark crimson blood dripping heavily from her mouth onto her pristine white robes. Her pupil contracts in complete, unadulterated shock as the crushing reality of what she just overheard reverberates through her core. Dumbfounded, shocked, Xia can barely process the sheer malice behind this plot. They aren't just playing sneaky court mind games anymore. They're actively attempting to assassinate the Grand Prince. I mean, seriously? The level of ruthless snake behavior in this palace is completely unhinged. Xia violently vomits dark blood as her body collapses. Yangwon lets out a blood-curdling scream, lunging forward to catch her. Clutching her limp, bloody body in his arms, Yangwon bellows at the top of his lungs for guards in royal positions to hurry inside. Royal guards and panicked maids burst through the sliding doors, gasping in sheer horror at the gruesome scene. Leaning weakly against Yangwon's chest, Xia gazes up at him through faded eyes, softly whispering his name. Tears stream down Youngwon's face as he desperately cradles her head, begging her to stay conscious and hold on. Looking into his eyes with absolute peace and love, Xia softly smiles through the blood, begging him to become a wise and just king for this nation. Tears pour silently as Youngwon holds her motionless body tight against his chest in the dim candlelight. Youngwon cradles Xia's unconscious body, screaming her name in sheer agony as tears stream down his face. Text panel, the night of the incident, flashing back to show the secret plan Xia executed before entering Youngwon's room. Xia stands tall under her dark stealth cloak, looking entirely composed despite the deadly stakes ahead. She sternly commands them to follow her to Grand Prince Yongwan's pavilion, making the maid gasp in confusion at the late hour. Man, look at her taking full command like a miniature general. Xia turns away, her mind completely focused on the trap she's about to set. Her eyes burn with absolute determination as she prepares to sacrifice herself to catch the real culprit red-handed. And Court Lady hesitates for a second, sensing the grave weight in the young princess's voice. Bowing deeply, the maid promises to follow her commands without question. Walking down the dimly lit corridor, Xia explicitly instructs them to seize the suspect maid the moment she gives the signal, no matter how much chaos it causes. She orders them to take the assassin straight to the queen's palace and report the treasonous poison plot happening in Yangwan's quarters. Turning to her maids, Xia warns them never to back down even if high-ranking officials try to stop them. The maids stammer in fear, wondering what she's planning. She's basically given out endgame orders like it's a walk in the park. Xia reassures them that as long as they tell the queen she gave the order, Her Majesty will handle the rest. Smiling warmly amidst a backdrop of blooming flowers, Xia softly tells them not to worry about her. Sighs down, fully knowing she might not survive the poison. Flash forward to the medical quarters where Xia lies in bed, wake up gasping, wheezing and panting weakly as the toxic poison slowly leaves her body. Her loyal maid gazes down at her with tear-filled eyes, crying, overwhelmed with grief and gratitude that the princess survived. Outside, they see their old friends who are about to attack again. The hero tells everyone to fall back, but one of the zombies attacks him from behind. Luckily, the monk quickly heals him and tells him they can't fight them all. The hero decides to use his strongest move, but the snake girl stops him, saying that if he uses that power again, his whole body will break. He has to rely on his comrades, and just then, the hero wakes up again. The harsh winter cold melts away as bare branches begin to blossom under a bright spring sky. Sunbeams wash over the majestic palace roofs, signaling a new dawn after the horrific night of betrayal. The imperial healthcare system finally pulling through for once. A court maid carefully carries a tray of hot herbal medicine down the wooden corridor. She gently pushes open the sliding wooden door, stepping into the quiet infirmary chamber. Inside, Youngwon sits right by Xia's side, holding her hand as the princess slowly opens her big brown eyes. Xia looks around softly, her pale face finally gaining back its healthy color after weeks of rest. Loud shout echoes across the palace grounds. Princess Xia has recovered. News travels faster than palace gossip when royalty wakes up. The bright sun shines over the quiet pavilion walls. Suddenly, furious footsteps stomp down the hallway as someone sprints toward the chamber at full speed. The heavy wooden doors rattle open protesting, throwing the quiet room into total chaos. Xia blinks in mild confusion, turning her head toward the entrance to see who's making such a dramatic entrance. It's the king himself! Dressed in his grand red dragon robes, her father stands at the doorway. Out of breath. Without missing a single beat, suddenly the king lunges forward and tightly wraps his arms around Xie. Hugging her tight, the king bellows in emotional agony, demanding to know how she could break her father's heart by taking such a deadly risk. Xia coughs softly, trying to apologize. But the panicked king immediately cuts her off, begging her not to force herself to speak. Classic Asian dad logic, demands an immediate answer, then yells at you for trying to talk. Xia internally sweat drops as he squeals squeezes her like a teddy bear. Queen stands at the threshold, her eyes filled with deep tenderness and relief as she whispers Xia's name. Xia looks up warmly, greeting Her Majesty with a gentle, polite smile. As the king and queen discuss her recovery with the doctors, Xia notices the air in the room remains suffocatingly heavy. Text panel notes that what scared Xia even more than her father's fury was Prince Yangwan sitting in pitch-black silence even after their royal parents left. Yangwan suddenly breaks the silence with a single cold word, "You." Xia flinches violently in total terror. Wow, talk about an awkward subject change. Youngwon clears his throat, casually mentioning his robes changed because he was officially appointed as the crown prince. Xia casually congratulates him, which instantly sets off a visible anger vein on Youngwon's forehead. Snapping completely, Yangwan lunges forward, shouting, "What good is a crown prince title when his brother is dead and his sister almost died taking poison for him?" And slamming his hands onto the mat, Yangwan cries out that he thought she was dead, while she sits there acting like it was no big deal. Leaning over her trembling frame, Youngwan's voice breaks with raw grief and terror as he vents all the nightmare fears he held inside. Biting his lip tightly, the young crown prince fights back tears, overwhelmed by how deeply he cares for her safety. Xia stares back at him with wide, softened eyes, finally understanding the profound love and emotional burden her protective brother carries for her. Realizing how deeply her actions terrified him, Xia stammers nervously as cold sweat drips down her cheek. Throwing her small arms around his neck, Xia buries her face into Youngwan's chest, softly begging her brother to forgive her reckless gamble. Youngwan's eyes glisten with unshed tears as he holds her close, his heart overflowing with relief that she's finally safe. Xia reflects on how much Youngwan endured, realizing he was battling his own silent agony the entire time she was unconscious. Youngwan pulls back slightly, grabbing her shoulders as his gaze suddenly turns sharp and serious. Looking directly into her eyes, Youngwan drops a bombshell question, asking if she willingly ate the poisoned persimmons, knowing they were lethal. Xia breaks into a nervous sweat, stammering uncontrollably as she tries to play dumb under his piercing gaze. Youngwan points out the suspicious clues, how she arrived completely alone without her usual maids, who conveniently ambushed the assassin and hauled her to the queen. Xia quickly stammers that she just spotted a strange maid and made a quick call. "Nice try, little princess, but your brother has a master's degree in royal detective work." Xia glances away nervously, praying her cover story holds up. Jiangwan sighs softly, brushing off his own suspicion by convincing himself that no sane person would ever willingly swallow poison. Wiping away her internal sweat with a cute, innocent smile, Xia agrees enthusiastically, claiming she genuinely thought her life was ending. Shifting her eyes, Xia quietly prompts him to tell her what happened while she was asleep. Youngwon's expression turns grave as the mood in the infirmary shifts to cold palace politics. Clearing his throat softly, Youngwan decides it is time to reveal the full aftermath of that chaotic night. Clenching his royal blue robes, Youngwan explains that the entire palace was thrown into complete turmoil right after she collapsed. Xia's heart thumps nervously, desperate to hear how her risky trap unfolded. Sitting upright on the medical mat, she is hanging on every word as her brother describes the king absolutely butchering those men. Youngwon explains that the captured maid initially denied everything, but under severe royal interrogation, she broke down and confessed everything. Flashback shows the assassin tied securely to a wooden chair, screaming in terror that Prince Gyeongwon gave her the poison without telling her what it was. Classic royal fall guy tactic. Blame the prince who handed you the toxic snack. Investigators quickly raided Gyeongwon's quarters and found the exact matching poison jar. Youngwon adds that the king immediately ordered a full raid on the Hall of Elegance, uncovering crimes far worse than simple murder. Xia gasps, asks what else they uncovered. Youngwon reveals a horrifying detail. Prince Gyeongwon was actively casting black magic curses on the crown prince. In this era, practicing dark curses against royal heirs wasn't viewed as silly superstition. It was absolute high treason, punishable by death. Graphic panels show the gruesome discovery of a wooden voodoo doll stuffed with black feathers and drenched in blood. Youngwon states that His Majesty was so utterly furious, he was ready to execute both concubine Hong and Prince Gyeong on the spot. However, because the court was still mourning the late prince's death, the king commuted their death sentence to public demotion and harsh exile. Xia's brow furrows with dark fury. She thinks exile is way too soft for monsters who murdered her sister, killed an unborn baby and tried to poison Yangwan. Sensing her frustration, Yangwan places a comforting hand on her head, calming her raging thoughts. Trust me, living in a Joseon barbed prison is a fate way worse than a swift execution. Yangwan reassures her that their exile is a slow, agonizing sentence. Looking down at her gently, Yangwan explains the horrific reality of the punishment known as gasiulat. Shia nods quietly as Yangwan tells her she no longer has to worry about those traitors ever bothering them again. We get this brutal narration detailing the thorn fence confinement, where prisoners are locked inside high walls woven with razor-sharp thorns. Talk about adding insult to injury. The dark wooden structure is wrapped so densely in barbed branches that not a single ray of sunlight can pierce through, turning it into a living tomb. A small hole at the bottom is the prisoner's only contact with humanity, receiving just enough basic food to keep them suffering until illness takes their life. Shifting the subject back to the palace investigation, Xia asks Yangwan if the royal guards uncovered any other evidence. Yangwan smiles softly, noting that finding the tiger skin officially cleared Crown Prince Sangwon's memory from the false accusation of being a tiger spirit slave. Talk about clearing a dead prince's reputation! The room settles into a peaceful, quiet atmosphere as the brother and sister share a tranquil moment. Shia offers a beautiful, warm smile, her eyes sparkling with quiet joy as the dark storm finally passes over their lives. Birds chirp merrily as a fresh spring breeze rustles through the blossoming trees, welcoming Shia's full recovery. Looking down from the wooden courtyard balcony, our hero spots his target, a total beginner from the looks of it, clueless about the demonic presence looming just below the surface. Shia reflects on the heavy path she survived. Even though she saved her brother and cleared her family's honor, Shia can't bring herself to feel genuine happiness about surviving. Next panels break down the royal Hanja characters of her name, Su meaning extraordinary, and Yang meaning beautiful like a blooming flower. The scene transitions to a bright open sky as an attendant's respectful voice echoes across the courtyard, announcing that the Crown Prince is requesting an urgent private audience with Princess Suyong right away. Host comment, wait a minute. Curious, after that terrifying court scene where the king was ready to chop off heads, what in the world does Yangwan need to discuss with Xia behind closed doors? This royal drama is escalating fast. Out in the courtyard, a court lady bows respectfully, informing the princess that the crown prince has summoned her yet again. Brother of the Year award goes to Yangwan for clinging to his little sister 24/7. Xia internally groans, wondering why he keeps calling for her. Dressed in a vibrant spring hanbok, Xia pouts adorably, complaining that she just finished exhausting courtly duties at the queen's palace and wants a break. A court lady bows deeply before the young princess, politely explaining the Crown Prince Yangwan has given strict orders to escort her to his quarters immediately. Xia lets out a heavy sigh, reading right through the court lady's mind, knowing the attendant will literally stalk her every step until she complies. Realizing there's no escaping her clingy brother, Xia gives up and agrees to go see him right away. Walking through the sunlit palace courtyard with her entourage of maids, Xia reflects on how drastically her daily life has changed since surviving the poison plot. She never expected that the king, queen, and newly appointed crown prince would suddenly start sending royal messengers to check up on her every single hour of the day. Sunlight glimmers over the elegant wooden eaves of the royal pavilion, setting a peaceful, serene atmosphere across the palace grounds as winter finally melts away. Inside the pavilion, a wooden tray filled with golden, honey-glazed yakwa pastries shines temptingly under the light. The court ladies announce with pride that every single snack has been thoroughly tested for poison, meaning the princess can eat as many as her heart desires. Seriously, calling your sister over just to make her watch you read while offering cookies is peak older brother behavior. Xia plops down across from Yangwan, asking if he really dragged her all the way across the courtyard just for some yakwa. Yangwan casually turns a page, pointing out that offering snacks is better than calling her for nothing. Xia tuts but pops one into her mouth anyway. Chewing happily, Xia's eyes widen with pure delight as the rich taste explodes in her mouth. She internally marvels at how the luxury pastries served directly to the crown prince taste 1,000,000 times better than the standard ones in her own pavilion. Munching away, Xia asks if he's absolutely sure she can finish the whole tray, when Yangwan gives a simple yes. Xia tease-nags him that skipping out on delicious snacks like this will end up stunting his growth. Yangwan glances over the top of his book, replying with cool confidence that his own growth is coming along just fine. In fact, he adds with a subtle smirk, he's far more concerned about her tiny height. Talk about getting called out by a visual growth chart. A hilarious side diagram compares Shia from 1 year ago to the present, showing she hasn't grown a single millimeter. Youngwon leans in suspiciously, asking if she's skipping her meals during a crucial growth phase. Shia pouts furiously, huffing that her court ladies would be deeply offended if they heard him slander her appetite. Youngwon lets out a gentle chuckle, looking down at his feisty little sister with affection and amusement as he admits he can clearly see she eats plenty. Munching on yet another pastry, Shia glances down at the wooden tray, realizing with a sudden shock that there's only one single piece of yakgwa left. Looking up at the pavilion roof frame shining under the clear blue sky, Yangwon reassures her not to worry about his health. He explains that the royal physicians suspect his slow growth surge was merely a temporary side effect of his body being weakened by the poison. Reaching her tiny hand out to snatch the very last yakgwa, Shia listens as Youngwon confidently reassures her that his overall health is completely fine, so he'll naturally grow taller in due time. Chomping down the final bite, Shia shifts the topic back to business, asking what he actually summoned her for if it wasn't just to feed her pastries. Youngwon nonchalantly replies, it doesn't matter since she has nothing better to do anyway. Rasnode, leaning her chin onto her palm with an adorable pout, Shia internally groans as Youngwon tells her to just sit back and keep him company for a while longer. Shia suddenly remembers a hot piece of court news she overheard earlier in the Queen's palace. Leaning in, she casually asks Youngwon if he knows that the royal court is already preparing to select a crown princess for him. Youngwon instantly freezes in place. Whipping his head around with a quick swivel, Youngwon gasps in total disbelief, asking how they could possibly be choosing a bride already. Shia waves her hand dismissively, telling him to act his age. Honestly, given imperial customs, he's actually a bit late to the party. Zooming in on Youngwon's stunned eye, Shia breaks down the political reality, explaining that finding the perfect royal match takes years of legal vetting.
She asks if the court is planning to officially issue a nationwide marriage ban to restrict young noblewomen from marrying elsewhere.
Youngwon mutters under his breath, looking visibly conflicted as he notes that it hasn't even been that long since their eldest brother passed away. Shai's gaze turns sharp and serious as she looks at her brother, realizing he's letting personal grief blind him to the ruthless realities of royal court politics. Slamming both hands onto the wooden table, Xia jolts Youngwon out of his thoughts, shouting that an imperial prince ought to know better than to play naive. Rambling like a seasoned political strategist, Xia lectures him that this entire marriage selection is designed for his future security under royal wisdom. She passionately argues that in this treacherous court, raw competence alone won't keep his head on his shoulders. Look at her rocking the invisible sage mustache filter while dropping ruthless political wisdom. Youngwon stares at her in utter bewilderment, wondering how on earth he's getting relentlessly nagged by an 8-year-old. Xia reminds him that Crown Prince Sengwan survived as long as he did because of his mother's powerful faction, meaning Youngwon urgently needs a rock-solid support network of his own. As Xia declares that securing loyal in-laws is the ultimate power move, Youngwon reaches out and firmly pinches her cheek. With a vein popping on his forehead, he calls her a little troublemaker, warning her to stop picking up weird political talk and threatening to discipline her court ladies for corrupting her mind. Swiping his hand away, Xia huffs indignantly, declaring that even as the crown prince, he has no right to boss her attendants around. She proudly proclaims that her maids belong to Princess Suyong now, and how dare he squish her precious cheeks. Youngwon tells her to stop worrying about complex politics and just focus on recovering her health. Xia dramatically begs to be set free from palace supervision, but Youngwon counters that if he lets her loose, she'll just cause even bigger chaos. Plus, doesn't she love studying anyway? Xia's face contorts into a hysterically priceless expression of pure disgust. Like, no way, dude. Gagging as she wonders where in the world he got the crazy idea that she actually enjoys studying. Youngwon shoots her a smug, authoritative look, reminding her that he knows all about her genius-level math skills, so she can completely forget about escaping her imperial tutoring. Xia flinches violently, internally regretting the moment she ever showed off her smarts. A playful title card pops up detailing the things I've done out of boredom, featuring a cute chibi Xia cringing at her past decisions. The narrative text breaks down the revolutionary modern mathematical tools Xia casually introduced to the kingdom out of sheer boredom, using Arabic numerals and decimal notation, converting classic Hanja numbers like 12 and 34, inserting comma separators for every 1,000 units like 1 million, and designing advanced statistical grid tables. Talk about accidentally modernizing an entire feudal empire's economy because you were bored? Xia breaks breaks into a nervous sweat, fidgeting as Yangwan stares at her with greedy, sparkling eyes, asking if there are any other genius concepts she can invent. Xia internally screams that she just wanted to help, not start a literal administrative revolution. Unable to take the academic pressure for another second, Xia leaps off her cushion and darts away like a lightning bolt. She screams for him to let her go as she flees down the hallway, leaving Young Wan sitting there in absolute shock. Watching his hyperactive sister sprint away into the distance, Young Wan lets out a warm breath, gentle chuckle, chuckling quietly to himself at her endless energy. Bursting through the Grand Palace gates, Xia sprints across the dirt path while her court ladies panic, desperately begging her not to run. Looking up at the blooming floral canopy overhead, Xia smiles softly, deeply relieved to see her brother looking healthy and lively once again. A text card signals a time skip to a week later, showing the majestic blue-tiled palace roofs. Below, a dark overlay reveals Xia's nightmare daily routine, greeting elders from 5 to 7 in the morning, studying with her father and Yangwon until 9, getting dragged into watching the king process paperwork until 11, and spending 2 full hours chatting with the queen until 1 in the afternoon. Xia's face is drawn with massive dark circles, looking like a hollow zombie. She internally groans that as a hardcore introvert, forced nonstop royal socializing is literally draining her soul out of her body. Turning around to face her loyal attendants Songbi and Guy, Xia firmly requests to be left completely alone for a while. The court ladies bow respectfully, obeying her order as Xia feels immensely grateful that her maids understand how burnt out she really is. Walking down a quiet gravel path, Xia resigns herself to the reality that her protective maids are definitely still tailing her from behind the bushes, but she admits that's still a million times better than having them walk right beside her. Pausing under the bright blue sky, Xia tilts her head up toward the open clouds, pointing out how the vast white expanse above them reflects perfectly on the lake below, creating a mirror in every direction. Taking a massive, deep breath to clear her cluttered mind. Inhaling the sweet scent of blooming white flowers, Xia twirls through the lush green garden path in her vibrant blue hanbok, finally feeling the heavy stress melt off her shoulders. Suddenly, a close-up panel reveals a mysterious young boy standing nearby. Wearing a high-ranking noble's headpiece and purple robes, this dude is clearly a big deal. His cheeks flush light pink as he looks at her with wide, surprised eyes. Xia turns around while clutching a small silk package in her arms, letting out a confused sound as she spots a strange boy watching her from behind the tree branches. Framed by vibrant green leaves, the boy tilts his head innocently. Looking directly at Xia and asking who she is, Xia's wide brown eyes blink in silent curiosity as she examines the unfamiliar boy standing before her in the restricted royal gardens. The two young children stand face to face under the sunlit tree canopy, taking in each other's presence in the quiet sanctuary of the palace grounds. The boy tilts his head in confusion, wondering why she called him a little kid. Xia realizes they're probably around the exact same age, internally sweating that he must think she's super weird. Clears her throat nervously. She asks who brought him into the inner palace grounds. The boy explains that he came alongside his older sister and aunt, but they somehow got separated along the way. Xia smiles knowingly, realizing the poor kid is completely lost. Xia asks what official business brought his family to the royal court. The polite boy explains that they were invited to accept a royal commendation on behalf of his father, who couldn't attend because he is currently stationed at the Northern Military Headquarters. Sparkles literally burst around the boy as he gazes at Xia in awe, complimenting her by saying she's way too pretty to be just a young palace maid. Visual art critique right here. The studio always puts 100% effort into rendering these adorable childhood meatcutes. Xia breaks into a sweat gasp while the boy bows respectfully. She realizes that revealing her true identity as Princess Suyang would force this innocent lost kid to bow down in rigid, formal protocol, something her laid-back soul wants to avoid at all costs. Looking down at Xia with bright curiosity, the young boy innocently asks who says court ladies can't be pretty, inquiring if she's an attendant herself. Xia strikes an aloof posture, mischievously deciding to play along with the cute misunderstanding. Xia nonchalantly responds that he can consider her a court lady if he wants, which only makes Ruri even more flustered. While behind the thick shrubbery, her hidden attendants hover nervously in secret. Sensing a faint breeze behind her back, Xia swivels her head around with a quick gasp. Her sharp, instincts picking up a suspicious presence. The boy tilts his head in confusion, asking what's wrong as Xia stares intensely at the motionless greenery. Shrugging it off, Xia mutters under her breath that for a split second, she felt like someone was lurking in the shadows to spy on her. Breaking into a radiant smile, Xia looks absolutely adorable, enjoying her brief moment of freedom. Host visual check right here. The artist's soft pastel lighting in this garden sequence makes every frame look like a high-budget webtoon cover. Meanwhile, hidden deep in the bushes, her loyal maids Guy and Songbi crouch with leaves on their heads. Holding up clover stems, they silently signal to each other that their strict orders to let Princess Suyang enjoy her peace without any interference. Xia shifts the focus back to her lost companion, asking if he ought to go search for his family. The boy pouts softly, admitting he finally made it inside the Imperial grounds and really doesn't want to leave so soon. With a dramatic thud effect, the boy clenches his tiny fists, admitting he'll definitely get scolded terribly by his big sister, but hey, she wouldn't actually go so far as to end his life, right? Talk about relatable sibling drama. Looking around the sprawling courtyard with wide eyes, the boy gushes in pure awe, praising the majestic red-columned pavilions, grand tile roofs, and the pristine lotus ponds. The decorative side text box highlights his innocent thoughts. I even met a pretty court lady like you. Xia blinks in complete surprise, flustered, embarrassed, pointing a finger at her own chest while wondering if this kid just gave her a straight-up pickup line. Coughing playfully, Xia covers her mouth as her cheeks flush pink, completely tickled and flattered by the young lord's smooth compliment. Advising him to head over to the resting gazebo if he's tired, Xia watches as the boy plops down onto a stone bench, declaring he'll just wait right here since his aunt's meeting will take forever. Xia's face contorts into an embarrassed deadpan expression as she realizes she was just about to leave him alone after offering to help. Reaching out her hand towards Shoftly, Xia offers to personally take him on a guided tour around the Imperial grounds. The boy blushes lightly, staring at her outstretched palm in surprise. Smiling with utmost sweetness, Xia teases that it would be a total disaster if an important guest got lost in the palace complex twice in one day. Grasping her hand firmly, the boy lets out an excited gasp, his eyes sparkling with pure joy as they step forward together. Walking side by side across a grand wooden bridge over a shimmering lotus lake, Xia asks what he thinks of the view, to which the boy enthusiastically agrees. It's stunning! Pausing near the secret royal pavilions, Xia grandly declares that this hidden spot is restricted to high royalty, so he better memorize every detail. The boy tilts his head nervously, asking if they're trespassing somewhere forbidden. Xia chuckles reassuringly, explaining that while this is indeed the Imperial back garden, he has zero reason to panic as long as he stays right by her side. The boy lets out a bright relieved laugh, completely putting his trust in his mysterious court lady guide. Xia stands dazed, gasp, internally screaming that this kid is a whole year younger than her, so why on earth is he already this tall? The boy gasps in shock, realizing she's actually his senior. Instantly shifting into formal manners, the boy bows slightly, promising to address her with proper elder respect from now on as they walk along the lakeside walkway. Looking out at the scenic greenery, the boy comments on how peaceful the garden feels. Xia smiles gently, admitting this private sanctuary happens to be her favorite spot in the entire world. A close-up of Xia's contemplative gaze reveals her inner thoughts. Realizing that setting aside Young One, finding a reliable, high-ranking noble ally like this young boy's family could be crucial for her future court safety. Suddenly, a massive growling noise echoes from the boy's belly. The boy freezes in total embarrassment, squeaking out an oops. Xia bursts into a soft fit of giggles, placing a hand over her lips as she asks if he's starving after all that walking. Scratching his head bashfully, the boy lets out a cute confessing that his stomach couldn't hold back any longer. Unwrapping the silk parcel in her arms, Xia reveals a fresh, golden Castella cake. A side text box clarifies, Castella Xia snuck straight from the Imperial dessert kitchen. The boy's eyes widen in amazement. A fun little flashback graphic pops up with a caption noting how the polite boy had stubbornly insisted on carrying the heavy snack box for her the entire way. Host comment, what an absolute gentleman in the making. Scooping up a bite with a silver spoon, Xia gently feeds him a piece, introducing it as the famous Imperial egg wheat rice cake. Chewing happily, the boy's cheeks puff up as he savors the rich, sweet flavor melting on his tongue. Bright anime sparkles literally explode around the boy's head, his eyes dilating into massive golden gems of pure culinary bliss. Leaping forward with a quick swoosh, the boy grabs her sleeve, screaming in delight that he's heard rumors about this legendary dessert and begging for another bite. A sly, mischievous grin spreads across Xia's face. Teasing text pops up. Should I tease him a little? She hums thoughtfully, declaring that extra cake depends entirely on his future behavior. Clasping his tiny hands together in desperate prayer, the boy hits her with lethal, maximum-level puppy dog eyes, begging on his knees for just one more single bite. Xia takes direct emotional damage. Visual text screams, such destructive cuteness. Overwhelmed by a chibi puppy aura behind him, Xia clutches her chest in utter defeat. Coughing awkwardly to hide her weak heart, Xia hands over the entire box, claiming she's already full so he can finish every last bite. The boy cheers in victory. Watching the young boy happily gobble down the cake, Xia rests her chin on her knees, smiling with genuine warmth at his pure innocence. Wiping his mouth, Xia announces that now that snack time is over, she needs to escort him back to the queen's palace. The boy's face instantly falls, whining about why they can't play just a little longer. Drooping into a comical sulk with dark gloom lines over his head, the boy reluctantly agrees. Xia bursts out into cheerful laughter at his adorable disappointment. Nodding with a glint in her eyes, Xia stands up and urges him along the stone path. Their chemistry is so wholesome. You almost forget they're two high-stakes political chess pieces in an imperial court. Xia turns round, softly promising that next time he visits the imperial palace, she'll personally give him a full tour of the inner grounds, so he shouldn't feel too down. The boy perks up instantly. Suddenly, a giant shadow covers the sun. Xia looks up in confusion as a massive black crow swoops down from the sky. Diving straight at them with violent wing flaps, the wild crow attacks. In a flash of pure heroic instinct, the boy lunges forward, pulling Xia into his chest and shouting for her to watch out. Shielding Xia behind his back, the brave young boy aggressively waves his arms, yelling at the feathered rascal to back off and scram. As the crow caws loudly and flutters its wings nearby, the boy fiercely stands his ground, while Xia clings tightly to his robes in surprise. Talk about a real protector moment. This kid just earned serious chivalry points. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, the young boy lunges forward and grabs the wild attacker straight out of midair. Holding the squawking bird firmly under his arm, the boy pulls Xia safely into his side. Xia blinks in pure astonishment, asking how on earth he managed to capture a flying bird with his bare hands. Pointing down at his feet, the boy reveals a thin thread tied tightly around the crow's talon, explaining that the tangled string kept the bird from flying away, making it easy to catch. Letting out a soft breath, the boy stares at her with a gentle gaze, remarking how close that was. Xia clutches her chest in relief, thanking him profusely, admitting that if he hadn't stepped in, her precious ring would have been stolen for good. Gazing down at the shimmering jade ring dangling around her neck, the young boy tilts his head in curiosity, softly asking if this little trinket means that much to her. If only this kid knew the high-stakes political drama attached to that tiny accessory. A brief flashback glimmers in Xia's mind, recalling the regal figure of Crown Prince Yangguan standing under falling cherry blossoms as he hand-delivered the royal jade ring to her. Suddenly, a dark, menacing aura looms over the scene. Someone shouts angrily from above, berating the foolish bird for daring to assault royalty. The poor crow sweats profusely in sheer terror, staring frozen at its captors as they declare that this insolent feather thief isn't getting away without a punishment. Breaking free with a frantic screeching burst, the black crow takes to the sky, cawing loudly as it flees for its life,
Shaking their tiny fists at the sky.
Both kids yell after the retreating bird, warning it never to show its face in the royal garden again. Talk about a dynamic duo taking down nature. Turning toward him with a sweet, glowing smile, Xia supposes the shiny ring must have caught the bird's eye, but praises the boy for heroically chasing it off so it'll never return. Overwhelmed by gratitude, Xia impulsively leans in and plants a big, affectionate kiss right on his cheek. The young boy stands completely frozen in place, a massive blush exploding across his face as he lets out an uncontrollable hiccup. Xia internally screams, realizing she just kissed a 7-year-old noble. Brief chapter transition title card pops up, giving viewers a quick breather before diving straight back into the adorable chaos unfolding in the royal complex. Right as the maid finishes relaying the prince's urgent royal summons, an involuntary, adorable sound escapes into the calm courtyard air. Hiccup. It seems, even after outsmarting dangerous assassins, dodging black magic curses, and dismantling corrupt noble factions, the sheer nervousness of being hauled into another high-stakes meeting with her brother is enough to give Xia a sudden case of the hiccups. Seriously, you can defeat an entire treason scheme without breaking a sweat, but an unexpected message from your protective big brother makes your body completely glitch out. The boy keeps hiccuping uncontrollably, covering his mouth in total embarrassment while Shia sweats nervously, realizing her sudden cheek kiss delivered way more emotional damage than expected. Asking if he's all right, Shia suddenly stops in her tracks as her eyes catch a dark red smudge on his sleeve. Noticing her worried glare, the boy sighs, nonchalantly waving it off as just a tiny scratch from the crow's talons during the struggle. Dark gloom lines instantly cover Shia's face as she snaps into full big sister mode. Looming over him with intense authority, she insists that even the smallest scratch needs proper disinfection immediately. The boy tilts his head with huge round eyes, completely bewildered by the strange, modern concept of disinfection? Host, visual check. The artist drawing his clueless puppy face right here is pure gold. Continuing her urgent medical lecture, Shia emphasizes that if no ointment is nearby, the bare minimum is wrapping the wound tightly with a sterile cloth to block out dirt. Taking off her own silk handkerchief, Shia gently wraps it around his injured wrist, tying a neat knot to protect his scratch. Scratching his head with a bashful chuckle, the boy boasts that he inherits his strength from his father, who rose from a civil official to a high-ranking provincial governor thanks to his god-tier martial arts. Shia's jaw instantly drops in shock. A striking vision of a majestic general riding a war horse through snowy mountains appears. Shia realizes this kid's father was a second-rank military governor stationed at the northern military camp, meaning his family background is astronomical. Resting her hand against her chin, Shia's sharp brain starts calculating at light speed, realizing that an elite northern military clan fits a very specific narrative puzzle piece. Flashback memories of the imperial palace inner court flickers into view, where court ladies discussed ominous political events and noble family ties during team meetings. Looking over at the boy happily squishing her soft silk handkerchief, Shia, a sudden mind-blowing realization hitting her like a ton of bricks. Leaning in close, Shia urgently asks if he has a sister and exactly how old she is. The boy blinks in surprise, answering that his older sister is 14 years old. Anime sparkles explode in Shia's eyes. 14 years old means she's the exact same age as Crown Prince Yongwan, making her the top candidate to become the future Crown Princess. Shia's brain goes into overdrive. Connecting the dots, she realizes this girl must be the actual female lead from the original novel. But wait, did the original heroine really have such an adorable little brother? Brushing aside her confusion, Shia tightly grabs the boy's hand, deciding that theory testing takes priority over everything else. Dragging the confused boy behind her, Shia marches briskly through the flower-filled garden, declaring they have an urgent mission to complete. The scene shifts across the pristine palace courtyards, where green branches sway gently over the grand red-columned pavilions. Walking gracefully along the pavilion corridor, Crown Prince Yongwan glides forward in his brilliant blue dragon robes, looking like an absolute masterpiece of elegance and power, looking every bit like a majestic royal monarch. Standing under a blooming cherry blossom tree, a gorgeous young noblewoman in a sage green hanbok bows with utmost grace, declaring in a sweet voice that she has zero desire to become the crown princess. Peeking through the dense foliage, Shia's eyes gleam with pure excitement, confirming that even from 100 meters away, this girl radiates main character energy. Shushing the boy with a quick finger to her lips, Shia urges him to listen quietly. Over by the pavilion, Prince Yongwan asks why she refuses the position, reminding her that the crown princess eventually becomes the mother of the nation. Bowing her head politely, the noble maiden explains that she possesses a personal dream she wishes to pursue. Scoffs, an ambition that would be completely impossible to achieve if trapped inside the inner palace. Hiding behind the bushes, Shia nods internally, remembering this exact iconic dialogue from the original novel/webtoon. A floral text frame highlights the noble maiden's legendary declaration. This humble one wishes to become a physician. Whose comment, talk about an absolute queen breaking ancient gender norms. Looking up with clear, resolute eyes, the maiden stands firm in her life choice, completely unfazed by the crown prince's royal status. Clutching the paper package of herbs, the little girl wept helplessly. In this era, strict gender separation laws barred male doctors from examining female patients, leaving countless women's illnesses untreated. treated. A dark, shattered glass visual reflects the tragic moment her mother passed away silently in the dark room without proper medical care, leaving behind a devastating, lifelong regret that fueled the female lead's burning desire to master medicine and save other suffering women. Returning to the present, the maiden smiles bittersweetly, her unwavering dream shining brighter than any royal crown ever could. Crown Prince Yangwan extends a gentle hand toward the maiden, his eyes glittering with genuine warmth as he declares that her bold and fearless spirit makes him admire her even more. He gazes directly into her eyes, softly proposing if she would reconsider and become his crown princess. Meanwhile, hidden just behind the lush green garden bushes, Xia and the young noble boy crouch low, peeking through the leafy branches to spy on the high-stakes royal proposal unfolding only a few feet away. Continuing his suave pitch, Prince Yangwan explains that if a talented noblewoman like her becomes an official physician, it would pave the way for noble ladies across the nation to finally receive proper medical care without shame or legal barriers. Leaning in, the prince gently adds that since she's so brilliant, he has complete faith in her ability to pioneer this movement. The maiden blinks in absolute astonishment, gasping out a bewildered pardon as her mind struggles to process his revolutionary mindset. Host comment, wait a second, did the crown prince just hit her with a progressive modern social reform speech? Talk about top-tier riz. Over in the bushes, Xia completely loses her composure, nearly popping out of hiding, shocked as she screams internally. She can't believe a feudal crown prince is spouting progressive feminist policy in ancient Korea. That is definitely not how his character was written in the original novel. Beside her, the clueless boy tugs her sleeve, asking if it's finally safe to come out. Snatching his shoulder, Xia yanked him back down into the dense foliage, hushing him sharply to stay hidden a little longer. Post visual check, look at the artist giving this kid a completely deadpan puppy face while getting yanked into the shrubs. It's hilarious. Back under the pavilion, Prince Yangwan chuckles softly, noting that she's the very first person who has ever voiced such ambitious dreams to him. The maiden tilts her head, quietly asking if that's truly the case. A faint rosy blush dusts the crown prince's cheeks as he glances away, softly confessing that his open-minded perspective was actually inspired by his eccentric younger sister. The noble maiden blinks, asking if he refers to Princess Suyong. Prince Yangwan nods with a fond smile, describing his little sister as incredibly intelligent, undeniably quirky, and constantly challenging the norms around her. Shaking his head in amusement, the prince chuckles that sometimes he's genuinely terrified of what goes on inside that brilliant little head of hers. Looking back at the maiden, Yangwan thoughtfully explains that watching his sister come up with unbelievable ideas no one else ever imagined made him realize what a tragic waste it would be to lock away female talent. Gazing softly into the horizon, the crown prince wonders aloud how many other extraordinarily gifted women across the kingdom are forced to hide their potential due to ancient rules. Host comment, okay, Yangwan just secured the absolute greenest flag male lead award of the year. Overwhelmed by his words, the maiden clutches her silk bodice as her heart thumps wildly. A crimson flush spreads across her cheeks as his words echo deeply in her soul. Staring at him in utter awe, the maiden internally marvels that she never imagined the royal crown prince possessed such progressive and empathetic thoughts. She had no idea he understood her pain so deeply. Finding her voice, the maiden gently asks who he could normally share such revolutionary thoughts with, suggesting he talk directly with his sister. Crouched in the bushes, Xia rolls her eyes, muttering that the prince's praises are getting a little exaggerated. Prince Yangwan waves his hands in frantic denial, chuckling nervously that he could never reveal such heavy thoughts to a chaotic child who might act unpredictably. The maiden lets out a soft, melodic laugh at his sibling banter. Taking a slow step closer, Prince Yangwan tenderly wraps his hands around hers, and that's where the episode wraps. Looking into her eyes with deep sincerity as he admits that he desperately needs a visionary crown princess by his side. Falling cherry blossom petals flutter through the air as the prince soft-spokenly asks if she would reconsider his proposal if she is truly the only woman who can fulfill this noble vision. Hidden in the bushes, Xia's jaw drops to the floor, flustered, embarrassed, as she watches the prince unleash maximum romantic charm. She recoils in comedic disgust, cringing at how intense the mood has gotten. Standing beside her, the little boy suddenly recognizes his sister's voice. Misunderstanding the situation, he assumes his sister has finally realized her precarious family standing and is rushing to secure a political marriage. Driven by instinct, the young boy stomps his foot firmly onto the grass, bursting out from the bushes to defend his sister's honor. Charging straight toward the pavilion like a tiny cannonball, the boy shouts out for his sister. The noble maiden gasps in total shock, recognizing her little brother Suchan instantly. Kneeling down, the maiden grabs Suchan by the arms, urgently scolding him and demanding to know where on earth he had vanished to while she searched the entire palace grounds. Still peeking out from the bushes, Xia sweats nervously, face-palming as she realizes the hot-headed kid couldn't hold back his impulsive protective instincts for even 5 seconds. Checking her brother over, the maiden's eyes widen as she spots his damaged sleeve. She demands to know how he got injured and where the silk handkerchief wrapped around his wrist came from. Suchan sweats bullets under her intense interrogation. Host comment, "This poor kid is about to get lectured by his big sister in front of royalty." Standing nearby, Prince Yangwon tilts his head in utter bewilderment, letting out a confused gasp as he zeroes in on the familiar silk handkerchief tied around the boy's wrist. Realizing the cover-up is officially blown, Shia slowly steps out from the bushes with an awkward, innocent smile, giggles as chuckling nervously as she tries to explain the chaotic situation to the crown prince. The noble maiden's head snaps back and forth between her brother's tied wrist and the mysterious young girl who just emerged from the garden foliage. Connecting the dots in real time, the maiden's eyes dilate in shock as a sudden, staggering realization dawns on her. Turning toward the crown prince with a trembling voice, the maiden hesitantly asks if the adorable young girl standing beside him is Princess Suyang? Prince Yongwon beams with proud satisfaction, flashing a glowing smile as he confirms her guess. Princess Suyang. Suchan's mouth hangs open in pure, unadulterated horror as his soul practically leaves his body. A loud, echoing scream shatters the peaceful palace garden atmosphere as Suchian shrieks in absolute disbelief, realizing the random girl who kissed his cheek and bound his wound is the supreme royal princess. Panicking at his disrespect, the maiden instantly slaps her hand over her brother's mouth, furiously scolding Suchian for shouting so rudely in the presence of the crown prince and princess. In a cute chibi visual frame, Xia sweats awkwardly while Prince Yangwon chuckles. Realizing that Suchian had no idea who Xia was when they were hanging out earlier? Host visual check, chibi Xia looking guilty while Yangwon enjoys the chaos is peak comedy. Bowing deeply with utmost grace, the maiden formalizes her greetings, introducing herself as Kim Jiwa and offering her deepest gratitude to the princess for aiding her brother. Suchian nervously bows his head, squeaking out his name. Smiling sweetly, Xia gracefully dismisses the gratitude, explaining that Suchian courageously risked his own safety to chase off violent crows attacking her, making him the true hero of the day. Hearing this, Prince Yangwon snaps his head around in panic. Swooping down over Xia in a protective frenzy, Prince Yangwon inspects her from head to toe, urgently asking if those nasty birds hurt his precious sister anywhere. Xia sighs, reassuring him that Suchian handled everything before she could get scratched. Letting out a massive breath of relief, Yangwon pats her head, reminding her that Chief Guard Guy was frantically searching for her earlier. Xia whistles innocently, feigning complete ignorance about running away from her bodyguards. Adjusting her hanbok, Kim Jihwa steps forward politely to address the crown prince once more. Bowing elegantly, Jiwa states that now that her brother is safely accounted for, they will take their leave, asking if His Highness could inform Her Majesty the Queen on their behalf. Prince Yangwon smiles gently, reminding her that the Imperial Palace complex is a massive labyrinth, and he couldn't possibly allow 2 noble guests to wander off unescorted. Framing himself against floating flower blossoms, Prince Yangwon smoothly offers to personally escort Jihwa and her brother back to the main palace hall. Flashing a shy, radiant smile, Jihwa softly assents, thanking His Highness for his royal kindness as her heart flutters. Leaning over, she asks if he has something on his mind. Suchian flusters instantly, blushing red as he stammers that it's nothing. Xia giggles, telling him he can speak casually with her anytime. Watching Prince Yangwon walk alongside Jihwa, Xia rests her chin on her hand, analyzing the situation deeply, realizing that the crown prince is being vastly more persistent and proactive than his book counterpart. Xia recalls that ever since the infamous dried persimmon poisoning incident, Yangwon became deeply paranoid and closed off to outsiders. Yet here he is, actively pursuing Jiwa with bold determination. What hidden butterflies did Xia's presence alter in this novel's destiny? Prince Yangwon leans in closer, looking Jiwa directly in the eyes with an earnest gaze as he asks if she would reconsider becoming the crown princess. Deep down, Xia gasps, realizes that Jiwa's initial refusal only sparked the crown prince's curiosity even further. Jiwa gently shakes her head, politely declining as she explains that holding such a prestigious position carries far too much weight and responsibility for her to bear. Walking side by side, Jiwa softly explains that life within the royal court is far too restrictive, whereas she thrives on celebrating festive seasons across the kingdom throughout the entire year. As a vibrant montage of spring cherry blossoms, summer river valleys, and autumn foliage unfolds, Jiwa describes how she travels to the mountains in spring, visits cool valleys during summer, admires autumn leaves, floats lanterns on Buddha's birthday every April. Flashing a gentle, radiant smile, Jiwa adds that watching the brilliant fireworks light up the night sky is her absolute favorite tradition. Hosts comment, look at the artwork in these seasonal transition panels. The flower petals and river lighting are absolutely breathtaking. Walking along the serene path with their attendants following at a respectful distance, Prince Yongwan asks if she attends the annual Lantern Festival every single year. Jihwa nods softly, sharing that her parents used to take her whenever she was little. Prince Yongwan closes his eyes wistfully, sighs softly, letting out a subtle breath as he confesses that having spent his entire upbringing inside court walls, he has never experienced such festive wonder. Looking into the distance while flower petals drift past, the crown prince admits with quiet melancholy that his position prevents him from wandering freely into the outside world. Turning slightly toward her, Yongwan acknowledges the heavy burden expected of a crown princess, gently asking if that strict confinement is the true reason behind her reluctance. Framing himself against fluttering spring blossoms, Yongwan flashes an earnest, charming smile as he soft-spokenly asks if she would personally guide him to experience the Lantern Festival. Host comment, Yongwan is pulling out all the stop romantic moves here. He's basically asking for a secret date under the guise of cultural exploration. Jiwa's cheeks flush with a subtle rosy hue as her big eyes widen in total surprise, quietly pointing to herself in disbelief. Jiwa hesitantly asks if His Highness could truly indulge in such an excursion, to which Yongwan lets out a gentle chuckle, teasing that they would simply have to sneak out in complete secrecy. Meanwhile, lurking right behind them, Xia overhears every single word. Xia's face pales slightly as a cold sweat breaks out on her temple. Wait a minute. Did I just hear that right? The prince is planning on sneaking out for the April Lantern Festival? Oh man, that is just begging for trouble. But also maybe a little exciting? I can't believe it even tried that. A dramatic lightning streak shatters the dark background as a chilling memory flashes through Xia's mind. A sinister flashback reveals shadow figures scheming around a table in secret, recalling the dark subplot where corrupt nobles plotted to frame Jiwa's entire family for high treason, mocking just to prevent her from becoming crown princess. A finger snaps down onto official court records, pinpointing the exact cursed date when the framed tragedy was scheduled to ignite, April 8th. Dark shadows engulf the memory as Xia remembers the tragic canonical outcome, where rumors spread that Jiwa's entire lineage was executed under false accusations. A wall of black glass shatters into pieces, reflecting the grim reality that, despite the left minister being removed following the persimmon incident, the dark gears of fate are still grinding forward. A shimmering vision of the past flickers to life, revealing Crown Prince Yongwan gently holding out that iconic jade ring and placing it into her small hands. Even if time has passed and fate itself seems to be shifting into completely uncharted territory, Yongwan gazes forward with a breathtakingly soft, endearing smile as cherry blossoms drift gracefully through the spring air. Seriously, check out the artist's gorgeous lighting and soft pink color palette right here. He's looking at her like he's his entire world. Xia's brow furrows with grave concern as she realizes that the original novel's tragic plotline is still attempting to force its horrific events into existence. Host comment, this is where the story gets super dark. Transmigration rules prove once again that changing one villain doesn't erase the narrative's tragic blueprint. Breaking out of her dark reverie, Xia glances sideways with an awkward expression, saying, this probably sounds weird now, but can you let me off the leash? Noticing little Suqian fidgeting right next to her, leaning in close to the young boy, Xia whispers discreetly into Suqian's ear, instructing him that if his big sister goes out on April 8th, he must follow her every step of the way. Suqian tilts his head with a confused tilt, asking why she is suddenly giving him such an oddly specific command. Xia holds up a finger over her lips, winking slyly as she soft-spokenly whispers that he needs to keep it a secret because she will be sneaking along right beside him. Fast forward forward to the festival night. Shia stands with her hands on her hips, proudly showing off her absurd preparation. A huge cloth bundle filled with castella cake, a thick royal cloak for the chilly night air, and an actual full-size horse parked right behind her. Dressed incognito in a handsome blue noble robe and black hat, Crown Prince Yongwon gazes at her in absolute bafflement, completely dumbfounded that his little sister packed enough gear for a full military expedition. Flashing an unhinged, wide-eyed grin, Shia playfully threatens to run straight to their royal father and expose his secret escape unless he lets her tag along. Terrified of getting caught, Yongwon reluctantly gestures for her to follow. Cut to the bustling festival market outside palace walls, where a lively crowd murmurs fill the sunny village street. With steady footsteps, Yongwon approaches Jihua and Suchan waiting outside a market shop, politely asking if they have been waiting long. Jihua bows slightly with a warm, welcoming smile, reassuring His Highness that they just arrived and that she initially felt guilty for bringing her young brother along. Looking over the group, Jihua admits she feels relieved seeing that the young princess came as well, while Yongwon agrees with a gentle nod. Meanwhile, Shia stands off to the side, internally deadpanning whether this outing is a romantic double date or an elite babysitting service. Host visual check, Chibi Shia looking completely done with life while surrounded by kids is comedy gold. Yongwon glances softly at Jihua, noting how happy she looks as floating flower petals envelop them, prompting a soft chuckle from the noble maiden. Nearby in the market square, village children crouch on the ground playing traditional spinning top games, shouting excitedly for their fathers to buy them toys. High above the crowd, an acrobatic tightrope walker balances effortlessly across a high rope. Yongwon to stare in wide-eyed wonder as the crowd cheers. Yongwon watches the acrobat anxiously, worrying that the performer might fall into the dense crowd, but Jihua gently reassures him that street performers are master artists. Below them, Suchan tugs lightly on Shia's sleeve. Turning his face toward her, Suchan gazes up at Shia with big, sparkling puppy eyes, asking in a soft voice if she truly came just like she promised. Blushing red, Suchan bashfully confesses that when his sister mentioned the royal prince might be too busy to come, he was terribly worried he wouldn't get to see Shia tonight. A warm atmosphere settles between them as Suchan's tiny hand reaches out toward Shia's fingers. With a tender, firm touch, Suchan gently clasps Shia's hand in his own, looking into her eyes with a pure, radiant blush. Suchan admits with absolute sweetness that he is overjoyed to be by her side again. Shia blinks in quiet astonishment, staring down at their joined hands as a sudden silence falls between them. Host comment, wait a minute, did Suchan just pull off a smooth male lead move on our main character? This kid has serious game. Shia offers a gentle, heartwarming smile, softly replying that she feels the exact same way. Internally, she prays that this peaceful, joyful night remains an everlasting happy memory. But suddenly, the atmosphere shatters as a blood-red shout echoes, "Your Majesty, this must be punished as an act of treason." The scene abruptly shifts to the Grand Imperial Palace Hall, where dozens of high-ranking ministers kneel before the throne, screaming in fury for the king to show no mercy. Seated upon the golden throne, the king's face contorts in intense rage, his brow twitching sharply as cold fury radiates from his terrifying stare. A blood-red proclamation shatters the dark screen as the king's thunderous voice roars through the court, demanding the immediate arrest and execution of all traitors involved. Turning to her companion at the boutique stand, Shia casually announces that she wants to purchase one, leaving her maid completely stunned as to why an aristocratic young lady would pick something so ordinary. Sweat drops down Shia's brow as her maid reminds her that she usually turns her nose up at anything less than rare historical artifacts. So why is she so interested in a random commoner's ability? Prompting Shia to clear her throat awkwardly while claiming it's just a simple souvenir from their outing. Watching a former high society lady come up with absolute bottom-tier excuses on the spot just to buy shiny market accessories is hilarious. The rest of the group chuckles along as Seong approaches them from behind. Sensing an unusual presence, Guy turns her head with razor-sharp focus, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings as they navigate the lively marketplace. Jiwa turns around with sparkling eyes, eagerly asking if her elder sister likes sweet-dried persimmons, while pointing toward a famous local shop, which causes Seong to lean in with mild curiosity. Pausing mid-step, Seong glances down over his shoulder, listening quietly to the little girl's conversation. Without missing a single beat, Xia bluntly declines the persimmons, leaving poor Jiwa drooping her head in instant defeat like a sad puppy. Skipping over to the pastry stand, Shia politely places an order for one of every single variety, while Jiwa raises her hands, cheering in pure ecstasy. Watching the two young girls bond over sweet treats, Seong lets out a gentle exhale with a soft smile, while the attending maid expresses deep gratitude for how wonderfully Shia looks after her companion. As night falls over the capital, the vibrant street lanterns light up the dark sky while chattering crowds gather along the traditional wooden pavilions. Strolling side by side through the illuminated night market, Seong and the maid, they're just totally soaking in that festive evening vibe. The attendant warmly explains that it's a traditional shadow play known as Mansakjung Nori, a puppet performance with a long history, where backlit puppets create glowing dragon silhouettes that leave Shia completely spellbound. Suddenly, a massive roaring cheer erupts from the surrounding crowd, making Jihwa turn her head around in curiosity. Screams of delight and laughter fill the air as a huge crowd gathers in a circle around a mysterious performer. Grabbed by pure childhood excitement, Jihwa snatches Shia's hand and dashes straight toward the gathering while Shia stammers in surprise. The poor royal escorts losing sight of two noble toddlers in a dense crowd within 3 seconds is pure classic comedy. The panicked servants scream out in terror as the kids slip away into the throng. Sprinting as fast as her silk robes allow, the maid calls out for the children to slow down before someone gets hurt. Squeezing their way between the towering legs of adult spectators, Jiwa and Shia peek out from the front row to check out the show. With a terrifying leap, a performer wearing a fierce red tiger mask jumps straight into the center ring, making the surrounding kids shriek in half-playful panic. Twisting around in midair, the tiger masked dancer locks his sharp painted eyes directly onto the two young girls. Dark stylized calligraphy flashes across the screen, signaling an abrupt shift in the atmosphere. The glowing red monster mask looms violently over Shia's vision, radiating a terrifying demonic pressure that instantly triggers her deepest traumatic memories.
Poor Shia's tiger trauma is acting up at the worst possible time.
Her eyes widen in pure horror as the masked performer suddenly drops down on one knee directly in front of her. Noticing Shia turning pale with terror, Jiwa's playful expression instantly melts into deep worry. Pulling Shia backwards by her waist, Jiwa firmly declares that the show isn't fun at all and suggests leaving immediately, even though Shia stammers that she was merely startled. Walking away from the crowd, Jiwa gently whispers that she knows Shia dislikes tigers because they swallow helpless little children whole. Stopping in her tracks under a canopy of falling flower blossoms, Jiwa turns back with a radiant, resolute smile, promising that she will always protect Shia from any danger. Stunned by the pure, unselfish sweetness of her little friend, Shia stares back in total silence. Aw, look at Jiwa, acting like the ultimate loyal bodyguard. That wholesome moment completely melted my heart. Shia smiles softly back, agreeing to trust her safety to her new protector. Interrupting their sweet moment, Seong approaches with a gentle smile while carrying a pair of large paper sky lanterns. Presenting the lanterns, Seong invites Shia to join him on top of the ancient city wall to release them into the night sky, with the maid encouraging her to go along. Shaking her head lightly, Shia softly declines, confessing that her tiny body is completely worn out, prompting Jihwa to immediately offer to stay and rest with her. Tilting his head in confusion, Seong's sweat drops, flustered, embarrassed, asking if she'll regret missing out, while Shia mentally teases him for failing his wingman attempt to flirt with Jiwa. Shia actively rejecting romantic plot flags because her feet hurt is so ridiculously relatable. Glancing back, Shia reminds herself that, according to the original novel storyline, Jiwa and the Crown Prince will end up perfectly fine without her intervention. Noticing her tired state, Jiwa kindly asks if Shia would prefer to ride on horseback to a quieter location to relax. Escorted by their servants, the group arrives at a serene, secluded traditional cottage tucked away from the noisy festival street. The peaceful wooden courtyard sits under the quiet moonlight, offering an ideal refuge from the hectic crowd. The servants carefully guide the horse to the hitching post, telling the young ladies to go inside and rest peacefully. Slumping onto the wooden porch floor, Shia lets out a massive sigh of relief. Finally able to relax her aching muscles. Stepping out from the kitchen, Jiwa offers her a wooden gourd dipper filled with refreshing crystal clear well water. Drinking cool well water on a breezy wooden porch after walking thousands of steps at a night festival is elite cozy vibes. Gulping down the water, Shia admits her legs aren't built for long walks, while Jiwa beams that the outing was still amazing. Setting the empty dipper down, Shia smiles warmly, admitting that despite the fatigue, the night was truly breathtaking. Closing her eyes softly, she reflects internally on how terrifyingly close danger came, yet how wonderful it felt to explore the world without disaster striking. Sitting side by side on the quiet porch, the two young girls watch hundreds of glowing sky lanterns drift gracefully into the starry night sky, sensing that perhaps the worst of their dangerous destiny is finally past. Looking up into the peaceful cosmos, Shia thoughtfully ponders that while unpredictable tiger attacks and sudden crises lie outside her control, surviving this night means they've crossed the biggest hurdles of their story. Shia immediately breaks down the high-stakes political situation using an internal comparison chart. In the original novel, corrupt nobles faced a high-risk, high-reward scenario, where deposing the crown prince offered a massive payoff by putting Prince Gyeongon on the throne. But now, with Gyeongon already stripped of his royal status, the treason plot offers zero return if they get caught. Her sharp mind continues analyzing the bizarre logic behind this sudden crisis. Even if Crown Prince Yeongwon fails to choose a crown princess tonight, Gyeongon can never claim the throne anyway because he has been completely exiled alongside the chief state counselor. Seriously? Why are the secret bad guys still pushing a treason plot when the entire reward system is completely broken? The story script logic is literally running on autopilot. Meanwhile, back under the dark evening sky, soft booming echoes resonance in the distance as bright festive bursts light up the horizon. Sitting quietly outside, Ji-hwa looks toward the glowing sky, murmuring that the fireworks must look stunning up close. Ji-hwa softly mentions that scholars usually float delicate flower lanterns down the Han River, creating a breathtaking festival view. Listening intently, Shia warmly confesses that she had no idea such beautiful traditions existed and would love to witness them firsthand. Turning toward her with an endearing, starry-eyed smile, Shia brightly promises that they will definitely come back to see the river lanterns together another day. Jiwa's cheeks flush with a sweet rosy tint as she giggles softly, promising that she personally will guide Shia whenever that day comes. Framing both girls against a magnificent backdrop of radiant glowing blossoms, they share a beautiful, cozy promise to explore the world together. Host comment, "Look at this gorgeous, wholesome moment. The artist really pulled out all the stops with the vibrant blue color palette right here." But suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere shatters as panicked, rapid footsteps echo heavily through the dark alleyways. Gasping for air, the exhausted man pushes his body to the absolute limit as he stumbles toward the group. Nearby, the noble father smiles gently, observing how joyful his young daughter looks and remarking that skipping the official state council meeting was worth every second. Suddenly, the frantically running servant leaps forward, and right as Yi Chen hits him with his sword, the servant explodes violently, shouting at the top of his lungs that something completely catastrophic has occurred. Both Jiwa and Shia leap to their feet in utter shock, because that name? That's the name of the saint who was killed by the Dragon King, frantically asking the head servant what could possibly be wrong. Desperately gasping for air, the terrified servant roars that they must flee immediately because the lady of the household has been officially branded a traitor. Shia's face pales in complete disbelief, her eyes widening as cold sweat drips down her neck upon hearing the dreaded word, treason. Jiwa trembles uncontrollably, clutching her silk dress in total horror as she stammers that her beloved father would never commit such an unspeakable crime. Panic seizes Jiwa as she mutters wildly about returning to the main house to verify the horrifying rumors for herself. A chilling realization hits Shia like a thunderbolt. With the original mastermind already exiled, who on earth could possibly benefit from forcing this dark storyline into reality? Don't tell me the webtoon universe itself is forcing the tragedy to happen just to keep the canonical plot on track? Talk about narrative tyranny. The head servant's jaw drops in utter horror as he stammers in disbelief, unable to process the terrifying weight of high treason accusations. Attendants instantly shush him in a panicked flurry, desperately warning him to lower his voice before nearby guards overhear their secret conversation. Looking around wildly, he starts screaming for help, but no words come out. The breathless servant frantically asks where the young mistress is so they can deliver the dire news right away. Jiwai insists she won't flee without checking on her family, but Shia acts fast, quick breath, cutting off her panicked speech with a sharp, firm motion. Turning sternly toward her frantic companion, Shia shouts at her to stop talking absolute nonsense and start moving before it's too late. Grabbing Jiwa's shoulders tightly, Xia firmly commands her to pull herself together, stressing that this is no time to argue when their literal lives are hanging by a thread. Jihua gazes up with wide, teary eyes, utterly frozen by the fierce determination radiating from her friend. And Xia's eyes gleam with unyielding resolve under the dark shadows, completely taking charge of the life and death crisis. Whirling around toward the terrified servant, Xia authoritatively demands to know his exact name, to which the startled man stammers that he is Deokchil. Xia immediately orders Dekchil to scale the city wall and deliver the message, while the soldiers behind them argue about whether to launch an arrow, knowing he knows the young mistress's secret hideouts better than anyone. Pointing down at a quick mental map, Xia lays out a brilliant escape plan, instructing them to exit through Namdaemun Gate, secure a ferry across the Han River, and slip away safely. Amazed, check out Xia giving out tactical military escape routes like a seasoned general. She's literally built different. Extending her hand sharply, commands Xia Deokchil to sprint to the river docks and rendezvous with the fleeing party, sending the loyal servant dashing into the dark. Turning toward her personal maids, Xia demands that they hand over her outer royal cloak immediately. With quick, practiced fingers, Xia begins untying her noble robes while young Suqian looks on in utter confusion, asking why she is suddenly undressed. Stripping off her vibrant outer gown, Xia ignores his confusion and continues her rapid tactical preparation. Xia sternly commands the young boy, "I'm just the language model and can't help with that," leaving them completely flabbergasted and bewildered. Swiftly draping her own lavish purple robes over the young boy's shoulders, Xia ensures he is fully wrapped in her aristocratic attire. Adjusting the fine silk trim, Xia smiles in satisfaction, praising how surprisingly well the noble outfit suits him, while Suqian stammers in complete confusion. Xia clearly explains her genius trick, warning that royal guards are undoubtedly inspecting every single young boy in the city right now, meaning a clever cross-dressing disguise is their only shot at slipping past security. Attendant Guy steps forward gently, softly combing through Suqian's hair to complete the feminine hairstyle, while the boy whispers his quiet gratitude. Holding her comb while pausing briefly, slightly stunned, Xia internally admits her shock that her sassy headmaid Guy didn't try to halt her totally risky plan. I stroke Xia's head with deep affection, softly explaining that she knows her young mistress never backs down once her mind is set, so all she can do is stall for precious time. With a warm, heartfelt expression, Guy adds that Lady Yongju treats her servants with more genuine care than anyone else in the world, which is why they will loyally follow her anywhere. Xia points to herself in total shock. Guy gazes down gently, murmuring that regardless of court politics, no child deserves to suffer under false accusations. A touching flashback flickers to life, recalling the time a maid spilled boiling water during service. Instead of punishing her, little Xia splashed cool water over the burn and urgently commanded someone to fetch a doctor immediately. Another memory reveals little Xia forgiving a clumsy maid who ruined her palace dress due to an old arm injury, followed by protecting Chamberlain Jin when he accidentally smashed precious porcelain. Chamberlain Jin sobbed tears of endless gratitude while Xia simply told him to clean up safely. Guy looks at her young mistress with deeply shimmering eyes, adding one final, unforgettable memory. Her eyes glisten with profound emotion as she reveals that Xia once personally saved her when she was being hauled away as a branded criminal. In a hilarious chibi frame, Xia blinks in complete astonishment, flustered, embarrassed, yelling in disbelief that Guy's bringing up memories from when she was literally 2 years old. A adorable flashback shows tiny toddler Xia clinging tightly to a maid skirt, innocently crying out that she isn't a bad person. Returning to the present, Guy smiles warmly, reaffirming that because of her mistress's golden heart, the servants will stand by her choice no matter what. I'm not crying, you're crying. Seeing how all the small acts of kindness Xia performed are coming back to save her life is peak storytelling. Xia gazes down solemnly, reflecting on the grave risks ahead while completing the final touches on Suqian's disguise. As Day delicately fixes the boy's hair, she quietly admits her own anxiety, worrying that while Lady Yongju might be spared, the rest of the servants face severe consequences if caught helping a traitor's son. Handing over a soft pouch of snacks along with her valuable noble robe, Xia sternly instructs Suqian to keep his sister safe and sell the luxury outfit later for emergency funds. Host comment. Shia really brought a whole survival kit for this escape mission. She's basically playing an open-world RPG. Shia lays out a rock-solid cover story, saying she and Hyunwoon were just there to snag some old blueprints from the archive, hoping to snag an award for their research, instructing the young boy to claim he's a young noble lady attending the Lantern Festival while searching for his brother by the river. Reaching into her sleeve pockets, Shia, frantic, digs around for an extra-secret reserve of funds to ensure their future safety. With a brilliant sparkle, a gorgeous collection of high-grade hairpins and expensive ornaments plops straight into her hands. Handing the sparkling trinkets to the stunned boy, Shia urges him to barter or sell them whenever he needs food so he never starves on the run. Looking him dead in the eye, Shia delivers a crucial lesson on survival, warning him never to fully trust anyone, not even loyal servants, when it comes to holding money and valuables. Host comment, honestly, this is top-tier advice. You can never be too careful when royal executioners are on your tail. Suchan clutches the precious pouch to his chest like he's holding a piece of his lost world. Nodding nervously under his deep blue veil while swallowing his overwhelming fear, gazing warmly at the scared child, Shia offers a gentle, reassuring look that instantly eases the crushing tension between them. But gently patting his head, Shia promises to accompany him all the way to Namdaemun Gate so he won't have to face the terrifying journey alone. Tears fill the young boy's eyes as he sniffles softly, deeply moved by her selfless protection. Shia's expression softens with deep compassion as she watches the innocent child struggle against an unfair, cruel destiny. Now, remember, it's okay to feel this way. Everyone stumbles sometimes. Why don't we take a breath and talk about it? Maybe we can figure out a way forward together. You don't have to carry all this alone. Shia reminds him that he is completely innocent and has done absolutely nothing wrong in this political disaster. Yet her heart aches knowing the heavy, cruel stigma he will inevitably carry as the son of an accused traitor. Shia firmly tells him that his only job right now is to run far away and hide until the dark truth is finally brought to light. Host comment, man, this scene is hitting right in the feels. The emotional depth in these character interactions is just top-tier writing. Glistening tears edge her eyes as she promises that once they are safe in hiding, they can figure out their next moves together. Sucheon aggressively wipes his tear-stained face with his sleeve, forcing himself to stay brave like his noble protector. Offering a heartwarming smile, Shia gives him one last reassuring look before setting their escape plan into motion. Shia glances up towards the mounted boy, double-checking if he remembers how to ride a horse without drawing unwanted attention. Arriving near the towering gates of Namdaemun, low murmurings from the crowded night market echo through the chilly air. Royal guards patrol the entrance, complaining loudly about the chaotic crackdown while warning each other not to let any fugitives slip past their watch. Nearby townsfolk whisper in hushed tones, expressing deep sympathy for innocent families caught up in the palace's ruthless purges. Scoffing, these guards are complaining about overtime work while innocent people are literally fighting for their lives. Talk about priority check. A guard rolls his eyes at his partner's sarcastic remark, completely unaware that a major target is currently trotting right past them. Suchan holds the horse reins tightly as the animal plods forward with rhythmic hoofsteps. As the group approaches the city gate, a tall guard suddenly steps into view, staring intently at the veiled rider. The guard turns his head sharply, eyeing the lavish silk veil covering the small figure atop the horse. Cold sweat drips down Suchan's forehead as he holds his breath beneath the dark indigo fabric. But inside his head, the clueless guard is actually just admiring the luxury fabric, wondering how many months of his salary that expensive silk dress costs. Ha, bro was staring so hard not because he suspected treason, but because he was calculating the price tag. That is peak comedic timing. Sighing a silent sigh of relief, the young rider prepares to slip through the gate unnoticed. Suddenly, a wild voice screams out from the shadows, instantly freezing everyone in their tracks. A greedy house servant points his finger hysterically, shouting at the top of his lungs that the child in the skirt riding the horse is the traitor's son in disguise. Suchan's heart plunges into utter despair as cold terror grips his entire body under the veil. The snitch servant repeats his loud accusation, desperately trying to catch the guard's attention to secure a reward. The guards look completely confused, questioning his claim while nearby townsfolk murmur in disbelief that a fleeing child could never acquire a noble horse so quickly. Frustrated by their hesitation, the greedy snitch lunges forward recklessly, determined to expose the fugitive himself. Driven by pure desperation, the snitch remembers the harsh laws of asset confiscation. Knowing his entire family will be sold into cruel slavery, sprinting fast on the cobblestones, he vows to secure a spot in a wealthy household by delivering the boy to the executioners. Royal Guard steps forward, raises a spear, ordering the party to halt immediately for questioning. Acting instantly, Maid Guy steps in front of the horse, boldly scolding the guard for daring to disrespect a high-ranking young noble. Look at Guy stepping up like an absolute boss. She didn't hesitate for a single second to protect her mistress. Ignoring her warning, the treacherous servant leaps forward and grabs the silk veil with a sudden yank, yelling that he's got them red-handed. In his greedy mind, the snitch visualizes his glorious reward and an easy life of luxury serving a top-tier noble family. Ripping off the heavy veil hood with a sharp pull, he triumphs loudly, claiming he is about to prove the disguise to everyone. But as the hood flies back, the snitch freezes in absolute horror as an icy, terrifying presence fills the air. A lethal glare glares back at him. Gasp! Revealing Xia herself sitting atop the horse. Xia delivers a stinging slap straight to his reaching hand. Roaring with ferocious authority, she demands to know how a filthy servant dares touch her royal attire while accusing her of being a traitor's child. The snitch servant stammers in complete shock, stumbling backward in horror upon realizing he just laid hands on Lady Youngju herself. The royal guard instantly grabs the snitch by the collar, demanding to know why he lied and wasted official court time on a wild accusation. Glaring down with supreme noble arrogance, Xia scoffs in disgust and orders her maid to move along before these fools waste any more of her precious time. But just as they prepare to trot through the dark gates, a heavy hand suddenly grabs the horse's reins with a vice grip, putting the entire escape in grave danger once again. Seeing the treacherous servant trying to grab the reins, the guard steps in with a loud voice asking what he thinks he's doing. But before anyone can react, a violent struggle breaks out in the middle of the crowd. With a heavy thump, the snitch servant loses his balance and crashes hard onto the cobblestones, groaning out in pain. Groan as the chaos escalates. The sudden violent commotion terrifies the mount, causing it to rear up wildly while neighing out in sheer panic. Sitting atop the saddle, young Suqiang clutches the reins desperately while shouting for everyone to get out of the way. Acting with incredible reflexes, Maid Guy leaps forward and grabs the reins with a firm tug, screaming out in shock as the startled horse rears its head. Host comment, panicked. Oh man, this escape plan just went off the rails faster than a runaway train. Unable to hold the panicked beast, Guy gets yanked back as the horse bolts straight through the open city gate at full speed. She cries out in complete horror as Suchang gets whisked away into the night, pounding the cobblestones in a violent rhythm. The horse's hooves fly through the dark archway, carrying its small rider far out of the guard's reach. Standing alone beneath the towering stone gate, Guy gazes into the dark, empty distance, watching the silhouette disappear, while softly whispering in despair, spinning around with lethal fury blazing in her eyes. Guy turns her gaze straight toward the snitch servant who ruined everything. With a fierce burst of anger, Guy delivers the stinging, full-force slap straight across the traitor's face, roaring out in fury at his disgusting greed. Glaring down with pure venom, she warns the trembling snitch that if a single hair on the young master's head is harmed, he will pay with his life. Crying pathetic tears on the ground, the snitch servant stammers in terror, weakly arguing that he was only trying to report a fugitive child to secure his family's freedom. Bro really thought getting slapped across the face by a maid was worth a court reward? Karma works fast tonight. Reaching out desperately, the snitch tries to justify his treason, but Guy turns her back on his pathetic groveling without giving him an ounce of pity. Gazing up at the dark, starry night sky, Guy clasps her hands tightly in silent prayer, desperately begging the heavens to keep Xia and Suqian safe from harm. Meanwhile, through a separate pitch-black alleyway, a loyal male servant treads quietly, carrying young Jiwa bundled securely on his back. Wrapped underneath her protective green veil, little Jiwa stares back at the distant gate in stunned silence, still processing how quickly her brother was swept away on horseback. Tightening her small grip around his shoulders, Jiwa nervously whispers to the servant, asking if her older brother will really be all right out there on his own. down. The old servant closes his eyes with a heavy heart, maintaining a brisk pace down the quiet path. Seeing these poor kids getting torn apart by court politics is just heartbreaking. In the low, solemn voice, he advises her to stay strong and focus entirely on her own survival, reminding her that remaining alive is the greatest gift she can give her brother right now. They continue navigating through the eerie, quiet streets under the cool blue moonlight, escaping deeper into the shadows. Clutching his coat sleeve tightly, little Jiwa buries her tear-stained cheek against his back, silently weeping for her broken home. As she closes her eyes, a warm memory of Shia's comforting embrace washes over her heart, reminding her of the promise that better days lie ahead. An ethereal flashback reveals a peaceful memory of toddler Shia standing amongst blooming white flowers, offering a gentle smile that fills Jiwa with newfound hope. Swallowing her fear, Jiwa makes a quiet, resolute vow in her heart to survive this nightmare and repay her noble savior no matter what it takes. Slipping past the outer boundary safely, the old servant moves silently through the trees while Jiwa's tears soak into his shoulder coat. Far out on a secluded forest trail, Shia firmly pulls back on the leather reins, bringing the galloping horse to a gentle, steady stop. Whoa, stop! Patting the animal's neck softly, Shia praises the horse for its bravery, relieved that it didn't buck her off during the wild sprint. The horse snorts contentedly in response. In an adorable chibi frame, Shia puffs out her chest proudly. She marvels at how extraordinarily intelligent this luxury mount is, feeling super accomplished for handling it like a pro. Look at Shia casually becoming a horse whisperer in the middle of a high-stakes escape. Is there anything she can't do? Pulling her indigo veil hood low over her forehead, Shia reflects on how close that disastrous encounter was, realizing the snitch only recognized Suchian because of his original blue outer robe. A brief flashback shows maid Songbi arriving earlier near the gate, holding a heavy bundle next to a fresh horse. Songbi had quickly explained the tactical plan. Shia would ride Jioka as a flashy decoy to draw the guard's focus, allowing Hangnan to carry Suchon through the perimeter unnoticed. She had instructed Guy to take the secondary mount towards Soyui Gate and secretly hand it off to the fleeing family before sneaking back into the city. Songbi had also produced a discreet outfit, almost identical to the one our main character wears, and then mocks him about how he was never going to find her hiding place, warning Shia that her lavish, noble dress was way too eye-catching and would immediately expose them to palace spies. She had urged Shia to swap into a simple girl's garment before riding out, so no eagle-eyed guard would suspect a young noble lady was pulling off an escape mission. Looking down at her simple attire, Shia realizes that if Songbi hadn't brought secondary clothes, Deokjul's snitching would have gotten them all arrested on the spot. How's comment? Songbi's preparation level was literally 1000 IQ. She saved the entire operation. Recalling the image of the treacherous servant pointing his finger, Shia realizes that in the original web novel plot, Suchan likely died because of that exact traitor's snitching. A warm visual flashback depicts little Jiwa wandering through a glowing lantern festival by the river, oblivious to the political storm destroying her family. Shia remembers that in the novel's canon storyline, the crown prince was near Jiwa and aided her escape, ensuring both siblings survived even though they were separated forever. Transmigrating into a novel and changing fate while still relying on canon plot armor is literally playing 4D chess. Shaking off her thoughts, Shiha glances around the dense, pitch-black woods, wondering if anyone else is nearby, suddenly realizing she has zero clue where she actually ended up after bolting through the gate. Looking up toward the night sky, she spots bright, glowing lanterns floating high above the city hills, pointing an uncertain finger, giving her an easy celestial compass to guide her home. With a smooth turn of the reins, Shia turns her mount around, coaxing Jioka to head back toward the capital perimeter, trotting smoothly down the quiet dirt path. Shia praises Jioka for being such a dependable partner during this midnight adventure. But as they move, Shia's face turns deadly serious as she ponders the deeper conspiracy, questioning who is truly behind framing Jiwa's family for high treason. A dark memory panel shows the sinister left chancellor sitting in his shadowy study, holding a royal decree while orchestrating political executions from behind the scenes. He had cleverly exploited a failed regional incident involving Governor Kim Seon-ik to fabricate false evidence, framing Kim Seon-ik as the mastermind of a fake rebellion. Shia realizes that while the left chancellor and Prince Gyanon are already ruined in this timeline, they're both enemies who need to be dealt with sooner rather than later. Another shadowy figure must have altered court records to continue the purge. A sharp, sudden headache throbs behind her eyes. Shia winces in pain, groan. Overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of palace corruption. Exhaling a soft sigh, Shia decides to give her brain a break for the night, satisfied that she has done everything in her power to save the innocent children. She mentally maps out her checklist for tomorrow. First, buy enough groceries to feed an entire army, and cook like her life depended on it, because, well, it kinda did. She needs to return to the inner palace and comfort the heartbroken crown prince. Finally, she mentally prepares to face the terrifying scolding from the senior palace maids who had to cover her missing presents. Smiling gently under her veil, Shia feels a quiet warmth in her heart, proud that she saved lives with her own hands. Host comment, Shia really deserves an award for Best Protagonist. She saved a whole family and is already mentally preparing for the household scolding afterwards. Trotting along the shadowy path on her horse, Shia's peaceful ride is suddenly interrupted as a strange, suspicious voice calls out from the dark foliage. She halts her mount in confusion, her brows furrowing as she peers into the thick gloom. Step by step, 3 sketchy figures walk out into the open moonlight, eyeing Shia's noble silk veil and luxury horse with greedy grins. The leader puts on a fake friendly smile, offering to guide the lost little girl home. The trio surrounds her horse, waving their hands awkwardly while insisting they are actually close personal friends with her parents. Their ridiculous story is so cartoonishly suspicious that even Gioka looks ready to roll her eyes. Staring down at the shady bunch, Shia tilting her head with a look of pure deadpan disbelief. Host comment, wow, the old "we're best friends with your parents" scam in the middle of a dark forest. These guys really have zero criminal creativity. Clasping her small hands together, Shia mentally assesses the situation, realizing these sketchy men are so incompetent that calling them real bandits would be paying them a massive compliment. Seeking to double down on their terrible lie, the leader steps closer, pointing dramatically while swearing on his life that they truly know her mother personally. With an absolute straight face, Shia blunts their momentum by calmly revealing that her mother passed away a long time ago. The bandits freeze in shock, their confident smiles crumbling into awkward sweats. Keeping up her deadpan performance, Shia adds that her mother left her completely orphaned without a single living relative in the world. Realizing their lie backfired horribly, the bandits huddle together in panic, desperately trying to craft a backup plan. Watching the 3 grown men huddled in a tight circle whispering frantically among themselves, Shia watches on with floating question marks around her head. Host comment, imagine trying to rob a child and getting morally destroyed by her tragic fake backstory in less than 30 seconds. Clearing his throat awkwardly, the bandit leader steps back out, glaring and eyeing her fancy shoes. He tries a new angle, claiming they were just hard-luck buddies of her late mom who desperately need a small donation or valuable item to get by. Gioka's veins throb with fury at his cheekiness. Shia shakes her head sorrowfully, explaining that she already handed over every single item of value to someone else earlier tonight. The bandits yell out in shock, horrified that another thief beat him to the stash. Putting on a dramatic look, Shia spins a tale about a tragic, handsome boy who lost his parents, had his family collapse, and got separated from his sister, forcing her to give him all her wealth. The bandits groan in disappointment, asking if that boy happened to be annoyingly handsome. Looking thoughtful, Shia nods innocently, confirming that the boy was indeed quite good-looking. Shia casually turning her real-life rescue of Suchion into a tragic romantic sob story to fool bandits is peak mastermind behavior. A glowing flashback panel visualizes her tender memories of young Suchion, showing the tragic boy surrounded by bright blooming flowers under the soft sunlight. The serene flashback closes with Suchion offering a warm, sweet smile, holding out a delicate bouquet as if expressing his eternal gratitude. Back in reality, the bandits shake their heads in bitter annoyance. I'm just a language model and can't help with that. Acting quickly, Shia gently strokes Gioka's neck, letting out a tragic sigh as she claims this mount was the absolute final gift from her late brother before he passed away. She whispers sorrowfully that her brother arranged everything at the stables before dying, leaving her with no chance to even say a final thank you. Hearing this heartbreaking tale, the secondary bandits tear up in guilt, sniffle, begging their leader not to touch the horse. Shia dabs a tear from her eye, looking so utterly heartbroken that the bandits feel like total monsters for even approaching her. Feeling intense pressure from his own crew, the leader backs off on the horse, but awkwardly suggests she hand over her fine silk clothes instead, claiming noble silk sells for a fortune. Shia's eye twitches violently in horror. Hugging herself tightly with a furious blush, Shia screams at him for being a total creep and pervert. Joka lets out a furious, disgusted neigh right into the leader's face. The two crew members immediately back away in disgust, scolding their leader for crossing the line into perversion while he frantically tries to defend himself. As the bandits argue back and forth, a calm, mysterious voice snickers softly from the shadows. A tall swordsman wearing a wide bamboo hat steps forward, remarking that he tried to walk past quietly, but can't ignore a young lady being harassed. Enter the mysterious wandering martial artist. This escape night keeps introducing top-tier side characters. Tipping his bamboo hat, the newcomer scolds the bandits for terrifying a young child. The bandits sigh, arguing that life is tough for adults and demanding he mind his own business unless he wants trouble. Loose from anger, the bandit leader lunges forward with a fast, heavy punch aimed right at the stranger's jaw. Bam! With lightning reflexes, the mystery swordsman ducking under the strike and delivers a devastating counterpunch straight across the bandit's jaw. Rapid crunching strikes echo through the dark woods. In a flash of terrifying martial arts skill, the stranger wipes out all three bandits in 2 seconds flat. Sitting atop her horse, Shia stares with wide, sparkling eyes, completely dumbfounded by how casually this random wanderer destroyed a group of grown men. Dusting off his hands while the bandits lie unconscious on the dirt ground, the mystery swordsman nonchalantly straightens his posture as if he barely lifted a finger. Turning toward Shia, he mentions that he is heading toward Namdaemen Gate to enter the capital city, asking where she was trying to go. Shia blinks in surprise, replying that she is also heading straight for Namdaemen. Nodding calmly, the swordsman turns around to walk ahead, advising her to keep a safe distance behind him as they navigate the dark woods. Walking down the quiet dirt trail, the swordsman thoughtfully notes that those thugs probably weren't perverts, just desperate guys wanting to sell expensive noble silk for quick cash. Shia remembers her own advice to Suchian in a cute, chibi thought bubble. He reassures her that while those dimwits wouldn't have truly harmed a noble lady on a fancy horse, traveling alone at night is still far too dangerous for a young girl. Deeply moved by his genuine kindness, Shia lowers her head in a polite, formal bow, sincerely thanking him for protecting her. Spotting him staring back in silence, Shia cocks her head. What? Feeling bad about beating up a kid? Asking why he is suddenly gazing at her so intently. Turning his face away to hide a subtle smirk, the swordsman admits that seeing a high-born noble lady bow respectfully to a common wanderer like him is rare. Beautiful sight. As they trot smoothly through the forest path, he compliments her mount, noting how remarkably intelligent Gioka is. Shia beams proudly, bragging that Gioka only listens to her. He asks if the horse's name is Jaka. Shia explains that she originally wanted to name her Baby, but after people complained, she switched it to Jaka, referring to the sunbird. Secondary footnote explains the rich history of the name Jaka representing the legendary sun crow. Swordsman lets out a warm, hearty laugh, chuckling affectionately, praising her clever wit as floating lanterns glow brilliantly over the distant city skyline of Namdaemun. Host comment: the wholesome vibes during this midnight walk are unreal. Shia makes friends everywhere she goes. Reaching the massive, illuminated stone wall of Namdaemun Gate, the swordsman halts his pace, asking if this is the location where she needs to meet her people. Sitting high atop her saddle, Shia scans the bustling gate area, confirming that her escort should be waiting nearby. Suddenly, a sharp, panic-stricken cry rings out. Maid Guy comes dashing out from the crowd, screaming Shia's title in sheer relief. Spotting her loyal maid, Shia waves her small hand energetically from atop Joka, happily calling out Guy's name. Bowing his head slightly, the mystery swordsman politely takes his leave now that her official guards have arrived safely. Shia offers a sweet nod of gratitude in return. A stunning close-up panel reveals the mystery swordsman's handsome face as he offers a gentle, charming smile from beneath his wide straw hat before vanishing into the night crowd. Watching his departing silhouette, Shia realizes that under the bright city lights, he turned out to be an incredibly handsome martial artist. Guy rushes up to hold Joka's reins, frantically checking Shia for injuries while asking who that strange man was. Shia calmly explains that he was a noble savior who protected her along the dark road. Standing in the shadows near the stone archway, a high-ranking noble officer in lavish blue robes receives a report from Guy the Suchian and the family have successfully escaped the city. Mission complete. Shia pulled off the ultimate rescue, survived bandits, made a handsome martial artist friend, and secured the family's survival. What an incredible chapter. Pulling her dark blue hood closer around her cheeks, Shia exhales softly, praying in silence that Jiwa and her brother managed to reach safety without getting caught. Under the dim moonlight, her noble escort halts his mount beside a royal gate guard, speaking in hushed tones to ensure the perimeter remains clear. Over at the rendezvous point, the young master's eyes widen in immense relief as his loyal servant dashes over to announce that the young lady has arrived unharmed. Looking out across the tranquil courtyards bathed in midnight blues, the young master anxiously calls out, asking if she suffered any injuries along the trek. Riding comfortably behind him on the saddle, Shia reassures him with a calm nod, pointing out that she made it back completely intact. Seeing her ride back like an absolute boss after orchestrating an entire escape plan is so satisfying. Turning her head slightly toward him, Shia softly inquires whether he has received any word regarding Jiwa's current whereabouts. The young master lowers his gaze, revealing that a mysterious informant warned Jiwa to flee, allowing her and her companion to escape the capital just in the nick of time. A dramatic mental picture comes into focus, showing Commander Kim Seonik charging through the snowy mountain winds. Shia reflects on how a respected provincial leader was suddenly branded a treasonous villain overnight. Adjusting his grip on the leather reins, the young master marvels at Shia's brave heart, wondering how she could help them flee when even innocent children were being targeted. Patting his folded sleeves reassuringly, he quietly confesses that someone warned his family as well, prompting him to disguise Sucheon in traditional maiden garments and send her out through Namdaemun Gate with the sturdy horse. A handsome side profile shows the young master gazing off into the night sky, his expression softening with genuine affection for his little sister. Blooming white magnolia blossoms fill the air as the young master wraps young Shia in a tight, affectionate embrace. This wholesome sibling moment is pure poetry. The visual glow-up in this art style is breathtaking. Tucked safely against his chest, Shia offers a tender smile, realizing just how deeply terrified he must have been for her safety all night long. The magnificent warhorse carries them smoothly into the estate courtyard, while a dark shadow of doubt suddenly creeps into Shia's mind. As morning sunlight bathes the traditional tiled roof architecture in gold, Shia's inner voice grimly notes that in all the chaos, she completely overlooked something vital. Sitting on her quarter's cushion, Shia frantically pats down her green hanbok top, gasping in confusion as her fingers meet empty cloth.
Dark purple shockwaves wash over her face as she stares blankly into space, horrified to realize that the precious object is missing. Oh no, don't tell me she dropped the royal prince's token during her crazy midnight heist?
Refusing to accept reality, Shia clutches her collar once more, searching every inch of her silk trim in pure desperation. Sweat drips down her brow as the chilling truth hits her. No matter how thoroughly she searches, the item is nowhere to be found. Whipping her head around toward her maid, she asks if she's ever seen anything like that from Baron. And is he usually this violent? Shia frantically asks Guy if she noticed a jade ring necklace when changing her clothes last night. Guy visualizes the delicate green jade pendant hanging from its cord, but regretfully shakes her head, confirming she didn't see anything on her person. Clinging to a tiny sliver of hope, Shio's eyes turn wide and teary, hastily asking what became of the garments she wore during the escape. Bowing respectfully, Guy instructs her to stay put while she steps out to retrieve the discarded clothing right away. Holding her head in sudden agony, Shia despairs over falling asleep immediately last night without verifying the Crown Prince's irreplaceable token. Sifting through the pile of folded purple silks on the floor, I found not one, but 2 pairs of black stockings. Her hands come up completely empty, proving it never made it back to the room. Biting her lip in anxiety, Shia tries tracing her steps backwards, wondering if the neck strap snapped while she was sneaking through the crowded night market. A mental image of the humble rustic house flashes in her mind, convincing her that the ring most likely tumbled onto the floor while she was swapping outfits. Seeing Shia bury her face in her knees, Guy sternly warns her that the Imperial Palace is in complete turmoil over the treason investigation, meaning sneaking out is strictly forbidden. Guy is 100% right. The entire city is crawling with royal guards searching for suspects. Clasping her hands together in earnest prayer, Shia realizes that recklessly returning to that house could ruin not just her own life, but also jeopardize Songbi and Guy. Looking up with genuine concern, Shia asks Guy what ended up happening to that suspicious servant named Deokchil. Guy turns her head with a chillingly cold, unbothered expression, quietly assuring her that the man won't ever open his mouth to anyone. Shia's brow twitches with sweating question marks, wondering why her maid's calm tone sounded low-key low-key terrifying. Shia, fidgeting nervously with her sky blue ribbon, Shia sits silently, trying to process the intense dark energy radiating off her loyal attendant. Suddenly springing to her feet, Shia startles Guy, who blinks in surprise as the young lady prepares to move. Heading straight toward the sliding wooden door, Shia casually announces that she needs to check up on Geoga at the stables. Following close behind, Guy attempts to halt her, but Shia reasons that Geoga sprinted like crazy yesterday and deserves a proper checkup. Turning around with a charmingly innocent smile framed by yellow blossoms, Shia sweet talks her maid, promising to return immediately after greeting her horse. Using the horse as a cover story to escape maid supervision is peak kid master strategist moves. Arriving outside the brightly lit stable entrance, Shia cautiously peeks her head around the wooden doorframe. Inside the royal stables, a high guard and a tall nobleman in blue handbox stand near Geoga's stall, debating whether this impressive beast belongs to the military. The guard clarifies that it's a personal gift from the late Crown Prince Sengwan to Lady Yangju. Reaching his hand forward to caress Geoga's snout, the blue-robed stranger mutters that such a magnificent steed is a total waste on a young girl. Geoga flinches in visible disgust. Shia stands frozen at the threshold with blank white eyes, totally possessed, utterly stunned to hear a total stranger talking trash about her horse right in front of her maids. Geoga snorts aggressively, letting out a deafening neigh straight into the man's face. The guard warns him to step back, noting that this hot-tempered mount only obeys its true master. Gliding forward with an authoritative glare, Shia demands to know why this guest is disrespecting her personal mount. Realizing he got caught red-handed, the nobleman instantly bows his head in formal apology. But Shia, standing tall, insists on a real explanation. The royal officer quickly steps between them, introducing his blue-robed companion as Seong, an old friend who is currently being considered for a position in the royal guard. Stepping closer with firm, rhythmic strides, Shia acknowledges the introduction with a cool, unbothered expression. Staring down the guard with sharp eyes, Shia sternly reminds him that letting unvetted outsiders roam the king's royal stables is a serious violation he will personally answer for. Turning her cold gaze back onto Seong, she demands he explain his issue with her horse. Seong stammers awkwardly, claiming he was simply enchanted by the mount's beauty. Host comment, watching a tiny child completely dominate two grown military men through pure noble authority is pure comedy. Narrowing her eyes as Seong retreats into the background, Shia ponders silently. Realizing his voice carries an eerily familiar ring she can't quite place, reaching her small hand out to stroke Jogo's snout, Shia smiles brightly while Jogo lets out a soft, contented neigh. Unbeknownst to her, Seong peers back from the shadows, his eyes locking onto the horse as he mutters its name in quiet shock. Looking closely at her, Seong slowly utters Lady Yangju's name, his face tightening with a sudden realization. Turning toward the courtyard, Seong asks if her horse's name is Geoga, specifically questioning if it uses the Chinese character for child rather than crow. Shia stands frozen in total disbelief, her eyes widening into blank white circles as that voice strikes an instant chord of recognition. A dramatic memory flashes before her eyes, showing the mysterious straw-hatted man from yesterday. Wait. No way. The random dude from the alley was actually this high-ranking nobleman all along? Talk about top-tier plot twists. Sweating nervously, Shia stammers out how he could possibly know that detail. But Seong hesitates, noting that there are far too many eavesdropping ears around them. Quick to adapt, Shia instructs the servants to take Joga out for a walk around the estate grounds. Leaning over to Songbi, she whispers for her to distract the royal guard so he doesn't tag along. Walking down the sunny courtyard path, the scribe leads Joga while Seong walks side by side with Shia and her loyal maid following closely behind. Seong quietly glances back, advising the maid not to cause unnecessary trouble, while Guy narrows her eyes, confirming in her mind that this stranger is definitely yesterday's contact. Host comment, everyone in this palace is playing three-dimensional chess while pretending to just take a casual stroll. Shia keeps her head straight, putting on a hilariously awkward smile while mentally chanting that she hears absolutely nothing. She hilariously rationalizes that even the scribe who secretly released Geoga for a bribe must have heard nothing either. While the poor scribe wipes a tiny tear from his cheek, reining in her mount slightly, Shia looks over her shoulder in confusion, asking what that commotion is about as the noise grows alarmingly closer. Armed palace guards come sprinting down the corridor, screaming at the top of their lungs to arrest those fleeing men. Maintaining a cool, collective expression under his wide hat, Seong instantly places himself in front, telling Lady Yongju to step back to safety. Host comment. Okay, Seong stepping up as a bodyguard without missing a single beat is actually super impressive. Panicked suspect comes barreling down the corridor yelling for everyone to move, leaving Shia horrified as to why the rogue escapees are heading straight toward them. Guy quickly reaches up to pull Shia down, warning her that these desperate men are trying to hijack a royal horse to escape the treason crackdown. Stepping directly into the path of the fleeing rebel, Seong sternly declares that this mount belongs to Lady Youngju, warning that force will be used if he doesn't back off. Refusing to surrender, the desperate man throws a sharp right hook straight at Seong's face. Close-up shot shows Seong's sharp, fearless eyes gleaming beneath the brim of his bamboo hat. With effortless grace, Seong ducks under the wild strike, leaving the attacker gasping in pure shock as his fist hits empty air. Look at those smooth evasion reflexes. This guy isn't just an informant, he's a certified martial arts master. Delivering a devastating counterpunch right to the man's jaw, panting, Seong sends the treasonous rebel reeling backwards with a painful scream. The attacker slams hard onto the dirt courtyard, completely knocked unconscious in a single blow. And screams echo through the courtyard as another runaway horse loses control, charging recklessly toward the bystanders. Shia and Guy tumble onto the ground as the panicked steed gallops past them, sending clouds of dust into the air. The rogue rider desperately clutches the leather straps, panicking in terror as the wild horse bucks uncontrollably. Reaching forward with lightning speed, a firm grip snatches the runaway reins. The rider is launched flying through the air, tumbling head over heels as Shia watches in shock from the ground.
Shia's face turns dark purple with pure adrenaline, mentally telling herself that she needs to move out of the danger zone right now.
Girl, your tiny child body literally cannot move fast enough in these heavy silk robes. Run for your life. Guy screams out Lady Yangju's name in pure horror as Seong turns back, his eyes widening in horror as another runaway horse charges directly toward her. Clouds of dust billow around the beast's hooves as the wild horse charges forward at full speed. Cowering on the dirt with her arms over her head, Shia desperately tries to crawl away, but her terrified body refuses to respond. The tension reaches absolute max height as total chaos engulfs the royal estate grounds. Bracing for impact, Shia closes her eyes tightly, praying for a miracle as the massive shadow looms over her. Seong lets out a thunderous shout, launching himself across the stone court with desperate speed. In a split-second heroic dive, Seong hurls his body over Shia just before the heavy hooves strike down. The two roll across the dirt ground, while the rogue suspect screams out in pain as the horse gallops past. Over by the wooden stalls, stable hands scramble in complete panic, desperately trying to corral the remaining frantic mounts. Holding Shia securely against his chest, Seong anxiously asks if Her Highness is unharmed, but Shia gasps in terror, pointing behind them as another runaway horse charges straight toward their back. Seong whips his head around, his jaw dropping in shock as the towering horse closes the distance in seconds. Shia instinctively grabs Seong's collar with all her strength, bracing for the terrifying collision. Seong twists his body around to shield Shia completely, groaning in pain as the horse barely grazes past them. Seong taking absolute tank damage to protect Shia is insanely chivalrous. He's literally acting as a human shield. Tumbling across the ground once more, Seong lets out a rough groan as he absorbs the full force of the fall. Wiping sweat off her brow, Shia glances around timidly, asking if the danger is finally past now that the stable guards reclaim control. Snuggling tightly into Seong's chest, Shia lets out a shaky exhale, confessing that she genuinely thought her life was over. As her fingers rest against his lapels, Shia notices an odd, coarse texture under her fingertips, wondering what on earth she's clutching. Looking down at her open palm in utter confusion, Shia stares blankly at the strange clump of dark fibers in her hand. It's a clump of false beard hair. Seong closes his eyes in hilarious, painful embarrassment as a massive sweat drop forms on his head. Host comment, shut up! She accidentally ripped off his fake disguise beard during the rescue crawl? That's hilarious. Looking down at his bare, reddened chin, Seong awkwardly apologizes, utterly mortified by the catastrophic disguise failure. Overcome by sheer physical exhaustion and shock, Shia's eyes turn hazy as she whimpers that she feels super sleepy, collapsing into his arms while the panicked maids shriek for Her Highness. Flashing forward, Shia snaps her eyes wide open in her soft bed, hearing a loud voice urging her to wake up immediately. Fluttering her heavy eyelids open, Shia blinks away the remaining blurriness as a faint groan escapes her lips, trying to make sense of where she is. Leaning right over her bed with a worried expression, her father sighs with relief, asking if she realizes how terrifying it was when news broke that she had suddenly passed out. Sweating profusely in total embarrassment, Xia mentally facepalms as her father explains everyone thought she was deathly ill, when in reality, she literally just fell asleep from sheer fatigue right in the middle of a high-stakes dramatic scene. Host comment, imagine passing out from a severe energy crash and waking up to a full royal emergency medical team. That is peak comedic timing right there. Bowing her head politely, Xia apologizes to her father for causing such unnecessary panic. Reaching out with a warm, comforting gaze, the king gently reminds her that a father will always worry about his child's well-being. A slight sigh, admitting he could never face her late mother if anything bad ever happened to her. Nodding softly, Xia promises to take better care of herself, before glancing sideways to notice the tall figure standing quietly in the corner of the room. Internal panic instantly spikes as Xia stares at guard Xiang, her mind racing in sweat-inducing awkwardness, panicked as she remembers how terribly she treated him during their past encounters despite his constant kindness. Look at Xiang holding back a chuckle in the background while Xia suffers an internal existential crisis. That subtle smug grin on his face is priceless. Noticing her strange stare, the king asks if something is wrong. Turning back toward Xia, the king warmly explains that Xiangyan was the brave man who stepped up to save her life during the chaotic ordeal. Tilting her head in utter shock, Xia is completely taken aback that her father even knows guard Xiang by his real name. Bowing his head with cool, composed dignity, Xiang modestly replies that protecting the royal family was simply his natural duty, though he regrets startling the young princess during the chaos. Xiang playing the modest hero role while being an absolute powerhouse is such a top-tier trope. The king shakes his head firmly, insisting that saving his precious daughter from rebel remnants deserves immense praise. Eyes sparkling with bright golden hope, the king offers to grant Xiang whatever reward or position his heart desires, only for Xiang to calmly answer that all he truly wants is to live a quiet, peaceful life. Instantly deflating into utter disappointment, the king sags his shoulders, leaving Xia sweat-dropping at the suddenly heavy and awkward atmosphere filling the room. Respecting his wishes for now, the king requests that Xiang remain as a royal guard until he changes his mind, to which Xiang respectfully accepts with a polite bow. Is it just me, or does the king look at Xiang like a proud father-in-law already? Sliding the traditional wooden doors open, Xiang quietly exits the room into the quiet hallway. Watching his retreating figure with the lingering, affectionate gaze, the king lets out a soft, meaningful sigh under his breath. Popping up with cute flower effects surrounding her, Xia curiously asks her father what kind of person guard Xiang actually is. Looking down at his adorable daughter with a fond, gentle smile, the king's expression softens completely. Oh, the plot thickens. The king hints that even the crown prince wanted to recruit Xiang for a major position, but Xia pouts in frustration when he keeps the full details secret. Fast-forwarding 2 weeks later at the vibrant Eastern Palace, the autumn leaves sway gently against the peaceful golden sunlight. Arranged beautifully upon a dark wooden tray sit 2 glistening, somewhat moist Dragon Balls. Freshly made dessert puddings? Dripping with sweet golden syrup. Sitting across from her royal brother, Xia complains about how frustrating it was being locked inside her quarters for 2 whole weeks under strict palace lockdown, while the prince smirks knowing she used snack delivery as an excuse to sneak out. Leave it to Xia to bypass royal security restrictions using high-end gourmet desserts. Scooping up a bite of sweet pudding, the prince reassures her that most of the treasonous rebels have finally been rounded up. Lowering her eyes as dark, thorny vines shadow her thoughts, Xia asks if Jihua and her brother escaped safely, reflecting on how ironic it is for a former prospective crown princess to now be hunted as a traitor's fugitive. Admitting he held a soft spot for Jihua, the crown prince shares they used to spend hours bonding over medical literature and ancient texts. Softening her expression with a gentle smile, Xia chuckles softly, giggling, agreeing that having medical knowledge is always useful no matter where life takes you. Look at that plate of dried persimmons sitting completely untouched on the table. Dramatic sigh. The melancholy mood in this scene hits so hard. Resting her cheek against her palm, Xia thoughtfully ponders that since no one has identified the exact poison used against her, her brother's persistent frustration makes complete sense. Changing the subject, she asks her brother if he knows the truth behind guard Seong, leaving Jin wondering what happened between those two in his absence, mentioning that even their father addressed him with surprising familiarity. Surrounded by blooming white daisies, Xia waits patiently with wide, enchanted eyes. Curious eyes for her brother's explanation. Look at the prince sweat dropping when he realizes his little sister knows way too much secret palace intel for a toddler. He nervously stammers that he barely knows anything. Leaning in with a lowered voice, the crown prince reveals that guard Seong is actually a legendary retired covert spy who survived years of grueling border intelligence missions. Stylized ink portrait flashes across the screen showing Seong as the immortal spy, a feared operative who repeatedly returned alive for missions where everyone assumed he was dead, making Xia gasp in awe. Piecing the puzzle pieces together, Xia realizes why the imperial court granted him a cushy royal guard position as a temporary reward for his deadly service to the empire. Wait a second. Xia asks why they don't just let the poor man fully retire, and look at the prince's expression instantly shifting into full tyrant mode. Glowing with a terrifying shadow over his eyes while clutching a miniature guard doll, the prince darkens his tone, claiming it would be a total waste to let such talent walk away when they can use him until he dies, leaving Xia holding her breath, utterly horrified by his ruthless royal bloodline. Trying to steer the conversation away from imperial tyranny, Xia points out the heavy dark circles under her brother's eyes, prompting him to let out an exhausted sigh about his brutal daily schedule. Looking down with a somber, heavy heart, the prince confesses how much he misses their late elder brother Gyeongin, wondering how he ever managed to balance governance while still finding time to visit them. Staring back in quiet sympathy, Xia listens closely as her brother wrestles with the crushing pressure on his young shoulders. Xia giving her royal brother a reality check with absolute emotional maturity is so wholesome. She gently reminds him that Prince Gyeongan was raised for the throne since he was a toddler. Softly reaching out, Xia reminds him that he is still only 14 years old, comparing himself to a 20-year-old adult, causing the prince to lower his head in silent agreement. When the prince mournfully mutters that the rebellion might never have happened if their elder brother lived, Xia bluntly interrupts that evil traitors would have revolted anyway, making him spit his tea in sudden shock. Looking at his brutally honest little sister, the prince's somber mood melts away into a warm, genuine smile. They're insane! Xia calling out court conspirators without an ounce of filter is the best thing you'll hear all day. She urges him to stop stressing over useless thoughts and protect his health instead. Beaming with newfound comfort, with all his confusion cleared up, the crown prince thanks Xia for always offering such crystal clear advice that brightens his spirits. As darkness settles over her vision, Xia gazes ahead with sharp determination, knowing she must take matters into her own hands and seek out guard Seong personally. A glowing green jade ring tied tightly with a black silk cord shines illuminated under the moonlight, signaling the catalyst for her upcoming move. Here we go! Time for another stealthy palace escape attempt. Xia mentally lists her airtight schedule from playing with the prince to showing her face to her royal parents. Sprinting across the palace courtyard with lightning speed, Xia leaves her panicked court ladies screaming in utter terror. Pulling out her absolute top-tier teary eyes, Xia sniffles pitifully while telling her court ladies that she lost the precious ring her crown prince brother gave her, inwardly cheering as her flawless acting tricks them into letting her leave. Just as Xia prepares to make her discreet exit, a heavy leather boot steps firmly into view while a guard holding a horse blocks her path. Sweating nervously under her breath, Xia glances sideways as she recognizes the tall figure, wondering why on earth he is slacking off from his duty at the worst possible moment. Guard Song lurking behind tree leaves like a stealth ninja while casually calling out royal protocol is pure comedy. Peeking out from behind cherry blossoms, Song calmly reminds her that a royal princess sneaking out of palace grounds without supervision is a much bigger issue. Tilting her head with an innocent smile, she acutely confirms his identity as Guard Seongyeon, to which he bows his head in polite confirmation. Examining his freshly shaved face, Xia notes how remarkably different he looks without his rough beard, inwardly hyperventilating that he literally looks 10 years younger. Reaching out to lightly tug his sleeve, Xia lowers her head with genuine hesitation as she prepares to confess something that has been weighing heavily on her mind. Surrounding herself with glowing flower effects, Xia gazes up at him with deep sympathy, sincerely apologizing to his former beard for ripping it off during their chaotic encounter. Imagine being a hardened legendary spy and humbly declaring that sacrificing your beard for a toddler princess is your greatest honor. Dropping to one knee with graceful respect, Seong chuckles softly, assuring her that trading his beard feared for her safety was an absolute privilege. Staring into his deep eyes, Shia's playful mood suddenly shifts into quiet observation as she looks closer at his subtle expressions. Noting the heavy dark shadows under his calm gaze, Shia realizes that beneath his composed posture, Guard Seong is completely exhausted from years of non-stop dangerous missions. Waving her hands in cute flustered panic, Shia stammers that he really didn't need to sacrifice his facial hair, while Seong chuckles warmly that he actually appreciates hearing compliments about his younger look. Lowering his tone, Guard Seong respectfully whispers why Her Highness is wandering near the outer grounds again, prompting Shia to claim she came back to mocking high-pitch search for a lost item, while Seong warns her of the city's dangers. Watch Shia pull out the ultimate emotional blackmail card. Look at those sparkling anime eyes. Pouting with dramatic sadness, Shia whimpers that the lost item was the final heirloom entrusted to her by her late royal brother. Defeated by royal guilt, Seong lets out a heavy sigh, declaring that he will personally escort Her Highness and her maid into the city since he cannot bear to let them wander alone. Fast-forwarding into the bustling capital city, townspeople chatter along the stone pathways under the bright autumn sky. Mounted on a dark horse while wearing humble civilian handbooks, Ryam Gui and his men look like regular travelers as they speed through the dark, deserted streets. Shia listens closely as Seong reports that none of the locals have seen her missing jade ring. Resting her chin on her hand, Shia mentally weighs her options, realizing that searching the commoner's quarters where she met Suchan is far too dangerous, while returning to the distant forest where she met Seong is equally unrealistic. Turning toward her loyal maid Songbi gently, Shia apologizes for making her trek around on foot, gently offering to take a short break to let her aching feet rest. Host comment, Songbi trying to act tough right before her own stomach betrays her with a loud roar is top-tier comedic timing. A massive rumble echoes from Songbi's stomach, leaving her blushing red while Shia smirks in amused satisfaction. Spotting an open-air tavern nearby, Shia eagerly hops onto a wooden bench and shouts at the top of her lungs for the innkeeper to bring 3 piping hot bowls of their finest soup. Sweating profusely from the sudden breach of royal etiquette, both Seong and Songbi gasp in utter disbelief, asking if a royal princess is genuinely planning to eat common street food. Seong nervously stammers that Her Highness has only ever consumed double-checked palace cuisine, setting down a steamy bowl, worrying about unsanitary ingredients. Look at Songbi giving Seong the ultimate dark glare for insulting her favorite street soup. Leaning in with terrifying, shadowy eyes, Songbi intensely pressures the former spy into taking back his words, scooping up a steaming spoonful. Shia's eyes sparkle with absolute joy as she happily chirps that the rich broth tastes far more satisfying than high-end royal palace meals. Looking down at the 3 soup bowls arranged on the wooden table, Shia pauses her spoon mid-air as she notices something strange about her serving. Dark shadows cast over her face as Shia stares at her bowl overflowing with tender beef slices, while Seong and Songbi barely have any, grumbling internally about blatant class favoritism. Bowing her head politely, Shia offers a warm thank you to the hard-working innkeeper, while Seong quietly eats his meal in the background. Shia bringing up classified military intelligence during a casual soup break is pure chaotic energy. Leaning in close, whispers. Shia casually asks if he used to be a covert spy deployed in foreign kingdoms, causing Seong to violently choke on his food. Chewing nervously, Seong sweats bullet drops, wondering what kind of reckless official leaked confidential national intelligence to a toddler. Resting his heavily scarred hand on the table, Seong lowers his voice, asking if Her Highness feels any fear sitting right next to a former covert killer. Pausing her spoon, Shia tilts her head in genuine confusion, quietly asking what he means by such a dramatic question. Glowing under the brilliant sunlight with yellow blossoms swaying behind her, Shia smiles softly, reminding him that Guard Seong is the brave hero who saved her life, so there is zero reason for her to be afraid. Seong's eyes widen in absolute shock as his sincere words cut directly through his hardened, battle-scarred heart. The cold, guarded expression on Seong's face completely melts away into a soft, genuine smile. Looking toward the sunlit horizon, Seong lets out a gentle exhale, warmly agreeing that Her Highness's perspective is entirely correct. The wholesome bond forming between this hardened spy and our chaotic princess is so rewarding to watch. Taking another delicious sip of soup, Shia's peaceful meal is suddenly interrupted by loud yelling nearby. A wealthy nobleman aggressively shoves 2 young street kids. shouting in disgust for them to get their filthy hands off his luxury silk robes. The ragged street child desperately begs for a single coin, explaining with tearful eyes that many other young orphans are starving in the alleys. Quietly approaching the impoverished orphans, Shia steps forward with a gentle tone, whispers asking if she can speak with them for a quick moment. Turning around guarded, the older orphan remarks they welcome charity, prompting Shia to ask if they happen to know anything about a jade ring lost near Namdaman Gate. Instantly, flaring up with defensive fury, the older child stomps his foot and yells, aggressively demanding if she is accusing them of stealing it. Sweating nervously in sheer awkwardness, Shia blinks rapidly, wondering why townspeople abandon all logic and immediately jump to hostile conclusions. Raising her hands defensively, flustered, embarrassed, Shia quickly clarifies that she is merely asking if they caught sight of it during their daily rounds. Grabbing his younger sibling's hand, the street kid angrily turns his back, barking that they don't know anything about high-end jewelry, and telling her to walk away. Time for Shiab to use the ultimate universal language. Cold hard cash. Reaching down into her embroidered handbag pouch, Shia prepares her secret negotiation tactic. Pulling out a massive, glistening string of pure gold coins that sparkles brightly under the afternoon sun, Shia tilts her head, innocently asking if they truly know nothing. Eyes instantly popping out in utter amazement, the orphan drops flat onto his knees in total reverence, excitedly promising that their local orphan network will personally search every corner of the capital to retrieve her missing ring. Handing over a gleaming portion of gold coins, Shia strikes a deal with the street children, promising to reward them with the full string if they investigate, plus another complete bundle if they successfully locate her missing ring. Smiling sweetly, Shia gently explains that her genuine jade ring carries a subtle custom mark, meaning she can verify its authenticity with a simple touch, rendering any counterfeit attempts entirely useless. Look at those poor orphan kids sprinting away like they just won the royal lottery. As the excited orphans dash into the crowded alleys yelling about their sudden fortune, Shia warmly instructs them to leave any news with the local innkeeper. Watching the children disappear into the crowd, Guard Siang quietly cautions Her Highness that street orphans rarely honor agreements, yet Shia merely shrugs with a peaceful expression, accepting whatever outcome unfolds. Returning to their outdoor table, the trio settles down to finish their hearty street soup as the afternoon sun begins to set over the bustling capital city. As glowing orange light bathes the wooden thatched roofs, Guard Siang respectfully reminds Her Highness that they must begin their journey back to the royal palace before darkness settles in. Waiting around for hours only to get ghosted is the ultimate universal heartbreak. Glancing sideways at the empty alleyways, Shia lets out a tiny sigh, realizing that the street kids haven't returned. Turning toward Guard Seong, Shia insists on leaving the remaining gold coins with the innkeeper anyway, firmly declaring that just because others might break their word doesn't mean a royal princess should ever stoop to lying. Mounted back on her dark horse as they depart the commoner's market, Shia listens as Guard Seong gently asks if she is truly comfortable returning empty-handed without her precious ring. Lowering her gaze with bittersweet acceptance, Shia softly confesses that deep down in her heart she already suspected finding the ring was an impossible dream. Guard Seong gazes back at the young princess in quiet solemnity, deeply moved by her emotional maturity and quiet resilience. Sunlight glimmers through golden autumn leaves as their small escort slowly winds through the capital's main thoroughfare towards the palace gates. Just when you think it's a peaceful ride home, sudden street drama strikes. Suddenly, loud shouting and angry insults echo from a nearby alley, instantly catching Shia's full attention. Dark shadows fall over Shia's face as she turns toward the noise, sensing that someone in the town square is in severe trouble. A furious crowd gathers as a massive adult thug violently kicks the poor street orphan kids onto the dusty ground. Protectively shielding his crying little sister in his arms, the older orphan boy takes brutal kicks while screaming in agonizing pain. I didn't steal this money. Sneering in arrogant disgust, the greedy thug holds up the sparkling string of gold coins Shia provided, mocking the bruised children that wretched beggars could never legitimately possess such royal wealth. Recognized instantly from atop her horse, Shia gasps in shock as she realizes the helpless victims are the exact children who promised to help her search. Clenching his fists in defiance, the beaten orphan glared back at the adult bully with tearful, unyielding determination. This brave kid is literally fighting a giant grown man for his dignity. Scrambling off the dirt, the young boy leaps forward, desperately grabbing at his stolen reward while screaming for the brute to give it back. Without a shred of mercy, the ruthless thug delivers a crushing blow straight to the child's chest, throwing him violently backward. Collapsing onto the hard ground, the poor child clutches clutches his chest in agony, frantically suffocating and gasping for air, squeezing his eyes shut in unbearable pain. The suffocating child whimpers in panic as his lungs desperately fight for oxygen. Raising his heavy leather boot high into the air, the merciless bully yells that thieves like them deserve to be crushed into the dirt. Watching the horrific scene unfold from afar, Shia screams out, "No!" in absolute terror as the boot begins its descent. Before the blow lands, guard Seong moves like a phantom, grabbing the attacker's collar from behind in a split second. With unbelievable martial strength, Seong hurls the heavy thug headfirst onto the stone pavement. Standing over the groaning bully with cold authority, guard Seong strictly warns him that striking helpless, innocent children is a crime he will not tolerate. Oh look, the tough guy who beats up kids is suddenly crying for mercy. Choking under Seong's iron grip, the thug whines that the kid stole it, but Seong coldly reminds him that conflicts must be resolved through words, not violence. Spotting the chaos ahead, Songbi panics in fear as Shia suddenly grabs the reins herself, spurring her dark horse straight into the confrontation. Galloping full speed toward the groveling bully, Shia screams at the top of her lungs, "Move! Move! Move!" as the massive beast charges forward. Panicked bystanders scatter in terror as the dark warhorse rears its heavy hooves directly above the screaming thug's face. Staring directly into towering iron hooves about to crush him, the terrified bully shrieks in sheer, unadulterated horror. Tilting her head innocently with a sweet smile, giggles. Shia casually chirps that her horse happens to have an extreme distaste for violent bullies. Trembling uncontrollably on his rear, the paralyzed thug stammers in terror, asking if bringing a giant horse over his head isn't insanely dangerous. Shia delivering dark mob boss threats with a cute toddler face is psychological warfare at its finest. Giving him a chillingly calm gaze, Shia sweetly reminds him that if a horse steps wrong, legs break permanent-like, and while she could easily cover medical bills, living with a lifelong limp sounds quite unpleasant. Sweating bullet drops in absolute horror, the completely shattered bully frantically scrambles backward like a panicked crab. Slowly inching the massive warhorse forward, Shia watches in amusement as the terrified man begs on his knees for her not to come any closer. Watching that infamous local tyrant get completely humiliated by a tiny girl on a horse, surrounding townspeople chuckle secretly among themselves, declaring it divine justice. Gazing down with cold royal indifference, Shia looks upon the cowardly brute with total contempt. Satisfied that the bully has been thoroughly traumatized, Shia turns her horse around, chuckling softly, giggles as she trots away smoothly. Look at these thugs running away with their tails between their legs while still trying to yell tough insults. The humiliated bully and his henchmen flee down the alleyway as fast as their legs can carry them. Quickly dismounting her horse, Shia flows over to the trembling street children to check on their injuries. Gently supporting the bruised child, guard Seong checks his vitals while the little sister cries softly, sniffing sobs, and the brave boy stammers through pain that he is totally fine. Reaching out with deep worry, Shia urges him to stand so they can visit an apothecary, but the poor boy hesitates, tearfully whispering that beggars like them cannot afford expensive doctors. Shia softly instructs them to head to Haemonseo, an official government medical clinic established specifically to provide completely free healthcare and herbal treatment to common citizens. Attempting to push himself up, the severely battered boy suddenly falters and collapses directly into guard Seong's arms, losing total consciousness. Oh no! The poor kid was holding in internal injuries the entire time. Shia's eyes widen in sheer panic as she realizes the gravity of his trauma. Approaching the attending royal physician on duty, Seong urgently requests immediate emergency treatment for a child brutally assaulted by thugs, while the doctor steps forward to inspect the boy. Lying motionless on the hard clinic floor, the bruised and malnourished young boy twitches weakly as his shallow breasts fade. Looking completely indifferent, scoffs. The clinic worker coldly shrugs that they are severely short-staffed, so there is deadpan absolutely nothing they can do for the dying patient. Oh look, public health care in ancient Joseon is doing fantastic. Unless you have royal connections, you basically get told to go kick rocks. Watching the scene unfold, Shia narrows her eyes in disgust, realizing that the medical staff is blatantly prioritizing wealthy patients over dying street kids. Clenching her small fist in quiet anger, quietly Shia's brow furrows as a brilliant leverage strategy forms in her clever mind. Tugging gently at her maid's sleeve, Shia prepares to unleash her ultimate weapon of social pressure. Turning to her maid with wide, innocent puppy dog eyes, Shia loudly wonders out loud if they should just request Her Highness the Princess to intervene on their behalf. Look at that clinic worker's soul instantly leaving his body. The moment the word princess drops, his life flashes right before his eyes. The clinic official freezes completely stiff, his eyes popping out in sheer horror. Sweetly tilting her head with a mischievous glimmer, Shia innocently remarks that while the princess would surely take action, it would be such a shame to trouble the royal court over such a tiny clinic matter. Sweating profusely as cold drops bead down his forehead, the terrified worker frantically backtracks, muttering to himself that these visitors must be high-ranking royal court ladies. Brushing his hands together in a desperate attempt to appease them, the worker bows repeatedly, pleading with them to wait just a quick moment while he personally prepares a private room. Welcome to real life, folks. A little bit of royal leverage turns "we have no space" into "right this way to the presidential suite." Watching the official scurry away like a frightened mouse, Xia lets out a soft sigh, grimly reflecting that in this world, political authority truly governs everything. Safely moved onto a warm straw mat inside the medical room, the injured boy rests motionless under the soft golden light. Suddenly snapping his eyes open with a sharp gasp, the red-haired boy recoils in sudden panic. Leaning over him with a calm, gentle expression, Xia softly notes that he has finally regained consciousness. Clenching his aching head in complete confusion, the boy demands to know what happened, prompting Xia to warn him to stay lying down since they brought him to the medical center after he passed out. Haha, this poor kid is so used to getting kicked around that his instinctual response to help is immediate hostility. Glaring angrily with defensiveness, the boy bitterly barks out at her not to bother searching for his parents because they might as well not exist. Barking in pure frustration, the boy angrily snaps that a pampered noble child born into pure luxury has no right to feel pity for someone like him, scoffs, to which Xia calmly shrugs in total agreement. Stepping forward with a firm voice, Sung Yoon lightly cautions the princess, but Xia simply gives a nonchalant look, agreeing that his harsh assessment of her privilege isn't technically wrong. Staring back in stunned silence, the street boy blinks in total confusion, realizing this tiny noble girl isn't reacting like any delicate aristocrat he has ever met. He went full tough guy mode 2 seconds ago, and now he's dying of sheer awkwardness. Awkwardly averting his gaze, the boy stammers out a weak response, thoroughly embarrassed by his own sudden outburst. Fidgeting nervously in place while secondary text notes his immense embarrassment, the boy hesitates to ask the one question burning in his mind. Seeing right through his anxiety, Xia sweetly reassures him that his younger sibling is completely safe and currently being looked after by Songbi at the medical center. Clenching his jaw with quiet resolve, the boy holds up a heavy string of bronze coins, declaring that even though they lost the fight, he will still fulfill his assignment and hand over the money. Look at Sungyin casually dangling the cash in the air like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Swinging the coin bundle high above his head, Sungyin shocks both children with his incredible sleight of hand. Smiling composedly, Seungyin nonchalantly reveals that he snatched the money back while subduing the attacker earlier, leaving Xia and the boy gasping in total awe. Looking at the boy seriously, Xia bluntly points out that carrying such a massive pouch of coins in his vulnerable condition will only make him an instant target for robbers, causing the boy to yell out in shock. Waving her hand in a reassuring motion with blooming flower visuals, Xia cheerfully clarifies that she isn't stealing his hard-earned cash, but rather converting it into a safer alternative. Staring at her with a blank, bewildered expression, the boy struggles to process her bizarre proposal. Xia is literally establishing the world's first medieval meal subscription meal plan for orphan kids. That is absolute 200 IQ genius. Leaning in close, Xia emphasizes that she will manage the funds directly to guarantee his survival without any risk. And with an earnest expression, Xia repeats that she has zero intention of snatching his reward away, lightly pleading, but wants to safeguard it for his actual needs. Sparkling brightly with cheerful energy, Xia smiles as she points out that what he truly desperately requires right now is a steady supply of hot food. Explaining her brilliant setup, Xia promises to visit the local tavern, prepay for his daily meals, and instruct the owner to feed him every single day so no thug can ever rob his cash again. Staring at her with sparkling eyes and a flush of deep gratitude across his cheeks, the overwhelmed boy squeaks out of breathless confirmation. Turning around to head toward the doorway, she instructs him to follow the physician's orders and recover peacefully without causing any further fuss. This kid jumped out of bed so fast he nearly blew out his stitches. Sit your injured self back down. Bolting upright in desperate panic, the boy shouts for her to wait, making Xia sigh at his stubborn disregard for his own health. Fidgeting awkwardly in place with a bright red blush, the boy nervously twiddles his thumbs as he tries to find the right words. Surrounded by floating cherry blossom petals, the red-haired boy gazes at her with deep affection, whispering softly if she will ever return to visit him again. Smiling gently over her shoulder as she steps outside with her bodyguard, Xia promises that while she cannot give an exact time, she will undoubtedly come back to see him. Walking through the peaceful courtyard, Xia turns to Xiangyan, asking him to personally notify her the moment the children manage to recover the missing jade ring. Given a bright, parting wave, Xia steps through the wooden gateway into the cool evening air. And just like that, another young heart gets completely stolen by our savage little princess. Standing motionless under the soft twilight, the boy gazes longingly at the empty doorway, deeply moved by her unexpected warmth. Exhausted beyond measure, the boy collapses backward onto the floor mat as his young sibling snuggles tightly against his side for warmth. Riding smoothly through the bustling capital streets on horseback, Xia sits securely in front of Sunyan under the starry night sky. Feeling an intense, nostalgic stare pressing against the back of her head, Xia glances sideways in quiet confusion. Looking down at the little princess with an unbelievably tender and affectionate gaze, Sungyun sparkles with quiet warmth, prompting Xia to ask why he's staring at her so intensely. Chuckling softly, Sungyun offers his sincere apologies, revealing that whenever he looks at Her Highness, she strongly reminds him of a precious childhood friend from his past. A backstory drop for the stoic bodyguard? Count me in! This man's past is finally coming to light. Describing his past companion, Sungyun fondly mentions that his friend was remarkably kind but utterly fearless, making Xia puff her cheeks playfully as the maid snickers in the background. Nostalgically smiling as he looks up at the moonlit sky, Suryan admits that despite his current tall stature, he was actually incredibly small and weak as a young child, making Xia gasp out in total disbelief. In a vivid, nostalgic flashback, a fierce young girl bravely steps in front of tiny, terrified Sungyun, wildly swinging a glowing red fire poker to chase off a pack of snarling stray dogs. Returning to the present with a soft, bittersweet smile, Sungyun gently concludes that although he can never meet his cherished childhood friend again, seeing Xia's fiery spirit fills his heart with profound happiness. Looking down at the young princess, Guard Xiang's sharp eyes soften as golden sunlight highlights his handsome face. Xia gives him a charming smile, suggesting that they should meet often from now on, which causes the hardened guard to blush in surprise while stammering if he really has permission to visit her so frequently. Shrugging her shoulders with a playful nod, Xia casual-faced replies that as long as Commander Xiang doesn't decide to suddenly retire, they'll obviously see each other all the time. Legendary military commander is out here getting completely wrapped around an 8-year-old's little finger. Letting out a warm, affectionate chuckle, Xiang praises Her Highness for being far too generous and kind to a simple guard like him. Changing to a grave tone, Xiang reminds her to refrain from taking wild risks, confessing that if anything ever happened to her while he wasn't around, he would be completely heartbroken. A chaotic flashback triggers, showing Xia screaming in sheer terror on a runaway horse. Sweat dropping at his serious warning, Xia's inner monologues that she didn't throw herself into danger on purpose since the horse took off on its own. Meanwhile, Seong silently admires how clever her companion was for acting on her master's hidden intent, leaving Xia groaning that she just gained another overprotective nag. Deciding to quickly pivot the topic, Xia mentions how cold-hearted the capital street folks seemed when that helpless orphan was getting beaten up. Xiang explains that commoners fear stepping in because thugs usually operate under powerful political backers. Oh sure, let's teach the reincarnated mastermind about political corruption. What could possibly go wrong? Processing his words, Xia's eyes narrow as she realizes that even simple street hoodlums are connected to high-ranking court officials. Suddenly, an old, frail beggar's raspy voice echoes nearby, pleading desperately for a few spare copper coins to survive the day. Observing the crowded alleys, Xia notes that the recent shift to the rice transplanting technique boosted overall crop output, but accidentally left thousands of tenant farmers completely unemployed. Xian hums in realization, surprised by her vast agricultural knowledge. Resting her chin on her hand, Xia hoes thoughtfully, calculating how the state can resolve this sudden economic crisis. Xiang curiously asks how she would go about reducing the city's overflowing beggar population, to which Xia instantly replies that the government should simply recruit them all and provide steady employment. Xia literally solved Joseon's economic crisis during a casual afternoon horse ride. Smirking with absolute confidence, Xia smugly points out that fixing public welfare and creating jobs is literally what government officials are paid to do. Raising her her finger, Xia proposes establishing a fully professional national military system. She points out that since wealthy citizens constantly dodge conscription, turning military service into a respected paid career would solve unemployment while building an elite standing army. Stroking his chin in total awe, Xiang reflects on how many wealthy nobles currently pay illegal proxies to avoid military duty, admitting that her professional army concept is pure genius. Xiang adds that stopping the practice of drafting active farmers during wartime would massively protect the nation's economic output, completely agreeing with her brilliant proposal as they finally arrive back at the Grand Palace gates. Shortly after, the emperor sits on his dragon throne, smiling down warmly as he mentions hearing about her incredible professional military draft proposal directly from Commander Xiang. Question marks practically float around Xia's head as she stares back blankly, flustered, embarrassed, wondering why everyone is treating a basic modern policy concept like divine revelation. When you try to stay low-key but your military guard immediately snitches your galaxy brain ideas to the king, sweating buckets while sitting before her father, Xia screams internally in complete panic, wondering how much guard Xiang leaked about their private chat. Standing stoically to the side in his full Imperial Guard uniform, Xiang turns his head as the emperor clears his throat to deliver a massive royal announcement. The emperor gleefully explains that after confiscating the defeated traitor's private wealth, he secured a massive plot of prime capital land. He proudly announces his plan to purchase all surrounding estates to build Xia her very own luxurious private palace. Xia's face twitches in utter disbelief, nervously chuckling that building an entire private palace complex for an 8-year-old child might be a bit too dramatic. Wiping away fake sentimental tears amid blossoming rose petals, the emperor's dramatic face sighs that after all the dark poison plots she survived, providing her with extreme luxury is his absolute duty as her loving ruler. Hold on a second, did he just say a husband? Xia's soul literally left her body. Continuing his speech, the emperor casually adds that it's also time they start searching for her future husband, instantly striking Xia with a shock bolt of pure horror. Terrifying, pitch-black aura erupts around Xia's twitching face as she lets out an icy, demon-like glare, roaring that she has absolutely zero intention of leaving her father's side anytime soon. Shocked by the sudden demonic aura radiating from his adorable daughter, the emperor sweats in sheer terror, mistaking her terrifying rage for pure, heartwarming filial devotion. Sweating profusely, the emperor quickly backtracks with an awkward laugh, reassuring her that since she's still tiny and the crown prince isn't wed yet, they can postpone marriage talks indefinitely, letting Xia collapse in relief. And stepping out into the sunlit courtyard, Xia's silk shoes pitter-patter softly along the polished wooden porch steps. Resting her chin on her knees while sitting on the wooden ledge, Xia pouts silently as guard Xiang steps forward, politely offering to escort Her Highness back to her personal palace. Turning her head away with a dark blue shadow cast over her sulky face, Xia lets out a childish, annoyed hum. Huffs. Look at Xiang's confused face. He genuinely has no idea why his little boss is giving him the silent treatment. Sweating awkwardly, Xiang stares at her blankly, completely clueless about what he did to offend her. Striding down the stone pathway with her tiny arms crossed, Xia demands to know why he blabbed about her policy ideas to the emperor, while Xiang cluelessly tilts his head. Xia pouts that he could have easily claimed the professional army idea as his own, but Xiang gently shakes his head, smiling that he lacks the audacity to steal credit for someone else's brilliant mind. Xiang cheekily adds that if he took credit, he'd be drowned in massive administrative paperwork, causing Xia's eyes to sparkle brightly as she realizes his lazy logic actually makes perfect sense. Curiously glancing back at his towering frame, Xia asks where he was stationed before being transferred to the capital Imperial Guard post. Xia inner monologues that top-tier guards usually keep their military history secret, but Xiang surprisingly answers without hesitation, revealing he was deployed along the harsh northern borders. Sparkles explode in Xia's eyes as she excitedly gasps, asking if he ever saw the famous Tumen River or scaled the mighty Baekdu Mountain. Xiang chuckles that while he missed Baekdu Mountain, he guarded the Tumen River for years. A breathtaking panoramic view displays the pristine crystal blue crater lake of Baekdu Mountain nestled high among lush green peaks. Xiang warns that it's far too treacherous for a princess, but Xiao vows to climb its peak at least once in her life. Xiang fixes her with a deadpan glare, asking how on earth an 8-year-old princess plans to conquer a massive mountain range, to which Xia innocently answers, By walking? The entire entourage literally stopped dead in their tracks. The sheer comedic silence in this panel is iconic. An awkward, deadpan silence washes over the entire courtyard, leaving the guard and both courtmaids completely speechless. Sweat drops pour down Xia's face as a harsh realization hits her like a truck. She forgot that paved mountain hiking trails literally don't exist in the Joseon era. Sulking with a hilarious, deflated pout, Xia sighs that she'll just settle for visiting Jeomgang Mountain later, prompting Seong to curiously ask if Her Highness genuinely wishes to travel outside palace walls. Xia explains that unlike her brother the Crown Prince, she won't spend her entire life trapped inside the royal court. She figures once she marries and moves out, she'll explore the world, prompting Seong to ask if there's anywhere nearby she wants to visit first. Pausing her steps, she as softly replies that she wants to visit the region of Jinjep, to which Seong clarifies if she means Yangju Jinjep. Soft cherry blossom petals drift through the golden afternoon breeze as Xia gazes into the sky with a bittersweet, melancholic expression. Looking down with a quiet, heartbreaking smile, Xia softly reveals that her biological mother's imperial tomb rests there. My heart just shattered into a million pieces. Under all her mischievous scheming, she's still just a little girl missing her mom. Seong's eyes widen in quiet shock and profound realization, realizing the deep emotional pain behind her simple request. Hearing her gentle confession, the two courtmaids behind them lower their heads, eyes glistening with deep sympathy and sorrow for their lonely mistress. Guard Seong gives her a warm, deeply respectful gaze, softly reassuring the young princess that he knows that regional terrain inside out and will personally guide her there whenever she wishes. Kneeling down respectfully before Her Highness, Guard Seong softly offers that if Xia ever wishes to visit the serene district of Jinjep, he would be deeply honored to act as her personal bodyguard. Xia pauses with a perplexed expression, flustered, embarrassed, blinking back in surprise as she tries to process his unexpected request. Looking at him quizzically, Xia asks if he truly intends to resign from his elite position as an imperial guard, to which Seong smoothly confirms that he hopes Her Highness can secure him a private position within her personal household instead. This man is literally trying to quit his high-paying government guard job just to become a toddler princess's personal butler. Overhearing his bizarre career move, the court maid nearby snickers mockingly, while Seong, unbothered, suggests that keeping him as a retainer would make her future outings much safer. Scratching her forehead in confusion, Xia reminds him that she will be granted official government servants later in life anyway, making additional personal hiring completely unnecessary. Leaning closer with a dark, menacing fist clench, Guard Seong ominously suggests that personal muscle is essential, especially if her future husband ever dares to treat her poorly, causing Xia to sweat in nervous terror. Tilting her head with a sweet, evasive smile, Xia chuckles that they should probably postpone such dramatic marriage preparation until she's actually old enough to wed, while Seong chuckles warmly in agreement. Song gives her a deep, meaningful gaze filled with heartwarming devotion and quiet resolve. Turning on her heel, the young princess wanders through the sunlit palace courtyard as golden autumn light bathes the pristine gardens. When even your imperial guard starts acting like an overprotective single dad, you know you've built the ultimate squad. Reflecting on Seong's strange protectiveness, Xia marvels at how similar his intense loyalty is to her trusted companions, Sangbi and Guy. Dark gray clouds gather over the royal estate as torrential rain cascades over the blue-tiled eaves of the imperial palace roofs. Sitting indoors while listening to the rhythmic rainfall, Xia softly inquires how many days have passed since she assigned the street orphans to locate her lost jade ring, to which Guy dutifully replies that a full week has passed. Realizing the orphans must still be scouring the wet alleys, Xia wonders if she should send word for them to give up before the impending monsoon set in, prompting Guy to fix her with a sharp, suspicious glare. Look at Guy giving her the ultimate don't you dare try to sneak out in the rain death stare. Guy immediately begins nagging the princess, warning her that sneaking outside during current treason tensions would spark chaos, leaving Xia flustered that her escape plans were instantly exposed. Dramatically flopping backwards onto the floor mat, Xia pouts loudly, insisting that she is staying strictly inside her quarters purely to protect her regal dignity from catching an embarrassing cold. Lying flat on her back with a sulky pout sighs, Xia yells out in utter frustration that life inside the imperial court is painfully boring, leaving Guy completely unamused. Trying to entertain her restless mistress, Guy mentions that she overheard intriguing palace gossip regarding the defeated rebel faction, instantly causing Xia to sit bolt upright with wide, eager eyes. Clenching her little fists in pure delight, Shia beams with sinister enthusiasm, declaring that political drama sounds like absolute top-tier entertainment. Oh, normal children want storybooks, but Shia gets hyped over state-level treason and rebel conspiracy tea. Guy explains how the desperate rebels secretly reached out to the exiled Prince Li Su, who was currently placed under strict house arrest. Guy continues narrating the rumor, sharing that Prince Li Su initially pretended to give the rebels a positive response right in front of their armed soldiers. However, after dismissing the traitors, Prince Li Su immediately alerted Imperial guards, allowing the palace military to utterly crush the rebel ambush. Hearing his heroic defense, Shia's expression instantly sours in disgust, annoyed by his calculated attempt to play the noble martyr. Guy adds that despite being stripped of his titles, Prince Li Su proclaimed his unyielding loyalty to the emperor, earning overwhelming praise from royal court officials for his supposed dignity. Shia asks with a cold gaze whether this suspiciously sanitized heroic story has already made its rounds through the high ministers, which Guy solemn-faced confirms. Oh, look! The prince who tried to drown a toddler is suddenly getting nominated for Saint of the Year. Shia lets out a sharp, cynical chuckle, mocking tone, immediately seeing right through his elaborate public relations stunt. Underneath a shadowy, ominous aura, Shia sneers sinisterly, realizing that the royal court framed her past poisoning entirely on Li Su's mother, completely washing the scheming prince's hands clean. Context reveals that court officials officially closed the poison persimmon case by blaming the concubine Hong Su-kwan entirely, accepting her self-sacrificing confession to shield her precious son from execution. Waving her hand dismissively with a nonchalant shrug, Shia sweetly reassures her anxious maid that she isn't bothered by the court's biased verdict at all. Gay gazes back with deep concern and quiet sympathy, worried about the immense emotional burden her young mistress carries alone. Giving her maid a subtle, devious smirk, Shia hints that while she won't throw a public tantrum, she certainly won't let the matter drop either. Looking out at the heavy rain pouring over the palace roof tiles, Shia instructs Guy to report any future political developments to her without delay. Clear blue skies return over the capital as golden sunlight washes away the gloomy storm clouds. Host comment, the rainy season cleared up, but Shia's psychological war campaign is just getting started. Opening the wooden sliding door, Guy returns to report that rumors praising Prince Li Su have now spread like wildfire among common street folk in the market square. Guy nervously adds that audacious citizens are even openly claiming that the emperor was overly harsh for exiling such a noble prince under house arrest. Analyzing a Joseon map, Shia calculates that Jeolla province, where Li Su is detained under house arrest, is far removed from the capital, making such instant rumor distribution physically impossible without calculated assistance. Realization crystallizes in heavy text. The rapid spread of Li Su's spotless reputation was undeniably orchestrated by a powerful covert operative. Clenching her teeth in silent fury, Shia declares that she refuses to sit idly while that treacherous bastard washes away his crimes to enjoy a comfortable life. Turning toward Guy with a dangerously sharp grin, mischievously, Shia orders her faithful maid to launch a brutal smear counter-campaign across the city. Shia launching a full-blown medieval cancel culture campaign is the ultimate boss move. With glowing malice in her eyes, Shia vows to leak every horrific cruelty and atrocity Prince Li Su ever committed, since her photographic memory remembers every single detail. Before long, juicy scandal rumors explode across every corner of the capital city like wildfire. Whispering eagerly behind their sleeves, court maids spread shocking gossip that the mutilated animal carcasses found around the palace grounds were secretly Li Su's twisted doing. Palace guards and servants murmur in quiet shock. Passing around the terrifying truth behind Prince Li Su's sudden house arrest order, whispers echo throughout the corridors that the prince was exiled because he violently attempted to murder the innocent young princess by throwing her into the freezing palace pond. Clenching his fist in dark rage from the shadows, the crown prince listens to the spreading rumors, fiercely determined to execute his rogue brother before Shia suffers any traumatic flashbacks. Nibbling peacefully on a sweet rice cake inside her sunlit room, she is interrupted as a maid announces that the crown prince's head court lady Mun urgently requests an audience. Doing casually, Shia asks what business the head court lady could possibly have with her, prompting the maid to explain that the messenger insists on speaking to her highness directly. Shia calmly grants permission as the wooden screen door slides open with a swift creak. Look at this poor court lady throwing herself onto the floor like the world is ending. Sliding onto her hands and knees in desperate panic, Head Court Lady Mun screams out, "Your Highness, please stop His Highness the Crown Prince!" Shia's eyes pop open in utter shock,
dropping her snack as she stammers in total confusion over what crazy emergency just erupted.
Bowing tremblingly on the floor, the frantic court lady begs Her Highness to intervene, revealing that terrifying dark rumors have driven the Crown Prince into a dangerous state of pure retaliation. Sweating nervously, a court maid frantically reports to Xia that public sympathy for the deposed Prince Li Su is boiling over, driving the Crown Prince into an absolute fit of rage. Xia's eyes widen in sheer bewilderment, flustered, embarrassed, as the maid reveals that after brooding in fury, the Crown Prince ordered baskets of persimmons to be delivered straight to all the court ministers' houses.
Host comment?
Wait, persimmons? Did he seriously pick fruit as his ultimate weapon of political warfare? The court maid's sweat drops awkwardly, admitting she has no idea why someone would run to the princess over a simple fruit delivery. Xia gives a cheerful thumbs up with sparkles glowing around her face, amazed, musing that her royal brother's scheme is actually way more intense and ruthless than anyone expected. Turning completely purple with utter confusion, the poor maid stares at Xia like she's lost her mind, barely managing to squeak out a confused response.
Dropping to her knees in a desperate bow, the maid begs Xia to intervene, crying out that even the royal tutors couldn't stop him, leaving Xia as their absolute last hope.
When the entire palace administration gives up and relies on an 8-year-old to keep the crown prince from starting a civil war, Xia strokes her chin thoughtfully, while the maid nervously explains that everyone fears the ministers will horribly misinterpret his subtle gift. A sinister, dark aura engulfs Xia's face as her eyes glint wickedly, explaining that sending persimmons, the very food used in his past assassination attempt, isn't a mistake at all. In a terrifying visual imagination, the crown prince violently shoves persimmons down a court minister's throat, screaming out an implicit death threat to fall in line or face execution. Exhaling a soft sigh, Xia realizes she needs to step in personally and handle her chaotic brother before he accidentally triggers a full-blown rebellion inside the court. Look at how fast that maid's relief kicked in. She went from existential panic to top-speed escort mode in half a second. The maid brightens up instantly, eagerly offering to guide Her Highness to the Eastern Palace. Arriving at the grand courtyard of the Eastern Palace under the vibrant afternoon sky, Xia announces her arrival to address the political storm brewing inside. Sitting stoically at his desk surrounded by nervous tutors, the Crown Prince looks up from his books, asking what brought his little sister to his quarters without any advance notice. Standing with composed grace alongside her maid, Xia plainly states that she heard about his persimmon gifts and came to share her thoughts on his dangerous scheme. The Crown Prince's face darkens with annoyance, coldly scoffing that his palace servants have grown ridiculously lax for running straight to her to tattle on his plans. Oh boy. The Crown Prince wasn't trying to send a diplomatic warning. He was literally plotting to wipe out the ministers before his sister found out. Clicking his tongue in dark frustration, he silently fumes that nothing is going according to plan.